At West Sea First High School, Lu Yun was presiding over an important ceremony, the students' class change day, the very day that would decide their futures. Before the students stood, the class change formation. Each of them had different feelings. Some were anxious, others were excited. The protagonist is Lin Moyu, a seemingly ordinary student who was, in fact, a transmigrator. And ever since arriving in this world, he had been waiting for class change day for a very long time. After humanity, also known as players, completed their class change, they could challenge dungeons and secret realms or eliminate monsters and demons to gain experience, thereby raising their levels and enhancing their skills to strengthen themselves. Of course, the ones who benefited most in this world were those with combat classes. Following them were support classes, and ranked last were life classes. Combat and support classes were divided into 5 ranks: low, mid, high, rare, and the highest legendary. A legendary class probably hadn't appeared in the entire city of West Sea for 10 years. Today's class change ceremony was being assisted by Zhang Tian, a level 52 formation grandmaster. Even Lu Yun had to show him immense respect. That was only natural, as the class he possessed was a rare grade support class, which was incredibly uncommon. Finally, the most anticipated moment had begun. The principal called out the students' names one by one. Whoever's name was called would step into the class change formation. The first was a student named Shuda, but he was unlucky and only managed to change into a life class, farmer. Shuda was utterly panicked and disappointed. The next person also got a life class. His father was a chef, and now he had become a chef too. Seeing it as following in his father's footsteps, he seemed quite satisfied. A whole group of students had gone through, but still, no rare class had appeared, so both Zhang Tian and Lu Yun were looking a bit disheartened. Forget about a rare class. Our school hasn't produced a rare class in so many years. It would be great if we could just get one high-grade combat class, Zhang Tian said. You're right, Grandmaster. The entire city of West Sea only sees 1 or 2 rare classes each year. I was getting my hopes up too much, Lu Yun replied. The next person was one of the 2 everyone was waiting for, the female student named Xia Shui, who was mentioned earlier. This girl seemed to be the competitive type, because before stepping into the formation, she deliberately glanced at Lin Moyu and muttered, "Humph, Lin Moyu, I'll show you who the real genius is." The reason Xia Shui was so competitive was that for years, the 2 of them had been known as the school's 2 great geniuses, but Lin Moyu had always been ahead of her. That's why she was so determined to win this battle. The moment Zhang Tian saw Xia Shui, he was surprised and assessed that she wasn't bad at all. Even before she entered the formation, he could sense that her spiritual power was more than twice that of a normal person. There was a high chance she would become a mage. That was a high-grade combat class, and if she obtained a special attribute, it could even become a rare grade. Hearing this, Lu Yun also waited with eager anticipation. Amidst the crowd's excitement, Xia Shui strode confidently into the formation. Immediately, a strange phenomenon occurred, proof that she had awakened a rare grade class. And just as Zhang Tian had predicted, Xia Shui had become a mage. The students below were all buzzing with admiration. It made sense, as Xia Shui was the first person today to change into a combat class. Moreover, once a mage leveled up, they could wipe out an entire city with a single god-level elemental forbidden scroll. At that moment, Xia Sui was incredibly confident, certain that she had finally surpassed Lin Moyu, and he was the next one to enter the formation. Seeing Lin Moyu's confident demeanor, Xia Sui started to get nervous again. Lu Yun deliberately asked Zhang Tian for his impression of this kid, because Lin Moyu was the school's genius, but he said that aside from his cold appearance, there was nothing special about him. Zhang Tian also added that academic performance at school had absolutely no connection with the class change. It was completely normal for a top student to awaken a mediocre class, but Lu Yun was still full of hope for him. He thought to himself that if Lin Moyu also awakened a rare class, then West Sea First High School would really have something to be proud of this year. As Lin Moyu stepped into the class change formation, a fierce storm suddenly erupted. Dark clouds swirled and gathered right above his head, and lightning began to strike down, creating an incredibly gloomy and cold atmosphere. No one, whether it was the principal, Grandmaster Zhang Tian, or the students, had ever seen such a strange phenomenon. Therefore, they were all extremely anxious, wondering what class Lin Moyu would finally awaken, be it a combat or support type. Xia Shui was now on pins and needles, because the commotion from this strange phenomenon was much greater than hers had been. Xia Shui was afraid that Lin Moyu would awaken an even more formidable class than hers. A few seconds later, there was a stir in the dark clouds above him. Thousands of eerie cold skulls appeared, then transformed into an army of the undead, their menacing presence so great that even knowing it was an illusion, people still felt a chill down their spine. In the end, Lin Moyu had successfully awakened the combat class, Necromancer. Unlike the other students, his class was a unique hidden class. This meant that he was the only necromancer in the entire world. Unless he died, a second one would never appear. This was not just rarer than a normal rare class, it was even more precious than a legendary class. The crowd below started buzzing again. Some marveled at how incredible he was to have changed into a unique hidden class. The jealous ones felt that Lin Moyu was just too lucky or that the formation had malfunctioned. They even tried to put him down, saying that a hidden class wasn't necessarily strong. There have been plenty of people in history with hidden classes who ended up amounting to nothing, they said. Lin Moyu could clearly hear people talking about him, but he didn't care. Awakening a unique hidden class was far better than he had anticipated. As Lin Moyu was walking down, Zhang Tian suddenly called out to him. He had never seen his hidden class before, so he wanted Lin Moyu to demonstrate some of his skills. Senior, please wait a moment, Lin Moyu replied, and only then did he begin to check his information. After awakening, Lin Moyu was at level 1. Most of his attributes were at 10 points, except for his spiritual power, which was at 20. He possessed 2 skills. The first was Summon Skeleton Warrior. Since he was at level 1, he could only summon 1 Black Iron grade Skeleton Warrior. After upgrading the skill, he could summon higher grade skeletons like Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, Legendary, and the highest, God grade. His second skill was called Soul Flame. When activated, the skill creates a soul that incinerates the target, causing burns. Its power was based on his own spiritual power and skill level. Lin Moyu decided to try his first skill. He summoned an incredibly ferocious-looking skeleton warrior, but its attributes, strength, agility, spirit, and constitution were all only at 15 points. The appearance of this creature terrified his classmates. Across from him, Zhang Tian immediately launched an attack to disperse the dark clouds surrounding the skeleton warrior so he could get a better look. Skeleton warrior has detected an attack. Counterattack. Yes or no. If no choice is made within 10 seconds, it will automatically counterattack. Lin Moyu received a new notification, but of course, he couldn't order his warrior to attack the senior, so he made it stand still. Such high vigilance, Zhang Tian muttered. He was a level 52 player, while Lin Moyu was only level 1, yet he could already summon a creature that would harbor hostile thoughts towards him. However, that skeleton warrior had ordinary attributes. Since Lin Moyu was only level 1, it was impossible to tell if the class was strong or weak. Zhang Tian could only guess that as his level increased, the things he summoned would also become more powerful. Thank you, young man. Keep working hard, and perhaps you'll have a promising future. Lin Moyu nodded and returned to his seat. Most of the other students were intimidated by the fierce skeleton warrior following him. Only Gao Yang was incredibly excited, even asking Lin Moyu if he could touch the creature. Is this skeleton tough? He asked curiously, poking it. Probably tougher than you, Lin Moyu replied indifferently. Gao Yang wasn't convinced, since the thing looked so tattered and worn, but then, it was his turn to awaken. The two didn't get to say much more before Lin Moyu recalled his skeleton warrior. At that moment, he received a notification that 1 slot in his summoning space had just been filled. Lin Moyu suddenly understood that this summoning space could store the monsters he summoned, allowing him to summon them again at will without consuming any more spirit power. Right now, the space had 10 slots, but it would expand as his level increased. Lin Moyu's heart filled with determination. During the class change, he had seemingly glimpsed a true necromancer, one who could slay a colossal dragon in the blink of an eye. He swore to himself that one day, he would reach that level too. Gao Yang's class change was quick. As expected, he became a powerful high-level sword and shield knight. Gao Yang cheerfully said that they should run dungeons together in the future. When we're in a dungeon, I'll be your tank up front. If the enemy wants my life, they'll have to get past your dead body first. Haha, you've got that backward. Lin Moyu sighed helplessly, but the other boy just laughed even harder. A few more people went after Gao Yang, but none of them were particularly noteworthy. After the class change ceremony ended, Lu Yun reminded them of a few things. The rookie leveling dungeon for West Sea City would open tomorrow. He hoped that all the students would do their best to level up and achieve the best possible results on the final exam in 1 week, so they could get into the universities they desired. As he was talking with Gao Yang, the ever-competitive Xia Shui suddenly ran over, declaring that she wanted to compete with Lin Moyu specifically, to see who would get a better score on the final exam. Okay, Lin Moyu replied with a single word. It's a deal, then. I won't keep losing to you, Xia Shui said resolutely. Although it seemed she had lost to Lin Moyu again during today's class change, it only made her more determined to never give up, to beat him at least once. That evening, Lin Moyu returned home. He stared at a family photo for a long time, then thought to himself, Grandma, I succeeded in my class change. It's a super rare hidden class. Sis, just you wait. I'm going to pass the exam and get into Xiajing Academy with you. Just as he was thinking this, a knock came from the door. Knock, knock. Lin Moyu opened the door. It turned out to be Lu Yun, who had come to give him some daily necessities. After his class change, Lin Moyu had become a subject of special attention. After all, in all of West Sea City last year, only his sister, Lin Moxie, had gotten into Xiajing Academy. That year, she had entrusted her little brother to the principal's care, so of course, he had to look after him well. Thank you, sir. Lin Moyu accepted the items. It's nothing. You're heading into the dungeon tomorrow. Make sure you get some rest, Lu Yun replied before leaving. But Lin Moyu stayed up until midnight, and suddenly, a system window appeared before him. It read that it had detected Lin Moyu's awakening as a necromancer, which met the requirements for the strongest system's talent and was now binding to him. Then, Lin Moyu received even more shocking information. He had obtained the unique, god-tier talent Comprehensive Growth, which increased the effectiveness of all his skills fivefold. Along with that came a passive skill called Damage Transfer, which allowed any damage the caster himself received to be transferred to his summoned creatures instead. Lin Moyu, who had always been stone-faced, now wore a look of utter astonishment. This system gave him an additional talent and a passive skill, and their effects were completely worthy of their god-tier name. Eagerly, Lin Moyu summoned the skeleton warrior once more. Sure enough, all of its stats had now increased from 15 to 75. Combined with the damage transfer passive skill, compared to others at the same level, Lin Moyu was now basically immortal. The next day, at the rookie leveling dungeon, the students had already gathered early. The moment Gao Yang saw Lin Moyu, he tried to persuade him to party up, but Lin Moyu refused, saying that leveling in a party was slow and going solo was faster. Gao Yang was so mad he could have spit smoke. Just then, Xia Shui appeared behind them. Although they were rivals, she had to admit that Lin Moyu was right. A two-person party required similar levels of experience. Based on the experience of their upperclassmen, it was better to go solo below level 10 and only start partying up from level 10 onwards. It seemed that both Xia Shui and Lin Moyu were on the same page, neither of them bringing along a support class teammate. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had repeatedly reminded the main combat classes that they must bring support into the dungeon. They would later understand just how crucial the support classes were. Before stepping through the dungeon portal, Xia Shui once again challenged him to a competition, this time to see who could level up faster. Lin Moyu couldn't be bothered to respond. He didn't understand why this girl was so annoyingly competitive with him. Yesterday, summoning one skeleton had consumed 10 points of spirit power. After a night of meditation, that stat had recovered to 40 points, enough to summon 4 more skeletons. As soon as Lin Moyu entered the dungeon, he summoned them and ordered them to spread out, find, and eliminate monsters for him. His skeletons were incredibly strong and aggressive. Every time they took down a monster, his experience bar would increase by 1%. This meant that killing 100 monsters would grant him a level. The efficiency was truly impressive. Within just a few minutes, Lin Moyu's experience had already risen by 10%. He would level up in about half an hour. And just as he predicted, in less than half an hour, he reached level 2. His strength, agility, and constitution stats had now all increased to 20, while his spirit power was at 40 points. His summoning space had also expanded to 20 slots. Lin Moyu immediately summoned 4 more skeletons to speed up his leveling. The efficiency was incredibly stable, but this was only the beginning. Soon after, Lin Moyu discovered another feature. He could see the tracks of his skeleton warriors on the map. Currently, they were all quite far from Lin Moyu, and as it happened, he just spotted a monster that the skeleton warriors had missed. But Lin Moyu wasn't scared at all. It was a good chance to test out his active skill, Soul Flame, which had just leveled up to level 2. This skill had also been boosted 5-fold, and it took only a few seconds to eliminate a level 2 Grey Cat, earning him 20 experience points. This mental-type attack was too powerful, surpassing all defensive, physical, and magical skills. This hidden class was definitely not useless. It was already this strong with just 2 skills. Even without the extra talent, his Necromancer class would surely be no weaker than any legendary tier class. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu had already reached level 3. He continued to summon a few more skeleton warriors to help him farm mobs. The speed kept increasing. The time limit for the rookie dungeon was 12 hours. 4 hours had already passed, and he had reached level 4. At this rate, he could probably level up again in less than an hour. If he could reach level 8 directly, after leaving here, Lin Moyu could head to the outskirts of West Sea City, where the monsters were much higher level. Outside the dungeon, Xia Dongyang, the head of the Xia family and Xia Shui's father, had just arrived to check on his daughter's situation. He had been very busy yesterday and couldn't witness her class change, so he couldn't miss her first dungeon run. Lu Yun mentioned that in the past, both Su Tianxing and Lin Moxie had reached level 5 after awakening their classes and participating in the rookie dungeon. Xia Shui would probably reach about the same level this time. Xia Dongyang could only hope so. As her father, He knew well that Xia Shui had been competitive since she was little, and her leveling speed on the first day could basically predict her leveling speed in the days to come. If Xia Shui doesn't reach level 5 in this first instance, she'll have a tough time getting into the Xiajing Academy later on. Although they were talking about Xia Shui, the principal was actually thinking of another name. He didn't know what level Lin Moyu would reach this time. He just hoped the boy wouldn't fall behind his older sister. Oh, right. I heard a hidden class appeared during yesterday's class change ceremony at Kui Cheng. Is that correct? Xia Dongyang suddenly asked. That's right. Lin Moyu's hidden class is called Necromancer. I've never seen it before, so I'm not sure how powerful it is. Moyu's older sister is Lin Moxie. If Xia Shui goes to Xiajing Academy later on, she can look after her. While the two were chatting, Lin Moyu was still inside the instance, grinding mobs like crazy. The skeleton warriors could be up to 500 meters away from him. Within this range, he could safely away from Keyboard Farm to level up. His target was now level 7 monsters, but after nearly 7 hours, he still hadn't encountered a single level 8 monster. Lin Moyu was getting a bit impatient, wondering what level the others had reached. Lin Moyu was walking around randomly when he was suddenly attacked. If it weren't for his damage transfer skill, Lin Moyu would have been in a world of hurt that time. But because of it, he also discovered a level 8 monster. It was a 1,000-year vine, right in front of him. It normally remained dormant, only attacking when a strange creature passed. Lu Yun feared something unexpected had happened, but the person who came out was none other than Lin Moyu. Why are you out already? He asked worriedly. Ran out of monsters, so I came out, Lin Moyu replied nonchalantly. Lu Yun was absolutely stunned to discover that this kid had reached level 7 in just about 10 hours. He even complained that there were too few monsters in there, otherwise he would have hit level 8. Then, Lin Moyu asked Lu Yun for permission to go on an excursion to the outskirts of Shihai to find more monsters. But he was still in shock. In all his years, this was the first time Lu Yun had ever heard of someone completely clearing out all the monsters in the novice instance, let alone in just 10 hours. Could this be the power of the Necromancer, the one and only hidden class? Seeing that he wasn't responding, Lin Moyu couldn't help but prompt him. Teacher Lu? Lu Yun quickly nodded and said he agreed, and would write a permit for him to leave the city right away. Get some rest. Once the other students are out, I'll take all of you back. Lin Moyu nodded, then automatically moved to the side. Lu Yun returned to his seat. By now, everyone was waiting for his explanation. Old Lu, what just happened? Why did that student come out early? Is there a problem? Is he hurt? He came out alone? Where are his teammates? That's Lin Moyu. He just cleared the novice instance, took down all the level 8 monsters in there. Lu Yun's words sounded calm, but they sent a shockwave through everyone present. Previously, many people thought hidden classes weren't necessarily powerful, but now, based on Lin Moyu's performance, they were certain that the Necromancer had already surpassed all known rare classes and could definitely rival a legendary tier class. This kid has a lot of potential. We probably won't have to worry about his future anymore. If he manages to get into Xiajing Academy, they're going to have their hands full later on. Xia Dongyang nodded in agreement. Little Xue has been competitive since she was a child. I'm afraid she's in for a big blow this time. Lin Moyu guessed that everyone was talking about him, but he didn't really care. The number of skeleton warriors he could summon had now reached 24, but his summoning space had grown to 70 slots. It seemed it would take him quite some time to fill this space. After Lin Moyu meditated for a long while to restore his spiritual power, Xia Shui also emerged. She had reached level 5, just as the principal predicted. She thought she had matched the previous record for the novice instance and had also beaten Lin Moyu. Who would have guessed that as soon as she exited the instance gate, she would see him calmly meditating, already at level 7. Just as Xia Dongyang had predicted earlier, she was dealt a heavy blow. Xia Dongyang waved his daughter over to their private car. Seeing her sullen expression, he asked, Little Shui, are you competing with that kid with the hidden class? That guy is terrifying. For 3 years, he's consistently been better than you. Do you need this old man's help? I don't need it, Xia Shui said, full of determination. This is my business. I will not lose to that idiot for the rest of my life. Xia Dongyang was no stranger to his daughter's competitive nature, but he still had to tell Xia Shui that Lin Moyu got out of the instance in less than 10 hours and had wiped out all the level 8 monsters. Xia Shui's face darkened upon hearing this. She had only just reached the level 7 monster area and hadn't even seen a level 8 monster yet. On top of that, Lin Moyu came out 2 hours before her. If there had been a few more level 8 monsters, wouldn't he have leveled up to 8 directly? Following behind the great Miss Xia was Gao Yang. As soon as he got out of the instance, he literally threw himself at Lin Moyu's leg, wailing dramatically as he said, Moyu, how did you manage to get all the way to level 7? Moyu, no. I should call you God Lin. Can you take me with you to train? I'm begging you. All right, next time for sure, Lin Moyu replied. Hearing this, Gao Yang beamed brighter than a blooming flower and said he'd wait for him at the school gate tomorrow. But early the next morning, Gao Yang waited and waited, but there was no sign of Lin Moyu. It wasn't until Lu Yun told him that he learned Moyu had already gone to the outskirts of Shihai City. Gao Yang went ballistic, tilting his head to the sky and screaming, "That bastard Lin Moyu! You dared to ditch me! I challenge you to a duel! Give it up! You can't beat him," Lu Yun advised sincerely. At this moment, Lin Moyu was already at the Shengxia Empire's trade post. After successfully verifying his identity, he was granted access. Lin Moyu wanted to see if there were any quests suitable for him. Among the countless quests with packed rewards, he saw a combat power level 14 quest in the Shihai mining area instance. The final objective was to defeat the instance boss. The reward was 10,000 gold, and if it was an instance boss on nightmare difficulty or higher, it would also drop essence crystals. With such a huge gold reward, this quest was probably a tough one. Instance difficulties were divided into normal, nightmare, and hell. Nightmare difficulty was several times harder than normal. Without a strong party, it's basically impossible to beat. And as for hell difficulty, that was no place for average players to enter. Although he was ambitious, Lin Moyu knew he couldn't touch this quest for now. Afterwards, Lin Moyu went to report his identity to the gate guard soldier. The guy had never heard of the Necromancer class before and had no idea which school this student was from to be allowed out of the city at only level 7. He couldn't help but give him a reminder. Your city exit permit is now active. From now on, you can freely enter and exit all corners of the Shengxia Empire. However, there are many monsters outside, so please be mindful of your safety. Be careful with everything, especially at night. If you encounter danger, you can run back. Your life is the most important thing. Thanks. I'll be careful, Lin Moyu replied, before officially stepping out of the city for the first time. The inside and outside of the city were like two different worlds, proving this city wall was no simple thing. He could even hear the roars of monsters in the distance, and the faint smell of blood lingered in the air. Very quickly, Lin Moyu encountered his first monster. It was a level 10 patrolling goblin. Compared to the monsters in the novice instance, it was much more formidable. But against a skeleton warrior whose attributes had already reached 375, it was nothing. With a single slash, his skeleton warrior took down the goblin. Lin Moyu figured the power of a level 10 monster was nothing special. At this rate of leveling, he could reach level 15 before the college entrance exams. Yet his sister, Lin Mohan, who only had a normal rare class, managed to reach level 16 before her exams. Lin Moyu really wondered how she did it, but he knew for sure that he had to get into Xiaojing Academy to reunite with his sister. After the skeleton warrior wiped out an entire horde of goblins, Lin Moyu also hit level 10. His other attributes didn't change much, increasing by 10 points with each level up. But the biggest achievement was that his spirit power had reached 300 points. It was said that attributes get a major boost after level 10. As a mage class, Lin Moyu's biggest change was his spirit power, but he didn't expect it to grow this fast. His talent skill also got stronger, and the skeleton warrior had been upgraded to the bronze tier. Now, their power was overwhelming. All their attributes had increased to 1,500 points, and they even unlocked their own unique skill, a frenzied strike that deals 200% damage to the target. The cooldown was 10 minutes. Lin Moyu was extremely confident. It seemed that with a bronze-tier skeleton warrior, he could walk through this area like he owned the place. But that was also his biggest problem. In just a short time, he had cleared out all the surrounding monsters. Just as he was wondering where to find more, Lin Moyu was attacked. The system automatically transferred the damage to his skeleton warrior, saving him once again. Then, Lin Moyu saw another player. At first, he thought this was the one who attacked him, but something felt off. This person was probably an assassin class, while the one who just attacked him was most likely an archer. After this stranger zipped past, Lin Moyu saw two other players, one of whom was indeed an archer. It had to be them. It looked like these two were chasing that assassin, but at this rate, they'd never catch him. And Lin Moyu was a little pissed about being dragged into their fight for no reason. This kid looks shady. That assassin already got away. The two strangers whispered to each other about him. Then, the archer shouted at Lin Moyu, "Hey kid, did a guy in assassin gear just run past here?" Seeing that Lin Moyu was younger than them, the two of them planned on bullying him. Who would have thought he'd reply with a murderous glare? "Your arrow hit me! Apologize!" "Yeah, whatever. Sorry." The archer shot back, not an ounce of sincerity in his voice. Only then did he notice that Lin Moyu had been hit by his arrow but was completely unharmed. Don't let it happen again," Lin Moyu retorted with a similar tone, completely ignoring the other guy's foul mood. Then the two of them noticed that Lin Moyu could summon a skeleton warrior. In their eyes, only someone with a disgusting, criminal-like class and a dark mind could awaken and summon such undead creatures. so they immediately decided Lin Moyu was no good either. But since they were outside the city where dangers lurked, they weren't stupid enough to start a fight with him, so they took off. Lin Moyu watched them leave and snorted. Lucky for them, if they had actually dared to make a move, he would have paid them back 100 times over. After that, Lin Moyu went back to his business of leveling up, but the experience points he was getting now were too little. After level 10, you needed 3 times the experience to level up. By his calculation, he'd need to kill 5,000 goblins just to gain 1 level. Even with his skeleton warriors tirelessly blitzing their way through, Lin Moyu wasn't sure if he could even reach level 11 by tonight. Since time was limited, he decided not to return to the inner city tonight. Although many people had warned him that it was extremely dangerous outside at night, if he wanted to get into Xiaojing Academy, he had to work many times harder than others. At his current leveling speed, he might reach level 13 tomorrow, but it was unclear if he could hit level 15 the day after. And after level 15, the leveling speed would drop even more. Lin Moyu would also lose a day to travel back for the college entrance exam. By that calculation, the highest he could possibly get was level 16. The more Lin Moyu thought about it, the more confused he became. He had no idea how his sister managed to reach level 16 last year. Even if she was the legendary Blade Dancer class, her leveling speed absolutely couldn't surpass his. The more he thought, the more he felt like he was missing something. Then he remembered the dungeon at the West Sea Mine. Could it be that his sister teamed up with others last year and got more experience from a nightmare difficulty dungeon? That must be why Lin Mohan came home seriously injured that one time. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu unconsciously clenched his fists. He guessed he was probably on the right track and decided to check out the West Sea Mine tomorrow. Night fell. A single skeleton warrior stood guard beside the meditating Lin Moyu. The rest were still farming monsters in the forest. Suddenly, a crack echoed as someone stepped on a dry branch. Lin Moyu's eyes snapped open warily. Not many people came out here to grind levels at midnight like him. Was this person lost? Or were they here with a grudge? However, Lin Moyu quickly recognized the newcomer as the female assassin from earlier that day. The girl approached him because she was starving, and in her choke, Lin Moyu offered her a bottle of water. She ended up chugging it like she was dying of thirst. He had no idea how long it had been since she'd eaten or drunk anything. After finishing the sweet potato, she asked for his name. Lin Moyu, who was never one for conversation, didn't answer, but the girl wasn't discouraged. You don't like to talk? How about this then? Let's use the probe skill on each other. After a moment's thought, Lin Moyu agreed and held out a finger. The probe skill was activated between them, but it had no effect on his side. He couldn't see any of her information, while the girl just gave him a mischievous smile. Hee, you got nothing, right? As for her, she had basically grasped all of Lin Moyu's important information. It was just that his Necromancer class was so strange, she had never heard of it before. But after secretly observing, she had seen the skeleton next to him and guessed that it was a creature summoned by Lin Moyu. Being able to summon the undead is extremely rare, which proved his class was anything but ordinary. Hey, why aren't you talking? Don't tell me you're mute. You don't look like it. The girl chattered on, no different from that blonde kid Gao Yang. After a while, Lin Moyu managed to force out 2 words. Why not? Oh, so you can talk. The girl was overjoyed. Why not? Lin Moyu repeated robotically. You want to know why the probe skill didn't work, right? It's because of this. She then took out a badge, explaining that it was a shield badge. As long as she carried it, people 10 levels lower than her couldn't use the probe skill on her. Then she made the badge disappear and told Lin Moyu to try using the probe skill on her again. This time, he actually got her information. Her name was Ning Yi, a level 19 night assassin. But just as they were talking, the skeleton warrior detected a few more uninvited guests. It was the same group that had mistakenly attacked him in the morning. Now, there were 3 of them instead of 2. Ning Yi frowned and stood up. These guys are so persistent. It's just one intermediate skill scroll, isn't it? They've been chasing me for days and still won't give up. Then she turned to Lin Moyu and said, I have to go. I'll find you later if I get the chance. But before she could even leave, an arrow came flying aggressively towards her. A red light suddenly appeared above their heads. Nin Wai realized it was a marking arrow, an archer's anti-stealth skill. This skill marks a target, making them easier to see and preventing them from entering stealth mode. It's specifically used to counter assassins with stealth abilities and certain monsters that can turn invisible. Looks like they came prepared. You're not getting away this time. I knew you 2 were accomplices. A filthy rat of an assassin, paired with a shady, evil, undead summoner. A match made in heaven, indeed. Just this morning, Lam Mac New had said he was lucky they hadn't come after him yet. Looks like he'll have to take that back now. Especially that archer, who had shot at him twice for no reason. But she didn't want to involve an innocent person, so she said, he has nothing to do with this. I'll give you the skill scroll. Let's just go our separate ways. Don't touch an innocent person. But that archer refused. He said that if Nin Y had said this a day earlier, they would have been fine with it. But now, they felt that only taking her life would be the safest option. After all, dead men tell no tales. That way, no one would ever know they possessed this intermediate skill scroll. Seeing that negotiation was impossible, Nin Y quietly told Lam Mak Nu to run first, while she stayed behind to hold them off. In her eyes, Lam Mak Nu was just a level 10 professional, and she couldn't let him get dragged into her mess. "What about you?" Lam Mak Nu asked. "I'm a shadow assassin. The night is my home turf. I have my own ways to escape," Nin Yi replied with a chuckle, trying to look relaxed, but Lam Mak Nu knew she was lying to reassure him. If Nin Y could really beat them, she wouldn't have had to run for her life so miserably during the day. Their opponents were clearly stronger. There were 3 of them, and Nin Y had already been hit with the marking skill, rendering her stealth useless. "Enough talk, let's not waste any more time. Make your move," the archer shouted to his teammates. Immediately, the mage in the group raised his staff. He used an illumination spell to dispel the darkness in a large area. Not only did it increase his spell accuracy, but it also countered the assassin's stealth skill. Nin Y gritted her teeth. The situation was looking worse and worse for her, but she had no choice but to risk it all. At that moment, all 3 enemies were ready to attack from 3 different directions. Lam Mak Nu didn't run. Instead, he calmly summoned a new skeleton warrior. To those guys, his undead summon was truly a disgusting sight. The mage in the group was about to use his fireball spell and his level 20 magic skills to blast him to ashes. Without a second thought, Nin Y grabbed Lam Mak Nu's arm, trying to pull him away. But she then realized her feet had been bound by the enemy's psychic threads at some point. At the same time, the archer across from them fired 3 arrows at once with triple the attack power. Nin Yi's eyes widened in shock. A fireball from behind, 3 arrows from the front. She knew she couldn't escape this pincer attack. On pure instinct, Nin Yi shoved Lam Mak Nu aside. She intended to take the full force of both attacks herself. But what she never expected was that the skeleton warrior he had summoned could block the attacks from both sides. Then, it launched a powerful counterattack. This time, it was their turn to tremble in fear. How is this possible? The probe spell clearly showed this kid is just a level 10 necromancer. They were all professionals above level 20, yet they couldn't take him down. His summon had even nullified their attacks. They finally used a probe on the skeleton warriors and were stunned to find their stats were sky high. Looks like it's not so clear who's the hunter and who's the prey. To completely corner them, Lam Mak Nu summoned all of his skeleton warriors, forming an army to surround the enemy. Seeing this, Nin Yi's jaw dropped in astonishment. Lam Mak Nu's skeleton warriors looked ragged and tattered, yet they were this strong. They were nothing like monsters summoned by a level 10 mage. Even the skills of a level 20 archer and mage couldn't scratch them. Plus, there were so many of them, it made no sense for a normal summoner's spiritual power. Lam Mak Nu currently had his eyes closed. His silence only made the 3 of them more anxious. And when Lam Mak Nu opened his eyes, he ordered all 44 of his skeleton warriors to charge forward together. This time, there was no escape for the 3 of them. The first one targeted was the level 21 mage. He hastily created a protective barrier, but it was useless. Lam Mak Nu's skeleton warriors only needed to tap it lightly with their weapons to shatter the barrier. Although their opponent struggled to fight back, he couldn't escape the fate of being sliced in half by a skeleton warrior's sword. The next one was the archer. His agility stat was already at 1,500 points, yet as he tried to flee, he was still relentlessly pursued by Lam Mak Nu's summons. The situation became even more difficult as there was nowhere for him to run, and when he realized his teammate had been insta-killed in just a few seconds, he panicked even more and ultimately joined his friend. The one who surprised Lam Mak Nu the most was the only knight in the group, because he was able to activate the ultimate defense skill. This was one of the core skills of a knight. For a short period, defense power is massively increased. A level 20 knight using this skill could withstand attacks from a level 40 mage. A knight who has mastered ultimate defense and one who hasn't are like 2 completely different classes. The difference in their strength is enormous. However, his skill couldn't be maintained for long, while Lam Mak Nu's skeleton warriors stuck to him like leeches. By now, he was starting to regret it. If he'd known things would turn out like this, he never would have come. To lose his life over an intermediate scroll was just not worth it. This time, it was Lam Mak Nu's turn to activate his skill. He couldn't let anyone escape. If you're going to strike, you have to wipe them out completely. His skeleton warrior immediately activated its personal skill, Berserk Punch, dealing 200% damage to the target. Currently, the skeleton warrior's strength stat was already at 1,500 points. With the personal skill, that became 3,000 points. The knight's ultimate defense skill could last for 1 minute, but the more intense the attacks it took, the shorter the duration would be. He was about to break. When the ultimate defense finally shattered, he was surrounded by Lam Mak Nu's skeleton warriors. The reason he was so ruthless was that he still remembered what his older sister had taught him. Either don't do it at all, or when you do, show no mercy. When Nin Wai saw the 3 professionals who had tormented her for days being slaughtered by Lam Mak Nu in less than a minute, she was utterly terrified. He hadn't even moved an inch. After a professional dies, the items in their storage space also drop. Lam Mak Nu stepped forward, wanting to see if they had anything useful. The first item was a bronze tier enlightenment scepter, which increased spirit by 20 points, could boost mage skill power by 5%, and was usable after level 18. Next was a bronze tier enlightenment battle bow that increased agility by 20 points, could boost arrow skill power by 5%, and was also usable after level 18. After that was a bronze tier enlightenment shield, which increased constitution by 20 points, could boost the effectiveness of defensive skills by 5%, and had a similar level requirement. Finally, there was the Enlightenment Sword, which increased strength by 10 points and constitution by 10 points, boosting the power of physical attack skills by 5%. Nin Wai realized these were all weapons dropped in the Enlightenment Orc Legion dungeon. It's a level 20 dungeon outside of Shaohai City. It seems those 3 often ran dungeons in this area. Although these 4 pieces of equipment were useless to Lam Mak Nagu, he still collected them to sell for some money later. Then he discovered another beginner skill scroll. This thing was relatively valuable. Selling it could fetch 10,000 gold coins, so Lam Mak Nu was a bit hesitant about whether to sell it or use it. You don't have any beginner scrolls yet, do you? Then you should use it. Although there's a chance you'll get a skill you already have, you might also get a new one. Nin Yi said excitedly, "That skill scroll is just a beginner one. It's not worth much. You're not thinking of selling it, are you? Are you that short on money?" Lam Mak Nagu saw how she didn't care at all about 10,000 gold coins and figured her family background must be extraordinary. He then turned and asked Nin Wai how to use it. She said it was very simple. He just had to hold the skill, scroll tightly, and then say the word, use. Lam Mak Nagu did as she said, but absolutely nothing happened. The atmosphere fell silent for about 5 seconds, before being shattered by Nin Yai's crisp laughter. "Oh no, that's not it. You didn't say it loud enough. You have to shout it to use it." Lam Mak Nagu looked at her teasing smile and guessed she was messing with him, and also figured that he had to use spiritual power to activate the skill scroll. He immediately poured his spiritual power into it. A look of disappointment was clear on Niniai's face. "How did you figure it out so quickly? My prank was a total failure." After that, Lam Mak Nu did indeed obtain a new skill called Corpse Explosion. Using it would allow him to detonate a corpse, dealing 10% damage to enemies within a 1-meter radius. Getting a new skill meant this scroll wasn't a loss at all. In the eyes of a necromancer, even a corpse has life. Although this skill was quite weak, when combined with his talent, the enhanced damage could reach a radius of 10 meters. And as long as there was a detonated corpse, it could continue to damage surrounding enemies, making it a truly useful area of effect attack skill. In anyone else's hands, this would just be a mediocre skill. But because of Lam Mak Nu's talent, almost all skills became godly. "So? Did you learn a new skill?" Nin Wai chirped beside him. "Learned it," Lam Mak Nagu replied curtly. "Your voice is so nice to listen to. Why don't you like talking? What a waste." She just giggled, not at all discouraged by Lam Mak Nu's quiet nature. He also realized this girl wasn't like the other female students at his school, so he made an exception and complimented her. "Your voice is also very nice to listen to." "Heh, thanks. I know my voice is nice too." Nin Wai seemed very happy. Then, to thank him for saving her life, Nin Ye gave him something, an intermediate skill scroll, the very thing that had caused those people to chase her for days. This item could awaken a skill from level 40 to level 70. On the trading market, it was worth up to 1 million gold coins, 100 times more than the beginner scroll. This thing was incredibly precious and the reason Nin Wai had been hunted for days, yet now she was just handing it over to him. Lam Mak Nu tried to suppress his surprise and suspicion. Nin Wai seemed to understand his doubt and took the initiative to explain. She said that she had chanced upon a treasure chest in the barracks of the Kaimon Orc Legion in Shaohai City. These kinds of treasure chests appear randomly, and only lucky people can find them. She opened it and found this intermediate skill scroll. But unexpectedly, she was spotted by those bad guys. Nin Wai immediately ran, and they chased her, wanting to rob her. Although it wasn't worth that much to her, how could she just hand over something she'd worked so hard to get? That's why she ran for her life when they chased her. As a result, she ran for several days straight, all the way from Shaohai City to Shihai City. Those guys are as annoying as flies. Hearing her recount these dangerous events in such a casual tone, Lam Mak Nu couldn't help but say, "You almost died just now. Don't worry, I can't die. When I'm hit in a vital spot, I get automatically teleported away, but I still have to thank you. Otherwise, even if I didn't die, I would have been seriously injured." At this point, Nin Wai shrank back and shivered. She said that what she was actually most afraid of was pain, not dying. Lam Macnu let out a sigh. It seemed he had worried for nothing. Based on the way she talked, Nin Y was clearly the young lady of some rich family, loaded with treasures and basically unkillable. I just gave you that intermediate skill scroll. Do you have any more food? I could starve to death, Nin Y said again. So, Lam Mac and Gu gave her another sweet potato. After that, the two began to talk more comfortably. Nin Y saw that he was only level 10, but had come here to level up, and guessed that Lam Mac Nu hadn't taken his college entrance exams yet. Which school are you planning to apply to? She asked. Xiajing Academy, Lam Mac Nu replied. Nin Y nodded, saying that it was a very good school. Moreover, with Lam Mac Nu's strength, she felt he wouldn't have a problem getting into any school. Who had ever heard of a level 10 easily fighting against level 20 professionals? And it was 1 against 3, no less. If you can't get into Xiajing Academy, then no one can. Then Nin Y reminded Lam Mac Nu that if he went to study at Xiajing University later, he must go challenge their divine tower of Xia, because the rewards for the first challenge are doubled. You should try to climb as high as you can. You'll get a lot of accumulated points that way. At Xiajing Academy, these accumulated points are more useful than money. Also, within Xiajing Academy, there's the Creation God Academy. If you can get in, you absolutely must. Nin Y chattered on for so long that she fell asleep. Lam Mac Nu covered her with a jacket and then entered a state of meditation to restore his spiritual power. The next morning, as soon as Nin Y woke up, she demanded sweet potatoes. Lam Mac Nu had already given her a lot, but she still complained it wasn't enough. More? Can't you give me a little more? A man should be generous. Hand it over. I'm really out, Lam Mac Nu shrugged, feeling helpless against someone for the first time. Nin Y just beamed, hugging the pile of sweet potatoes and saying she had to go level up too. If we're destined, we'll meet again. You should level up quickly too, then you can take me leveling with you in the future. Nin Y left him with these words and then ran off. Lam Mac Nu watched her retreating back, not even having time to say goodbye. What a strange girl. After being left alone, he could finally test out the corpse explosion skill he had learned yesterday. And the test subjects for this skill were, of course, the 3 unlucky professionals who had dared to mess with him yesterday. As soon as Lam Mac-Ngu activated the skill, a huge explosion occurred. Just as he predicted, after being enhanced by his talent, the explosion's range was significantly larger, and it was a 360-degree blast with no blind spots. It was truly a godly skill for destroying corpses and erasing all traces. Now, with what he had, Lam Mac-Nu felt much more confident and decided to head to the Shihai mining area dungeon to earn experience points. Upgrading a skeleton warrior from black iron rank to bronze required 70 points of spiritual power to summon one, and his current maximum spiritual power was only 300. Lam Mac-Nogu had spent the entire night meditating just to recover enough to summon 4 more. This brought the total number in his skeleton warrior legion to 48. Meanwhile, his summoning space now had a capacity of 100. But Lam Mac-Nu wasn't in a hurry. He believed that one day, his summoning space would be completely filled. Lam Mac-Nu walked straight there and finally saw the entrance to the Shihai mining area dungeon. Many other professionals had already gathered here. They were all looking for teammates, and most were attempting normal difficulty, except for one party that was challenging nightmare difficulty. Lam Mac-Nagu walked up alone. On the difficulty selection panel, there were only 2 options, normal and nightmare. Although there was no hell difficulty, normal difficulty already had elite monsters, which were several times stronger than the monsters outside. Nightmare difficulty had enhanced elite monsters, making it even harder. Normally, challenging normal difficulty required a 3-person party consisting of a warrior, a mage, and a healer. Nightmare difficulty required at least 5 people to form a team with 2 supports and 2 attackers. Just then, a professional suddenly walked over and used a detection skill on Lam Mac-Nu. It seemed like he was looking for a summoner. However, Lin Moyu was wearing the shielding badge that Nin Y had given him, so the person's probing skill failed. Moreover, the terrifying-looking skeleton warrior walking beside him gave the other party quite a scare. Because of this, the other party immediately determined that Lin Moyu's abilities were not to be trifled with. They invited him to join their party to run the dungeon with them. After all, they were short 1 main combat class. Besides, this was an elite team challenging the nightmare difficulty. They promised that if any equipment dropped, they'd all split it evenly. But Lin Moyu flatly refused. Then he decided to select nightmare difficulty and challenge this dungeon alone. Lin Moyu stepped through the entrance gate, fast as a gust of wind, leaving all the adventurers present completely stunned. No way, he wants to challenge it alone? That's way too arrogant. My friend just used a probing skill but couldn't see his information. I wonder what level he is and what his class is. Alright, let's just wait and see if he can make it out alive. He might look all gloomy and scary, but who knows, he could be as weak as a chicken. At this moment, Lin Moyu had already entered the dungeon. The thick stench of blood made him extremely uncomfortable. Right now, Lin Moyu was standing inside a protective circle. It seemed that as soon as he stepped out of this circle, he would be detected and attacked by monsters. Not far away was a Mind Guardian Goblin, a level 14 enhanced elite monster. Its strength value was 800 points, agility 400 points, spirit 200 points, and constitution 1000 points. It also had a stunning attack skill. As expected of an enhanced elite monster, its attributes were several times higher than a normal monster's. Its strength and constitution were both very high, indicating that its attack and defense were both extraordinary. Without a team, an ordinary class user would have no way of clearing this nightmare-level dungeon. But Lin Moyu was different. Although the attributes of that enhanced elite monster were high, they were still far inferior to his skeleton warriors. Lin Moyu summoned all his skeleton warriors, ready for the challenge. As he stepped out of the protective circle, a bloody battle began. What surprised Lin Moyu the most was that after the first Mind Guardian Goblin was defeated, he received 4,200 experience points. This number was 10 times higher than that of a normal monster of the same level. In other words, killing one monster here was equivalent to killing 10 outside. Lin Moyu immediately grew eager. It only took about 2 seconds to kill a monster, which meant his leveling speed could be much faster. As expected, coming here was the right decision. He immediately had his skeleton warriors spread out to every nook and cranny, leaving no path unchecked to gain as much experience as possible. He left only a single one by his side to help transfer damage when needed. After 5 minutes, Lin Moyu reached level 11, but he still thought this speed was too slow. The good thing was that after leveling up, his spirit power would be fully restored, allowing Lin Moyu to summon 4 more skeleton warriors. After surpassing level 10, the attribute growth increased even more. Before, each level up increased constitution, strength, and agility by 10 points. Now, it had become 20 points, and spirit power increased by a full 100 points. Lin Moyu calculated silently. As his level increased, the attributes boosted by his talent skill would grow larger and larger. His skeleton warrior's attribute values had now reached 1,700. However, one thing puzzled him. All his skills had leveled up. Only Corpse Explosion, which he had just learned, was still stuck at level 1. Sigh. If Nin Wai were here, she might know what's going on. Lin Moyu let out a long sigh, suddenly wondering where that strange girl was now. Then, he received a notification that the current area had been cleared. At the same time, his level 11 experience bar had risen to 32.2 to 2%. Immediately after, the Mind Wolf King, a level 15 elite leader, appeared. Its stats were 2,000 points for strength and agility, 1,000 for spirit, and 2,500 for constitution, along with the Beast Roar skill. Even the area leader's attributes have reached this level. It seems the final boss's attributes will be even more powerful. Although its attributes were higher than his skeleton warriors, it was a pity that it was ultimately alone, so he wasn't too afraid. His entire skeleton army charged forward. The Mind Wolf King immediately used its Beast Roar skill to send them flying. With the skeleton warrior's constitution, they could barely withstand the damage from the Wolf King. Right after, Lin Moyu ordered them to use their individual skill, Frenzied Punch, to counterattack. The larger the enemy's body, the more advantageous it was for his legion of skeleton warriors. The Mind Wolf King once again launched its Beast Roar skill, but Lin Moyu assessed that the skill's attack power was very ordinary, only the knockback effect was decent. However, it was still very clear which side had the advantage. What he didn't expect was that the Mind Wolf King suddenly turned and fled. His skeleton warriors were about to chase it into the cave. But Lin Moyu sensed that something was not right and ordered his entire army to return. From the cave where the Mind Wolf King had just fled, a pack of level 14 ferocious mind wolves appeared. Their stats were 600 points for strength and agility, 200 for spirit, and 1,000 for constitution, and they possessed the individual skill, Tier. Although their attributes weren't strong, their numbers were overwhelming. There had to be at least over 100 of them. If it were an ordinary class user, even a 5-person party would have no way to deal with so many ferocious mind wolves. But Lin Moyu was a necromancer, so these were all his experience points. As soon as Lin Moyu gave the command, his army charged forward once again. Then, Lin Moyu combined it with his new skill, Corpse Explosion. After being enhanced by his talent, the damage from Corpse Explosion became 100% of the wolves' life force, resulting in a one-shot kill. With just one explosion, Lin Moyu had wiped out countless wolves. The process of clearing out this wolf pack was very fast. After all its subjects were eliminated, the Mind Wolf King was forced to appear again, but by now, it was very weak and couldn't take any more damage. The result was obvious to anyone. But what disappointed Lin Moyu the most was that this wolf was only worth 15,000 experience points, equivalent to just 5 of the previous wolves. The value was too low. However, his luck wasn't bad, as the items dropped from this wolf were still valuable. They were a wolf king's tooth and a low-grade monster crystal. Lin Moyu looked at the deep dark path ahead of him. He guessed that if he kept following and clearing this path, he would probably meet the final boss very soon. Lin Moyu even considered soloing a hell difficulty dungeon after this. He would surely be able to gain more experience points. Now, as they ventured deeper inside, they encountered level 15 elite goblins, earning 4,500 experience points for each kill. The Skeleton Legion's monster farming speed had decreased, but not significantly. In this dungeon run, Lin Moyu had gained a level in just over an hour. With this efficiency, after a few more dungeon runs, let alone reaching level 16, even reaching level 18 or 19 was possible. Sis, we'll meet again soon, Lin Moyu thought to himself. After eliminating all the elite goblins, Lin Moyu met the Goblin King, a level 16 leader class monster. Its strength was 3,000 points. Its agility and spirit stats were 1,500 points, and its constitution was also 3,000 points. This monster had 2 personal skills, sweeping flame breath and pushback. Lin Moyu predicted that just by defeating it, he could level up to 12. But as expected of a boss, its attributes, especially its strength and constitution, were quite a bit higher than his skeleton warriors. The awakened Goblin King was furious and immediately unleashed an attack straight at Lin Moyu. Thanks to the damage transfer skill, he was completely unharmed. However, the skeleton warrior that took the damage for him instantly shattered. The current number in Lin Moyu's legion dropped from 56 to 54. The Goblin King could actually shatter 2 of his skeleton warriors with a single blow. Lin Moyu quickly realized the problem here was that his own attributes were too weak, with his constitution at only 120 points. Against the Goblin King's 3,000 strength, his defensive barrier was completely useless. Therefore, the damage received by the skeleton warriors was naturally much heavier. Lin Moyu couldn't help but feel frustrated as he realized that he himself seemed to be the only weak link. Looks like I'll have to work on physical training more in the future. After observing, Lin Moyu felt that his skeleton warriors couldn't face the boss head-on in terms of pure strength, but he had a massive legion while it was all alone, so it was still uncertain who would win this battle. In fact, Lin Moyu didn't believe for a second that he would lose. Moyu was pleased that everything was going according to plan. At this rate, it'll be worn down to death by my army of skeletons. He then continued to release more skeletons. Behind him, the shadow of a monster leaped up. The Goblin King unleashed its suppression skill. Moyu noted that this suppression skill was much stronger than the Wolf King's howl. It opened its mouth and roared out fire, flames erupting forth. Health, 259 out of 1,700. He immediately ordered them to return to the summoning space. Then, he instantly thought about how to interrupt its skill. The Goblin King opened its huge mouth and spat out scorching flames to counter the blue fire Moyu was using. Soul Flame, minus 40 spirit power. The system continuously announced, Soul Flame. Each attack made it clutch its face and scream in agony. I don't have much spirit power left, he told himself. I have to take this chance to get it and follow up with a frenzied attack. Seeing the Goblin King's pained expression, Moyu felt relieved that it should be fine now. A notification board appeared above. Killed the Goblin King. Experience plus 40,000. Received bronze grade weapon. Goblin's dagger. Received bronze grade armor. Robe of knowledge. Received core of the Goblin King. He celebrated, I finally reached level 12. To maintain the soul flame, my spirit power was completely drained. Luckily, leveling up restores spirit power. Once I've checked the loot, I can leave the dungeon. Moyu was a little worried. Although a necromancer is considered a type of mage, my skills are different from a mage's. If there's no cooldown, this robe seems useless. The plus 10 to spirit and stamina is decent though. The system also registered. Robe of knowledge, bronze grade armor, spirit plus 10, stamina plus 10. Reduces mage skill cooldown time by 5%, usable after level 12. He held the orange core in his hand. This core could be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins at the trading house, making it much more valuable than the other 2 pieces of equipment. The haul from this dungeon run wasn't bad. Moyu calculated that after leveling up, his spirit power was fully restored, and he could summon 4 more skeletons. According to the information received, summoning a level 12 skeleton costs 110 spirit power. Summoning space, 60 out of 110. Skeletons, 60. Spirit power, 510. I should get going, he told himself. Then, Moyu calmly called for a teleport. Everyone outside was shocked by the scene before them. He's out. I can't believe he actually came out alive. Look at his gear. Doesn't that look like the robe of knowledge? Could he have really cleared the dungeon by himself? You're right. That is the robe of knowledge. Unbelievable. He looks so young. I never thought he'd be a big shot who could clear the dungeon alone. Moyu walked coldly past the crowd, thinking only one thing. The dungeon cooldown is 12 hours. The experience from grinding wild monsters is too low. Killing a dozen of them isn't even worth one monster in the dungeon. I'll just wait for the dungeon to open again. This cooldown period is a good time to meditate and recover some spirit power. He went to a secluded spot to reflect. This dungeon run not only helped me find my biggest weakness, but it also helped me understand the range of uses for my skills. He then recalled the recent battle, thinking to himself, Corpse Explosion is very useful, truly an unparalleled AoE skill. Soul Flame can not only interrupt enemy skills, but its defense-ignoring spirit attack is also extremely powerful. Even a nightmare-level boss can barely withstand it. In the blink of an eye, 12 hours had passed. Moyu's expression turned a bit somber as he thought, my spirit power is almost fully recovered. I can summon 4 skeletons again. Moyu slowly descended the mountain. Those people who roam the wilderness are, on the contrary, very experienced and well prepared. As he walked, he recalled that scene and smiled faintly. Suddenly, Moyu was bewildered by the scene ahead and wondered, what's going on? A loud argument erupted. You guys from the Dynasty Guild are too damn arrogant. On what grounds are you stopping us from entering the dungeon? Yeah, on what grounds? It's not like the Dynasty Guild owns this dungeon. Us going in doesn't affect you. Zhaoji gripped his weapon, cutting them off. Our young guild master is completing a quest in the dungeon. Until his quest is finished, none of you can enter. Hearing this, the crowd erupted in protest. What gives you the right? The Dynasty Guild is seriously too damn overbearing. When words failed, violence took over. Without another word, Zhaoji attacked them. He raised his weapon and swung it down hard. Bam! The blow struck a man nearby, sending him flying. The man next to him trembled in fear. He's dead! How could you just kill someone like that? Zuo Mei replied nonchalantly. So what if we kill this lowly adventurer? The man with hollow cheeks added with a scornful look. If you've got the guts, come to the Dynasty Guild for revenge. We'll be waiting. Seeing this, they stammered, You people. Mo Yu curiously asked, What's going on? Ah, it's the big shot who cleared the dungeon alone. The young man with the ponytail recognized him and explained, It's like this. The Dynasty Guild needs a goblin core, but the drop rate for this core is very low. Only the nightmare-level dungeon has a small chance of dropping it. What's more, it only drops once every 100 days. Today happens to be the 100th day since the last drop, so they've sealed off this place. Right now, their young guildmaster is doing a quest in the dungeon, so they're not letting any of us in. According to the young man with the ponytail, that quest on the trading house board was actually posted by the Dynasty Guild, but no one has ever been able to complete it. Ridiculous. The Goblin Core is worth at least 30,000 gold coins. They're only offering 10,000 to buy it. Only a fool would sell it to them. Hearing this, Mo Yu recalled what he had gotten in the dungeon and thought to himself, what a coincidence. Mo Yu asked further, What's this core used for? The young man with the ponytail explained enthusiastically, The Goblin King's core can be crafted by an alchemist into the Ring of the Goblin King. All stats plus 10, all skills plus 1 level, and you can use it at level 15. It's known as the strongest accessory under level 40. The ring appeared along with an information panel. Ring of the Goblin King, all attributes plus 10, all skills plus 1 level, equipment level 15. Moyu glanced at it thinking, such powerful stats. It's truly formidable. For a new adventurer, it's practically a god-like item. The young man with the ponytail provided more information. I heard the young guild master of the Dynasty Guild wants to get into Xiajing Academy, so he absolutely has to get this piece of equipment. The Dynasty Guild has no shortage of alchemists. All the other materials are ready. They're just missing the Goblin King's core. Hearing this, Mo Yu turned and walked away. I don't care what that guild does, but getting in the way of my grinding is not an option. The young man with the ponytail was confused by his action. Hey, where are you going? Come back. We can't afford to provoke the Dynasty Guild. You'll get yourself killed. Zhaoji kicked the person on the ground with a smug look. Daring to act tough in front of me when you're not even in a guild? Next time, don't show your face in front of the Dynasty Guild. Got it? You want to die too? Mo Yu walked over coldly with his skeletons, passing through the crowd and heading towards the dungeon gate. He glared and growled, Move! You're interrupting my grinding. Seeing this, the man threatened arrogantly. You little brat, did a goblin smash your brains in? Do you have any idea who you're talking to? Mo Yu repeated himself, his eyes beginning to glow. Get out of the way. At that moment, his information displayed Lin Moyu, level 12 Necromancer. Zhaoji saw it and sneered. So, you're just a puny level 12 chicken. Can't you understand words? You're barely good enough to fight wild monsters. What makes you think you can enter a dungeon? A necromancer? Never heard of that. A kind bystander nearby warned, "You should go back. The Dynasty Guild doesn't play by the rules. They'll actually kill you." His expression began to fill with panic when he saw the boy's terrifying state. Why does that kid's gaze make me feel so uneasy? Why isn't he scared? Zhaoji immediately raised his weapon and shouted, cursing, "You little brat! You're asking for death! Take one more step and I'll kill you." His footsteps didn't falter, continuing to advance slowly. The man's expression started to turn grim as he ordered, "Kill him." The information panel appeared. Zhaoji, level 25 mage. He yelled, "A level 12 punk. Even if I stood still and let you hit me, you couldn't break my energy shield. Kill him!" In an instant, Zhaoji was stunned by Moyu's power, as a skeleton soldier charged forward, raising its blade and striking a blow that nearly cracked his shield. What kind of summon is this? How is its attack power so strong? My energy shield can withstand 5 attacks from a warrior of the same level, but now it can only take 1 more at most. His skeleton soldier unleashed a furious blow. Zhaoji's regret came too late. Seeing such a terrifying sight, he thought in a panic, "No, if this attack lands, my energy shield will shatter and I'll die." Zhaoji desperately resisted, shouting as he brandished his staff, unleashing a wave of power that knocked everything near him away to counter the ring of fire. Then, he hastily urged the skeleton soldier beside him. "What are you staring at? Attack!" Zhaoji sighed in relief internally. "I survived." As soon as he regained his composure, Zhaoji immediately started trash-talking. "You ignorant brat, watch me crush your disgusting summon to dust." He hadn't even finished his taunt before Moyu's skeleton soldier struck him again, sending him flying. "I'm a knight. How is this possible?" Before him, the skeleton soldier leaped up, gripping its weapon tightly as it closed in on him. "Kill the summoner. As long as we kill him, the summons will disappear on their own." The other underlings fought back desperately, as one raised his bow and aimed it at him. "You dare provoke the Dynasty Guild? Die!" Moyu remained calm and stood still, ignoring the agitated crowd. "Be careful. Get out of here, quick!" Then, he raised his hand and summoned his skeleton soldiers. "Come forth!" Instantly, 2 skeleton warriors charged forward, each one brimming with power. Seeing this, the man with the sunken cheeks gaped in astonishment. "What?" The red-lipped woman also stared at the scene in utter shock. Facing Moyu, Zhaoji realized in a panic that there wasn't just one summon. He hid behind his underlings and ordered, "Block them for me." He quietly unleashed his power. "Frenzied Fire Serpent!" Zhaoji frantically cursed. "Damn it, that's a rare skill that only level 20 mages can learn. Only 1/3 of mages can master the Frenzied Fire Serpent. This is a mage's strongest offensive skill. He's in deep trouble." Moyu advanced unhurriedly like a god, with torrents of power surging behind his every step. Zhaoji's forehead was covered in sweat, but he still put up a brave front and threatened him. "This time, you're dead for sure." Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, blowing away all the surrounding skeletons. Just then, a horde of skeleton warriors appeared. Zhaoji's face went pale with fear. "How are there so many? These monsters already outnumber us." Zhaoji raised a hand to the sky and yelled, "Party, form up! Engage the enemy!" A series of notifications appeared. Strength enhanced, agility enhanced, spirit enhanced, speed enhanced, soul of the berserker. He frowned, but still forced a smile as he ordered, "Support classes, apply buffs." Then he thought to himself, "Our guild is incredibly experienced. Our coordination is flawless. The Dynasty Guild is invincible." At that moment, Moyu turned his head and said, "All of you, stand back." The white-haired man had to compromise. "All right." He held out his hand to summon his power, Soul Flame. Streams of power shot out, striking Zhaoji's men one by one, causing them to panic and immediately use healing spells. He ignored their panicked and pale expressions. He still remained aloof and praised them, as expected of members from the Dynasty Guild. "Your healing spells are well-timed." The woman's eyes widened in fear. "He's dead." Only then did Zhaoji react, looking at the scene before him and wondering, "What?" His mind reeled as he thought, "Is our Dynasty Guild really being slaughtered by a single person?" On the other side, Moyu gave the order to focus attacks on one person. Nearby, a soldier who could no longer hold on yelled, "Maximum defense!" The information panel appeared, Rage Strike. More and more skeleton soldiers kept charging forward. He couldn't hold on any longer and screamed, "I can't take it anymore." Zhaoji's face was stricken with panic as he pleaded for help. "Hurry and reinforce! Where's the support? Buff him up!" Finally, the man's defense was shattered. "Huh?" A stream of power like a blue flame surrounded him, making him scream, "Support! Help me!" Looking at the tragic scene before him, Zhaoji despaired. "It's over. There's a hole in our formation." He began to regret it, thinking to himself, "Run. That brat is not human at all." A skeleton raised its weapon beside him, and in that moment, the boy's face appeared like that of the Grim Reaper at his door. It's too late to run. Moyu chanted the spell. Corpse explosion! Upon hearing the command, the skeleton immediately swung its sword fiercely at Zhaoji. After being upgraded by his talent, the range of the corpse explosion skill had expanded to 10 meters. At the same time, it dealt damage equal to 100% of the corpse's health value. Watching everything explode, he said to himself, the life force of a knight is among the highest of all classes. Using 100% of a knight's life force as the benchmark, no one should be able to survive. The soldiers tried desperately to flee in vain, but it was too late. His eyes widened, veins bulging in terror as he watched the scene before him. Fear flashed in Zhao Ji's eyes as he scrambled backward on the ground, crying out, "No!" Moyu stood there, watching as one person after another was engulfed in a sea of blood from the continuous explosions. He coolly and gently wiped a speck of blood from his face, then stepped into another dimension. Behind him, the corpse explosion skill continued to detonate. Mournful voices gradually rose. My God, they're all dead. There's really not a single one left. Even the bodies were destroyed, destroying the bodies to erase all traces. That's truly ruthless and direct. The Dynasty Guild won't let this go. What do we do? A man with his face hidden stepped forward to reassure everyone. Knowing the Dynasty Guild, they will definitely not spare anyone. If we're caught by them, the only outcome is death. Why don't we all retreat now? After all, everyone from the Dynasty Guild is dead, so no one can find us anymore. Half an hour later, Zihao arrived at the scene. He clenched his fists in frustration and cursed. Still couldn't get the core of the elite king. Dark figures slowly stepped out from the teleportation gate. The curly-haired woman turned worriedly and called out, Young Guildmaster? Is no one left? Zihao straightened his clothes and asked, Where did Zhaoji and his group go? The ones who scattered have all disappeared. He ordered, Fire a signal flare. If they're nearby and see it, they'll definitely respond. He wondered, what on earth happened here? Did Zhaoji take his men and run? Zihao's expression began to grow worried. They're all gone. Something definitely happened here. Makes sense. It's best for solo players to leave. The dungeon's at a standstill. I'll come back tomorrow. The next day, Xia Shui arrived. She's a level 10 elemental mage. She thought happily, This lady is finally level 10. I can challenge the West Sea Mine dungeon now, Xia Shui exclaimed in disbelief. It's Lin Moyu. It has to be him. He's the only necromancer. No one else in the world has that summon. He's trying to solo the dungeon. Her expression turned serious. He can already solo the mine dungeon, but I'm a level 10 rare class elemental mage too. Finding a party will be a piece of cake. I won't lose to you. Just you wait. 45 minutes later, Moyu arrived at the Goblin King's lair. After leveling up and meditating to restore my spirit, my skeleton army has grown to 72. Summoning space, 72 out of 100. Skeletons, 72. He reached out, unleashing a power that glowed with green light. Stop sleeping. Get up. System, Goblin King slain. Gained 40,000 experience. Acquired bronze-grade weapon, Goblin King's longbow. Acquired low-grade monster core. Item, Goblin King's longbow. Grade, bronze. Strength plus 10. Agility plus 10. Increases power of bow-type skills by 3%. Requires level 12. Looking down at the fallen beast, Moyu put on an innocent face. Don't be sad. I'll only be back a few more times, and then I'll leave you alone. Besides, you're fated to be killed by someone anyway. Who kills you doesn't make a difference. At least I make it quick, so it hurts a little less. Level 13, 80%. Honestly, I don't even want to kill you. But what can I do? I have to level up. 12 hours later, a sly grin spread across his face. I'm back. Don't be scared. I'll only come 3 more times, then I'll stop for good. We're practically old friends by now, aren't we? The information panel displayed simultaneously. Goblin King slain. Gained 40,000 experience. Acquired bronze-grade weapon. Goblin King's staff. Acquired low-grade monster core. Item, Goblin King's staff. Grade, bronze. Spirit plus 10. Stamina plus 10. Increases power of bow-type skills by 3%. Requires level 12. Current level, 14, 60%. Leaning against a tree somewhere, Moyu silently calculated. His skeleton count had risen to 76, and his 4 main stats had all reached 2,300. It's a shame the skeleton's skills are too basic. They aren't strong enough. Out of nowhere, Xia Shui appeared. Lin Moyu? He saw who it was and thought, Xia Shui. She just got out of the dungeon. She looks like a wreck. She stood there and asked, Lin Moyu, what level are you? He replied, Level 14. Xia Shui was stunned. What? Level 14? How are you that fast? Xia Shui thought to herself. I'm exhausted just from running the normal mine dungeon twice with a party. and I only just reached level 11. Player info, Xia Shui, elemental mage. Level 11. She stared at Moyu, agitated. Even if you're soloing the dungeon, there's no way you could level up that quickly, Xia Shui calculated in her head. In the newbie dungeon, he was level 7 and I was level 5. I was only 2 levels behind him. So how is it that I'm level 11 now and he's already level 14? The gap is getting wider. Her pride stung. She turned her back with a huff. This lady will not admit defeat. He was confused. Didn't she just get out? Why is she already looking for a party to go back in? Does she not have a cooldown timer? She announced loudly. Level 11 elemental mage looking for a party, she thought. One run isn't enough. I need to do a few more. Moyu watched her leave and sighed. She's way too reckless, and she didn't even give me a chance to ask her about it. Another hour later, Xia Shui was growing exhausted. I will not lose to you, he was speechless. Still, Xia Shui was determined to find another party. Mine dungeon, party of 4, looking for one more. Need a mage. I'll go. I'm a level 11 elemental mage. Half an hour later, Xia Shui collapsed completely. I'm dead. But this lady is level 12 now. I'll catch up to you in no time. Moyu asked. Aren't you tired? Xia Shui snapped back. Tired? Of course I'm tired. This lady doesn't want to lift a single finger right now, he asked again. Why? That word infuriated her. Why? You have the nerve to ask times me times why? After being overshadowed by you for all these years, I'm definitely going to surpass you. Moyu put a hand to his forehead, annoyed. Just because of that? If I'd known, I would have just let you win first place in the competition. Xia Shui admitted, of course, it's not just about that. I want to get into Xiajing Academy. You want to get in too, right? So you should understand. He thought, to get into Xiajing Academy, the safe bet is level 15. Level 16 is the safest. At her pace, even level 15 will be very difficult. Moyu advised her. You should be running the dungeon on nightmare mode. That's the only way to level up fast enough. Xia Shui got angry. Are you kidding me? It's not that easy to find an elite team. They all want level 16 or 17 players. I'm only level 12. Who would want me? That's why this lady is better off running the normal dungeon a few more times. Level 14 should be no problem. If I push myself, level 15 isn't impossible. He asked seriously, how are you bypassing the cooldown timer? Xia Shui was extremely smug. You mean, you don't know? She had a mischievous look. So there's something you don't know after all. Say a few nice things and maybe I'll tell you. Finally, she sighed. You're such an idiot. Can't you even take a joke? Here. It's a cooldown amulet. It's an item that lets me shorten the dungeon cooldown time. The amulet displayed, primary cooldown amulet. Uses 7 out of 10. Description, can shorten dungeon cooldown time. Only effective on dungeons below level 20. Moyu was surprised. So a thing like this actually exists. Xia Shui asked, get it now? Moyu asked naively. Is that thing expensive? She answered honestly. It's probably pretty expensive. My dad looked like it pained him to give it to me. At that, Moyu pondered, looks like there's no way for me to get one of those amulets. She ruffled her hair and sighed in frustration. There are 2 days left. I have to use all 7 charges, plus my own natural cooldowns. I need to run the dungeon at least 9 more times to guarantee I hit level 15. God, this lady is going to die from exhaustion. Seeing this, Moyu didn't know what to do for a moment. After hesitating, he spoke up. I can take you through the dungeon. I guarantee you'll hit level 15, and you won't even have to lift a finger. Xia Shui's face lit up. How could I forget this guy can solo the dungeon? If we run it together, the experience will be even better, and I won't have to do anything. But if I do that, won't I never be able to close the level gap between us? Xia Shui's face lit up. Okay, I agree. You carry me through the dungeon, and I'll share the amulet charges with you, she thought. But then again, if I don't run it with him, I won't be able to keep up with his level anyway. Whatever. Sooner or later, I'll catch up to him. Moyu spoke, laying out his plan for her. Get some rest first. We'll start in 2 hours. Xia Shui stretched and replied, sounds good. This lady will take a nap. At the same time, a system notification sound announced that her spiritual power was recovering. 2 hours later, Xia Shui woke up, stretched, and sighed. Wow, 2 hours went by fast. Moyu tapped his watch, and immediately, a skull icon appeared. Xia Shui panicked. Wait a second. Are you choosing nightmare mode? Standing behind him, she wondered aloud. The monster stats are so high. This is definitely nightmare difficulty. Lin Moyu, did you pick the wrong one? He ignored her, simply saying in a detached voice, stay close to me. Xia Shui grumbled as she followed. Lin Moyu, are you crazy? We're going to die. Her mind was a mess, but she knew if she ran out of the dungeon now, he'd definitely laugh at her. Moyu urged her on. Hurry up. You're not scared, are you? Xiaoxue quickly denied it. No way I'm scared. Then she yelled out in a panic. Why aren't they fighting back? But Xiaoxue was starting to notice that even with such high stats, the monsters couldn't do any damage to his skeletons at all. A thought then crossed her mind. Lin Moyu, what exactly are you planning? The next scene left Xiaoxue speechless. She stared at the huge white beast in front of her and muttered, "This is the Nightmare Mode Mine Wolf King. It's twice the size of the one in normal mode." He calmly channeled his power as usual, and an orb appeared in his hand. Moyu chanted, "Corpse Explosion." He figured that fighting like before was a waste of time. Using Corpse Explosion to one-shot them will save me a lot of time and energy. A series of attacks were unleashed, along with a status notification. Level 14 Mine Guard Goblin slain. Gained 2,100 experience. Xiaoxue was stunned. Her EXP bar just jumped 30% in an instant. She watched the battle before her with disbelief. What kind of skill is this? You can clear dungeons like this? The sound of clashing weapons was deafening. In just a flash, the Wolf King's head was swiftly lopped off. Seeing this, her face was one of pure shock. It's dead? Just like that? My team of 3 struggled for over 20 minutes to barely kill the Wolf King, and he just got one-shotted. Moyu coolly signaled, "Let's go." Hearing him say that, she, still in a daze, asked Lin Moyu from behind, "You solo nightmare difficulty dungeons? If I hadn't seen it with my own 2 eyes, I'd never believe a level 10-something player could clear a nightmare dungeon alone." She ran to catch up, asking him, "You started clearing from difficulty M?" Moyu confirmed without hesitation. "That's right." Ha Tuyet was a little scared. From the moment they entered the dungeon until now, only about 10 minutes had passed, and they were already at the final boss. Before them now was the Goblin King. Her memories came rushing back. The last time, my team was clearing this on normal difficulty, and it took us at least over an hour to even get here. Amidst a blazing red flame, Ha Tuyet saw it with her own eyes. The final boss was also insta-killed. A golden light enveloped his body. Lin Moyu, level 15, Necromancer. Her jaw dropped in astonishment. "You leveled up again." Level 15. A sense of unease and worry crept into Ha Tuyet's heart. The gap between us has really widened again. Every effort truly reaps a worthy reward. A sword used to slay the Goblin King appeared on the ground. Experience plus 25,000, received bronze-grade weapon. Long Sword of the Goblin King, received low-grade monster core. She looked slightly disappointed. "A long sword. Too bad it's not a staff," Moyu asked curiously. "You want a staff?" Ha Tuyet nodded in agreement. "Yeah, the Goblin King's staff is the best weapon for a mage under level 20. She slumped over, looking pitiful. "Even though they have it at the auction house, I don't want to ask for money." Just then, a staff was suddenly in her hands, the Goblin King's staff. His voice cut in, "It's for you." Ha Tuyet, a little surprised, looked at him and asked, "Thanks, but why aren't you keeping it?" Moyu replied honestly, "I have this. Besides, I don't like staves." He casually took out a rather thick book, the Grimoire of the Goblin King. She gripped the scepter tightly, her heart in turmoil. From start to finish, she never saw him take out that grimoire. Or maybe, to him, this little trinket is completely beneath his notice. The information panel updated. Identity: Lin Moyu. Class: Unique Necromancer. Level 15. 8%. Strength 200. Agility 200. Spirit 800. Stamina 200. Moyu stood before the Goblin King's corpse, contemplating life. As expected, using Corpse Explosion to mow down monsters speeds things up quite a bit. Even though I have to share some experience with the party, if I borrow Ha Tuyet's item and run the dungeon 5 more times, I should be able to hit level 16. All stats were clear. Equipment: Grimoire of the Goblin King, Robe of Knowledge. Summoning space 84 out of 150, number of bone soldiers 84. Talent: all-encompassing upgrade, unique level 2. Passive skill: damage transfer. Active skills: Soul Flame level 15, Summon Bone Soldier level 15, Corpse Explosion level 1. Moyu sat down and spoke softly to the Goblin King. "Sorry about this, but I might have to kill you 5 more times." Ha Tuyet was confused. "Why are you talking to the boss? It can't understand you." "Anyway," he explained, "I just felt like saying it. Whether it can understand or not doesn't matter." Watching Monyu's back as he walked away, she wondered to herself, who seriously apologizes to a boss like that? Aren't dungeon bosses meant to be farmed? Ha Tuyet's eyes suddenly changed. What a weirdo, but he's kinda cute. Not wanting to waste a single moment, he called out urgently, "Let's go outside. We'll continue." She agreed cheerfully. "Okay, let's continue." Ha Tuyet snapped her fingers, and they quickly returned to the starting point. The two of them breezed through it again. Second dungeon run, and this time she got the core. The Goblin King's eyes were as ferocious as ever. That was the third clear. The green flame quickly gained the upper hand. Then, the fourth time, they worked in perfect sync to turn the Goblin King to dust. On the fifth time, Ha Tuyet reported, "The amulet is out of charges. It's still more than a day until the exam, enough time to clear it twice more. Level 14, 20%. I can get to level 15. I'm 100% sure I can get into Haxia Academy." She flashed a V sign with her hand. "Lin Dork, are you about to level up too?" Ha Tuyet punched Moyu on the shoulder. "Hey Dork, want to try for the provincial top scorer title?" He asked back, as if he couldn't believe it. Provincial top scorer? A glimmer of hope shone in Ha Tuyet's eyes. She answered, "Becoming the provincial top scorer gets you a ton of points. That stuff is super useful at Haxia Academy. Most importantly, you'll get a chance to join Genesis Academy," Moyu asked. "Genesis Academy?" She explained. "I heard from my dad that Genesis Academy is the most powerful academy in the divine Haxia Empire. If Haxia Academy recruits the elite prodigies, then the people in Genesis Academy are the absolute top figures among those prodigies. I heard that Senior Su Qianxing once joined. He's the only one from our West Sea city." Silhouettes of majestic heroes appeared. Ha Tuyet said excitedly, "I think you have a chance to be the second. If you can get in, Principal Lu would probably wake up laughing in his sleep." She had actually seen his potential long ago. "The way this guy clears dungeons is something I've never seen before. It's completely changed my perception. If he can't get into Genesis Academy, then who can?" Moyu had similar ambitions. He told himself, "It's not just Haxia Academy. I have to get into Genesis Academy. If there's a chance, I definitely have to give it a shot." Just then, Ha Tuyet noticed someone up ahead. "Isn't that Cao Duong?" Before them stood a boy with a radiant smile. Cao Duong, Knight, level 11. Ha Tuyet clenched her fist, feeling it was a shame for such a young talent. He's reached level 11, but it's a pity he's a knight. His level's too low. He can't kill monsters. I'm afraid even for a normal difficulty party, you'd need a knight of at least level 13. Someone's voice shooed Cao Duong away. "Go on, get out of here. Don't bother me." Moyu, observing from a distance, suddenly suggested, "Let's take him with us." Ha Tuyet replied cheerfully, "I'm fine with whatever." At the same time, in an office, a fat man was yelling furiously, "Did a rabid dog eat your brain? How could you even think of something like blockading a dungeon? Do you think the divine Haxia Empire and its professionals are just for show? If you want to die, don't drag the whole guild down with you." The man appeared to be Zihao's father. He clutched his head. "Don't go anywhere for the next few days. Just wait in the guild. You're already level 16 anyway, so just wait quietly for the exam." Zihao couldn't hide the worry on his face and asked, "Then what about Zhao Ji and the others?" The fat man reassured his son, "I've already sent people to investigate. You don't need to worry about this anymore. To make so many people disappear at once, the strength of that person is not something you should concern yourself with." Inwardly, the man was seething. To think someone would dare to bully the Dynasty Guild. Cao Duong turned his head in surprise and saw Moyu and Ha Tuyet. A sleazy look crossed his face. "What are you two up to?" she threatened angrily. "Shut your mouth, or I'll tear it off." He got flustered and tried to play it off. "Come on, don't take it seriously, milady." Just then, she suggested, "Stop looking for a team. When our cooldowns are over, we'll take you to clear a dungeon. Getting you to level 12 before the exam will be no problem at all." Cao Duong grabbed onto this lifeline as tears streamed down his face. "Really? You two are my greatest benefactors. The academy I want to get into requires level 12 to be a sure thing." Ha Tuyet threatened, "If you keep acting like that, we won't take you with us." Hearing that, Cao Duong bowed respectfully. "Rest assured, Miss Ha Tuyet, I will definitely follow your commands seriously. If you point east, I won't dare go west. If you tell me to play dead, I absolutely won't get up." She looked at his completely insincere attitude and immediately saw red. "Shut up," Cao Duong replied solemnly. "This servant obeys. I was just wondering, how much longer is the cooldown for you two?" Ha Tuyet suppressed her anger and answered, 10 hours. He turned to leave, tossing over his shoulder. "All right, then you two get some rest and have a nice chat. I'll go grind some mobs in the wild." "Go for it, Moyu. I'm rooting for you. You can definitely win Ha Tuyet over." Before Cao Duong could finish, Ha Tuyet exploded in a fiery rage. She launched a fireball that chased Cao Duong until smoke was rising off him. All he could do was run for his life, screaming. Ha Tuyet fumed angrily. That Cao Duong has such a smart mouth. He's just asking for a beating. In contrast to that attitude, Moyu spoke calmly. "He's just a little dense." 10 hours later, Cao Yang returned with a bewildered look on his face. "Boss Lin, Miss Xia Shui, did you two pick the wrong difficulty level? Why is it nightmare mode?" She cut him off, "Cut the crap and just stick close behind us. It's not like we need you to fight monsters anyway." At that moment, Xia Shui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she wasn't the only one who reacted that way. She asked irritably, "Why are you sticking so close to me?" Cao Yang followed, trembling. "This is nightmare mode. If a monster so much as touches me, I'm a goner." Xia Shui was confused. "But you're a warrior." Ignoring the two of them, Moyu focused on fighting the monsters, detonating the corpses. The Goblin King was defeated, sprawled out on the ground. Cao Yang exclaimed in shock, "This is a nightmare-level boss. I bet even dozens of my teams couldn't beat this boss, and it's just dead." Xia Shui replied nonchalantly, "You get used to it after seeing it enough." He sat down and hugged Mo Yu's leg, begging desperately, Boss Lin, can you take me with you on future dungeon runs?" Xia Shui was instantly annoyed. "You're a warrior, for crying out loud. Can't you have a little bit of a warrior's pride? Can't you stop being so spineless?" Cao Yang had completely lost his nerve. What good is a warrior's pride? With the boss here, what do we even need a warrior for? Mo Yu said awkwardly, "Let go of me. I can take you along. If we clear one more dungeon, I'll reach level 16. Xia Shui can get to level 15, and Cao Yang can get to level 12. Cao Yang looked at Mo Yu with admiration and exclaimed, "That's great." His face lit up, and after that, all they had to do was wait for the exam to begin. Outside, a few people stood above, observing everything. Shouldn't the kids be back by now? Among them, an old woman in a scarf spoke eagerly. "The exam is tomorrow. I wonder what the results will be?" Teacher Du added, "Old Lu, I heard those two geniuses from our school are both aiming for Xiajing Academy." Lu Yun confirmed seriously. "That's right. Both Mo Yu and Xia Shui want to get into Xiajing Academy. Based on previous year's standards, you need to be level 15 to have a solid chance, and level 16 to be a shoo-in. That's tough. Level 15 is one thing, but level 16 is just too difficult. In our West High City, besides Su Tianxing, only Lin Moyu's older sister reached level 16 last year." Lu Yun had already considered this. One is Lin Mo Han's younger brother, and the other is the young lady of the Xia family. Perhaps they can both create a miracle. Teacher Du exclaimed anxiously, "Someone's returning!" Xu Zhen stepped out, a level 12 gladiator. A wave of discussion erupted. "It's one of ours from 3rd High, level 12. Not bad, he's worthy of being one of our school's geniuses." Next, Zuo Mei appeared. Zuo Mei, a level 13 Hawkeye archer. Murmurs of amazement spread everywhere. "Student Zuo Mei from our 2nd High is back," Teacher Du remarked. "Level 13 is one level higher than our 3rd High." The old woman in the scarf snorted coldly and retorted, "Levels don't mean anything. The exam results are what matter most." The old woman in the scarf had a feeling something was off. Everyone's levels were pretty close. Not a single person at level 14 or higher had appeared yet. By now, it was dusk. Everyone asked each other in confusion, "Xia Shui, Lin Moyu, Cao Yang, why hasn't a single one of them come back?" Logically speaking, the three of them should have returned by now. They wondered, could something have happened? Finally, the three of them emerged in the brilliant and dazzling light of the sunset. Seeing his prized student, he became excited. "They're here! They're here! They're finally back! As long as they're back safely, that's all that matters. I wonder how many levels they gained." Their results appeared one by one. Cao Yang, level 12, Shield Knight. Xia Shui, level 15, Elemental Mage. Lu Yun shouted, "This girl really made it to level 15. With this, she has at least an 80% chance of getting into Xiajing Academy." Teacher Du clapped him on the shoulder, joining in the fun. "Looks like old Lu gets to show off again this year. The ace always shows up last." Lin Moyu, level 16 Necromancer. Seeing this, no one could believe their eyes. "What? Level 16? To the left, the old woman in the scarf's jaw dropped. He's one level higher than Xia Shui. That progression speed is just too fast." To the right, Teacher Du clicked his tongue in constant praise. They must have been clearing dungeons non-stop. "Look at their weapons!" Everyone was shocked when they noticed their equipment. Cao Yang held a shield and sword, and Xia Shui held a staff. Both were elite Star King weapons, which have a very low drop rate. It's really not easy to obtain equivalent weapon equipment. Everyone agreed. It seems they worked extremely hard. Lu Yun patted Cao Yang on the shoulder with a look of approval. "You guys go wait in the car first. Once everyone is back, we'll head back to school together." Cao Yang replied, "Understood, Headmaster." Lu Yun thought to himself, "This time, I can really rub it in those old geezers' faces." Lu Yun said, "Everyone get a good night's rest tonight. We'll gather at school early tomorrow morning and head to the exam site first." Mo Yu mused, "Level 16. I'm completely confident I can get into Xiajing Academy. At this point, I might even be able to compete for the top spot in the province. And there's also Sangshan Academy." The next morning, he walked with full confidence. "My spirit energy is full. I have a total of 100 skeletons, and my stats have reached 2,500. I'm at my peak state right now. Unique Necromancer class, level 16, 8%, strength 220, agility 220, spirit 900 plus 20, stamina 900 plus 20. Equipment info displayed: Grimoire of the Elite Star King, Robe of Knowledge, Summoning Space 100 out of 160, Bone Soldiers, quantity 100. All talents upgraded, level 2, unique. Passive skill, damage transfer. Active skills, Soul Flame level 16, Summon Bone Soldier level 16, Corpse Explosion level 1. In the distance, Cao Yang waved enthusiastically. Boss Lin, the loud call made Xie Shui turn her head. She walked over and asked, "Are you confident? Maintaining?" He replied, "All right." Soon, they arrived at the first trial. Lu Yun explained, "These are teleportation stones. Crush them or activate them with your spiritual energy to teleport to the exam site. Let me say one more thing. During the exam, your personal safety must be your top priority. Your life is the most important thing." After rambling on, he announced, "All right, begin teleporting now." At the Jiangning province exam site, Moyu could see the entire area. It looked like there were over 10,000 participants. Next up was the trial tower. A shattering sound rang out. As soon as the referee announced the opening of the trial tower, the light from the gate shone as brightly as car headlights. The referee announced in a loud voice, "All participants, please listen carefully to the rules of the exam. Making any noise or asking any questions is forbidden. Violators will be immediately disqualified." A few participants wondered, "We can't ask questions?" Others were also curious, "What if we don't understand?" They didn't realize the rule was already in effect. The referee immediately announced, "Rule violation. Disqualified." Mo Yu glanced over and saw that Gao Yang had already covered his own mouth. At least that guy knows his place. A vortex appeared in the sky, and the referee explained, "The trial tower will arrange different scenarios for each respective class." The referee elaborated, "Combat-type classes will be assigned to combat scenarios, both physical and magical." The referee announced that support-type classes will be assigned to non-combat scenarios. The skull icons represent the levels, normal and nightmare. The referee announced, "After passing the basic test, each class will have the right to choose the hell difficulty." The referee stated that different difficulties and different performances will earn different scores. The starting score is 1,200. In short, your score is your exam result, and it can also be used at the academies you wish to apply to. There. Scores are even more useful than gold coins. The referee added, "One final reminder, personal equipment you've brought can be used normally. Other than that, no other items can be used. Your storage space will be sealed. Violators of this rule will also be disqualified." The referee shouted, "All participants, line up to enter the tower." Looking at the long, dragging line, Mo Yu muttered worriedly, "If just Jiangning province has this many people taking the test, the whole country must have over 1,000,000 participants. Each person would be teleported to their destination." At that moment, he thought, "It seems my guess was right. The trial tower is like a dungeon. We'll be sent to different spaces based on our class. Countless obstacles lie ahead," observers whispered amongst themselves. "This is the new class that registered for the top academy in the West Sea. A necromancer? From the information they provided, it should be a summoner-type mage. I hope this new class won't disappoint us." They watched him secretly. "For now, let's follow the rules for a rare-grade mage and set up a monster of the same type, but 2 levels higher than him." Lin Moyu, level 16, Necromancer. A wolf-like beastman holding a scepter appeared before Moyu. He was quite surprised. It was a mage-type monster. The information displayed that the test mission was to kill the wolf beastman mage. Countdown, 3. However, he quickly noticed that the light screen completely blocked his reconnaissance skill, making it impossible to know the monster's stats and level. When the countdown hit 0, Mo Yu closed his eyes and cast his skill, Soul Flame. "It doesn't matter," he told himself. Very quickly, the beastman turned to dust. Watching from behind, the man who looked like a scarab beetle was astonished. Lin Moyu, time taken, 0.1 seconds. An insta-kill. At that moment, in the trial tower's monitoring room, one of the proctors, Xuan Feng, and an old man in a purple cloak were talking. The old man asked with curiosity, "Lord Ning, why have you come?" He replied, "I heard there was a new class, so I came to have a look. The researchers seem to be having a hard time. What's going on?" Insta-killing the monster in a flash. The power of this class is truly unfathomable. Hearing this, he immediately guessed, "A necromancer, isn't it? If the setup for a rare-grade class can't measure his strength, then for the second test, we'll proceed with the strength of a legendary grade class." The researcher was quite worried. "Isn't that a bit unfair to him?" Xuanfeng spoke reassuringly. "It's fine. Since the first time was an insta-kill, add 100 points to his ranking. If he can still pass the second time, I will personally award him an additional 1,000 points. His subordinates replied, "Understood." Moyu continued to battle the creatures, now proceeding to the second test to kill the monster before him, a level 20 Wolf Beastman Mage. Without a hint of hesitation in his eyes, he skillfully cast Soul Flame. The man who looked like a scarab beetle panicked. Another insta-kill. This is the strength of a legendary grade class. Xuanfeng smiled with satisfaction. There's no need to measure him further. Proceed to the second test. The referee announced that the first round of the test was over. Suddenly, light and wind surrounded Mo Yu. Out of a total of 10,632 contestants, 5,220 have met the standard. Now, announcing the results. Xia Sue looked at the scoreboard, questioning her entire existence. Even though she knew that idiot would definitely get. Lin Moyu, 0.1 seconds, 100 points. Zuo Mei, 3.2 seconds, 70 points. Xia Shui, 5.2 seconds, 40 points. Wang Zihao, 5.5 seconds, 10 points. But I'm not going to lose. For a guy, Zihao sure talks a lot. He kept whining, "How am I not in the top 3? That first place spot should have been mine. No way. How is 1 second possible? They must have miscalculated." The referee announced, "The second round for combat type classes will now begin. Contestants may choose their own difficulty." Moyu realized his own strength. It seemed he had overdone it a bit. Attention, casualties may occur in the second round. We hope you will act within your abilities. If you encounter danger, you can shout forfeit, and your test will end. Your score will be based on your performance up to that point. He understood the rules with a single glance. The test details were as follows. Test duration, 30 minutes. Slaying a normal grade monster earns 1 point. Slaying a nightmare grade monster earns 3 points. And slaying a hell grade monster earns 5 points. Moyu concluded, "It seems this round is a competition to see who can kill the most monsters in 30 minutes. Zi Hao made a flashy entrance with his impressive weapon. Level 16, Berserker. Killing 1 monster on hell difficulty is equivalent to killing 5 on normal. That punk who got first place may have won the first round, but he doesn't stand a chance against me in this one." Xia Shui realized that elemental mages aren't good at close combat, nor are they suited for fighting high difficulty monsters alone, but she could win through sheer numbers. Information displayed. Level 15, Elemental Mage. Next up was Zuo Mei. The Berserker is considered a powerful class among classes. She should be able to get a good result in this round. Elemental mages have good burst potential but are very weak at close range. This girl is very smart for choosing normal difficulty. Contestant Zuo Mei, level 16 Assassin. The Assassin is a rare, assassin-type class with very strong melee capabilities. Choosing Nightmare or Hell difficulty would both be good choices. Watching through the screen didn't diminish the excitement at all. The man who looked like a scarab beetle was curious. On the other hand, I wonder what difficulty the Necromancer, Lin Moyu, will choose this time. The woman in the white cloak shouted, "Move it, don't block my view." Moyu immediately understood the rules. This round tests continuous combat capability. With a 30-minute time limit, not every contestant can easily last. Finally, he concluded with a single sentence, "But that doesn't include me." Without hesitation, Moyu chose Hell difficulty. The old man in the purple cloak exclaimed excitedly, "Of course he chose Hell difficulty. Old Sixth, you've hit the jackpot this time. Of the top 3, you, Old Sixth, have 2 of them all to yourself." Teacher Du predicted, "If Lin Moyu also brings home a provincial champion title, you, Old Sixth, will be laughing even in your sleep." Moyu stepped into his chosen difficulty, Elite Wolf Beastman Warrior, level 13. Strength 500, Agility 300, Spirit 150, Stamina 400. A creature that looked like a werewolf with blades appeared. He thought with disdain, "These stats are too weak." Moyu taunted it. "Go," he pondered. "But it makes sense. If the monsters were too strong, the test would eliminate most of the contestants." Moyu released his 500 brothers to meet the enemy. Bone Soldiers, level 16. Strength, 2,500. Agility, 2,500. Spirit, 2,500. Stamina, 2,500. He quickly noticed something unusual. This is too simple. After killing 1 monster, a second one appears after 5 seconds. 2 Bone Soldiers are enough. Even the observing proctors had to admire him. Are Lin Moyu's summons that strong? They're stronger than any summon from any summoner-type class we've ever seen. What's more, he can summon 2 of them. This new class is more formidable than I imagined. In contrast, Zihao's performance was completely over the top. "Bring it on," the proctor remarked. "This contestant, Wang Zihao, is so reckless. He has no idea how to manage his stamina. He's already showing everything he's got," the proctors thought. "It seems he's even worse than Xia Shua over there." Everyone was shocked to discover he was eating a sweet potato during the test. He's the first person to ever do this. Moyu took a sweet potato from his bag and casually began to eat. The proctor urged, "Record it. Record this so he can be famous for all time." "Is this test too easy for him?" Xuanfeng observed quietly and then sighed. "This kid is really interesting. You will be mine." Zihao was already getting cocky. "It's finally over. I killed over 50 of them. This hell difficulty is really no joke. First place has to be me this time, right?" Meanwhile, the referee announced, "This round has ended. A total of 5,220 contestants participated. 2,780 contestants were injured or voluntarily forfeited." He was getting impatient. "Announce the rankings already," the referee revealed. "The remaining 2,440 contestants can choose to forfeit or proceed to the next round." The rankings appeared, shattering Zihao's recent arrogance. First place, Lin Moyu. Total score, 1,605. Second place, Zuo Mei. Total score, 470. Third place, Xia Shui. Total score, 270. Fourth place, Wang Zihao. Total score, 265. His jaw dropped. Impossible. How could his score be so high? In Zihao's eyes, Moyu had become a relentless slaughtering machine that didn't need to rest. The monster spawn rate is 1 every 5 seconds. In 1 minute, a maximum of 12 monsters can spawn, 5 points for each monster. The 30-minute limit is 1,800 points. He hadn't bothered to calculate at first, but now that he did, he was terrified to realize Moyu scored 1,605 points, killing 301 monsters. "Does it take him no time to kill monsters?" Teacher Du praised. "Old Sixth, this student of yours is just terrifying." Lu Yun replied proudly, "He's just average." The old man in the purple cloak couldn't stop praising him. Back in the day, the exceptionally talented Su Qianxing only managed to get 700 points in this round. Lin Mohan only got 650 points. Finally, it's time for the third trial. Test duration, 30 minutes. Contestants must face a boss-level monster. Normal grade is worth 100 points, Nightmare grade is worth 300 points, and Hell grade is worth 500 points. Moyu chose the third option without hesitation. This time, it was a one-on-one fight with a boss-level monster, a challenge to test his personal limits. He chose Hell difficulty. A wolf with bulging muscles appeared before him. Chieftain Wolfman Captain, level 15, Strength 1000, Agility 800, Spirit 500, Stamina 1000, Skill, Wild Wind Slash. Moyu thought with disdain, "This is a Hell difficulty boss? Isn't this even weaker than the elite monsters in the Nightmare difficulty West Sea Mine dungeon?" He was a little regretful. Although he understood the Empire wouldn't actually release true Hell-level monsters, he was still a bit disappointed. Moyu released the old skeleton warrior. "Go. There are 5 rounds in total. I hope the next 2 are actually challenging." Over on Zihao's side, things were getting crazier. He laughed maniacally while letting out a savage roar. "Kill!" Xia Shui was struggling a bit, using her flames to deal with the creatures. Zuo Mei's situation was average. Nothing special. Only Moyu was enough to frustrate the seniors. It was another insta-kill. He even used a rage attack. He actually knows how to use skills. What in the world is this summoned creature? It's the same thing over and over. This brat, Lin Moyu, is too much. The examiners admitted, "I feel like we haven't even measured his true combat power yet. Let's wait for the 5th round. If he wants to win the provincial championship, he has to pass the 5th round." I refuse to believe that even the 5th round can't test his true combat power. Amid the cheering, Xuanfeng was silent, as if deep in thought. The match ended, and Moyu checked the scoreboard again. First place, Lin Moyu, total score of 2,105. Second place, Zuo Mei, total score of 970. Third place, Xia Shui, total score of 770. Fourth place, Wang Zihao, total score of 765. 670th place, Cao Yang, total score of 302. He noticed that this Cao Yang guy was also trying his best. The referee announced, "The 4th round will now begin. The difficulty of the 4th round will continue to increase, and the danger level will also rise significantly. You may now choose to continue or to give up." Zihao, panting, saw a glimmer of hope. "The 4th round is about to start. My chance is coming." The referee quickly went over the details. "With your current scores, getting into one of the top 100 universities in the Empire is no longer a problem. If no one gives up, I will respect your choice. The rules for the 4th round are as follows." Under everyone's anxious gaze, the referee continued, "Each of you will face 10 waves of monster attacks." Moyu's eyes were as cold as ever. The number of monsters in each wave is 10, for a total of 100 monsters. The referee stated, "Regardless of whether you have eliminated the previous wave of monsters or not, the next wave will appear after 1 minute. Finally, the program concluded. The final wave of monsters will be led by a boss-level monster. Kill all monsters to pass the stage. 10 points for each monster. After completing all stages, the score for this round will be doubled, for a total of 2,000 points. Dozens of monsters were waiting just to take them down. The examiners analyzed the large screen. This time, it depends on how he deals with it. The best way to deal with a summoner is to kill the summoner himself. This time, Lin Moyu will definitely be overwhelmed, right? Xuanfeng smiled with satisfaction. I think this round will be the same as before. It won't be enough to fluster him. At this moment, Mo Yu was still using his usual tactic. Get to work, my warrior. Dust flew everywhere as the intense battle raged on with no end in sight. Mo Yu thought to himself, 3 skeletons should be enough. He casually launched a fierce stream of green power towards the battle. Soul Flame. The pack of wolves was thrown into chaos by the power he unleashed, letting out miserable howls. The surrounding crowd was shaken by this significant commotion and began to gossip. This kid actually has a third summon. Damn it, why didn't he release it from the start? He's only releasing it now. That rotten kid. Why does he like hiding his strength so much? That's right. The stronger you are, the happier we are. Mo Yu yawned out of boredom, not forgetting to collect the materials. He couldn't stop thinking. This competition isn't challenging at all. It's not even as exciting as the first time I entered the West Sea Mine dungeon. There are no amazing surprises. The people watching didn't expect things to be resolved so easily either, and they grumbled amongst themselves. This is boring. I'm not watching anymore. This kid isn't interesting at all. It's better to watch someone else. Yeah, you're right. Over on Zuo Mei's side, she wasn't having any trouble either. She unleashed a flame impact, and a torrent of fire followed, sweeping away the charging monsters. Area of effect attacks are an elemental mage's strong suit. I can do this round. Zihao also didn't disappoint the viewers with his superior physical strength. He crushed enemies with his bare hands, arrogantly charging forward and roaring, "Kill!" The audience watched their battles on high-quality curved screens, buzzing with discussion, but most of it was astonishment and admiration. So scary. How can they kill so many monsters in time? It's a good thing I gave up. That Lin Moyu guy is really something else. The monsters were insta-killed by his skeletons the moment they appeared. Amidst the fervent atmosphere, Cao Yang didn't forget to endlessly brag about his status. Lin Moyu is my boss. He's incredibly powerful. Despite his big talk, Cao Yang's own limit was the 6th monster, but that couldn't stop his habit of showing off his boss. Come on. Let me tell you all the story of how my boss, Lin Moyu, cleared a nightmare-level dungeon all by himself. The people standing next to him were skeptical. Cleared a nightmare-level dungeon? Alone? How is that possible? Yeah, exactly. Are you lying? Just then, the match began to enter its decisive moments. Only 5 people were left. Among them, Mo Yu was the most relaxed. He was calmly standing there eating a pastry. Among the 5 outstanding contestants who had survived until now, one wearing a black headband was finally starting to reveal his strength. His name is Feng Xiu. He's currently a level 15 holy swordsman. He's from the Feng family of swordsmen. He's very familiar with the competition's rules and knew that the real opportunity to rack up points was after the first 2 rounds. Only now did everyone understand Feng Xiu's intention. So, he was waiting for this moment. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, Wang Zihao isn't holding back. He's gone berserk." The berserk state lasts for 5 minutes, increasing strength and stamina by 500%, while decreasing agility by 200%. After the berserk state wears off, he will enter a 30-minute period of physical weakness. His entire body was enveloped in a blazing red light, and his power soared accordingly. Then, he threw himself into a desperate battle with the monsters. The fight was happening so fast that it was hard to follow with the naked eye. At this point, Mo Yu had also finished the pastry in his hand. His expression didn't change much. Finally, it's the last monster's turn. The decisive moments ended when the announcement sounded. The 4th round is over. A total of 5 people have passed. Below, the performance rankings were displayed. A board appeared showing, 1st place, Lin Moyu, total score of 3,605. 2nd place, Zuo Mei, total score of 2,470. 3rd place, Xia Xue, total score of 2,270. 4th place, Wang Zihao, total score of 2,265. 5th place, Feng Xiu, total score of 2,200. Lively discussions erupted. As soon as the results were announced, everyone sighed. Only 5 people passed. The 4th round left only 5 people. Can anyone really pass the 5th round? The 4th round was already so difficult. I can't even imagine the difficulty of the 5th. Wang Zihao's face was covered in grime. He was leaning on his sword, trying to catch his breath, his eyes filled with determination. Looking forward to the next match. This is all as expected. The 5th round is where the real winner is decided. Xia Shui was also resting to regain her strength. She wondered to herself, I'm in the top 5. Getting into Hotkin Academy shouldn't be a problem now, right? After the last battle, Ta Mai frowned slightly, but she was full of confidence and certainty. Hotkin Academy, here I come. As if reading everyone's thoughts, the announcer's voice rang out again, making everyone a bit tense. I know you all want to enter Hotkin Academy, but don't think that just because you've made it to the top 5, you don't have to worry. If your performance in this final round is not outstanding enough, you will still be eliminated. If you want to enter Hotkin Academy, then fight for your points. Everyone listened attentively. It was finally time. The announcement continued. Listen carefully to the rules of the 5th round. You will be teleported to different special spaces. War spaces. A terrifying scene appeared. In the distance, an entire legion of monsters was waiting to tear their prey to shreds. As if to prove the announcer's words, the war space will continuously spawn all kinds of monsters in huge numbers. The first wave will be over 100, and will include elite, leader, and even boss types. The faster you kill, the faster the monsters respawn, and the faster they grow stronger. Their crimson eyes stared intently at their targets, while the announcement continued. Each person must control their own attack rhythm and pay attention to their changing score. The battle space is divided into 5 stages, and the points for each stage will be different. According to the rules, only you can see your own score. Even the judges do not know it. 5 teleportation fronts appeared following the announcement. After you enter the battle space, the judges will only be able to see your scores change. So, if you have any trump cards, use them with all your might. Good luck. Amidst the gloomy, thunder-filled sky, the score conversion table appeared. Stage 1, Monster Level 15, Kill Score 50 points. Stage 2, Monster Level 16, Kill Score 100 points. Stage 3, Monster Level 17, Kill Score 200 points. Stage 4, Monster Level 18, Kill Score 400 points. Stage 5, Monster Level 19, Kill Score 800 points. The 5 outstanding participants have entered the battle space. The atmosphere here was incredibly oppressive and dark. At this moment, Moyu was looking down from a high place. Behind him, his skeleton army awaited orders. I can feel that this place is filled with the air of death. Perhaps an unimaginably great battle once happened here. He curiously observed the massive army of monsters below the cliff. Are they trying to let us experience a battlefield beforehand? Those monsters below are level 15 fill-in beastmen warriors. As if detecting the sound he made, they turned their heads and charged in this direction. But Moyu didn't even give them a second glance. Just a level, no attributes or skills. Their roars echoed everywhere. He looked up at the countless bolts of lightning striking from the sky and wondered, are those roars calling their comrades? Then he continued to observe as they were attacked by his skeletons. He noticed they couldn't be killed in one hit. Their vitality attribute seemed quite high, but Moyu didn't care. He calmly commanded the skeletons to attack. If one strike won't kill them, then 2 will. A crimson power gathered in his hand that was Corpse Explosion. He launched it towards the horde of monsters, and that spot immediately blew up. His actions didn't escape the eyes of the old men who were observing, leaving them bewildered. Lin Moyu has made his move. Total score 4,150 points. A 500-point increase in one go. Did he just instantly kill 10 monsters from stage 1? Moyu used his ultimate skill, Corpse Explosion, repeatedly. If they're using roars to attract their kind, then I just need to wait here for the monsters to serve themselves up. He observed the corpses of the monsters after they were destroyed. The bodies disappeared again. They only exist for about 10 seconds. Moyu immediately began to summon more skeletons. It seems the plan has to change a bit. Following his command, the skeletons charged forward to find targets according to their master's request. The 9 skeletons perfectly led all the remaining monsters to one spot. The skeletons quickly swept the area, killing any they met, gradually herding the rest inside. After seeing that the targets were gathered according to his plan, Moyu once again used Corpse Explosion. Standing high above, he tossed Corpse Explosions down at the monsters below as if skipping stones on water. The surrounding scenery instantly descended into chaos. His insane actions left the observers utterly jaw-dropped. What in the world did Lin Moyu just do? Damn it, we can't see. Total score 8,605 points. His score jumped by 4,000 points in an instant. He killed the first 100 monsters. Ning Xuanfeng, witnessing this, was equally shocked. What on earth did this kid do? What kind of class is a necromancer, really? Just what is his limit? Moyu looked down at the empty area below. He was satisfied with this, but still wondered, I'm not going to have to wait another minute for the monsters to respawn, am I? Suddenly, fireballs rained down from the sky, making him look up curiously. Moyu quickly commanded his skeletons, block those attacks for me. The 2 streams of power collided, creating a massive explosion. When the smoke cleared, a new wave of monsters appeared in the distance. Fire Dance, level 16 fill-in beastmen warriors. Moyu, shielded by his skeletons, was completely unharmed. He looked toward the distant monsters, his eyes shining as if he had been waiting for a long time. Finally, a respawn. It should be my turn now, right? On the other side, the entire monster army began to charge. Moyu's skeleton warriors, not to be outdone, were advancing. He walked behind his skeleton warriors, constantly directing them to cut through the enemy ranks. Each of Moyu's skeleton warriors began to slaughter the newly appeared monster army. Once there were corpses, he immediately used corpse explosion. A series of heaven-shaking explosions erupted, one after another like a chain reaction. The people in the observation room saw Moyu's score skyrocket and were astonished. It's another 6,000-point increase. He instantly killed 120 monsters in a flash, 14,605 points. His summons are already that strong, and he has an AoE skill too. Even just his Soul Flame skill alone is ridiculously overpowered. Someone even turned to whisper, "Could this class have surpassed the legendary tier?" The old man next to him heard and replied, "It might be comparable to those other classes, but it's too early to say for sure. Being powerful at a low level doesn't mean you'll still be powerful at a high level. Let's just keep observing." Over on Moyu's side, he looked at the battlefield and muttered to himself, "The breath of death has grown thicker." Stage 2. Looking at the stone pillars rising up, with hordes of beastmen on them, Moyu thought, at least 40 squads of beastmen scattered around. Attribute panels appeared one by one. Level 16 fill-in beastman archer, level 16 fill-in beastman warrior. He said to himself, the monster's level has increased, and their numbers have multiplied as well. Based on this difficulty, I'm afraid it would be very hard for other classes to pass the second stage. Even if they could pass, it would take a lot of time. But for me, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. In the observation room, the discussion started up again. In the history of the Shenzhia Empire's competitions, only one professional has ever passed the third stage of the battle space, and that was over 100 years ago. I think Lin Moyu has a real chance. His skills are just too insane. I suspect he has an awakened talent. The group chattered back and forth. If he really has awakened a talent, it would be absolutely fantastic news for the human race. That's right, a genius who awakens a talent right after his first class change might even awaken a new one during his second. Professionals with talents are already extremely rare. Those with dual talents are practically 1 in a million. How could we possibly be so lucky? The ranking system board appeared. First place, Lin Moyu, total score 34,605. Second place, Xia Xue, total score 7,270. Third place, Feng Shu, total score 6,200. The onlookers also began to stir. Look, that Lin Moyu guy has already entered the second stage. 100 points per monster. He just instant killed another 200 monsters. This is basically a freebie for him. If I didn't lack the authority, I'd definitely send some bosses his way. At Xiajing, the capital of the Shenzhia Empire, amidst the bustling city, a tall tower stood out in the center. It was the true trial tower, one of the 3 great divine towers of the Shenzhia Empire. Suddenly, purple specks began to gather in the sky. A stream of power shot towards the tower at incredible speed. Suddenly, a voice boomed across the sky. "How dare you!" Then, a golden hand reached out to block it, only to be met with the monster's mockery. "You can't stop this." The monster with red horns charged forward with dark energy. The 2 powers, one light and one dark, were about to collide, but the hand couldn't stop the dark spearhead. It let. The monster was hit, but it said confidently, "This is just a clone. Kill it if you want, but as for those little brats in your trial tower..." Before it could finish, the golden hand crushed the monster, causing the energy within it to explode. 3 figures floated, discussing amongst themselves. Who would have thought those things from the abyss would dare to attack? The speed of that demonic light was too fast. It seems they were prepared. Their targets are the children in the combat space. The figure on the left spoke up. The evil creatures from the abyss have snuck in. The space within the tower has been disrupted, and the power of the abyss has corrupted the rules. Someone immediately replied, "The soil in the tower was originally refined from abyssal soil, which is very advantageous for them." Bai Yuan, the strongest expert in the Shenzhia Empire, spoke up, "How long will it take to restore order?" The person next to him replied, 1 hour. The sudden change in the arena left the participants a bit confused. What's going on? Why did all the monsters disappear? The sound of high heels clicked, getting closer and closer. Xia Shui called out from behind Moyu. "Lin, you idiot," he thought to himself. "Xia Shui, what happened to the combat space? Why am I running into other participants?" The 2 of them met up, and she immediately asked, "I was just killing monsters when they all suddenly disappeared. Do you know what happened?" Moyu replied, "I'm not sure either." Zihao looked at his surroundings and let out a surprised, "Huh." Yiyuan's figure appeared, speaking to them. "Children, I am Bai Yiyuan." The crowd below stirred. "God Bai, it's really God Bai." Someone perceptive noticed. Why did God Bai appear? Could something have happened to the combat space? Yi Yuan, standing in the air, instructed, "Demons from the abyssal world have invaded the combat space. Their target is all of you. We are trying to repair and restore the spatial rules. It is expected to take about 1 hour." Hearing this, Xia Xue froze. Abyssal demons invading the combat space. But he wasn't finished. Yi Yuan continued his instructions. "Therefore, for the next hour, you all need to protect yourselves. We don't know what methods the abyssal demons will use against you, but I believe that as long as you stand united, the invading power from the abyss will not be able to harm us." His face grew stern. "People of Shengxia, I do not fear battle, and I do not fear death." Zi Hao raised his sword and charged, repeating the words, "Fear no battle, fear no death." Following his shout, the others surged forward to fight, chanting, "Fear no battle, fear no death, fear no battle, fear no death." Moyu, however, calmly thought, "The weakest monsters in the abyss are at least level 70. If God Bai said we can fight back against their invading power, it means this force must not be very strong." In the observation room, another uproar began. To think something like this would happen. The abyss deliberately chose this exam to attack. They're targeting the geniuses participating in the 5th round of the assessment. This move is intended to sever the roots of our Shengxia empire. If this isn't handled well, I'm afraid they'll come back every year. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Enough talk! Tell the people outside not to panic and to believe in God Bai, and you all do the same." Someone immediately shouted, "Believe in God Bai!" A blood-red moon suddenly appeared, causing the participants to scream in terror. "It's the blood moon of the abyss. The abyss's forces are starting to move. Everyone, get ready." A group of people with shields stepped forward. "If you want to kill our comrades, you'll have to get through us knights first." In response, the monster laughed mockingly. "Not bad at all. Truly the future of the Shengxia Empire. A pity you all have to die." It looked smugly over the participants. "1 hour is more than enough to kill all of you. It's just a shame I can't savor your delicious corpses here." The level 19 Abyssal Corrupted Beastman warrior, Fei Lin, descended amidst screams. "Here they come," a girl said excitedly. "I remember now. The combat space has a level limit. The highest is level 19. The young man beside her let out a sigh of relief. "That's right. How could I forget? Then what's there to be afraid of? There are so many of us." But when he saw their numbers, he shouted, "How can there be so many?" At the very least, they're all enhanced type elite monsters. Xia Xue grabbed Mo Yu's arm. "What do we do?" He answered calmly. "It's troublesome, but still manageable." Mo Yu moved forward, his mind racing. Enhanced type elite monsters. Isn't that just like a nightmare difficulty dungeon? Corrupted by abyssal power. Mutated. I wonder if these monsters will give experience points? The monster's taunts echoed across the battlefield. Scared already? Such cowards. God Bai said you could win if you unite. There are over 100 of you, just enough for a one-on-one fight. Even Zi Hao, who had been so aggressive earlier, now faltered. "Win? We can't win. Their aura is so strong I can't even lift my blade." But the other participants still raised their swords to fight, and Mo Yu didn't stop either. His skeleton warriors were also advancing. Behind him, Xia Xue was frantic with worry. "Lin, you idiot, what are you doing? Come back. There are over 100 enhanced type elite monsters over there." Mo Yu just left her with one phrase, "Go back." But Xia Xue screamed, "I don't want to," he replied coldly. "Suit yourself," Mo Yu thought. "Her following me doesn't affect me anyway. Let her do what she wants." The crowd behind them grew restless. What is this guy trying to do? He's charging ahead. When his information panel appeared, Lin Moyu, level 16 Necromancer, everyone began to hesitate. What kind of class is a Necromancer? Are those skeletons his summons? A new class? A summoner? What do we do? Should we all charge in together? Following Moyu's lead, the entire group began to advance with him. Zuo Mei and Feng Xiu even repeated Bai Yi Yuan's words. The people of Shenxia do not shy away from battle and do not fear death. The monster looked on as if watching a joke. Finally, someone had come to offer their life. "You've got some nerve. It's a real shame to kill you. How about you come to the abyss and serve me?" Mo Yu stopping in his tracks made it suspicious. "Have you made up your mind?" He looked up at the monster's voice. "The great gate of the abyss is always open for you," he thought to himself. At this distance, about 50 meters, the corpse explosion will have the best effect. The examinee behind him grew impatient. He stopped. Why isn't he moving forward? Mo Yu muttered to himself. This spot is fine. Then, a blue flame erupted from his hand. An army of skeletons was quickly summoned, their numbers and power considerable. The notification panel appeared, "Bone soldiers, quantity 100. Everyone stared at the skeleton warriors in awe. So many. How can he have so many summons? What in the world is this class? Zuo Mei was utterly shocked. So fast. These summons are even faster than me. An assassin who specializes in agility. The frenzy strike skill was used on the skeleton warriors. Looking at those beefy monsters, Mo Yu was startled. They're still not dead. He looked at the skeleton's rapidly decreasing health and thought, Health is at 1995 out of 2500. Looks like the power of these monsters corrupted by the abyss is only around 3000. Moyu calculated in his head, to withstand so many attacks, their health must be over 3500. However, for the corpse explosion skill, the higher the health, the better. When he killed one, he immediately gained experience points. Killed level 19, Felon Beastman Warrior, experience plus 8000. Moyu rejoiced internally. Sure enough, there's experience. Once a monster's corpse was on the ground, it was time for him to use corpse explosion. Moyu knew that even though the experience was low, it was better than nothing. However, the quantity was not small. Corpse explosion was unleashed, and another blast occurred. This was followed by a continuous series of explosions that stunned everyone. What's happening? Throughout the entire training area, large-scale explosions from the corpse explosion skill went off, and the sight of monsters being blown to bits was everywhere. The examinees were completely dumbfounded. He wiped them all out? Just like that? What kind of skill is that? How can it be so powerful? Zihao sat collapsed on the ground, muttering over and over, "How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Why couldn't I awaken a class like this? It's not fair." The people around him were cheering. A necromancer. "This class is too powerful. We're saved, we're saved." The monster looked at the army of skeletons and cried out in terror, "Impossible, this is impossible. You've angered this demon king. This demon king wants to kill you, drink your blood, and eat your flesh." It then launched a new attack. Monster after monster poured out at its command. "Let's see what you do this time. You will all die. All of you must die." Moyu looked up at a red orb above and said with a smile, "So you were here." Each skeleton warrior was fighting with all its might, relentlessly slaughtering the monsters. He didn't delay either. Moyu leaped high, heading towards the blood moon, with a corpse clearing the path before him. The demon king was a bit confused. "You lunatic, what are you trying to do?" Moyu charged forward, using the monster corpse in front of him to cast corpse explosion. Just as the corpse blew up, he followed up with a soul flame attack. The monster screamed in anger, "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" Moyu was a bit confused. "It's still not dead?" He continued to use his soul flame. The monster revealed its true form, screaming violently. "What is this skill? Why can it burn my soul? What the hell is your class?" "Impossible. A class like this can't exist in this world." Right after that, his feet touched the ground. As the monster slowly vanished, Moyu left it with one last sentence. "Invading the battle space comes with a heavy price." Outside the tower, the three figures were still hovering. One of them let out a surprised "Oh?" he said in amazement. "The interference from the abyssal power is weakening considerably." Hearing this, Bai Yiyuan couldn't contain his killing intent and asked, "Are all the examinees in the tower dead?" And Wenji calmly replied, "No, I can sense the life force of quite a few humans, but the consciousness of the abyssal demon has become extremely weak. It's been injured." After hearing that, he chuckled. "I told you so. You had me worried to death," he said with some apprehension. "Next time, could you please not just unleash your aura like that?" Bai Yuan was puzzled. But the abyssal demon used its power to disrupt the rules of the battle space. Even we couldn't get in, so who could have possibly injured it? Are you telling me it was those level 15 and 16 examinees? Inside the battlefield, the monster suddenly erupted with power. "Kill you! Kill you! Let me at him! I'll kill him!" The monsters below seemed to be empowered and immediately rose up. Everyone was intimidated by their power, filled with terror. Moyu stared at the notification panel in surprise. Corpse explosion has leveled up. After the talent upgrade, the range of corpse explosion will become 20 meters, and the damage will become 150% of the target's health. Corpse explosion level 1 to level 2. Detonates a corpse, dealing 15% of the corpse's health as damage to enemies within a 2-meter radius. He thought to himself, "So, does this mean skills need to be used repeatedly to become proficient before they can be upgraded?" Moyu stood up and looked at the horde of monsters behind him. Or rather, besides the innate skills of a class, do all skills learned from scrolls need to be leveled up this way? Right on time, a beam of light shone down, and a level-up symbol appeared above Moyu's head. Everyone was stunned. Who is that guy, using these kinds of monsters to level up? I think his name is Lin Moyu, a new class. Thank God for him. We would have been dead for sure otherwise. The Demon King whispered as it recalled its minions. Looks like you won't be leaving. It continued to threaten. Your name is Lin Moyu. This king will remember you. Just wait until you come to the abyss. Moyu didn't let it finish. An explosion was triggered. Moyu directly used corpse explosion to detonate its soul. Everyone looked up at the sky and cheered. The battle space is back to normal. We won! The group outside also quickly realized the abyssal consciousness had been destroyed. Meng Anwen used his divine power to confirm the battle space was recovering. Bai Yiyuan asked worriedly, "How are the kids?" He sighed in relief and answered, "The kids are all safe and sound. There were no casualties whatsoever." Bai Yuan was a bit confused. Not a single casualty? He thought to himself. This is completely different from what I predicted. What on earth happened in the battle space? Bai Yuan then decided that just in case, he would teleport the kids back first and then review what had transpired. Meng Anwen immediately agreed. Over on the other side, Xia Shui asked, "Lin, you fool, are you okay?" Moyu calmly replied, "I'm fine." Bai Yuan used projection technology to make an announcement. "Everyone, the power from the abyss has vanished. The battle space has returned to normal. You will be teleported back to the original examination hall. The results of the exam will be announced later." Xia Shui rejoiced inwardly. "We stood no chance against those beastmen warriors. It's a good thing we had this guy." A message was broadcast from the tower. "The combat type examination has concluded. Examinees, please wait for your final scores and evaluations." Xuanfeng stroked his chin, analyzing. The combat type exam results are a combination of score and evaluation. A high score alone isn't enough to get into the top academies. The evaluation also needs to be excellent, and the evaluations for those 5 are different from the other examinees, as they're given directly by the top brass of the Shengxia Empire. Xuanfeng thought of Mo Yu again. I wonder what happened in that battle space. I'm actually a little excited to see what kind of evaluation that kid, Lin Moyu, will get. Bai Yuan's group saw Mo Yu after reviewing the projection from inside. Yi Yuan looked at him, intrigued. "This is the one Meng Anwen recommended, a Necromancer. I've heard of them before. It's a new class that appeared in Shihai City, Jiangning Province. I never expected him to be the one to turn the tide. Not bad at all. His performance speaks for itself." He couldn't stop praising him. Calm, decisive in killing, and a powerful class. This kid already possesses all the necessary conditions to become a top-tier powerhouse. Not only is his class powerful, but he must have also awakened a strong talent. Immediately, the crowd erupted. This year's evaluations are hard to give out. What's so hard about it? Those who ran away are all spineless cowards. They'll just be deserters if they ever go to a real battlefield. Not worth expecting much from. They're just a bunch of teenagers after all. Lin Moyu is definitely excellent. Everyone, come discuss. The leaderboard is up. First, Lin Moyu, score 34,605. Evaluation, excellent. Lu Yun jumped for joy. First place, the top scorer. He's the top scorer. The man with the round glasses chimed in. Congratulations, old Lu, on getting a provincial top scorer. Now you'll have something to brag about for another 30 years. Lu Yun exclaimed in his heart. This kid, Lin Moyu, incredible. Xia Shui was also very excited. Congratulations, Lin Moyu. You really became the provincial top scorer. Mo Yu calmly replied. Thanks. She asked innocently, "You know how to smile?" Then Xia Shui continued nonchalantly, "You look good when you smile. Why have I never seen you smile before?" Mo Yu felt a little embarrassed hearing this. The notification board updated again. Second place, Xia Shui, score 7,600, evaluation, excellent. The people around them exclaimed, "Old Lu's struck gold. He got second place too. I'm so jealous." Those words made Lu Yun swell with pride. Next, the board displayed, third place, Feng Xiu, 6,700. Evaluation, excellent. Fourth place, Zuo Mai, score, 6,325. Evaluation, excellent. Fifth place, Wang Zihao, score, 6,300. Evaluation, poor. Zihao felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, asking himself, a poor rating? Why was this rating given? Forget about Shai King Academy. Even the top 20 junior academies in the Empire won't accept me now. His face turned ashen as he threw a tantrum. I refuse to accept this. Why? On what grounds did you give me a poor rating? It's not fair. The system didn't waste words and directly disqualified him. Wang Zihao has violated the examination rules. Expelled. He could only scream, no, before being thrown out. The announcements continued. This year's top scorer for the combat type class in Ningjiang Province is Lin Moyu. Gao Yang and his friends cheered loudly. See that? That's my boss. The top scorer. The provincial top scorer. The system's voice boomed again. Silence. A command from the Empire arrived, and the crowd fell silent. A command from the Empire? Isn't being the provincial top scorer the end of it? Just then, the system had a new update. Lin Moyu has become this year's national top scorer. Everyone who witnessed it was stunned. What? National top scorer? Lu Yun was so shocked he froze solid. Did I hear that right? Moyu is the national top scorer? Lu Yun laughed as if his soul was about to leave his body. The top scorer. The national top scorer. Everyone was alarmed. Old Lu, are you okay? Don't get too excited. Watch your health. You didn't mishear. This time, you can brag about this for the rest of your life. The onlookers were also ecstatic. The national top scorer. Our Ningjiang province has a national top scorer. Lin Moyu is amazing. I have to send my son to #1 high school in the future. Zhuo Mai spoke up. Lin Moyu, congratulations. Feng Xiu added, thank you. If it weren't for you this time, we would have all been in big trouble. Moyu shook his hand amicably and replied, it was nothing, Zhuo Mai asked. You're also aiming for Shaking Academy, right? Feng Xiu grinned from ear to ear. Then I'll see you at Shaking Academy. I'll treat you to a meal when we get there. Moyu replied with a serious face. Okay. Xia Shui sheepishly broke the mood. This guy doesn't like to talk much. We were classmates for 3 years, and I bet I haven't even said 10 sentences to him in total. He immediately corrected her. 26 sentences. So that was the exact number of sentences the two had exchanged in 3 years of school? This explanation only made the atmosphere more awkward. The two new friends could only cover their mouths and laugh awkwardly, while Ha Tuyet just wanted to run for the hills and hide. Later, at Lin Monyu's house, he announced, Sis, I'll be able to get into Hia King Academy soon. Grandma, I became the top scorer in the entire country. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He glanced over. Monyu opened the door and was a little surprised. Principal Liu, why are you here? What caught Monyu's attention was a tall figure exuding an overwhelming aura, making it clear this person was no ordinary man. He immediately became wary. The aura was so terrifying it was hard to breathe. Monyu instantly drew his sword, ready to fight, and his skeleton warrior was also summoned, but the figure transformed back into Bai Yi Yuan. He looked at the boy with praise. Not a bad reaction. Only then did Monyu bow his head. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Bai Yi Yuan. Bai Yi Yuan replied, I came here this time to discuss matters concerning Hia King Academy. He was very pleased with Monyu, calm and cautious, with excellent instincts, truly a promising candidate. At that moment, sunlight gently streamed through the window. Lu Yun broke the silence. My lord, please don't mind him. Monyu's older sister got into Hia King Academy last year, so the boy has been living alone. Hearing this, Bai Yi Yuan's respect for him grew even more. For two siblings to get into Hia King Academy under such circumstances is truly admirable, and for a genius like him to appear is even rarer. A status window appeared. Bone Soldier, Strength, Agility, Stamina, Spirit. Bai Yi Yuan looked it over and wondered. 250 for all 4 attributes, just average stats. So, how did you manage it in the combat dimension? Monyu was momentarily stunned and thought to himself, 250 for all 4 attributes. It seems others can't see the stats of my Bone Soldier after it's been upgraded by my talent. Bai Yi Yuan slowly began to understand what kind of talent he had awakened. Lu Yun exclaimed excitedly, Monyu, did you really awaken a talent? Monyu revealed without hesitation, my talent is upgrade. It upgrades all my skills. Bai Yi Yuan thought to himself, just as I suspected. Then it all makes sense. He stated, I came here for 2 reasons. First, to give you your reward from Hia King Academy, and second, to take you to the academy. There's a trial the day after tomorrow. I hope you'll participate. Monyu wondered, what kind of trial? Bai Yi Yuan explained, it's a trial held by Hia King Academy. The participants are all internal staff. We can only give you the specific details after you agree to participate. From his words, Monyu analyzed, participation isn't mandatory. The decision is mine. What does he mean by internal staff? It must be confidential. It seems this trial isn't an ordinary one. Seeing his hesitation, Bai Yi Yuan continued, I won't disclose the content, but I can tell you that this is a very rare opportunity. Originally, you weren't even eligible to participate in this trial. Monyu replied without hesitation, I agree. He smiled with satisfaction and took something out. In that case, I'll give you your reward first. As the national top scorer, your rewards are quite substantial. Monyu wondered about the skill scroll. Bai Yi Yuan presented a card. The first reward is 100,000 points, as a bonus in addition to your exam score. Your points are all on here. You've probably heard that at the academy, points are more useful than money. 2 scrolls also appeared on the table. The second reward is a beginner-level skill scroll and an intermediate-level skill scroll. Bai Yi Wen continued to explain, the third item is based on your performance in the combat dimension. You'll receive a supplementary reward. Eligibility to enter the lower god tower once. This entry pass is very valuable. You must be fully prepared, especially since it's your first time. Monyu replied, I understand. If Bai Yi Yuan said so, it must be extremely important. Bai Yi Yuan turned to leave, not forgetting to add, pack your things. I'm taking you to Hia King Academy. The two traveled through the night. Bai Yi Yuan offered words of encouragement. Do your best, kid. In a flash, they teleported to their destination. This was the academy's inner campus. Before them stood a stone block engraved with the 4 words, Hia King Academy. Bai Yi Wen said with a hint of pride. This gate is both an entrance and a weapon. Even a top-tier powerhouse would have to pay a hefty price to try and force their way through. Let's go. Once inside, he said, "This is the dormitory. You'll stay here for today. I'll be leaving now. Get some rest. Someone will come for you tomorrow." Monyu replied, "All right." Kenyun bowed his head and greeted, "Lord Bai Yi Yuan." He frowned, looking Monyu up and down and thinking, who is this guy? To be personally received by Lord Bai Yi Yuan, and to speak to him with such a cold tone. Kenyun asked, "Are you Lin Moyu?" Monyu confirmed, "Yes." He then asked cheerfully, "Where would you like to stay?" Kenyun began explaining the prices. "We have several different options, including 4-person dorms, 2-person dorms, and single rooms, as well as private villas. A 4-person room is 500 points a month, and a 2-person room is 1,000 points a month. A single room costs 2,000 points a month, and the more luxurious villa is 10,000 points a month." He concluded, "The prices vary greatly depending on the accommodation. The cultivation villas don't have a set price yet." Kenyun then rambled on. "Classmate Lin, I know you just finished your exams and have quite a few points, but I still advise you to save as much as possible. There will be many places where you'll need to use points later on. You should stay in a 4-person or 2-person room." Monyu directly ignored him. "I want a single dorm." He thought to himself, "Right, I guess I'll have to save a little and just get a single dorm." This decision made Kenyun's face fall as he asked again, "A single room? Are you sure? He's just splurging because he has the money. If you don't start saving now, you'll regret it when you find out how hard it is to earn points." Monyu replied flatly, "Yeah, in a moment, everything was arranged." He said decisively, "I'll take this room." Kenyun instructed, "All right, classmate Lin, give me your identification card so I can register you." Holding the card reader, he was absolutely stunned. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. "How do you have so many points?" Monyu explained, "The reward for being the national top scorer." Kan Yun's jaw dropped. 300,000. No wonder he wanted a single room. He inwardly cursed his own miserable fate. "Since entering the academy, I've only earned a total of 10,000 points, not even as much as the loose change in his account." After everything was settled, Kan Yun left. "All right, from now on, this room is your dorm. Get some rest. Call me if you need anything. And remember to buy a communicator tomorrow, or it'll be very inconvenient." Monyu looked at the view outside and marveled to himself. There are still people practicing their skills. Hia King Academy really lives up to its name. Everyone is working so hard. In an atmosphere like this, leveling up will definitely be much faster than before. The next day, the doorbell rang just as Monyu finished his meditation. Behind the door was Yai's radiant smile. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Monyu smiled faintly as he recognized her. She enthusiastically grabbed Monyu's hand and pulled him along, taking him to breakfast and then showing him around Hia King Academy. The two of them finally arrived at the academy cafeteria. Monyu spoke up, "I'll get this." He then proactively swiped his card. Wai panicked. "Why did you pay with points? You can use money here. If you can use money, you absolutely should not use points." Monyu put on a pitiful expression. "I don't have any money, only points." Hearing this, she replied, exasperated, "If you don't have money, just tell me. This young lady is so poor, all I have is money. Don't waste your points. They're really hard to earn." Wai was stunned, speechless when she looked at the receipt. Luckily, it was only 5 points. "Wait a minute. She was so shocked she dropped the pastry she was eating. How do you have so many points?" Wai warned him. "You remember this. From now on, if a place accepts money, never use points. Points are for buying things like swords and blades, even if you have a lot of them." Monyu had to concede, "All right." After they finished eating, while they were taking a walk, he spoke up, "This is for you." Wai immediately lit up, looking at the crystal core in her hand. "It's beautiful. Is this the core of the aberrant Star King?" But she suddenly turned to Monyu and asked in alarm, "Do you know how much this is worth?" "This is one of the 5 core items for the aberrant Star King's ring. It's a boss drop accessory. If you were to sell it, the lowest price would be at least 1 million gold coins." "Are you really giving this to me?" After Monyu confirmed it, Wai showed her delight, treasuring the item. "Thanks. In that case, I won't be polite." He thought to himself, "This thing is that valuable." It seems the Dynasty Guild really did cheat. The school glistened under the morning sun. And so, the two of them continued to walk, exploring one place after another with Wai as their guide. A little later, at the Student Affairs office, Wai spoke up, "All right, your enrollment is all set." Mo wondered, "Why can't I find any information on my sister, Lam Mak Han? Her records are blank." Wai could only guess. She might be on a top-secret mission for the academy, so her profile is sealed. Or maybe she joined an even more specialized school, like the Dawn Academy. "It's possible your sister joined one of them." She reassured him, "Hey, don't worry about it. I'm sure it's fine." Mongu replied, "Thanks." Wai urged, "Come on, let's go. Time to get down to business." I'm supposed to give you a tour of the academy today, but we've got a mission. Walking into a classroom, she stood at the front and called out, Dao Dao, I brought him. He's the national top scorer. The girl stepped forward and shook his hand, then introduced herself. Hi, I'm Tuang Dao Dao, a level 23 spirit knight. He politely replied, Lam Moyu, level 17 necromancer. Just then, Lang Tran appeared out of nowhere and sneered. Level 17? Are you kidding me? If you're gonna bring someone along, don't just pick up any random stray. As soon as the insult left his lips, YY furiously shouted, Lang Tran, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Watch your mouth. Mo Nugu is the national top scorer, but her anger only made Lang Tran sneer. A national top scorer means jack shit to our hidden dragon squad. Then he scoffed. We've seen national top scorers before. Every single one of them was garbage. With that, Lang Tran got right in Mo Ngu's face. You're Lam Mo Nugu, right? I know you were personally recommended by Lord Bak Than. Don't think that just because you have connections to him, you can do whatever the hell you want. A murderous glint appeared in his eyes as he growled. In my hidden dragon squad, you get in with pure strength. We can take you along for this trial, that's not a problem. But you will keep your mouth shut. Don't talk. Don't even make a sound. And most importantly, don't drag us down, or I'll be the first one to make you regret it. In that instant, the killing intent radiating from him intensified with his warning. Mo Nugu thought to himself, asterisk, even the young miss of the Ha family isn't as arrogant as this guy. Asterisk, he couldn't just stand there and take any more of Lang Tran's crap, so he uttered one fatal word, moron. Lang Tran's face instantly darkened, as if he'd just stepped on a landmine. The killing intent he'd been building up finally erupted. Channeling his energy, he lunged toward Mo Ngu, roaring, What did you just say? Why immediately screamed in shock. Lang Tran, you dare attack him? Dao Dao quickly took a defensive stance, creating a magical barrier and glaring angrily at the raging guy. Lang Tran, stop! He gritted his teeth but ultimately had to back down. Fine. For your sake, Dao Dao. With that, Lang Tran stormed off. Dao Dao turned back to Mo Nugu, looking very apologetic. We're leaving at 9 tomorrow morning. Meet back here. I can tell you the details of the trial then. Mo Nu watched Lang Tran leave as he replied, Got it, thanks. YY quickly broke the awkward silence. Come on, let's go buy some supplies. Just as YY and Mo Nu were about to leave the room, Dao Dao walked over to confront Lang Tran. Lang Tran, I know you have a grudge, but you can't bring your personal feelings into the trial. Besides, he was personally recommended by Lord Bak Than. Her words didn't change his attitude in the slightest. He just snapped back, I know what I'm doing. I just wanted to see what kind of trash was replacing my little brother. Hearing that, Dao Dao continued to reason with him. Even if it means nothing to us, you have to be special to become the national top scorer. Besides, his class is a new and unique one. Lang Tran immediately scoffed. If we're going to carry someone, they should at least be somewhat useful. A few new classes pop up every year, and most of them are total garbage. This necromancer is no different. Meanwhile, YY was consoling Mo Nu. She gently patted his shoulder and said, Don't stoop to his level. The guy's a psycho. Come on, let's go buy some health potions, mana potions, and a communicator. We'll need about 10 of the red and blue potions and 1 communicator. Mo Ngu took out a few weapons and items, saying to her, Could you sell these for me? The system's status updated quickly, identifying items for Lam Mo Nugu. YY, on the other hand, was delighted. She laughed and said, Now I can bother you whenever I want. Then she suggested, Let's be friends. Mo Ngu readily agreed. Sure, the screen displayed the text, adding friend. Not long after, they arrived back at his room. YY cheerfully said her goodbyes. See you at the trial, he replied seriously. Yeah. Alone in his room, Mo Ngu thought, asterisk, I need to prepare more for this trial. Asterisk. With that thought, he gripped the basic skill scroll tightly and commanded, use. A surge of power immediately flowed through him. Asterisk, here we go, asterisk, Mo Ngu thought, just as a system notification popped up. Skill acquired, slowing curse. As he read it, he began to analyze it. Asterisk. After being enhanced by my talent, the range is now 50 meters, and the slowing effect is 50%. Asterisk. Asterisk. The duration is also extended to 10 minutes. Asterisk. Mo Nugu couldn't help but marvel. Asterisk. Another god-tier skill. Asterisk. He began to review his current skill set. His skills could now be divided into 3 categories: summoning, attack, and curse. Every single one of them was crucial and incredibly powerful. This only made Mo Nu even hungrier for more. Asterisk, I hope I can learn other types of skills in the future. Asterisk, he thought. The next morning, YY called Mo Nugu bright and early. Rise and shine. The sun's already hitting your butt. I'm downstairs. Let's grab some breakfast before we go. Mo Nugu quickly agreed. A short while later, back in the familiar room, Dao Dao announced to everyone, "Once we teleport, nobody wanders off. Got it?" Of course. Lang Tran couldn't resist throwing a jab at Mo Nu. "Hey, newbie, try not to drag us down." YY immediately shot back, sticking her tongue out. "Yeah, make sure times you times don't drag times us times down." Seeing this, Dao Dao could only facepalm in exasperation. "Whatever issues you two have, settle them times after times the trial. You all know how important this is. Now, state your classes." As soon as she finished, a stylish girl with orange hair spoke up. Nunuk, level 20 Spirit Elder, rare class. A guy with golden eyes followed. Duan Cao, level 20 Prophet, rare class. Lang Tran lazily stated his turn. Lang Tran, level 21 Elementalist, rare class. Then came Dao Dao, who introduced herself slowly. Tuang Dao Dao, level 23 Spirit Knight, rare class. When it was his turn, Mo Nu calmly introduced himself. Lam Mo Nu Gu, level 17, Necromancer, unique, hidden class. Finally, Nin Wai finished. Nin Wai, level 19, Shadow Assassin, rare class. Once the introductions were over, Dao Dao took out a spirit stone. She warned them sternly, "We have to work together on this trial. If you don't blame me for what happens next." YY was the first to voice her commitment. "Don't worry, Dao Dao. We won't do anything to jeopardize the trial." Just as she said that, the spirit stone flared to life. A pale green light radiated from it, easily enveloping everyone. Dao Dao seized the moment and shouted, "Ha Kin Academy, Hidden Dragon Squad, initiating trial teleportation." Instantly, a massive, terrifying tower materialized before them. A blinding, deathly crimson light blazed from its peak. YY confirmed. "That's the Tower of the Fallen God." Asterisk. So the Tower of the Fallen God is in the sky. Asterisk Mo Nugu thought in surprise. Before they could even process it, they felt a powerful energy pulling them in. Asterisk. Is the tower's power teleporting us? Asterisk Mo Nugu wondered. Moments later, the group arrived at Mermaid Island, which was completely surrounded by a magical barrier. Looking at a glowing blue stone up ahead, Dao Dao said, "That's the mission stone. Everyone touch it to get the details for this trial." No sooner had she spoken than Mo Ngu touched it, and a mission notification immediately popped up. Trial mission. Enter the Mermaid's Tier dungeon. Kill the final boss to obtain the Mermaid's Tier. Party size. Maximum 6 members. Max average party level, 20. The Mermaid's Tier only drops on Nightmare difficulty. A Mermaid's Tier only falls in 3 drops. Reading this, he understood. In other words, only the top 3 teams to complete the dungeon can get a Mermaid's Tier. The Mermaid's Tier dungeon is in the center of Mermaid Island, Mo Yu thought to himself. In the end, it's just another dungeon run. Is there something so special about this Mermaid's Tier? Tao Tao, on the other hand, wasn't too happy. She frowned, not expecting this trial mission to be on Mermaid Island. Hearing this, Yi grew even more curious and asked, "Tao Tao, you've been on a lot of trial missions and have tons of experience. Can you tell us about it?" Tao Tao began to recall and said, "A Mermaid's Tier can be used to craft a special piece of equipment with a very powerful effect. Mermaid Island isn't located within our Divine Xia Empire's territory, and only 3 Mermaid's Tiers drop each year." She rested her chin on her hand and added, "So, besides our Divine Xia Empire, other nations come to Mermaid Island every year." An image formed in their minds of people from all over flocking here, hungry for the treasure she described. She continued, "Our Hidden Dragon Academy has a total of 10 teams. We're team number 2. In other words, we're not just competing against other students from Hidden Dragon Academy, but also against professional teams from other countries." Hearing this, Yi got a little worried. "Huh? So what do we do if we run into a team from another country?" Tao Tao, still with a thoughtful expression, replied, "It's happened before. At most, they just guard the dungeon entrance to block people from entering." Her expression grew more tense as she spoke. "But don't take it lightly. It's not like people haven't died before. If a real conflict breaks out, you do what you have to do. Your life is what's most important." Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Mo Yu tried to reassure them. "Don't worry, we won't end up in a situation like that." Tao Tao followed up, "All right, we're ready to enter Mermaid Island. Duan Gao, apply the buffs." He quickly responded, "Got it." Just like that, waves of buffs were applied one after another: strength enhancement, agility enhancement, defense enhancement, and magic activation. As Mo Yu felt the changes in his body, he estimated his 4 main stats had increased by 30%, and his skill power by 20%, lasting for 1 hour. He silently noted that the Prophet class was indeed a powerful support job. Too bad the Prophet's enhancement effect is still too weak compared to my own talent. Then he summoned his Bone Soldier and wondered, right, what would happen if the Prophet's buffs were applied to my Bone Soldier? The moment the Bone Soldier appeared, it successfully scared Duan Gao. He yelled in a panic, Holy crap! An undead-type summon! Seeing this, Yi laughed reassuringly. Don't be scared. They're just adorable bone soldiers. Moyu also turned to him and said, Could you please apply the buffs to the bone soldier? Thanks, Duangao stammered back. Okay, but after trying to apply the buffs for a moment, he said helplessly, My skills. They won't work on it. Moyu thought to himself, It's probably because my talent is too strong, so Duangao's blessing skills are being completely overridden by it. Thinking he'd found an opening, Ling Zhen immediately sneered. Can't even apply a buff to it. This summon and its master are both useless trash. The moment he finished speaking, Moyu shot him a disgusted glare. At the same time, a massive surge of energy erupted from the bone soldier, enveloping the entire area. Seeing that terrifying power, Ling Zhen instantly drew his weapon and took a fighting stance. He said tauntingly, What's this? You want to go? He had barely finished speaking when an arm blocked his view. Tao Tao reminded him angrily, If you want to fight, do it when we get back. Finish the trial first. Ling Zhen didn't answer, but inwardly he was cursing himself. Damn it. After his summon looked at me, I felt like I was going to die. My whole body went rigid with cold. Just as he finished the thought, shouts announcing the start of the trial erupted everywhere. The trial has started. Let's head into the island. Tao Tao shot forward, not forgetting to give instructions. Our target is the mermaid dungeon. We need to move fast. Avoid fighting wild monsters if we can. Miao Yu immediately replied, Roger. Before long, the group had moved near a stream where a mermaid soldier was hiding. Seeing their figures from a distance, it quickly dove into the water. When Mo Yu's group got closer, it suddenly burst out, aiming its attack straight at Tao Tao. As for this monster, it was a level 19 mermaid soldier. Strength, 300. Agility, 150. Spirit, 200. Stamina, 320. Skills, none. But that didn't put the group at a disadvantage. Tao Tao quickly dodged its fatal bite. Using the power of fire, the group successfully drew the soldier's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Yi quickly struck from behind. Just like that, a fatal slash slit the monster's throat. A notification quickly appeared. Killed level 19 mermaid soldier, gained 1,500 experience. Team leader Tao Tao received fish scales, but this was only the beginning. More monster soldiers began to swarm them, and Ling Zhen unleashed a wave of fire that scorched a large area. Tao Tao assessed the situation and judged, level 21 monsters are appearing now. At this rate, it'll take another 3 hours to reach the center of the island. We're too slow. We can't keep clearing monsters. Miao Yu, you're on crowd control. We're breaking through directly. Miao Yu replied, Okay. With that, she quickly used a wind-binding spell, not forgetting to shout, Go now. I've got them controlled. 20 minutes later, a huge horde of monsters was still roaming around. Up ahead, many other parties were moving against them. Tao Tao's group looked into the distance and said regretfully, We've already fallen behind. She grit her teeth and considered, If we charge straight through, what are our chances? Miao Yu replied worriedly, There are too many. I can't control them all. Besides, they're level 22 monsters, a higher level than me. My skills will have a chance to fail. Looking at the situation, Tao Tao thought anxiously, If we charge right in, we could get surrounded and be in danger. But if we clear a path, it'll take at least an hour, and we'll be left completely behind. Just then, Mo Yu spoke up resolutely. Leave it to me. This took her by surprise. Ling Zhen didn't miss the chance to mock him. What can a weakling level 17 like you do? You haven't lifted a finger this whole time. What good are you? As usual, Yi was quick to shut him up. Ling, shut your damn mouth! But he continued to aim his barbs at Mo Yu. You should just keep hiding behind a woman's skirt. At this point, Tao Tao also looked over worriedly and asked Mo Yu, What are you planning to do? He replied with the obvious answer, Use the bone soldier to distract the mermaid monsters. Only then did she realize, That's right, he has a summon. So she said happily, Then I'll leave it to you. As soon as she finished speaking, the bone soldier charged into the horde of soldiers. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, It's so fast. The monster horde began to thin out. Tao Tao seized the opportunity and quickly commanded, The path has been cleared. Let's go. Before long, everything was taken care of. The bone soldier had been recalled to its summoning space. Tao Tao gave Mo Yu a thumbs up in praise. Nice work. We were lucky to have you this time. Ling Zhen complained resentfully. Why didn't you just do that from the start? If you had, we would have been up the mountain already, not lagging behind at all. Yi shot him a sharp glare and yelled, Stop talking out of your ass! If you're so capable, why don't you go do it? Hearing that, not only was Ling Zhen not ashamed, he became even more sarcastic. Isn't he just relying on his summon? For all we know, he's just useless trash himself. In response, Mo Yu simply said coldly, This is the last time. Just then, Miao Yu suddenly screamed, Run! Out of nowhere, a large number of high-level soldiers suddenly charged out and attacked them. Tao Tao shouted in alarm, "Fall back!" At the same time, someone from the Sakura Kingdom appeared, holding a summoning talisman in his hand. Moyu's group confirmed their suspicion that he was from the Sakura Kingdom. That was their country's signature class, the Shikigami Summoner. As soon as those words were spoken, the summoning talisman shot towards Moyu's group like a storm, followed by a horde of divine beasts, ones with ox heads and horse faces, all sorts of them. Someone shouted in shock. The Shikigami Summoner's divine consciousness skill. They say it can summon ancient gods. Why would they do that? Myungak asked angrily. Sweating bullets, Dao Dao replied. They're trying to stop us from getting up the mountain. Just as she said, the guy from the Cherry Blossom Nation achieved his goal, hopped onto a divine beast, and didn't forget to leave a few taunts behind. You all can just wait here. If you can't get through, just use a teleport stone to go back. This mermaid dungeon belongs to our Cherry Blossom Nation. It wasn't just Monigu's group. Other teams were trapped by this too. Someone yelled in anger. Damn it! A Shikigami Summoner is a legendary class. Looks like the Cherry Blossom Nation is betting everything on this. There are hundreds of mermaid monsters here now. It'll take at least an hour to clear them all out. Dao Dao asked Lin Moyu doubtfully, Can you really handle this? Mongu simply replied, A summoner is here. The monsters aren't a problem. Let's move. She quickly shot back. You think summoners are omnipotent or something? Even a summoner is useless against hundreds of these things. But it turned out he was right. His skeleton soldiers quickly lured the monster horde away. Whispers erupted everywhere. Whose summon is that? It's pulling the mobs away. Awesome, someone said, though still regretfully. But there are still 2/3 of the monsters left. Dao Dao's tense expression finally broke into a smile. 2 of them. Turns out you have 2 summons. Meanwhile, Monigu calmly ordered his skeleton soldiers to distract the remaining monsters. He thought to himself, no need to go all out. I'm not about to let these brain-dead idiots leech my experience points. The crowd erupted again. Here comes another one. Hell yeah, bro. After this trial's over, drinks are on me. Cheers rang out from all over, leaving many people stunned. He's got a 3rd one? Which bro's summon is this? Seriously, thank you. A moment later, the call everyone was waiting for finally came. It's clear. Let's move, people. Don't let those cocky Shikigami summoners think they've won. With a path carved out for them, the crowd turned to thank Monu. Bro, you're running the next dungeon with us. Thanks a lot, man. The guy from the Cherry Blossom Nation hadn't gotten far. When he glanced back, he could already see the silhouettes of the other players. He was stunned. Huh? What the hell? How did they get up here? That many monsters should have kept them busy for at least an hour. Seeing his plan had failed, he switched to another tactic, quickly ordering his archers into position. He wondered, I don't know how they got past the mermaid monsters, but we have to stop them. Monu's group quickly noticed a rain of arrows heading their way. Someone shouted, It's the archers from the Cherry Blossom Nation. The order was given immediately. Mages, protective shields up, Monu spoke. So the fight begins. He seemed quite interested in this battle. With you and your skeletons here this time, she said. There's no way I'm scared. After the first clash, their side had already lost quite a few people. They realized they needed a new plan. This isn't working. Our groups are a mess. We need to reorganize, preferably around a strong mage. The idea quickly gained support. Yeah, we lost too many people at the base of the mountain. We have to regroup to put pressure on the Cherry Blossom Nation. Just then, Lang Tran approached Dao Dao. Captain, he said, I want to move to a different team. To her astonishment, he pointed at Mo Nego and added, Either he goes or I go. It's your choice, Captain. Doan Sao, who was standing nearby, chimed in. Long Tran, you're being unreasonable. Myungak immediately agreed. Yeah, if Lin Moyu hadn't distracted the monsters, we wouldn't have even gotten up here. Myunok was the most furious. Lang Tran, you're a real piece of shit, she said. While Dao Dao remained silent, deep in thought, Lang Tran was filled with smug confidence. He thought, the captain will definitely choose me. He thought, other teams are all looking for mages. This team can't do without a high-damage caster like me. The only option is to kick that guy out. The heavens may reward the faithful, but they weren't about to reward him. Finally, Dao Dao made her decision. If that's how it is, Lang Tran, you can leave the team. Lang Tran was completely stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. He yelled, What? Captain, you're kicking me out? If I leave, this whole trial is a waste for you. Don't you want to get into the Genesis Academy? Dao Dao answered, unshaken. I do, but you've forgotten what my class is. I'm an elf knight. I have my own code of honor. I can't do what you're asking. With that, there was no turning back for Lang Tran. He turned to leave, not forgetting to make a threat. Fine, don't you regret this? The system quickly updated. Lang Tran has left the party. Only then did Mo Nugu speak up. Let's enter the dungeon. Hearing this, the captain asked in surprise, Huh? But what about the Cherry Blossom Nation? Before she could finish her sentence, he urged her on. Captain Dao Dao, let's just go into the dungeon. She grew even more confused. But how? Doan Kao and Myeongak were just as lost as their captain. They just looked at each other and said, guess we'll follow him. Watching Mo Nu walk ahead, Dao Dao thought to herself, the worst that can happen is we have to retreat. With me here, at least no one will get seriously hurt. But was she really putting this much faith in Lin Moyu? Before long, they arrived. In front of them stood a giant portal leading into the dungeon. Seeing Mo Nigu's group approach, the players from the Cherry Blossom Nation yelled angrily, get the hell back! People from Shenxia are forbidden from entering this dungeon. The surrounding groups quickly recognized him. Hey, it's that summoner, bro. Let's move up! We can't let the Cherry Blossom Nation bully our fellow Shenxia players! Protect him! Seeing this, Lang Tran sneered. Idiots. Eager to die? Sure enough, a second later, a bull-headed spirit beast charged, aiming to rip them all to shreds. The captain and the others braced themselves, ready for a fight, including Moon-gu. He coolly ordered his skeleton soldiers to attack. The skeleton soldier appeared and practically shredded the spirit beast, destroying the summoned creature in a single blow. The group was floored. Dao Dao's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Lin Moyu has a summon that powerful? Myeongak couldn't believe her eyes either. His skeletons. They blocked every single attack. The players from the Cherry Blossom Nation were even more horrified. They wondered, what the hell kind of class is that? How can he have so many summons? And what are those damn skeletons? Our attacks are completely useless. They look so flimsy, like they could shatter any second. Finally, they realized something. They're trying to get into the dungeon. The moment they realized it, they charged toward Monu's group, yelling, we have to stop them, no matter what. Meanwhile, Moon-gu was calmly selecting the nightmare difficulty. A deathly skull icon appeared on his chest. In the blink of an eye, the spot where his party stood was empty, with only a couple of paper talismans fluttering forlornly to the ground. The players from the Cherry Blossom Nation were furious, but there was nothing they could do. By now, Monu's group was already inside the dungeon, surrounded by water and towering cliffs. Dao Dao kept glancing worriedly at Mo-nu. Noticing her gaze, Doan Cao quickly reassured her. Don't worry, his skeletons are insanely strong. Only then did Dao Dao feel a bit relieved. All right, she replied. I hope he can summon a lot of them. I'll do my best to tank the monsters. Then she gave an order. Myeongak, be ready to heal me. Also, give me party lead. Myeongak laughed cheerfully. You got it, Captain Dao Dao. Buffs are coming your way. Just then, a notification popped up. Killed. Level 21 Elite Mermaid Warrior. Experience plus 10,000. Obtained sardine skin. Myeongak was baffled. Wait, what just happened? Duan Kao was just as shocked. How did I just get EXP? The notifications kept popping up. Level 21 Elite Mermaid Warrior. Strength 2,000. Agility 1,200. Spirit 800. Stamina 2,200. Skill Shriek. Everyone could only wonder. An insta-kill? At the same time, Mo-nu was still commanding his skeleton. Keep searching for the next target. Dao Dao watched, thinking to herself, his skeleton just one-shotted an enhanced elite monster in a nightmare difficulty dungeon. Even a perfectly geared team would take at least 1 or 2 minutes to kill that. Seeing this, Doan Cao said cheerfully, see? I told you Mo-nu's skeletons were amazing. Everyone, let's keep up. Duan Kao spoke up again. Wait a second, our buffs. We haven't even applied our buffs yet. But Dao Dao immediately dismissed it. Forget the buffs, she said. Just follow them. We'll figure it out as we go. Not far away, the skeleton was still relentlessly unleashing a furious onslaught on the enhanced monsters with astonishing power. Tao Tao still couldn't believe her eyes. She kept telling herself this was the first time a dungeon run had ever felt this easy. Before, I always had to stand at the front, watching every single one of the monsters' attacks to protect my teammates. This time, it seems like I don't even need to pull the monsters' aggro anymore. Duan Gao said to Miao Yu, it looks like they don't need us. She nodded in agreement. It's like we don't have to do anything at all. Just like that, they quickly cleared almost the entire dungeon. When they reached the final waterfall, Mo Yu thought to himself, it's a dead end. There aren't that many monsters in this dungeon. But when he looked down into the water, he realized something below looked just like a boss. As he finished the thought, a massive snake raised its head. This must be the elite chieftain mermaid queen's pet snake, level 23, with 3,600 strength, 5,500 agility, 3,000 spirit, and 5,000 stamina. Skills: Tail Smash, Death Squeeze, Venom Spit. Looking at its stats, Mo Yu felt a bit daunted. He thought, its attributes are even higher than the Goblin King's. The skeleton's current 4 main stats are only 2,700. Tao Tao immediately volunteered. I'll go fight it. But Moyu just shook his head and said, "No need." As he spoke, skeletons that had appeared from nowhere leaped forward to engage the snake. A series of rapid tail smashes appeared, the sound of impact echoing throughout the dungeon. After a moment, they realized a problem. "It's too agile. What do we do?" But Moyu just calmly said, "It's fine." As he spoke, he raised his arm, which was glowing with red power, towards the snake and quickly used the slowing curse to restrain it. Just like that, something miraculous happened. Magical chains appeared and coiled around it. Its speed had slowed down. Watching the scene unfold, Tao Tao asked curiously, "Is that a curse-type skill?" Moyu replied, "Yes." Getting the expected answer made Tao Tao think even more. He has powerful summons and he knows curse-type skills. What kind of class is a necromancer, exactly? Meanwhile, the skeleton was still using Death Squeeze to attack the snake when suddenly, a stream of murky liquid spewed from the snake's mouth. Moyu thought to himself, "My skeletons are undead-type summons. The effect of venom spit on them is so small it's almost non-existent." An instant later, a skeleton had pierced the snake's head with its sword, killing it in immense pain. Tao Tao's eyes widened. "It's over just like that?" As if to confirm her question, a notification appeared. "Killed the Mermaid Queen's pet snake, plus 50,000 experience. Obtained silver-grade defensive item, snakeskin armor. Obtained intermediate monster core." He chuckled and said, "Stop spacing out, let's go." Duan Gao, still lost in the battle that just happened, added, "I didn't even do anything, and I got so much experience." As soon as he finished, Tao Tao urged again, "Let's go." Following Lin Moyu, she figured that based on the name of the last chieftain, the Mermaid Queen's pet snake, the final boss must be the Mermaid Queen herself. The group quickly went deeper. The further they went, the stronger the fishy smell became, until finally he couldn't stand it, covering his nose and saying, "The smell of fish here is too strong." At the same time, a vast castle gradually appeared before them. Guarding the outside of the palace were countless merman monsters. Tao Tao started counting. 1, 2, 3. Finally, she gritted her teeth and concluded, "There are a total of 60 patrol teams, which makes 180 merman monsters, and they're all elite-type enhanced monsters." Moyu, however, didn't feel threatened at all. He channeled his power even harder, thinking to himself, "When it comes to monsters, the more the better, of course." The moment he finished that thought, a small squad of skeletons charged out. Tao Tao was too stunned to speak. "What? Lin Moyu, that guy," she told herself. Even though his skeletons are fast, he can't be this reckless. The details of the mermen finally appeared. Elite merman soldier, elite type enhanced monster, 2,000 strength, 1,400 agility, 1,000 spirit, 2,400 stamina. Skill, stunning sweep. The two sides quickly clashed, one side relentlessly using stunning sweep, the other relentlessly delivering furious blows. She suddenly noticed that the other guard teams were charging in as well. Before she could worry for long, Moyu said to her, "Cover your ears." She had just managed to cover her ears when an earth-shattering explosion erupted beside her. Following that, a series of notifications appeared. Killed elite merman, plus 12,000 experience. Killed merman soldier. Killed elite merman soldier, plus 12,000 experience. The sheer amount of experience points appearing made Tao Tao cry out in a panic, "My God, what just happened?" But the experience points didn't stop there. Notifications continued to pop up after killed elite merman soldier, plus 12,000 experience. The entire group instantly had no less than 100,000 questions for Moyu. What skill was that? How could it be so powerful? How did he do that? This is the first time I've ever been showered in so much experience. Just then, there was another sound. The great doors of the palace had opened. Appearing before everyone was the Mermaid Queen, a chieftain-level monster with 5,000 strength, 6,000 agility, 5,000 spirit, and 6,000 stamina. Skills, terrifying screech, surging tides, Queen's whisper. Her eyes lit up. She stood there, amazed. Oh, wow. The more she looked, the more stunned she became, until she had to exclaim and step forward. "It's so beautiful." But just then, Moyu grabbed her hand and said, "It's a charm spell." Like a warning bell, everyone quickly regained their senses. Tao Tao was shocked once again. "Lin Moyu is fine," she asked, startled. "What happened to me?" Tao Tao could only clutch her dizzy head. Miao Yu gritted her teeth and said, "The Mermaid Queen has a natural charm spell. We fell for it. Luckily, Lin Moyu was here, or we would have had a party wipe." While everyone was composing themselves, when had the queen gotten so close to them? She was continuously calling upon her own power. Her rage turned her eyes blood red, and tangled green veins bulged on her forehead. Just like that, the queen successfully used her terrifying screech, causing the very space around them to churn with her every wave of anger. While defending against the overwhelming gale, Tao Tao calculated, with this Mermaid Queen's stats, based on our 6-person team's usual strategy, it would take at least an hour to defeat her. But at this point, I could no longer predict Lin Moyu's actions. Meanwhile, the Queen's screams grew more and more intense. She continued her thought. The Mermaid Queen's strength stat is too high. Even those skeletons won't have an easy time defeating her. The situation now felt like a pack of wolves surrounding a lion. It was impossible to tell who would win or lose. At the same time, the Mermaid Queen, holding a trident, was hurtling towards them. As expected, she quickly unleashed a vicious attack. The trident's blades tore through the air, shattering an entire wall on the opposite side, and taking a bone soldier with it. Tao Tao grew even more anxious. She said, "Duan Gao, give us buffs. Be ready to fight at any moment." He quickly replied, "Got it." She thought worriedly, "The moment Lin Moyu's bone soldiers can't hold on any longer, we'll charge in." But as soon as she finished that thought, he cut her off with a single phrase. "No need." He immediately used the slowing curse. Quick as a flash, a crimson chain appeared, binding the mermaid tightly. She thrashed her tail angrily, trying to use her surging tide's power. Waves of water churned and splashed everywhere, submerging a vast area. This attack destroyed 12 bone soldiers. Tao Tao saw the situation was bad and thought to herself, "Looks like the bone soldiers are about to fall. It's our turn." Then she shouted, "Lin Moyu, pull back your bone soldiers. We're going in." But Moyu continued to use his power, summoning more bone soldiers. He whispered, "Come out and play, my soldiers." Immediately after, an army of bone soldiers appeared. The bizarre scene left everyone speechless. Tao Tao hesitated. It took her a long moment to finish her sentence. "I'm not dreaming, am I? I can't even count them." Miao Yu was also stunned. So he had this many summons all along. He was holding back before. Duan Gao was sweating a little, too terrifying. No wonder Ning Yi always believed in him. Over here, Ning Yi was indeed delighted. She thought to herself, "As expected, he's gotten stronger again, and much faster than I imagined." Not far away, the mermaid was surrounded by the army of bone soldiers. As usual, the queen continued to use her queen's whisper skill in an attempt to blow the bone soldiers away. The space around them constantly warped because of it. Moongok struggled to hold on. She said, "It's no use. My level is too low. I can't resist the boss's skill." Monugu reassured her, "It's okay. Just tell yourself my spirit is strong enough. I won't be affected by the boss's mental skill. And as for my skeleton soldiers, they have no emotions, no fear, and feel no spiritual pain." The next second, the mermaid queen was struck by hundreds of swords, blood pouring endlessly from her eyes. A notification appeared accordingly. Mermaid Queen slain. Plus 80,000 experience. Obtained silver grade weapon, Mermaid Queen's longsword. Obtained silver grade weapon, Mermaid Queen's scepter. Mermaid Queen's longsword. Silver grade. Strength plus 50. Stamina plus 50. Combat type skill power increased by 10%. Usable at level 20. Mermaid Queen's scepter. Silver grade. Strength plus 50. Stamina plus 50. Combat type skill power increased by 10%. Usable at level 20. Obtained Mermaid's Tear. Holding the blue item in her hand, YY said emotionally, "A Mermaid's Tear. With this, the trial quest is complete. We're one step closer to Genesis Academy." Dao Dao agreed, "That's right. We can just complete the trial quest a few more times. We'll level up and be able to get into Genesis Academy." YY was still celebrating over the blue gem. She cheered, while Dao Dao said gratefully, "We were lucky to have Monu this time. Without you, we would have never been able to complete the trial." A thrilled Moongok immediately agreed. "Yeah, and that bastard Ling Zhen is the worst. A guy like that is bound to end up alone." Meanwhile, Moongu spoke up. "YY, do you have a cooldown reset talisman?" She answered, "Yes." Moongu thought back to the entrance. At that moment, the whole group was stunned and exclaimed in unison, "That's right. The cooldown reset talisman." Not long after, their group was outside. Their sudden appearance caused a stir among the crowd. "They're out already? How are they so fast? Has it even been half an hour?" A few guys from the Cherry Blossom Nation snickered to each other. They probably couldn't handle it, so they backed out. Looks like that skeleton crew is all bark and no bite, only good for being meat shields. Seeing them return, the other groups approached them with concern, offering comfort. "Hey man, it's okay to fail the instance. At least you made it out alive." One person after another added, "Yeah, that's right. You should head back." Ling Zhen was even more contemptuous, saying, "So you didn't die after all. Refused to lead the team into the instance, and now look at you, backing out? How great." Meanwhile, Dao Dao steadied herself and said, "No one has entered the instance. Everyone, be careful." YY quickly reassured her, "Dao Dao, don't worry. We have Lin Moyu." But then Dao Dao said, "YY, just stick to the plan we decided on before." She gave a mischievous smile and replied, "No problem. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "A cooldown reset talisman!" And before everyone's eyes, they suddenly vanished. The crowd outside was stunned. They went back in. A cooldown reset talisman. For that girl to have such a high-grade item, her background must be something special. If I'm not mistaken, didn't they just re-enter the instance? Two people entering a nightmare-level instance. Aren't they just asking to die? Dao Dao was extremely worried. She stared at the empty space where they had been and said, "All we can do now is count on the two of them." In contrast to her, Moongok said with great confidence, "Dao Dao, we've all seen Lin Moyu's strength. It'll be fine." Only then did Dao Dao relax and lower her shield, adding, "You're right. Even if it's nightmare level, I'm afraid Mo Negu alone would be enough." Moongok continued to try and soothe her, saying softly, "Don't worry." Inside the instance, YY was making a deal with Mongu. "You said you'd power level me last time. I didn't expect you to make good on it so soon. You're not allowed to just do it once and stop, okay?" He replied cheerfully, "Okay." The two of them chatted happily as they walked. The remaining uses on the cooldown reset talisman are just enough for the two of us to clear the instance twice. We have to use this chance to get all the mermaid's tears. YY added, "The longer we wait, the more can go wrong. We need to clear this instance as fast as possible." Mo Nagu was very confident in his abilities. He said, "It's fine. They can't kill things as fast as I can." At the same time, his skeleton soldiers were continuously taking down the enemy soldiers that were trying to attack the pair. Before long, they were inside the familiar cave, with notifications popping up constantly. Elite Mermaid Soldier, level 21, slain, plus 25,000 experience, obtained dark fish skin. As expected, that giant snake quickly appeared. It flew towards the two juicy morsels waiting for it. A few seconds later, another notification appeared. Mermaid Queen's Pet Snake, level 23, slain, plus 125,000 experience. Obtained silver grade defense item, snakeskin armor. Obtained intermediate level monster core. Holding the loot in his hand, Mo and Gu thought, "Last time it took over half an hour to get here, but now we've reached the mini-boss in just 5 minutes." Meanwhile, YY was still lost in awe of his strength. She thought to herself, "He's even stronger than I imagined." Seeing her silence, Mo Nagu spoke up, "Let's go to the Mermaid Queen's palace." When they arrived, another battle between the guards and the skeleton soldiers broke out. Very quickly, the skeleton soldiers gained the upper hand, taking down an enemy guard with each slash. Soon, a notification rang out. "All palace guards have been killed. The boss is about to appear." Immediately after, the familiar figure of the Mermaid Queen appeared. A list of her stats was displayed in detail. Mermaid Queen, chieftain level monster. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 6,000. Spirit, 5,000. Stamina, 6,000. Skills, terrifying screech, surging wave, Queen's whisper. YY hid behind Mongu and asked quietly, "If I don't look at her this time, I won't get charmed, right?" Before he could answer, she continued, "Monugu, I'm going to kill it." As soon as she finished speaking, thunder element slow and corpse explosion shot like lightning towards the queen. A huge flame erupted, incinerating everything in its path, including her. A notification quickly appeared. Mermaid Queen slain, plus 200,000 experience. Obtained silver grade weapon. Queen's dagger. Queen's dagger. Silver grade. Agility plus 50. Stamina plus 50. Assassin type skill power increased by 10%, usable at level 20. Obtained silver grade weapon. Queen's spellbook. Queen's spellbook. Silver grade. Spirit plus 100. Mage type skill power increased by 10%, usable at level 20. Obtained mermaid's tear. Her joy was doubled as just after getting the mermaid's tear, the words level up appeared above YY's head. She cheered happily, "I leveled up! Quick, let's go again!" Having collected all 3 mermaids' tears, Mo Nagu replied with a calm expression, "All right." But inside, he was thinking about something. When we first met, she was level 19 and I was level 10. All this time has passed, and she was still level 19, only just now hitting level 20. It seems this girl doesn't really like grinding levels. Meanwhile, YY was excitedly showing off to her team captain. "Dao Dao, I got it!" With that sorted, the two of them immediately went back outside. The crowd outside was buzzing incessantly. Why are they coming out right after they went in? How long has it been? It hasn't even been 10 minutes, has it? I bet they didn't even manage to kill a single monster. Are they just going to waste the cooldown reset talisman like that? Rich people can really do whatever they want. Hearing these comments, YY turned around and stuck her tongue out at them, and then the two of them entered the instance once more. Seeing this, Dao Dao couldn't help but ask in surprise, 10 minutes? They came out that fast? Moonjok replied, "Dao Dao, it seems Lin Moyu's strength is many times greater than we thought." Inside the instance, the two had just set a stopwatch. YY laughed and said, Let's see how long it takes this time, and if we can be faster than before. Mo Nagu thought to himself, she's treating this trial like a game now. Not long after, the two had completed all stages of the instance. YY cheered happily. 8 minutes and 58 seconds. 30 seconds faster than last time. Mo Nu said seriously, we have enough passes now. Let's head back. She said with a mischievous look, I can't wait to see the looks on the faces of those guys from the Cherry Blossom Nation. As she finished speaking, the two of them appeared outside. The group from the Cherry Blossom Nation was both disappointed and confused, wondering to themselves, why are they out again? What a waste of resources. Have they already used up all the charges on their cooldown reset talisman? It's hilarious. Did they get scared and run away before they even saw a monster? Meanwhile, Dao Dao quickly called out, how did it go? Why, did you get them? She smiled brightly, gave an okay sign, and said, don't worry, Dao Dao. Just then, the dungeon underwent a huge change. Someone shouted, hey, look, the dungeon seems to be disappearing. Another person argued back in disbelief. How is that possible? How can a dungeon just disappear? But the truth proved it could. The dungeon's area gradually shrank and became fainter and fainter. The crowd outside finally cried out in shock, it's really disappearing. How can this be? The dungeon only disappears if all 3 mermaids' tears are collected. Haven't they only entered the dungeon 3 times? Could it be them? Not far away, Mo Yu was calmly talking to his teammate. The trial is complete. Let's go. Dao Dao hesitated for a moment before replying, okay. But before they could turn to leave, the group from the Sakura Nation rushed over, shouting nonstop, don't let them get away. The mermaid's tears are on them. We have to make them hand them over. Hand over the mermaid's tears. The other groups were also extremely surprised to hear this. People asked each other, did Jiang Dao Dao's team get all the mermaid's tears? I don't really believe it, but the dungeon really did disappear. If our Shengxia team got them, we absolutely cannot let them fall into the hands of the Sakura Nation. As they said this, the bustling atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and a chilling aura enveloped the area. That guy from the Sakura Nation angrily charged towards Mo Yu, his face filled with killing intent, as if he wanted to eat him alive. The next second, he summoned ancient spirit beasts. All sorts of monstrous creatures appeared, so enormous they looked like they could swallow everyone present whole. Dao Dao also felt a flicker of worry. She could only frown, rooted to the spot. In contrast to her panic, Mo Yu was perfectly calm. He used his soul flame, and a blue power quickly gathered, spreading from his palm to surround his body. A moment later, he threw a straight punch at the spirit beast in front of him. As expected, the ancient spirit beast cried out in pain and collapsed. The guy from the Sakura Nation looked like he was going crazy, veins popping on his face. He spat out each word. You're courting death! The furious guy from Y Nation finally had to use his ultimate move, summoning a Shikigami. The words had barely left his mouth when the summons instantly rushed towards Mo Yu. He immediately shouted the command, attack! The Shikigami swung its axe, its eyes locked on its target. It hurled the axe in its hand, saying arrogantly, your attacks are nothing but an itch to my giant divine axe. Mo Yu was unfazed by the attack. He calmly sent a skeleton warrior charging forward with a berserker strike power level 2,700. In an instant, the Shikigami was struck with 2 huge gashes across its chest. Its initial frenzy vanished, and stunned voices echoed all around. What? Mo Yu himself froze, wondering, how was it so weak? Watching from behind, someone exclaimed in shock, he just one-shot the Shikigami summoner's Shikigami. Just then, the guy from Y Nation opposite him spat out a large mouthful of blood. He cried out, damn it, my Shikigami was killed, so I'm taking the backlash damage. But it didn't stop there. The skeleton warriors continued to swarm forward like a barrage of bullets. The stronger the attack on the Shikigami, the more severe the backlash was on the guy from Y Nation. On his side, Mo Yu casually raised his hand and gave the skeleton warrior a command, go. The man's eyes immediately filled with shock, fear, and worry. Sitting on the back of the Mangniu king, he still desperately ordered, hurry, get on. Watching from a corner, the onlookers couldn't hide their astonishment and began to murmur among themselves. How can his skeletons be so powerful? That was a legendary class Shikigami, Summoner's Shikigami. How could it be killed so easily? What level is he? What's his class? And what are these skeletons? The guy from Y Nation glanced over, his eyes filled with absolute hatred. He quickly realized, level 17 Necromancer. He must have awakened his talent. For Shenxia to produce such a powerful class, I have to report this back. At that moment, Mo Yu stood proudly amidst his legion of skeleton warriors, a cold blue light flashing in his eyes. The giant skeletons advanced slowly, each step radiating immense power, successfully intimidating the people from the Sakura Nation. They turned and fled, screaming repeatedly, I don't want to. I don't want to fight those things. I don't want to die. Instantly, the entire group fled in unison, shouting to each other, I don't want to die either. Even their Shikigami summoner was defeated. How are we supposed to win? Run. Run for your lives. Seeing this, the people from Shengxia burst out laughing in mockery. Look at those guys. They almost pissed their pants. What a bunch of losers. Getting scared off by a few skeletons. Those are the skeletons that cleared the nightmare-level dungeon. Rushing in would be like serving yourself up on a platter, right? With that, they shifted their gaze to Moyu's steady figure. By the way, where did that ace player come from? He's strong and quiet. Exactly my ideal type. Yeah, that scene where he one-shot the Shikigami was seriously cool. Seeing his majestic display, Ling Zhen was red-eyed with regret. He stared at the smiling faces surrounding Moyu, thinking to himself, if I hadn't left the team, would I be one of the ones who completed the trial this time? But jealousy quickly consumed his thoughts. Ling Zhen kept reassuring himself, no, this isn't my fault, Lin Moyu. Just you wait, this isn't over between us. To one side, Jiang Dao Dao, with a determined gaze, clenched the mermaid's tear in her hand. A blue light flashed, and she said with satisfaction, trial complete. Turning in the quest, immediately after, a system sound chimed. Trial concluded. Commencing teleportation. Back at the house, she approached him and said shyly, thank you, Lin Moyu. This trial was really important to me. Another girl sprawled exhaustedly over the table, sighing, it's finally over. I'm dead tired. She glanced at Dao Dao and said casually, Daozi, you don't have to be so formal with him. Even though he doesn't talk much, he's actually way more talkative than he used to be. She frowned at her, chiding, you're always speaking for him. Just then, there was a buzz on Moyu's wrist. He quickly opened the watch on his arm, and a message immediately appeared on the screen. Bai Yiyuan sent a message to Lin Moyu, requesting him to come to the Academic Affairs office. He blankly recognized the message from Bai Shen. The scene changes to the Academic Affairs office. Yiyuan sat in front of him, saying in a serious tone, I've seen the footage from this trial. You performed very well. Mo Yu's expression was cool as he answered indifferently, I just did what had to be done. He thought to himself, graceful in victory, resilient in defeat, not bad. Then, Yiyuan inquired, do you know the purpose of the mermaid's tears? Mo Yu answered bluntly, no. He wondered, are the mermaid's tears really that important? Yiyuan explained, the mermaid's tears are related to the success rate of the second talent awakening at level 40. Items that can aid in talent awakening are extremely rare. Even though the mermaid's tears are of a relatively low tier, they are still very important. I didn't expect the Sakura Nation to calculate the time and location of Mermaid Island's appearance this time. They nearly caused the trial to fail. He continued slowly. Fortunately, you were there this time to help Shenxia obtain the mermaid's tears. Is there any reward you want? I will do my best to grant it. Hearing this, he thought, I couldn't find any information about my sister in the Academic Affairs office before. Why not take this chance to ask Bai Shen? With that thought, he didn't hesitate to speak up. Sir, can you help me find someone? He immediately guessed what he meant. I know who you're talking about. Your older sister, Lin Moxie, joined the Genesis Academy at the beginning of the year, which is why you can only find a blank data file. All students of the Genesis Academy have their data wiped clean. As soon as he said this, Mo Yu's eyes lit up. He thought, the Genesis Academy. Dao Dao's ultimate goal is also the Genesis Academy. Wai and Xia Shui also always told me they would join the Genesis Academy if they had the chance. Recalling his sister's gentle smile, he pondered, I can't believe my sister was already in, but she only enrolled last year. How could she join the Genesis Academy after just half a year? At this point, Yiyuan explained, because your sister has joined the Genesis Academy, according to regulations, I cannot disclose any more information to you. Until you join the Genesis Academy yourself, you are not permitted to meet your sister. If you have any questions, your only option is to get into the academy and ask her yourself. He bent down and tapped on the watch on his wrist, then said, the requirements for entering the Genesis Academy have been sent to you. After that, he added, I probably should have told you about your sister from the beginning. Besides this reward, you still have one more. Mogu quickly set his sights on his goal. In that case, I want a cooldown amulet. He thought to himself, this thing can't be bought on the market, so it must be rare, but it's incredibly useful. I really need a cooldown amulet right now. Hearing this, Bai Yiyuan laughed and said, after seeing your performance in the trial, I figured you'd want this. Although the cooldown amulet is just a low-level item, it's not easy to get your hands on. This trial alone isn't enough. I have another mission for you. If you can complete it, I'll get you one. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately agreed. Deal. He already had a plan forming in his mind. With a cooldown amulet, I can level up faster and join the Radiant God Academy. He held a spirit stone in his hand, offering it to him as he instructed, but you have to wait until you're level 20 to accept this mission. If you're in a hurry, you can go to the palace dungeon in the academy to grind some levels first. Placing it in his hand, he explained, "This is a teleportation stone to the palace dungeon, but not just anyone is qualified to have it." Mo Nagu immediately used the teleportation stone. Yi Yuan thought in surprise, "He's going to grind levels right away? This kid's something else. He just got out of the trial and isn't even taking a break." Looking at the scene inside the dungeon, Mo Ngu exclaimed in shock, "This is the Xiajing Academy's palace dungeon?" Inside, it was crowded with people shouting out invitations. Normal difficulty, burial grounds dungeon, need a mage around level 25, must be skilled. Someone else was looking for nightmare difficulty, bloody battle with the Beastmen Legion dungeon, need a healer level 20 to 25, requires skilled healing and a full set of bronze gear. Another group was recruiting, nightmare difficulty, Dark Knight Tower, need a level 30 knight or higher, full set of silver gear required. Mongu looked at the system panel, which showed the requirements to enter the Radiant God Academy. He frowned and thought, level 30 or higher? Looking at the bracelet on his wrist, he wondered to himself, that means after my sister came to Xiajing, she reached level 30 in just 3 or 4 months. In addition, the system had 2 other requirements. Clear the level 30 Abyss Frontline Dungeon on Hell difficulty and obtain 1,000 contribution points. Mo Negu pondered. Hell difficulty is definitely way harder than Nightmare. I wonder if I can solo it. And how do I get these contribution points? As he was thinking, a girl walked up and called out softly, "Hey, classmate." She looked at him with sparkling eyes and said, "Hi there. Is this your first time at the palace dungeon?" Seeing his surprised expression, she continued, "My name is Thu Han. I can give you a tour of the palace dungeon." Mo Negu realized this student was just using this as a way to earn points. Mo Negu asked her, "How much?" Thu Han seemed surprised by how direct he was, but she answered right away, 100 points is enough. A notification for a 100-point transfer appeared on her bracelet. Thu Han smiled, chirping her thanks. "Thanks, classmate." She then continued with her introduction of the palace dungeon. In the palace dungeon, there are 2 dungeons below level 20, 18 dungeons from level 20 to 30, and 20 dungeons from level 30 to 40. Thu Han led him to each dungeon entrance and said, there are 52 dungeons from level 40 to 70. There are also 2 large-scale dungeons for 40 or more people, and 1 massive dungeon for over 100 people, making for 95 dungeons in total. She continued leading Mongu to the center of the palace, where pillars with orbs on top stood. Each dungeon has a corresponding clear record. Setting a new record will get you a reward. Thu Han pointed to where the pillars were. This is the mission center for the palace dungeon and the party recruitment center. You can complete missions to earn points here, and you can also recruit a party or join one. She looked at Mo Nu and saw that he still seemed confused about something. "What's wrong, classmate? Is there something you still don't understand?" He didn't look at her but asked quietly, "How do you get contribution points?" She pointed to a massive orange energy orb and replied, "Contribution points. You can get them by participating in academy-organized trials or by completing missions assigned by the academy." Monu's face fell as he thought. You need 1,000 contribution points to enter the Radiant God Academy. The highest mission reward in the mission center is only 10 points, and most are just 2 or 3. Thu Han continued a bit awkwardly, "It's really hard to get contribution points. Every time a mission is posted, someone completes it almost instantly. But if you want to join the academy, contribution points are essential." Suddenly, a notification appeared on his bracelet. 50 contribution points have been transferred. A message came from Duan Sao. "Mo Nu, did your contribution points come through too? How much did you get?" "I got 20 points. I hit the jackpot. Sister Daozi got 30. She's over the moon." Duan Sao exclaimed in shock. "Did I hear that right? 50 points? You've got to be kidding me! How could anyone get so many contribution points at once?" Another voice chimed in from the side. "He's just bragging. His level isn't even that high." Mongu glanced at Thu Han and said, "Thanks for the explanation." She waved her hand and replied, "No problem, you already paid. So, are you looking to find a party to run a dungeon now?" Mo Nu didn't answer her, instead, walking over and placing his hand on an orb in front of him. Dungeon information, Mutated Forest, level 17 dungeon. Entry requirement, level 15 to 19. Entering the dungeon will deduct 10 points. Bypassing the cooldown costs 40 points. Dungeon record, first place, 58 minutes. Second place, 1 hour and 17 minutes. He thought to himself, no one has broken the record in 3 years? Fine, I'll just break the record and take the reward, Mongu shouted. Select Nightmare difficulty. A ray of light appeared where he stood. Many people there witnessed Mo Nu entering a nightmare dungeon by himself. Murmurs began to spread through the crowd, the Mutated Forest, and here I thought it was some big shot. Turns out it's just some punk who's not even level 20. I bet those 50 contribution points he got weren't exactly earned through normal means, if you know what I mean. The scene changes to the mutated forest dungeon. At that moment, Mongu was level 17. He calmly put his hands in his pockets, slowly advancing behind his skeletons, muttering, "I wonder how many levels I'll gain after clearing this dungeon." The skeletons continuously slaughtered the mobs in the dungeon as level-up notifications popped up one after another. Killed level 17, mutated brown bear, plus 6,000 experience. Obtained beast fang. Killed level 18, mutated brown bear, plus 7,000 experience. Obtained beast claw. Mongu calculated in his head, I can just leave the mob cleanup to the skeletons. I'll go straight for the dungeon boss to save time. He and two skeletons then arrived at a lake with a mysterious vortex in the center. Monu said grimly, "Found you." The monster's information appeared. Mutated Jiao turtle, boss level monster, level 19. Strength, 4,000. Agility, 500. Spirit, 500. Stamina, 7,000. Skills, rend, sweep, super defense. Mongu couldn't help but be surprised when he read its stats. This boss's stamina is really high, even higher than the level 24 Mermaid Queen. The skeleton army immediately charged forward to attack the monster, but all their physical attacks were blocked by its super defense skill. He raised a hand and sighed. Even the skeleton soldier's frenzy attack can't do much damage. That turtle shell is tough. Now I see why no one's been able to break this record in 3 years. A green flame shot out, flying straight under the turtle's shell. Soul Flame was unleashed. Monu said coldly, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry. I'll just have to use a skill that ignores your defense." Hit by the attack, the mutated Jiao turtle let out a heaven-shaking roar of pain. Mongu knocked the turtle into the air and ordered his skeletons to flip it over. He pointed at the overturned turtle and commanded the skeleton soldiers, use frenzy. A moment later, the Jiao turtle lay belly up on the lake's surface. The defeat notification popped up, killed, mutated Jiao turtle, plus 150,000 experience. Obtained bronze-grade weapon, Jiao turtle gauntlets. Strength plus 20. Stamina, plus 20. Martial artist skill power increased by 6%. Usable after level 12. Obtained bronze-grade defensive gear. Jiao turtle heavy armor. Stamina, plus 30. Defensive skill power increased by 6%. Usable after level 12. Obtained low-grade monster core. Monu looked at his stats and calculated. My experience bar went up by about 35%. One more run of this dungeon and I should be able to hit level 18. I wonder what the reward for the new record is. Meanwhile, the outside was in an uproar as the bells announcing a new record rang out. The palace bells are ringing. Someone set a new dungeon record. Which elite team was it? I don't see any pro players going in. The record notification appeared on the dungeon sphere. New record. Mutated forest. Cleared by one person. Lin Moyu, level 17 Necromancer. Clear time, 35 minutes. Current record ranking, number 1. They looked up, buzzing. Even if it's just a low-level dungeon, it's not something one person can clear. This guy cleared the dungeon by himself, and he was damn near twice as fast as the old record. Just then, Mo Yu was teleported out. The rewards continued to be delivered with a notification. Record for clearing the mutated forest. Received 1,000 points. 5 contribution points. Can only be received once. He looked at it, thinking, so setting a new record gives contribution points. He stared at the bracelet on his wrist. Looks like I'll have to run another dungeon. As soon as he reached the hall, he walked towards the gate of another dungeon. The crowd there panicked. He's going to run another one. I'm already level 30. Would it be humiliating to ask him to power level me? Could it be true that he just got 50 contribution points? In front of Mo Yu, the dungeon information appeared. Spider's Nest, level 20 dungeon. Entry requirement, level 18 to level 21. He was a bit disappointed when he saw the dungeon's requirement. Level 18 to enter? Does that mean I have to run the mutated forest one more time? A crowd surrounded him, everyone talking and asking him questions. Why is the master back? I know. The Spider's Nest requires level 18 to enter. The master is only level 17. A level 17 player set a new record by himself? Half an hour later, that same crowd was in an uproar again. The master is out. He's level 18. He finally hit level 18. Oh my god. Does this mean he's going to challenge the Spider's Nest record now? Did anyone time that? Why do I get the feeling he was even faster this time? A person walked over, looked at the new record notification, and said in a panic, he actually set another new record. New record, mutated forest. Cleared by one person, Lin Moyu, level 18 Necromancer. Clear time, 24 minutes and 32 seconds. Current record ranking, number 1. They exclaimed in astonishment. What? So he wasn't even going his fastest before? The crowd was in a constant uproar. Where did this god-tier player come from? The previous record was set by a nearly perfect team and had been held for 3 years. Who would have thought it'd be broken twice in a row by a newcomer? Is he going to break the spider's nest record too? Amidst their words, Moyu silently walked towards the new dungeon gate. The dungeon's old record information appeared. Spider's Nest, Level 20 Dungeon. Record for Spider's Nest Dungeon, Rank 1, 1 hour and 12 minutes. He quietly assessed it. Did they set the Spider's Nest record too? Unbroken for 3 years. To the crowd's surprise, Moyu said, "Sorry, I really need the contribution points too." Then he immediately selected Nightmare difficulty. Moyu stuck both hands in his pockets, thinking to himself as he walked, "So this is the Spider's Nest. It's so dark." He slowly raised his hand, releasing a cluster of green fire that enveloped it. Moyu stood alone in the pitch-black nest, his hand glowing brightly. In the dark and silent cave, he gently extended his hand forward and silently made an assessment. This spider's nest is like a maze. I should probably send the skeletons to scout the path first. As he went deeper, the system notified him. Killed level 20 red spider, experience plus 9,000, received spider silk 5. Killed level 19, long-haired spider, experience plus 8,000, received spider silk 4. This tangled spider's nest made even him complain to himself. There are too many forking paths. Moyu looked at the map, saw his skeletons, and came to a conclusion. Furthermore, almost all the skeletons are getting into fights. If I keep going like this, my speed will drop significantly. The system provided the next piece of information. Lesser spider, level 18. Strength 200, agility 200, spirit 100, stamina 200. Moyu silently observed the spiders moving around along with the information, so he wasn't surprised and thought, are all these lesser spiders dungeon monsters? These forks are perfect for an ambush. He stepped a little closer to the lesser spiders, then unleashed the flame from his hand and called out, "Let's try using a skill." The system immediately announced his last action, Soul Flame. After unleashing the fire, he frowned in thought. At least 100 lesser spiders were destroyed in that wave. On the system panel, the number of kills he received appeared again. Killed, level 18, lesser spider, experience plus 500. Receiving the system panel notification, Moyu nodded again and came to a conclusion. The experience given is equivalent to 20 elite enhancement-type monsters of the same level. This is a holy land for grinding experience. One by one, the spiders that approached him were burned by his flames, from the big ones to the small ones. The system's calculation panel was also constantly updating. Stamina 185 out of 2,900. Moyu held his hand out in front of him and muttered, "Return to summoning space." But the small green flame on his hand didn't change at all, which puzzled him. I've always used this strategy to kill bosses, so why did it fail? The system panel announced, "Summoning failed." Moyu's thoughts were a bit chaotic in the face of the current situation. Is it because there are too many spiders on me? He stepped back, raised his hand forward, recited a command and released it. Use Corpse Explosion to deal with those lesser spiders. The spiritual energy he released caused the statistics panel to appear continuously. Killed level 18 lesser spider, experience plus 500. Moyu bent down, jumped up, and rushed forward calculating, since this is a good place to grind experience, I can't let it go to waste. There are a total of 108 caves. If I group the skeleton soldiers into teams of 10, they won't have to worry about being harassed by the lesser spiders. A dozen minutes later, the boss information appeared on the notification panel. Spider Queen, Chieftain level monster, level 21, Strength 5,000, Agility 3,500, Spirit 500, Stamina 4,000. Skills, Webbing, Acid Spray, Sweeping Strike. Moyu stood before the spider and said confidently, "Finally found you." He raised the spiritual flame and threw it at the giant spider, his eyes sharp and his words full of resentment. "You like ganging up on the weak. This time, it should be my turn, right?" Ning Jiyuan stood outside, her eyes teary with worry. Can he really get through the spider's nest? The two people beside her stood with their arms crossed and said, "The spider's nest is called a holy land for experience and resources, but it's not easy to clear alone." It's been an hour already. The record is 1 hour and 12 minutes. It looks like he won't be setting a new record. The status panel appeared. He was at the end of level 18. Moyu looked at the watch on his wrist, muttering and calculating. One clear run, and my experience increased by 80%. The lesser spiders wasted so much time. It took a total of 1 hour and 32 minutes. Didn't break the record. Looks like I'll have to run it again. I need to get both the regular points and the contribution points. The system had also added points to the board for killing the Spider Queen. Experience plus 190,000. Received silver grade weapon, Spider Queen's blade. Ning Jiuan anxiously looked at the time. It's been an hour and a half, and he still hasn't come out. Did something happen to him? Seeing Moyu appear, she let out a sigh of relief, cheered, and asked, "Classmate, You're finally out. Did you clear the dungeon? Seeing Moyu didn't answer, Ning Zhiyuan was afraid he hadn't passed and tried to comfort him. It's okay if you didn't clear it. There are a ton of monsters in the spider's nest. It's almost impossible for one person to pass. But Moyu turned to look at her and said in a cool tone, "Thanks, but I cleared it." Ning Zhiyuan was so surprised she stammered, "You cleared it?" She stood frozen, speculating, did he really clear it? By himself, his dungeon clearing speed is even faster than the 5-person team that set the record. She glanced over his calm demeanor again and assessed. Besides, looking at how composed he is, it's as if that wasn't even his limit. Moyu stood there, then turned to ask her, "By the way, do you know which dungeon gives the most experience?" Ning Ziwen put her hand on her chin and thought, among the dungeons below level 25, the spider's nest is the one with the most experience. He also silently nodded in agreement with her opinion. Although the spider's nest gives almost 3 times the experience of the mutated forest, the clear time is a bit long. Mo Yu was suddenly lost in thought. There really is a lot of experience in the spider's nest. In the time it takes to clear the spider's nest once, I can clear the mutated forest almost 4 times. But running it like that would also cost quite a lot of money to reset the cooldown. He recalled the data on the system panel. Reset cooldown, 40 points. Mo Yu stood up straight again and turned to Ning Zhiyuan to ask further, "Is there a dungeon that's faster to clear and gives more experience?" Ning Zhiyuan lowered her head, searching her knowledge and muttering, "Faster to clear and more experience." She finally thought of something and hurriedly told Mo Nugu, "There actually is one. You could try grouping up with others for the large-scale dungeon, the Tyrant Desert." Ning Zhiyuan explained it to him in detail, her tone friendly. Even though the Tyrant Desert is a level 25 dungeon, level 20s can get in because it's a 40-person raid. A lot of higher-level players farm points by carrying newbies through it. Mo Nugu listened, calculating. Asterisk. A large-scale dungeon, huh? I wonder if I can solo it. Bai Yuan's quest requires me to hit level 20 anyway. Asterisk. Then, he coldly turned and walked away, leaving behind just a single thanks. He thought, asterisk, looks like I need to break that record and hit level 20 as soon as possible. Asterisk. Seeing him leave like that, Ning Zhiyuan called after him, "Hey, are you still going to run the spider's nest dungeon?" Standing before the horde of vicious spider fiends, Mo No smirked and said, "All this EXP. I'm taking it all." Bai Yuan and a few others stood before a large screen, watching him. "See that? Makes you jump, doesn't it?" he said, standing with his arms crossed. "Even though I've already met him, I'm still pretty shocked watching him fight." Meng Anwen stroked his beard, nodding in agreement. A single person who can solo the mermaid dungeon and obtain all 3 mermaids tiers. The look on those guys' faces was incredibly satisfying. Hong Shan, the principal of Qianlong Academy, standing beside them, chimed in urgently. Those brats from Qianlong Academy can't even compare to a new student who just finished his college entrance exams and hasn't even taken a single university course. Meng Anwen glanced sideways. "Old Bai, you've already had contact with him." Bai Yiyuan replied with a smile, "It's his talent, a leveling talent, but how many times it multiplies? Well, that's his own private secret." He shared his thoughts. Judging from this trial, the kid's not bad. He nodded in agreement, taking a sip from his teacup. "I feel this kid has a very promising future. His sister has already joined the Genesis Academy." An image of Mo Nu and Mo Han appeared. His sister is still highly favored by that old geezer. He's pouring all his resources into training her. Every person that old man trains becomes an elite of the human race. You and I both know just how high his standards are. I think it's very likely he's already on his radar. Meng Anwen frowned in thought. "It looks like our human race is about to have 2 new rising stars." Hong Shan looked up and said, "In my opinion, that kid will probably become a force to be reckoned with, 1 man against 1,000, an army of 1. The scene of the intense battle between the Skeleton Legion and the spider unfolded. Mo Nu frowned, crossing his arms. Asterisk. Even though these spiders give less EXP individually, altogether it's enough for a 70% boost. The clear time is much faster now. This time, I'll definitely break the record. Asterisk. The scene shifts to a crowded, luxurious auditorium. The sound of chatter echoed, and then a bell rang again. Who broke another record? It has to be that student Lin Moyu from earlier. I saw him go back into the dungeon. He must be a talented professional. Ling Zhen looked on with a calm, dismissive expression. Talented professional, my ass. He's just lucky. A student in front turned around, annoyed. "Hey, why are you talking like that?" He mockingly gave a thumbs down. "He's just an ordinary university student who just finished his exams. He's just using his connection with Bai Yuan. Who knows what kind of powerful items he was given. Otherwise, how could he possibly solo a nightmare-level dungeon on his own?" Ning Zhiyuan overheard and retorted angrily, shouting, "So what if he's from an ordinary academy? You think someone from an ordinary academy can't set a record?" Another male student also spoke up critically. "I know you. You're from Qianlong Academy, right?" You think Qianlong Academy is so high and mighty? Besides, do you have any proof for slandering him like that? Mo Nugu ran a hand through his hair and stepped out of the barrier, the achievement board displayed behind him. New record, Spider's Nest. Party size, 1. Lin Moyu, level 19, Necromancer. Clear time, 47 minutes. Current record ranking, number 1. A new record has been set for the Spider's Nest dungeon. Reward, 100 bonus points, 5 contribution points, one-time reward only. The crowd cheered in admiration. Look, it's student Lin Moyu. Master, someone was spreading rumors about you. He really broke the record again. 47 minutes. That's almost half an hour faster than the previous record. Suddenly, he recognized Ling Zhen and asked, "You again?" The other guy stammered, "Lin Moyu, what are you playing dumb for? It's only because you have Bai Yi Yuan backing you. If you weren't the nation's top scorer, I wouldn't even look twice at you." A spectral skull appeared behind Mon Gu, his eyes glowing with a powerful killing intent. He said in a low voice, "I've tolerated you long enough." He thought to himself, asterisk, "It's not convenient to act inside the academy." Asterisk. Ling Zhen's face went pale with fear as he stammered, "You? You think I'm scared of you? Who the hell do you think you are?" He thought nervously. Asterisk. That look in his eyes. He's killed before. Why do I feel so scared? It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. Asterisk. Mo Engu glanced at him coldly and turned away, thinking, asterisk, a pathetic clown, wasting my time. I need to hit level 20 today. Asterisk. His experience bar appeared above his head. Level 19, 74%. Mongu coldly raised his hand, launching a magical attack and affirmed, "After clearing this run, I can finally level up." The battle ended. The system cast a brilliant golden light onto his body, leveling him up. He breathed a sigh of relief in his mind. Asterisk. Finally, level 20. Asterisk. Asterisk. Before I take on Bai Yi Yuan's quest, I should check out the changes from my level up. Asterisk. The system panel immediately updated his information. Name, Lin Moyu. Class, Unique Necromancer. Level, 20. Strength, 300. Agility, 300. Spirit, 1,300 plus 20. Stamina, 300 plus 20. Equipment, Elf King's Grimoire. Knowledge Talisman. The system offered Mongu a suggestion. Summoning Space, 120 out of 200. Skeleton Soldiers, 120. Talent, Omni Upgrade, Level 2, Unique. Passive Skill, Damage Transfer. Active Skills, Soul Flame, Level 20. Summon Skeleton Soldier, Level 20. Corpse Explosion, Level 2. Slowing Curse, Level 1. Summon Skeleton Soldier can now summon one silver rank Skeleton Soldier. After reading for a moment, he thought, asterisk, my summoning skill has been upgraded. Let's try summoning a silver rank Skeleton Soldier. Asterisk. Mo Nu decided to try at once. A notification popped up. Spirit minus 500. He glanced at the skeleton in shock and assessed. Asterisk 500? Spirit points for a single summon? Asterisk. The system panel displayed the full information for the skeleton warrior, the Bone Soldier. Rank, Silver. Strength, 4,000. Agility, 4,000. Spirit, 4,000. Stamina, 4,000. Skill, Furious. Strike, Level 2. Furious Strike, Level 2, deals 300% of its own strength as damage to the target. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Mo Nu looked again, comparing the information and considering it. Asterisk. Its attributes are enhanced across the board. Just one of them is almost comparable to a dungeon boss, and its skill has leveled up too. Asterisk. Mongu was also a bit hesitant about summoning skeletons. Asterisk. The cost to summon a skeleton is way too high, and my current gear is already outdated. Asterisk. It's time to replace it with new equipment. I also need to sell some of the silver rank gear that dropped in the dungeon and buy some more skill scrolls. As he stepped out into the main hall, everyone was busy, whispering and trading. Asterisk. The trading hall. I remember it's over here. Asterisk. The master has appeared again. He leveled up again. This is unprecedented. From level 17 to level 20 in a single day. Did you guys notice? He already broke his own dungeon record. This time, it seems like he was out in less than half an hour. My god, does that mean his previous record wasn't even his limit? He walked straight inside and hesitated for a moment before finally entering the appraisal room. Monagu placed all the items on the table and said, "Help me sell all of this for cash, and then use the money to buy as many beginner skill scrolls as you can." The staff member at the counter looked at his pile of items with some suspicion. Asterisk. He's clearly just level 20, so how did he get so much equipment? Asterisk. The clerk examined his items and then asked, "All right, student, but are you sure you want to sell all this equipment? Aren't you going to use it yourself?" Level 20 is the perfect time to start using silver rank equipment. The staff member held up a piece of armor. Mongu looked at it for a moment and thought, asterisk, I really do need new gear. Asterisk, asterisk. But regular silver rank equipment is pretty much useless to me. Asterisk. Even while lost in thought, Monagu's reflexes were lightning fast as he caught a book that accidentally fell off the counter. Even though this equipment generally enhances skills, it's nothing compared to my talent. It's like a priest's blessing. The staff member offered a suggestion. So, items that can be bought with money don't catch your eye? No problem. We have a point-based shopping center here too. All the good stuff is available. Moyu handed him the catalog and replied, mind bringing that over for me to see? He led him to the display area and said, I'll go register these items for sale. Take a look around on your own. Still keeping his voice low, he replied, thanks. As he approached a sword, the system automatically displayed its information. Silver rank Spirit Punishing Sword, Spirit plus 400, requires level 20 or higher. Crafter, Zhang Ti, one of the 3-piece Spirit set. Price, 5,000 points. He felt a spark of interest and exclaimed, the whole set is Spirit type too. Moyu stood before the sword for a long time, thinking, the equipment here really is better, and it even comes in a set. The price is also very high. A full set would be over 1,000 points. A normal new student absolutely couldn't afford it. He continued on to the other set pieces and read each piece of information that was displayed. Silver rank Spirit Robe, Spirit plus 200, requires level 20 or higher. Crafter, Zhang Tai, one of the 3-piece Spirit set. Silver rank Spirit Ring, Spirit plus 200, requires level 20 or higher. Crafter, Zhang Ti, one of the 3-piece Spirit set. After some calculation, Mo Yu's resolve wavered a bit. The effect of the entire set could increase his spirit by 800. This set really wasn't bad. Even so, he shook his head and passed on them for his own reasons. But even if it's good, its effect on me is limited. Behind Mo Yu, a few people were discussing which items to pick. They dare price this piece of junk weapon at 50,000 points? It doesn't even have any stats. Where did this guy come from? Are you sure this isn't just scrap metal? 50,000 points. Who would actually buy this? He went over to take a look and was stunned by its value. 50,000 points. With a price like this, probably only a handful of people in the entire academy could afford it. The system announced the item's details. Scythe of Donatus, growth type weapon, requires level 1 or higher. Level 1, 0%, one piece of the Necro Harvester set. As the Scythe of Donatus absorbs souls from the abyss, it gains experience points and evolves. Necromancer consumes spiritual power to summon the fallen Heroic Spirit General. Heroic Spirit General, Army Stance. The Heroic Spirit General will inspire and use its own summoned undead to form an army. Unlocking upgrades can unlock new skills. His thoughts stopped on one line in the information, one piece of the Necro set. Standing before the scythe, his mind was racing again. Summon a Heroic Spirit General. My skeleton soldiers really need a leader. And on top of that, it's part of a set. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to pick up the scythe and take a gamble. The image of the Heroic Spirit General appeared behind Mo Yu. Even though it has no stats right now, and it's just trash in the eyes of others, it can absorb souls of demons from the abyss to grow? Mo Yu cast a sharp glance forward and said, this is exactly what I want. The employee walked over, holding a stack of papers, and asked him with a doubtful tone, are you sure you want to choose this? Do you know how many points it costs? Did you misread the price? He didn't seem to care much. He held out his card directly and said, I didn't misread it. Swipe the card. After swiping his card, the employee gasped and shouted, 130,000 points? He immediately dismissed his initial thoughts and confirmed it. So this kid can actually afford it. Watching Mo Yu leave with the scythe, the employee stood there, unconvinced. That scythe has been in the exchange longer than I have. I can't believe someone actually picked it. Mo Yu stood before his desk, scythe in hand, and said, for now, there's no chance to find abyss demons in the short term, so I'll use the skill awakening scrolls first. This time I've prepared so many scrolls, I can definitely awaken some new skills. After murmuring over the documents for a moment, he rejoiced as one of the pages lit up. It worked this time. The system warehouse again announced that he had obtained the level 1 bone armor skill. Summons skeletons to form an armor. Defense increases by 100 points of vitality, and resistance to elemental attacks for both himself and his summons increases by 10%, lasting for 5 minutes. This skill can be used on others. Mo Yu looked at a stream of mana on his hand and thought about the defensive type skill, then reconsidered. Not bad. I finally have a skill that can make up for my only weakness. Under the enhancement of my talent, the defense can be increased by 1,000 vitality points, and it can reduce elemental damage by half. Streams of mana erupted and wrapped around his body in mid-air, gradually forming a large skeletal frame that enveloped his entire body. Mo Yu flicked the blue mana stream with a light touch of his hand, and in an instant, it transformed into the yellow mana he had just upgraded to. Time to apply it. Mo Yu went before the skeleton, used all his strength to channel his mana, and shouted, "Come forth!" The skeleton warrior was revived, and the system panel displayed its information again. Strength 100, Agility 100, Spirit 300, Vitality 100, Skill, Flame Burst. Flame Burst inflicts fire elemental damage to the target. Its attack power is determined by its spirit power, he thought, a bit pleased. Just like me. Only the spirit stat is abnormally high, but the skill's power relies on spirit. Watching the skeleton rise, Mo Yu began planning for the future. This way, the skeletons will have a means of ranged attack. Next, as long as I continue to train my skills and raise my level, the skeleton mages will become stronger and stronger. The scene shifts to the next day. He pulled back the curtain, stepping into the room with confidence. My spiritual power has recovered. It's time to see Bai Yuan and ask about the mission. Bai Yuan leaned against a table, holding a newspaper, and asked nonchalantly, "What do you want, kid?" From a short distance away, Mo Yu spoke up. "Lord Bai Chen, I've already reached level 20. What is the mission?" He was stunned to hear the news and seemed to not believe what he had just heard. "Already level 20? Hasn't it only been one day? This speed is even faster than I was back then," Yi Yuan thought with some concern. Are these two siblings both monsters? He maintained his composure and ordered him, "The mission is simple. Go get something for me." Yi Yuan looked at Mo Yu and explained, "You've been to the palace dungeon before, right? Then you must know that there's a large-scale dungeon called the Tyrant Desert. Your mission is to go to the Tyrant Desert dungeon and retrieve the tyrant's heart." He gave him a sinister look and spoke in a challenging tone. "I don't need to tell you the difficulty of a large-scale dungeon meant for up to 40 people. You get it. In 3 days. As long as you bring back the tyrant's heart within 3 days, I will help you get a beginner-level cooldown talisman." Yi Yuan continued, trying to influence him psychologically. The effect of a cooldown talisman is not something the palace dungeon can compare to. The cooldown time for some of the highest-level dungeons can even be up to a month. When you encounter certain dungeons, that's when the cooldown talisman truly shines. Not only that, high-level cooldown talismans can be upgraded from low-level ones. Finally, Yi Yuan gave him the mission. "If you complete the mission, I'll tell you how to upgrade it." Hearing this, Mo Yu had his own suspicions. So, the talismans can be upgraded. He stepped closer and looked him straight in the eye, saying, "All right, I'll bring back the tyrant's heart." Bai Yuan gripped his shoulder tightly and reminded him, "The reason I'm giving you 3 days is because the school will hold its opening ceremony in 3 days. I hope you won't be late." Meng Anwen stepped out from a doorway and asked, "Are you very pleased with that kid?" Bai Yuan stood with his arms crossed, looking at the door he had just exited, and said, "Yeah, the more I look at him, the more I like him. A cold personality. He's just my type." Anwen continued, "With his personality, he will definitely try to solo the Tyrant Desert dungeon. I remember you went in at level 30 and crawled out of there miserably." Hearing him say that, he just chuckled lightly and watched his departing figure, replying, "But Lin Moyu is much stronger than I was back then." Looking at the portal of the secret realm, everyone around was cheering excitedly. "Everyone look, it's that ace who set a new record yesterday. Holy crap, is he looking at the Tyrant Desert dungeon? That's a large-scale dungeon. Don't tell me he's going to break the record for a large-scale dungeon too?" Mo Yu paid no attention to the praise. He focused, placing his hand on the sphere and thinking, "Fei Long Academy." Mo Yu realized it seemed to be an academy on the same level as Qianlong Academy. At the same time, the notice board lit up. Tyrant Desert, 40-person Fei Long Academy team, 16 hours, 45 minutes, and 18 seconds. He was also a bit surprised by this information. 40 people. And it still takes them 16 hours to clear a dungeon? Suddenly, Ning Jiwen cautiously approached him. She called out worriedly, "Mo Yu." Mo Yu turned to her coldly and replied, "Hello." Ning Jiwen had a worried look in her eyes. She asked softly, "Are you looking up the desert tyrant?" She thought to herself, "Asterisk. He ran that dungeon so many times yesterday. Doesn't he even need to rest? Asterisk. Asterisk. He's pushing himself so hard." Asterisk Mo Yu told her bluntly, "I have to go get an item called the Heart of the Tyrant." Hearing the item's name, Ning Jiwen cried out in alarm, "The Heart of the Tyrant? Isn't that the item that drops from the final boss?" The more she spoke, the more shocked she looked. The Heart of the Tyrant can be used to craft a powerful accessory, the Tyrant's Necklace. That thing only drops once a year, and the last time the Heart of the Tyrant even appeared was 2 years ago. Ning Jiwen's eyes widened as she asked in disbelief, "So, Mo Yu, you're not planning to challenge the Desert Tyrant, are you? You just hit level 20. And where are your party members?" At that, She quickly covered her mouth with a gasp. Asterisk, is Moyu planning to solo the dungeon? Asterisk, Feilong Academy's record hasn't been broken in 2 years. She wanted to say more, but a figure approached, causing her to stop. Moyu, a hulking figure, stood silently behind Ning Jiyuan. Moyu quickly pulled her out of the stranger's path as a stir went through the crowd at their sudden appearance. It's them. They're from Bailey Academy. They've been preparing for a long time to set a new record in the Desert Tyrant. Looking at the glittering armor on the man in the lead, someone quickly realized they had even prepared a lot of gold-tier equipment. The man in the lead stood before his group and declared loudly, Bailey Academy will absolutely set a new record this time. He frowned sternly and gave an order. Everyone, get ready. No mistakes. The man thought to himself. Asterisk? They're running the Desert Tyrant dungeon too? Looks like we need to move faster this time. Asterisk. Meanwhile, a lone figure silently walked up the steps. As Moyu's back receded, voices continuously cried out in shock. No way. That pro is actually going in. He's really daring to solo the Desert Tyrant. For real? Has anyone ever solo cleared a large-scale dungeon before? If he actually succeeds, he'll definitely make history. The man from Bailey Academy glanced back at him and sneered. He dares to enter the Desert Tyrant alone? What kind of noob is that? Did no one tell him it's a large-scale dungeon? Then, in a strict tone, he ordered his people, ignore that suicidal brat. Full party, prepare to teleport. In an instant, they arrived at the Desert Tyrant dungeon. Shielding his eyes from the blinding light, he thought, asterisk, the sun is directly overhead. It's impossible to get my bearings. Asterisk. Moyu raised his hand to shield his eyes. Asterisk. Since this is a large-scale dungeon and the record is 16 hours, there are probably a lot more mechanics. Asterisk. With a plan already forming, Moyu summoned a skeleton warrior. Asterisk. Looks like I'll have to scout out the map myself. Asterisk. He thoughtfully calculated everything. Asterisk. It costs 500 points to enter a large-scale dungeon, and a new sweep token costs 2,000 points. Looks like even with the 80,000 points I have left, I won't be able to last long in here. Asterisk. Not long after, a red dot appeared on his map, and he immediately exclaimed, Spotted a mob. The monster's information appeared. Desert Demon Tree, Elite Monster, Super Enhanced Level 25, Strength, 5,000, Agility, 1,000, Spirit, 2,000, Constitution, 6,000, Skill, Death Entanglement. Seeing the stats, Moyu thought to himself, asterisk, as expected of a large-scale dungeon. Asterisk. He was surprised by its combat power. Asterisk. It's just a normal mob, but its stats are already on par with the level 24 boss from the Mermaid Dungeon. Asterisk. Asterisk. If my skeleton warrior hadn't been upgraded to silver tier, dealing with this thing would have taken some time. Asterisk. A notification window popped up. Killed level 25 Desert Demon Tree, plus 300,000 EXP. Obtained 5 Demon Tree branches. Seeing this, Moyu calmly observed the situation. He thought, asterisk, the EXP is already at a boss level. If all the monsters in this dungeon give this much, then this place is a holy land for EXP farming. Asterisk. Thinking this, he quickly used the skeleton armor skill. He had already figured it out. Asterisk. If dangers are lurking everywhere in this desert, it's best to protect myself properly. Asterisk. After a while of fighting, only the figures of Moyu and his 3 skeleton warriors remained on the desert sands. Scene change. 2 hours later, at an oasis. Moyu was sensing his surroundings. He figured that in a desert oasis, most of the monsters would likely be gathered here. Just as he predicted, a massive, towering scorpion appeared. It was a level 25 Oasis Scorpion, Strength, 4,000, Agility, 3,000, Spirit, 2,000, Constitution, 6,000, Skill, Deadly Venom. Since he had already anticipated it, its appearance didn't surprise Mono in the slightest. As expected, he didn't even wait for it to get closer. The skeleton warrior aimed straight for its target and used its Berserker Strike skill. The moment the attack landed, it instantly sent the scorpion to its grave. The info panel updated immediately. Killed level 25 scorpion. Experience plus 300,000. Obtained Sharp Stinger. But behind that easy victory hid a more terrifying reality. An entire army of scorpions was slowly advancing toward him. Mongu was momentarily startled when he saw them, but then noticed something else. Does this dungeon also spawn consumable items? Without any more hesitation, he gave a decisive order. Go. Bring those fruits to me. He quickly calculated in his head. Have some of the skeletons hold off the scorpions, while the rest help him collect these fruits. Taking the fruit presented by a skeleton warrior, he wondered to himself, Did this whole swarm of scorpions gather here just for this fruit? What exactly does this fruit do? Information about the mysterious fruit appeared. Desert oasis fruit. Restores spirit power. Must be consumed within 5 minutes of being picked. Cannot be stored. After learning its effect, he was a little skeptical. This thing can actually restore spirit power? Mongu took a bite, and a gentle blue aura immediately emanated from his body. The info panel displayed, Spirit 1859, 2900. Seeing this, he was slightly surprised. My spirit power is actually regenerating. At the same time, the swarm of oasis scorpions frantically charged, attacking the skeleton warriors. Looking at the clusters of fruit hanging from the trees, he thought, as long as there are enough of these fruits, my spirit power is basically limitless. Without a second thought, he immediately began summoning. Appear. Skeleton Mage. Mongu quickly realized this place was a holy grail for grinding and leveling up his skills. Instantly, a skeleton mage appeared. He thought to himself, I need to level up my summon skeleton mage skill as fast as possible. Watching the opposing forces clash, with his spirit power being infinitely replenished, an idea suddenly struck him. This meant he could continuously summon skeleton mages. Amidst the chaos, Mongu had found his solution. If he could get the skill to level 20, the skeleton mage could evolve to the silver tier. While chewing on the fruit, he calmly gave orders to his skeleton warriors. Keep going. Time flew by, and in a flash, 3 hours had passed. A notification panel appeared amidst the dust of the battle. Summon skeleton mage skill has reached level 20. Seeing this, Monju said with satisfaction, finally, it's done. He immediately used the summon command, appear. A skeleton mage with a completely overwhelming aura appeared. Its information read, Silver tier water element skeleton mage, level 20. Strength, 2000. Agility, 2000. Spirit, 8000. Constitution, 2000. Skill, Frigid Water Storm. Frigid Water Storm creates a storm of icy water within a certain range, dealing ice elemental damage to targets. Its attack power scales with spirit power. Its elemental powers were proven through its skills. The Fire Skeleton Mage's Blazing Explosion skill, the Lightning Skeleton Mage's 5-bolt barrage skill, and the Wind Skeleton Mage's Tornado Fury skill. Once fully prepared, Monu stood arrogantly among his skeleton warriors and shouted his challenge. You all seem to have a lot of fun killing my skeleton mages just now, didn't you? Now, I believe it's my turn. The imposing figures of the Ice and Fire skeleton mages appeared, alongside the equally powerful Wind and Lightning mages. Immediately, the 4 great elemental mages unleashed their attacks, Ice, Fire, Lightning, and Wind. The scorpion swarm was quickly annihilated, their resistance utterly futile. Some were electrocuted. Others were frozen to death, while the rest were torn to shreds by the wind. But perhaps the most painful death was being burned to a crisp. Looking at the scene before him, he exclaimed, Now times is what a large-scale dungeon is supposed to feel like. Mo Nagu commanded his own legion, current skeleton warriors, 30, current skeleton mages, 70. He looked at the scorpions ahead and thought, It seems as long as the monsters are around my level, I can still solo these large-scale dungeons. The skeleton warriors charged forward in unison as Mo Nu raised his hand to summon more. Boom! Instantly, a series of explosions ripped through the area, wiping out countless scorpions. The system chimed, Killed giant oasis scorpion, level 25. Experience plus 300,000. Obtained, sharp stinger. Huh? No more suspicious figures, he wondered aloud. Are there no more monsters? Mongu suddenly realized, I still have other skills to upgrade. If only there were always this many mobs to grind. He grew anxious. Now that the skeleton mage has reached the silver tier, I should find the dungeon boss as soon as possible. The longer this takes, the lower the chance of getting the tyrant's heart will be. Suddenly, something rushed towards Mongu, catching his attention. He guessed it was a beast tide. He quickly activated his bone armor and backflipped high into the air to dodge the stampede. Below him was a swarm of ants, and a system panel appeared. Desert Ant Soldier, level 26. Mongu landed on the back of one of the soldiers and thought curiously, where are they all headed? The ant soldiers suddenly plunged underground. Looking around at the vast cavern, Mongu guessed, so this must be their nest. A gigantic creature suddenly appeared before him. The system immediately gave an alert. Desert Flying Ant, Elite Type Enhanced Monster, level 27. Strength, 6,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 3,000. Constitution, 3,000. He now understood what it was, a flying ant. Flying ants are considered the royal guard of the Ant Queen. Looks like the boss here is the Ant Queen, he mused. Mongu attacked the flying ant with his bone armor. Seeing it had little effect, he scoffed. Ha, trying to bully me just because my bone armor isn't upgraded yet? Mongu summoned more skeleton mages. The flying ant was soon surrounded by dozens of skeleton warriors who unleashed the Tornado Fury skill. The other ant soldiers seemed to sense the danger and rushed deeper into the nest. A system notification appeared. Killed desert flying ant, level 27. Experience plus 360,000. Obtained 4 flying ant wings. He then commanded, "Let's move out, my warriors." Mongu shouted his command. "All warriors, listen up. Find the Ant Queen's chamber." He looked down contemptuously at the scurrying ants. "For a place like this, just me and my skeleton mages are more than enough." System notifications chimed. Killed desert flying ant, level 27. Experience plus 360,000. Obtained 4 flying ant wings. Killed desert flying ant, level 26. Experience plus 360,000. Obtained 4 flying ant wings. Looking at the map in his hand, Mongu said, "Finally found it. In that case, there's no need to waste any more time. Let's go meet the boss of this place." The system displayed the Ant Queen's stats. Desert Ant Queen, boss type monster, level 28, strength 9,000, agility 3,000, spirit 8,000, constitution 8,000. Skills: summon ant army, sonic wave, storm impact, roll up. He asked doubtfully, "Is that the Ant Queen?" The info panel read, Ant Queen's Guard, super enhanced elite monster, level 27, strength 5,000, agility 4,000, spirit 3,000, constitution 7,000, skill exoskeleton harden. Mongu sighed in disappointment, and here I thought this would be a bit of a challenge. How boring. He commanded boldly, "Go and play with them." "My warriors!" At his command, skills were launched. Storm impact. Monu shielded his face and shouted, "An indiscriminate AoE attack. Nasty. Good thing I have my bone armor skill." His face filled with killing intent. Mages, pin down the Queen's Guard. Warriors, cut them down. The guard's first skill appeared. Exoskeleton harden. A system notification popped up. Killed Ant Queen's Guard, level 27. Experience plus 390,000. Obtained 10 ant fangs. The Ant Queen counterattacked with a sonic wave. Instantly, Mongu's skeletons were blown away and vaporized. It followed up with another skill, roll up, and then summon ant army. Witnessing this, he became furious and shouted an order, "Another one of those ultimate defense skills? What a waste of my time. Rise again. My warriors." Moyu was pretty surprised seeing the swarm of ants heading for him. He said in amazement, "Is this that ant army summoning skill?" He couldn't believe it, that something like this was even real. He asked, "You're not looking for a death wish, are you?" Then, corpse explosion. The spell shot towards the queen ant, setting off a chain of explosions all around it. The system announced again, Desert Queen Ant slain. Plus 800 experience. Acquired silver grade weapon, Queen Ant's longsword. Acquired silver grade accessory, Queen Ant's ring. Acquired Queen Ant's egg. Give the egg to a beast tamer to hatch and obtain a queen ant. Holding the bundled egg in his hands, he said thoughtfully, "The items I got from this large-scale instance can be exchanged for quite a lot of points. Plus, the experience gain was significant. The oasis and the ant nest brought my EXP up to 78%, Moyu continued. It's a perfect place for grinding, but I'm short on time. I'll come back to farm later. First, I need to get the tyrant's heart." Time flew by. 2 hours later, his warriors were still fighting non-stop. Even strange desert monsters like giant sandworms were being slain. He gazed into the distance, guessing this must be the world boss, the tyrant lion. Below it, rows of its beast warrior minions knelt in reverence. Seeing the towering fortress and the dark legions below, Moyu thought to himself, "Looks like I'm in the right place." A lion archer was on guard duty on the wall, and its stats immediately popped up. Desert Lion Archer, Elite Enhanced Monster, Level 28, Strength 5,000, Agility 6,500, Spirit 1,500, Stamina 4,500, Skill Perfect Aim. After reading the stats, he was surprised to find their attributes were much stronger than the soldier ants and flying ants in the nest. He shifted his gaze to a lion charging into battle nearby, and another info panel appeared. Desert Lion Warrior, Elite Enhanced Monster, Level 28, Strength 6,500, Agility 5,000, Spirit 2,000, Stamina 5,000. Watching the lions drill in their orderly formation, he was surprised and thought, "Looks like the same tactics from the oasis and the ant nest won't work here." Moyu coldly drew his death scythe and said slowly, "But I know a thing or two about formations myself." He raised the scythe high, chanting the summons, "Necromancer's Call, summon Heroic Spirit General." A colossal figure, mainly black and white, materialized, its eyes glowing with a mysterious blue aura. At the same time, its info panel appeared. Summon, Heroic Spirit General, Skill, Army Stance. Standing in the desert amidst swirling, eerie spirits, he commanded in a clear voice, "Go forth, my warriors." The Heroic Spirit General immediately used its army stance skill. Seeing that preparations were complete, Moyu initiated the fight. "Execute my will, lead my warriors, and attack them." The skeleton warriors instantly charged, shrouded in a blazing crimson aura that emanated a crushing power. The lion army was just as fierce. Their leader let out a roar, commanding its soldiers. A rain of arrows was unleashed from the formidable fortress. It was their skill, perfect aim. The battle grew more and more brutal. Rains of arrows fell relentlessly from the sky, alongside searing flames and constant blasts of arcane energy. A frenzy of arrows flew toward the lion's fortress. Though some were blocked, the sheer volume was overwhelming. The lion warriors roared in fury, their eyes glowing red as they charged forward. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, blasting them all into oblivion. In the middle of the chaos, Moyu casually remarked, "A shame. Their corpses fell inside the fortress, so I can't target lock them. No corpse explosion for me." Looking at the dark figures surrounding him, he sighed in relief and added, "But lucky for me, you guys are here." In the heat of battle, the Heroic Spirit General kept using its Rage Strike, its focus shifting to the solid fortress gate. He commanded, "Half of you mages, go open that gate for me." On the walls, the lion archers rained down arrows, but he still sounded unsatisfied. "It's been this long and you still can't break down the gate?" Suddenly, Moyu froze. An idea flashed in his mind. "I see. This is a large-scale instance. I probably need to use team coordination or some other special method to open the gate and get to the final boss." Now that he understood the problem, he quickly turned to issue new orders to his warriors. Any problem with an instance mechanic just means not enough firepower. Push their corpses toward the gate. Moyu aimed right at the pile of bodies at the base of the gate and used his corpse explosion skill. The info panel immediately confirmed, corpse explosion. Right after, a massive explosion erupted from the pile of corpses, laced with crackling lightning. Moyu watched intently, waiting to see what would emerge. The Heroic Spirit General stood grimly behind him, poised to fight. Inside the fortress, a powerfully built lion sat arrogantly upon a throne, its eyes flashing with a cold light. The Tyrant Lion's stats immediately popped up. Tyrant Lion, World Boss. Level 31. Strength, 13,000. Agility, 8,000. Spirit, 2,000. Stamina, 12,000. Skills, Scream from Hell, Raging Taunt, Tempest Whirlwind. Seeing its majestic figure, he quickly realized, so this is the world boss, huh? It was clearly on a different level from all the bosses he'd faced before. In its presence, Moyu was no bigger than an ant, yet he stood his ground, utterly fearless. Moyu thought to himself, "Sorry, but I'm in a hurry." The Tyrant Lion launched its massive body into the air with a threatening roar. It was using its skill, Raging Taunt. On Moyu's side, his warrior's information also appeared. Silver-grade Bone Soldier. Strength, 4,000. Agility, 4,000. Spirit, 4,000. Stamina, 4,000. After its attack landed, a notification popped up. 2 bone soldiers destroyed. The Tyrant Lion lost control, roaring and growling in a frenzy. Moyu hastily ordered his troops to stop it. A barrage of skills immediately slammed into its body. 5 Thunders Strike. Temporary paralysis. Before it could even recover, relentless beams of energy slammed into it, forcing it back. The Tyrant Lion's movement slowed. It tightened its grip on its 2 weapons, and then began spinning relentlessly, creating a vortex that sent everything flying. That was its skill, Tempest Whirlwind. The moment the skill ended, Moyu got a notification. 24 bone soldiers destroyed. He raised an arm to shield his face, clearly rattled by the sheer power. Damn, that's strong. I doubt even a professional night class player could tank a hit like that. At that thought, Moyu quickly yelled, "Stop it now!" But the Tyrant Lion had completely lost control, letting out a piercing roar. That was its skill, Scream from Hell. In an instant, another 14 bone soldiers were annihilated. Staring at the floating debris, he realized in shock, so my bone soldiers can't even withstand it for 2 seconds. Despite being bound by chains, the Tyrant Lion was still strong enough to lunge forward and use its skill, Raging Taunt. Looking at its colossal figure, he started to worry. I've got damage transfer, so I'm not scared for myself, but I'm pretty sure this next attack will wipe out my entire army of bone soldiers. Moyu quickly used his skill, Soul Flame. The info panel immediately lit up. Soul Flame. The moment the boss was knocked off balance, he barked an order to his warriors. "This is our chance! Everyone, attack!" As the skeleton warriors charged the massive fallen body, another notification panel quickly popped up. 4 bone soldiers destroyed. The tyrant lion staggered back to its feet and furiously used Rage Strike. In response, Moyu poured all his power into maintaining Soul Flame. He said with absolute resolve, "Don't let the Soul Flame stop." If my mages hadn't leveled up to silver grade, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to take this thing on alone. 20 minutes passed in a flash. Skills flew back and forth in a frenzy. Soul Flame, Tempest Whirlwind, Freezing Rain, 5 Thunders Strike. A thought crossed Moyu's mind. Looks like it's almost done. At last, the final ember faded away. Moyu coldly watched as the boss's grip slowly loosened. He stood there and said calmly, "Tyrant, you've earned my respect." Just then, the info panel appeared. Tyrant Lion slain. Plus 2 million experience. Acquired gold grade weapon. Tyrant's battle axe. Acquired gold grade weapon. Tyrant's halberd. Acquired gold grade weapon. Tyrant's staff. Acquired Tyrant's heart. Next drop available in 1 year. Tyrant's heart. A special item. A necessary material for crafting the red-crested tyrant. Moyu turned his head, his sharp gaze cold. Leveled up to 21. He frowned, running a hand through his hair after fighting the tyrant, while the minions I lost got me to level 20. Identity. Moyu. Level 21. Strength. 330. Plus 30. Agility. 330. Plus 30. Spirit. 320. Plus 30. Plus 200. Skill. Summon Skeleton Mage leveled up to 21. Suddenly, after reading the notification panel, Moyu's expression changed. He was shocked. The Summon Skeleton Mage skill leveled up too? Could it be that after learning a skill, it automatically levels up with my character level? Looking at the giant corpse of the boss before him, Moyu considered, if that's really the case, then I need to max out my other skills as soon as possible. He stood there cautiously. Otherwise, the higher my level gets, the harder they'll be to train. It seems I still have to go to the Tyrant's Desert and use the desert's drops to level up my skills. The scene shifts to a luxurious ceiling, with warm yellow lights and splendid architecture. Suddenly, a sound rang out. A bell chimed 6 times. How long has it been since I last heard that 6-chime bell? The people in the hall stirred, observing the floating orbs. The bell chiming 6 times means a new record has been set in a large-scale dungeon. Who is it? A young man with an arrogant expression spoke up. It seems this record was set by someone from our Bailey Academy. He is Bailey Sheng of Bailey Academy, the grandson of the Academy's headmaster. Many people around them whispered, I remember that the great Moyu went in too. Could it be him? He scoffed contemptuously. Moyu? Who's that? What academy team does he belong to? How dare someone actually try to compete with our Bailey Academy for a record? One of his cronies leaned in and whispered in Bailey Sheng's ear. Boss, that's Moyu. After hearing this, he clutched his stomach, laughing loudly while spewing insults. Are you telling me he went in times alone, asterisk? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? That's a 40-man raid dungeon, going into a large-scale dungeon by himself. He truly overestimates himself. The crowd looked on with disgust. So what? Can a single person enter a large-scale dungeon? Moyu is the god who set 2 consecutive dungeon records. Bailey Sheng's face was full of arrogant mockery. Records for 2 low-level dungeons? What's that count for? He's only level 20 right now. Besides, a large-scale dungeon isn't that easy to clear. This record definitely belongs to our Bailey Academy. Instantly, the notification board appeared. The tyrant's heart has dropped. Cooldown, 364 days, 23 hours. The crowd below was shocked into disbelief. They buzzed with excitement. The tyrant's heart actually dropped. I heard the tyrant's combat power is insane. If you can't kill it within an hour, you absolutely can't get the tyrant's heart. Even though I'm a fan of the great Lin, I'm afraid this record was set by Bailey Academy this time. Bailey Sheng shouted with joy. Not only did we set a new record, but we also got the tyrant's heart. From now on, our Bailey Sheng Academy will also have a boss item. The bulletin board changed. Record for the large-scale dungeon, Tyrant's Desert has been refreshed. Moyu, level 21. 14 minutes, 11 seconds, and 43 milliseconds. Everyone was stunned, their mouths hanging open. They were all speechless with shock. Bailey Sheng, drenched in sweat and pale, his voice trembling. That's Lin Moyu. A second later, Moyu walked out with a cold expression. Amidst the cheering crowd, the god is out, so cool, I can't believe it was really him. He cleared the dungeon alone and even set a record, and his clear time was even faster than the entire Bailey Academy team. Seeing him, Bailey Sheng gritted his teeth and asked resentfully, You're Moyu? He frowned, responding with cold indifference, thinking to himself, I got the tyrant's heart. I have to deliver it to Lord Bai Shen quickly. Moyu said nonchalantly, Excuse me, I have things to do. Then he walked away coldly. The students who witnessed the scene were delighted. Bailey Academy really lost face this time. This will definitely be all over the academy by tomorrow. Serves them right for being so arrogant. A bunch of people acting like they're all that. This is great. They got completely stomped on by the great Lin. The sky above was dark, with only faint lights shining. At that moment in the hall, everyone was abuzz with astonishment. Did you guys notice? The great Lin is only level 21. That means he entered the dungeon at level 20. A level 20, soloing a large-scale dungeon. Is that even something a human can do? That's terrifying. Is this the power of a necromancer? At Bai Yiyuan's office, his eyes were half closed as he pressed his watch to answer the call. Moyu? What's up? Couldn't find a team? On the other end of the line, Lin Moyu stated nonchalantly, Lord Bai Shen, I've obtained the tyrant's heart. Yiyuan looked up indifferently. It's fine if you couldn't find a team. I can introduce you to a few friends. A moment later, Bai Yiyuan was stunned as he processed what he had just heard. Wait. Moyu. What did you just say? Lin Moyu, with a slightly innocent expression, replied, I said I got the tyrant's heart. He thought in disbelief. This kid, it hasn't been that long since I gave him the mission, and he already got the tyrant's heart. In the quiet office, Bai Yiyuan asked, Where are you? He replied, I'm at the entrance of the dormitory building. The night was quiet, with the moonlight illuminating the tree leaves. Mo Yu reached out and turned off the device, when a notification suddenly popped up. For setting the record in the Tyrant's Desert Dungeon, you receive 5,000 points and 30 contribution points. This can only be received once. He was puzzled. A new message. This reward is pretty huge. It's a shame you can only get it once. Suddenly, a surge of power enveloped Mo Yu, surprising him. This power formed a watery vortex that wrapped around his body. Bai Yuan's magic had brought him to Meng Anwen. The old man was sipping a cup of tea. Lord Bai Shen, that's Mr. Meng. Mo Yu bowed his head politely. Mo Yu pays his respects to Mr. Meng. Meng Anwen spoke gently. Come here and sit. Yi Yuan reassured him. No need to be so tense. Old Meng is a very easygoing person. He's a god-level formation master. As they sat at the tea table, Bai Yuan gestured and said, Mo Yu, take out the tyrant's heart. He replied, Yes, sir. A golden crystal appeared before them, surprising Meng Anwen. Indeed, it really is the tyrant's heart. Bai Yuan tilted his head suspiciously. Did you solo it this time too? Mo Yu was direct. Still solo. He asked again. What was your time? He frowned. Over 14 hours. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan looked at each other, stunned. A smile crept onto the old man's lips. Old Bai, you have to keep the promise you made. He irritably tossed a vial to Mo Yu. You don't have to tell me. A gift for you. A cooldown amulet. He looked at the vial, thinking, a cooldown amulet? With this, my leveling speed will reach a whole new level. Bai Yuan raised a hand and asked, Mo Yu, do you want to enter Morningstar Academy? He replied, Yes, but I'm still short a lot of contribution points. He mused. Setting 3 new records only gets you 90 contribution points, but you need 1,000 to get into Morningstar Academy. Mo Yu looked up suspiciously and asked, Can the cooldown amulet be used on the primordial battlefield? Bai Yuan looked intrigued. It can. Is there a problem with accepting this mission? Mo Yu's hand tightened around the vial, images of mysterious skeleton warriors flashing through his mind. No problem, he thought to himself. Looks like I can clear dungeons even faster to grind for contribution points. Bai Yuan stood up and said, All right, I'll take you back to rest for now. After the opening ceremony, I'll take you to the primordial battlefield. He looked down. Thank you, Lord Bai. The full moon shone high in the dark night sky. Meng Anwen had a serious expression. Is it appropriate to send him to the primordial battlefield so soon? Bai Yuan looked up at the sky smugly, crossing his arms as he replied, You saw it too. He can solo a large-scale dungeon at only level 20. He's not much weaker than some who've had their second-class advancement. Training on the primordial battlefield early is what suits him best. The old man thought worriedly of the monsters and their immense power, but you didn't tell him that there are enemies of the human race on the primordial battlefield. Mo Yu lay quietly on his bed with his eyes closed. He turned over, thinking to himself, I spent so many hours clearing that dungeon. I can finally rest today. I'll get a good rest today. Tomorrow, I'll go back to the Tyrant's Desert to level up my other skills. A man stepped out of a spatial gate with a triumphant posture, laughing smugly. I'm back! When the people there saw him return, they pretended to be happy, but their words were filled with ridicule. Look, the people from Bailey Academy are back. Look how happy they are. Do they really think they set a new record? This is going to be a good show. He and the others from his academy were extremely excited, cheering confidently. Today, we raised our clear time to 15 hours and 58 minutes, setting a new record. Bailey Academy reigns supreme. Over on the side, students from other academies watched the scene and secretly sneered at their over-the-top celebration. Suddenly, They all stopped cheering and stared blankly at the floating leaderboard, asking, "Wait a minute, Captain. Something's not right. We didn't get the tyrant's heart. Who did this?" Displayed on the board was Moyu's name, leaving him utterly stunned with shock. Moyu, level 21, 14 hours, 11 minutes, and 43 seconds. By himself? The man could only remain silent, lowering his head as he recalled the boy's image. All around them were constant whispers about him being level 21 with a 14-hour clear time. He couldn't keep his composure any longer and screamed in a fit of rage. "No way! This is impossible!" Seeing the situation turn sour, the other person grew worried and quickly tried to stop him. "Captain, let's just head back for now." He paid him no mind and continued to scream in anger. "He's only level 21. How could he clear the dungeon solo and still be faster than our Bailey Academy?" The students from the other academies seized the opportunity to hurl insults at them. "I can't believe Bailey Academy got slapped in the face twice in one day. This is hilarious. Look at their bruised egos. That god Lin is a goddamn beast." It seems Bailey Academy is really going to be famous this time. Unable to stay any longer, he ordered his academy members to leave. After a good night's sleep, Moyu woke up from his dream. This is the second day. He raised a hand to rub his head, thinking, "My spiritual power has recovered." He casually walked into the main hall where everyone was crowded, his mind already calculating. "If I can find that fruit in the desert this time, then I'll just power level the Rapid Forbidden Curse and the skeletal armor to max." Suddenly, a man approached him to talk. "You're Moyu?" He pointed a finger at him, gesturing for Moyu to follow. "Senior Bailey Sheng wants to see you. Come with me for a moment." Moyu paid him no mind. With his hands in his pockets, he silently lowered his head and walked past. Being ignored, the guy was startled by his attitude. He yelled in annoyance, "Ignoring me again? You've got some nerve. Don't you know who Bailey Sheng is?" Moyu turned his head toward him and said, "Don't know him. If he wants to see me, tell him to come himself." The system analysis panel appeared. Dungeon cooldown, 9 days. Eliminate cooldown, 2,000 points. Enter dungeon, 500 points. He silently placed a hand on his chin, thinking, a single reset costs a total of 2,500 points. When everyone there saw him, they couldn't help but be surprised, gathering closer to discuss. "Look, isn't that God Lin? Is he planning to solo the Tyrant Desert Dungeon again? The first time was just getting familiar with it. I wonder what kind of new record he'll set this time." A man with a bow on his back approached Ning Jiyuan, hoping for a favor. "Miss Ning Jiyuan, my quest isn't finished yet. Could you help us ask God Lin if he'd agree to take us with him to clear the dungeon?" The others there also came forward. "Yeah, that's right. We can pay in points." "That's right. If he can clear it by himself, then he can definitely carry us. We'll pay you back with points." She was now in an awkward situation, stammering, "You guys." The voices around her grew louder and more insistent. "We don't need experience, and we don't need any equipment or materials. Miss Ning Ziyuan, we're begging you." Feeling like she had no other choice, Ning Ziyuan could only agree to their request. "All right, I'll help you ask Moyu and see what he says." The guy who had been rejected by him earlier had returned to Bailey Sheng's side to report. "Boss, that Moyu kid won't come. He even said you have to go over there to see him yourself." Hearing this, he frowned and said, "This kid's got some nerve." The other guy quickly chimed in, "Exactly. He has no respect for anyone." After hearing that, he raised a fist near his face and said, "He thinks he's so great for soloing a dungeon. It's just a low-level one, that's all." He didn't understand how things would change after the second-class advancement. No matter how strong you are now, you can still become a useless piece of trash after advancing. If he's going to be that disrespectful, then just ignore him. If we happen to run into him later, we'll just teach him a lesson. Ning Jiyuan stood before him, hands clasped, her voice pleading. "So that's the situation, Junior Lin. They want to pass this academy quest." The others standing behind her also began to beg him. "God, Lin, I'm begging you. God, just take me on one run. That's all I need. I just want to complete the quest. That's right, God. I can pay 1,000 points." Hearing what everyone was saying, Mo Yu's eyes widened. He repeated in surprised confusion, "A quest?" She quickly explained it to him. "It's the dungeon quest assigned by the academy. You didn't know, Junior?" The others continued to plead loudly for his help. "We've been stuck on this desert dungeon for so long. If we don't complete the quest, we can't join an independent academy." "We don't need experience or equipment or materials. We're just asking you to take us with you." Mo Yu calmed down and refused them all. "Sorry, I'm just a new student. I didn't know about this." Hearing him say that, everyone there was shocked and started murmuring. "What? God Lin is actually a new student? So that's it. No wonder his level isn't that high." After a moment of hesitation, the crowd continued to swarm around him, pleading, "God, just take us with you. We can pay with points." "I'll pay 1,000 points. I'll pay 1,000 points too." Mo Yu, being surrounded, felt quite awkward. Seeing them continuously raising the price, he couldn't help but waver. I really don't have many points left after buying that weapon. A single run of the dungeon costs me 2,500 points. If it's 1,000 points per person, then I could make up to 39,000 points. Faced with such a temptation, he finally agreed. Taking everyone is no problem. It'll be 1,000 points per person. But I have one condition. They replied joyfully, God, Lin, we just need to pass the quest. Nothing else matters. That's right. We'll listen to everything you say. Moyu gestured to let everyone know what he was looking for. If you discover a certain fruit in the Tyrant Desert, you can't fight me for it. They were stunned when they heard him and began to whisper, is he talking about that impossibly rare fruit from the Tyrant Desert? That thing is already incredibly hard to find. We never thought we'd actually see one. That's right. God, Lin. If we do find it, we won't fight you for it. Moyu tilted his head to look at the crowd and declared, in that case, I can only take 39 people at a time. Who's going first? As soon as he said that, they rushed forward, scrambling over each other. Get out of the way. Me first. Me first. I've been stuck on this quest for a whole year. Ning Jiwen got angry. She put her hands on her hips and yelled, startling them into silence. Everyone be quiet. Form a line and stop fighting. If you bother God Lin, he won't take any of you. A while later, they were all in a neat line, and it wasn't a small one. He opened his panel to collect the payment but didn't forget to thank her. Thanks, Senior. Sorry for the trouble. She quickly waved her hand, saying it was nothing. Moyu glanced over and asked, is your quest completed? Ning Jiwen replied happily, it is. You go on and do your thing. Don't mind me. He simply nodded at her. If you have any quests you need help with in the future, Senior, just find me. I won't refuse. Ning Jiwen answered playfully. All right. You're not allowed to refuse then. Very quickly, Moyu and everyone else were in a new location. He spoke up with a suggestion. Everyone stay behind me. No one goes up ahead. They all responded in unison. Don't worry, God Lin. We'll all listen to you. If you say go east, we won't dare go west. If you say stand, we absolutely won't sit. He stood in the middle of the desert, raised his hand to summon his skeleton warriors. Appear, skeleton warriors! They gradually rose up from the sand, and he ordered them to search for the desert oasis. Seeing the skeleton warriors, the group following him was shocked and scared. Holy shit, is that what God Lin summoned? Is he a necromancer? But that number, it's a huge amount. This is terrifying. Could this be a legendary class? Then, the analysis panel displayed a notification. Elite Super Enhanced Desert Demon Tree, level 25. Strength 5,000, Agility 1,000, Spirit 2,000, Constitution 6,000. Watching the skeleton warriors leap and soar, they couldn't stop talking amongst themselves. What? An instant kill? Last time our party ran into this desert demon tree, it took us a whole 20 minutes to beat it. That's terrifying. The stats on these skeletons are insane. The system panel continued to display information. Silver rank skeleton warrior, level 21, Strength 4,500, Agility 4,500, Spirit 4,500, Constitution. System notification, defeated desert demon tree, experience plus 7,500. He ran a hand through his hair, a bit flustered, and thought to himself, bringing 39 people along was a bad idea. The experience gain is way too low, but at least there are still 39,000 points. I can just grind the dungeon by myself a few more times later. Besides, I've been busy leveling up other skills these past few days. A moment later, the others standing behind him and the skeleton warriors were stunned into silence by the sight. Is God Lin planning on pulling mobs this time? He's already pulled over 100 of them. Those are skeleton mages. Is he planning to use their skills to get a chain kill? He recalled the image of the energy recovery tree. Moyu sighed to himself. Looks like I just got lucky the first time. You really don't run into this kind of desert biome every time. The skeleton warriors began to raise their staves, declaring war. He stood there imposingly, hands in his pockets, staring straight ahead as the sand in that spot began to swirl violently. Since that fruit isn't here this time, I'll just kill the boss quickly, clear the instance, and then re-enter the dungeon. The people behind him, terrified by the shaking ground, shouted worriedly, "What's happening?" Moyu raised his hand, creating a red circle of power and yelled, "Corpse explosion!" A massive explosion erupted a good distance from where they stood. As they watched the continuous blasts, they wondered amongst themselves, my experience is skyrocketing. Just how many corpses did God Lin use for that? That explosion is one of God Lin's skills. Holy crap, the power of that thing is a bit much, isn't it? Moyu turned his head and told them, I've pretty much cleared out all the mobs around here. You guys just wait here. I'll call you all over after I've cleared out the monsters in the demon ant cave. They casually replied, No problem, God. Take your time. There's no rush. They watched his carefree figure retreat into the distance, exclaiming in awe. It's only been 3 hours since we entered the dungeon, right? My mind is completely blown. If I hadn't seen this efficiency with my own eyes, you could kill me and I still wouldn't believe it. A long while later, they were still waiting in the same spot. 20 minutes later, one of them scratched his head and spoke up. Hey, maybe we should try pulling a mob to fight. God Lin killed them so easily. The monsters here can't be that hard to deal with. The other two heard this and readily agreed, getting up to follow. Let's give it a shot. We're all the same class, and our levels are much higher than God Lin's. It can't be that we can't even handle one monster, right? Yeah, we should go get some experience for ourselves. Before long, they were screaming in terror after luring a monster over. 2 minutes later, someone shouted, "We accidentally pulled two. Start the fight. Healer, get ready to heal." Both sides entered combat mode, with the soldiers struggling to fight back. These scorpions are probably still larvae. Everyone stay calm. Their offense and defense are too tight. It's hard to even land a hit on them. A brave soldier charged forward only to be sent flying back, prompting his teammate beside him to yell urgently, "What? That attack is way too strong. Get a healer over here, now." He was quickly healed. Someone shouted, "Did it drop something? Where's the drop?" The mages providing support from behind were also struggling to hold on. "Stop shouting and fight back." Suddenly, a rainbow-colored scorpion from the swarm charged forward, a status panel appearing to its left. Constitution 5,892 out of 6,000. Seeing this, they panicked. "Holy shit, are you guys just tickling it?" Immediately after, something struck its head, causing severe damage. From behind, a guy and a girl bravely came forward, shouting, "Let us handle this." The soldiers yelled out, "We're retreating for now." 5 minutes later, a system notification appeared. Defeated level 25 Desert Scorpion. Experience plus 7,500. The group of three who had been fighting the monster gathered together, panting from exhaustion. That was too hard. The mobs here are insane. Are all large-scale dungeons like this? So this is the kind of monster God Lin has been facing all this time. He's on another level. On Moyu's end, the exact same notification appeared. Defeated level 25 Desert Scorpion. Experience plus 7,500. He glanced over, judging them. These guys really can't sit still. There are still plenty of soldier squads fighting their hardest out there. What are you all just sitting around for? There's still one more over here. Right, we pulled two mobs at once. Their faces were covered in sweat from fatigue, and they were nursing several wounds. Damn it, what do we do now? I'm out of stamina. We should have just called for God Lin. Why did we have to go looking for trouble? Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past, accompanied by a swift scorpion charging straight at the group. Out of nowhere, a bone soldier leaped out, sword in hand, and unleashed a frenzied strike. In a single, effortless slash, it cut the scorpion's body in two. The whole group erupted into noisy discussion, their eyes glued to the bone soldier's every move. An instant kill? I finally understand how powerful God Lin's skeletons are. That's just ridiculous. The rescued group broke out in a cold sweat, sighing in relief. Their hearts had been in their throats, a mix of joy and fear. Thank God Lin left a skeleton behind to protect us. But it's been over 10 minutes. Why hasn't God Lin even touched a single monster yet? Do you even have to ask? He's definitely pulling a huge mob. It's not like we haven't seen him do it before. Just a few seconds later, everyone was hit with a wave of system notifications. Defeated level 26 Desert Soldier Ant. Experience plus 8,000. Everyone was left dumbfounded, more stunned than ever before. My EXP is skyrocketing. My God, that leveling speed is terrifying. A few groups gathered to discuss. Looks like God Lin has already reached the boss's lair. I heard there's an ant queen inside the cave that's really tough to deal with. I've heard that too. Apparently, if your DPS isn't high enough, the ant queen will curl up and become invincible. Are you guys seriously doubting God Lin's DPS? The scene shifts to Moyu. He was single-handedly summoning his power to trap the entire swarm of larvae and the ant queen. He used corpse explosion, and once again, the people outside received a notification. Defeated level 28 Desert Ant Queen. Experience plus 20,000. The news spread quickly. The ant queen is dead? That was way too fast. Moyu walked out nonchalantly. Let's go. We're heading straight for the tyrant's fortress. He was mentally calculating his next move. I need to finish this run quickly, reset, and then look for that fruit. His party members stammered in response. Okay. He quickly strode off into the distance. The remaining team members stared, stunned, at the scene. Holy hell, look at all those monsters. You could call that an army. One of them remarked in awe, I can't even imagine it. If God Lin were clearing this dungeon by himself, he could probably go from level 20 to level 30 in a month. It was that familiar skill again. Corpse explosion. A pile of corpses in front was enveloped in a red aura, making it hard to see clearly. Immense power radiated out, sending fragments of rock flying. The group of onlookers was utterly astonished. So you can even siege a fortress like this. When your DPS is high enough, you can just ignore the dungeon mechanics. They were all experiencing it firsthand and quickly moved away from the center. Is that the Tyrant Lion? Is that really a world boss? Even from this far away, I'm still getting chills. Let's move a bit further back. Who knows how long it'll take God Lin to take it down? The colossal Tyrant Lion appeared with a grim aura. Moyu didn't have time for pleasantries and got straight to the point. We meet again. Sorry, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. The group hiding in a cave peeked out to watch, sweating nervously as they discussed among themselves. Why does it feel like a world boss is just a toy in front of God Lin? The way God Lin fights makes it look so simple. I feel like I could land a couple of hits too. Then hurry up and go. Just try not to piss your pants. They had barely finished talking when a notification came through. Defeated level 30 Tyrant Lion. Experience plus 50,000. The guy in the cave barely had time to joke back before he was shocked by this power. Just kidding. The whole group was so overcome with disbelief and joy that they shouted and cried. We did it! My mission is finally complete. Mockingjir moved quickly, skipping their celebration entirely and using teleportation. Everyone in the group cheered loudly. Thank you, God Lin. God Lin is a real beast. My mission was stuck for 2 whole years, but I finally cleared it. A second later, he had teleported back next to Thu Han. Senior, thank you for all your hard work helping us this time. Li Thong's underling reported the situation from a distance. Boss, they're coming out. A malicious grin spread across his face. You go with him to clear the dungeon. Let's see how he clears it by himself. Mockingjir looked at the crowd of soldiers, confused. Why are there so many people? Thu Han looked apologetic. We've all been stuck on this mission for a long time. When we heard you were about to run the dungeon, we all rushed over. Mockingjir turned and asked everyone, does everyone understand the rules? They all roared with enthusiasm. We understand everything. Don't worry. Great one. We don't need any of the items. That underling of Li Thong stood far in the back, thinking to himself, it's really hard to squeeze into this team. Following Mockingjir's lead, the whole group trailed behind him. He silently prayed, I hope I can find that desert fruit this time. Mockingjir stopped, his eyes lighting up as he looked towards that fruit. Finally, it's here. Now I can level up my remaining skills. There's still a day and a half until the opening ceremony, so I'll have to run this a few more times. He easily summoned his bone soldiers to destroy the monsters. The group following him was incredibly excited. Oh my god, this guy can level up too? This is awesome. While Mockingjir remained completely calm, they were all very happy and satisfied. This 1,000 points was well spent. The fighting over on this side was intense, and large boulders fell under the influence of Mockingjir's magic. Everyone watching was amazed and excited. I can't believe a move like that exists. I could never learn that. Never. The majestic lion tyrant appeared again, stepping out to confront the army of bone soldiers below. The followers watched with excitement. How are they going to get past this one? This is way too real. Who knows how much time this will take? Only 7 hours. Turns out the record set by the Great One wasn't even his limit. That underling of Li Thong was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. This is too terrifying. I have to report back to the boss right away. The people in the group were just like the first time they defeated the boss, shouting with tears of joy. My mission is finally complete too. God Lin is a beast. The scene changes to a brightly lit room. That underling was whispering his report to Li Thong. Boss, about that kid, Mockingjir. He frowned with a bit of interest. So, he abuses the area of effect skills of corpses, and he has a legion of skeletons with extremely high stats. In other words, if you can just restrict his summoning ability and make sure there are no corpses, wouldn't Mockingjir be useless? Li Thong analyzed while rubbing his chin. Every class has its weakness. It seems Mockingjir's weakness lies right there. Go call Ling Shen from Qianlong Academy over here. Just say I need to see him. He smiled faintly, a stomach full of schemes. Stealing the boss drop from Bai Li Academy and humiliating me on the spot. I will make you pay the price. The master and servant, one standing and one sitting, were incredibly dangerous. Back at Xiajing Academy in a double dorm room, a girl was standing and staring blankly outside. It was Ha Tuet. She was pondering Dong Yang's words. You have to save up your points. Ha Tuet pouted. There are so many good things at Xiajing Academy, which means they all require points. I really can't afford any of it. I'm so jealous of that fool. He has over 30,000 points. I wonder how many points the national champion gets as a reward, but it definitely can't be a small amount. She suddenly smiled as she recalled some information. I heard from Principal Look that Mockingjir arrived at the academy a few days ago. I wonder how he's been doing these past few days. Meanwhile, Mockingjir was focusing all his energy on controlling his bone soldiers to kill the boss. Ha Tuet seemed to trust his words completely, but with that guy's abilities, he's probably doing just fine, right? The next day, Bai Yuan and 2 others had gathered to chat. Suddenly, Thai Nian shouted, That kid you think so highly of is completely out of his mind. Bai Yiyuan asked his old friend, Ning Tainian, Ning Yi's grandfather and the principal of Xiajing Academy, confused. What's wrong? Muk Ingu has a calm personality. Why would you say he's crazy? Thai Yiyan looked at the screen and replied angrily, This kid went to the dungeon palace and started charging people to carry them through the desert tyrant dungeon. Bai Yiyuan nodded. Isn't it normal to pay for a carry through a dungeon? This has always happened, Thai Nian snorted in annoyance. But he's carrying 39 people through the dungeon by himself. All the people who have been stuck on the desert tyrant dungeon mission for the past few years have now completed it. Hearing this, Bai Yiyuan laughed happily and asked, This kid is something else, huh? Carrying 39 at once? I can't believe he thought of that. He better not be charging too little. You absolutely can't let those people get off easy. Thai Nian slammed his hand on the table, losing his cool. Old Bai, don't you know the Academy's intention behind creating those missions? It was meant to screen for outstanding talents. Being stuck on this mission is their own problem. And then Lin Moyu goes and does this. Bai Yiyuan calmly took a sip of tea and said, Of course I know. So what? The missions and rules are set by the Academy, and Mok Ingu hasn't broken any of the rules they laid out. He squinted slightly at Dai Nian. I haven't been happy with these missions for a long time. Do you know how many good prospects have been stuck in recent years just because they're not good at socializing and couldn't find a team? I think what this kid did was great. Beside him, Meng Anwen also agreed. The Academy's systems are too old, established hundreds of years ago. It's truly time for reform. At this point, Thai Nian couldn't keep his composure. He slammed the table hard and shot to his feet. You two are cut from the same cloth. Seeing this, Bai Yiyuan smiled threateningly. You're old, but you still have that temper. Let me warn you. If you dare touch Lin Moyu, I will destroy the dungeon palace. In the end, Thai Nian left in a rage. Meng Anwen watched his retreating back with a sigh of resignation. That old man will never change his ways. Bai Yiyuan chuckled lightly. A leopard can't change its spots. At the desert tyrant, in the desert oasis, Moyu was still on the island. The level-up sound chimed. Bone armor level 21. Summons bones to form armor, providing 2100 points of constitution and defense, lasts for 5 minutes, can be used on others. He stood there, deep in thought. Bone armor has finally leveled up. With the amplification from my talent, it can provide me with 21,000 points of defense. It should be able to block the tyrant's attacks now. A moment later, he waved his hand, using the decelerate curse on the monster that was approaching to attack. The decelerate curse has also leveled up. Its slowing effect has been enhanced. It's a pity that corpse explosion requires exploding corpses to level up. Otherwise, I could have taken this opportunity to train it to max level. 1 hour until the opening ceremony. Ha Tuiet was walking with Ta Mai to the school grounds. She said cheerfully, Because I don't have many points, I chose a 2-person dorm. I didn't expect to be roommates with you. Ta Mai nodded. I didn't expect it either. Ha Tuiet continued, You seem very confident. I may not have many points, but from now on, this young lady will cover all our meals. Suddenly, Ta Mai gently reminded her, Ha Tuiet, look over there. Fong Tu, who was standing in a corner, also saw the two of them and turned around. The girls around him were screaming internally. So handsome. A swordmaster class job. I want to confess my love. Fong Tu quickly walked over to Ha Tuet and Ta Mai. Hello, you two? Ta Mai replied. Hello, Ha Tuet teased. You're really popular, aren't you? Suddenly, Ta Mai remembered something and asked. Not noticing Fong Tu's strained expression, she said, Speaking of which, have either of you seen Lin Moyu? Over where Moyu was, he was rechecking his own stats. Finally reached level 22. As expected, skills that are synchronized with my level increase along with my level. After finishing up, he walked into the teleportation gate to Xiajing Academy. As he walked, he continued to calculate. After carrying people into the dungeon so many times, I now have over 350,000 points. But this is still not enough. A single intermediate skill scroll costs 80,000. 0 points. Right now, I can only buy 4 scrolls at most. For learning intermediate skills, 4 scrolls are nowhere near enough. Moyu tapped the watch on his wrist, his gaze growing even more determined. I have to find a way to earn more points. But first, I need to get to the opening ceremony. Nearly 20 minutes later, Xia Shui's group of 3 was already waiting in the courtyard of Xiajing Academy. She asked impatiently, There's less than 10 minutes left. Why isn't that guy here yet? Feng Xiu suddenly called out, There he is. The moment Moyu arrived, the atmosphere around them grew heavy and oppressive. Feng Xiu's group felt a bit intimidated. He's gotten stronger. Xia Shui nodded. Yeah, he seems to have gotten more powerful. Zuo Mei added, He still has the aura of battle on him. He must have just come out of a dungeon. The crowd around them noticed Moyu and started whispering curiously. That's the national top scorer. Lin Moyu? He looks intense. Just looking at him gives me the creeps. Suddenly, Xiao Sui's voice cut through the gloomy atmosphere. Lin, you idiot, we're over here. Mo Yu gave a small smile. You're all here, Xiao Sui huffed. Duh. If we weren't here, it would mean we didn't get in, right? Beside them, Zuo Mei quickly asked, Lin Moyu, what level are you now? Mo Yu replied softly, level 22. The other three stared in shock. We haven't seen you in just a few days. How did you level up so fast? Mo Yu thought calmly. Asterisk, if I hadn't slowed down my leveling to help others farm points, I'd probably be level 24 by now. Asterisk. Feng Xiu, regaining some composure, said, I know the academy has a dungeon palace where you can use points to reset the cooldown time. Xia Shui added dejectedly, you're the national top scorer, so you got a ton of points to spend freely. Unlike us, who have to be frugal. Points are so hard to earn. Recalling the constant notifications of his points increasing, Mo Yu felt a pang of guilt. Asterisk. Are points really that hard to get? Asterisk. A moment later, the bell chimed, and the opening ceremony officially began. A teacher's voice boomed, Welcome, everyone, to Xiajing Academy. Perhaps you were all geniuses in high school, but that is all in the past. Now, you all have a new identity. Freshmen of Xiajing Academy. He continued, the academy is divided into regular students, academy members, and the top-ranking academy members. These three tiers will enjoy different resources and treatment. So, I urge you all to strive forward. Then, the teacher announced, our Jiajing Academy opening ceremony has a traditional event. Upperclassmen from the academy will challenge the new students. He began to explain the rules. The upperclassmen have the right to challenge any of you, but they must pay a corresponding amount of points. You can refuse. However, if you win, the points they offered will become yours. Of course, whether you win or lose, you freshmen won't lose anything. The teacher continued loudly. This is also a great opportunity for those of you without many points to earn some. For all you powerful freshmen, don't miss this chance. At that moment, three elders were watching from above. One commented with a slight smirk, the traditional hazing of the freshmen, to teach them not to get too arrogant. Nothing new or exciting. Tyran added, these freshmen are all top scorers from different places, arrogant geniuses, every single one of them. Bai Yi Yuan looked towards Mo Yu and wondered, I wonder if anyone will dare to challenge Lin Moyu. Meng Anwen was also curious. No one would be that suicidal, would they? The freshmen below broke into an uproar after hearing the rules. Lose nothing but win a reward? How can there be such a good deal? But our levels are lower than the upperclassmen, and our skills are worse. How could we possibly win? As they spoke, they looked warily towards the seniors. The teacher reassured them. Rest assured, the duels will take place on a professional martial arts stage. The stage has a formation that suppresses both parties' levels, standardizing them to the lower-level participant. All skills above level 20 will be unusable. The formation will also protect you from any life-threatening danger. The academy also has god-tier healers to ensure your safety. Hearing this, a few people sporadically stepped forward to issue challenges. I want to challenge you. The challenged student nodded. I accept the challenge. The crowd below recognized the faces of the two duelists. I know that freshman. He's a provincial top scorer. Things are getting interesting right from the start, huh? Over where Moyu was, he unexpectedly received a challenge as well. Lin Moyu, I challenge you, Ling Zhen said arrogantly. I know you're this year's national top scorer. Do you dare to accept? Or are you scared? Looking at the person before him, Moyu thought with annoyance, asterisk, this guy is like a persistent ghost. Too bad we're at the academy, asterisk. With that thought, he asked nonchalantly, how many points are you betting? Ling Zhen replied calmly, 5,000 points. Mo Yu heard this and sneered slightly. Asterisk. Too little. Asterisk. Ling Zhen was taken aback. He thinks 5,000 points is too little? He asked again. Then how many points will it take for you to accept? Mo Yu held up a finger and stated his price. 100,000. The nearby freshmen gasped when they heard Mo Yu's words. 100,000? I only have 5,000 points. I only have 7,000, Ling Zhen asked contemptuously. Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea what 100,000 points means? Do you even have 100,000 points? You're not worth that much even if I sold you. Mo Yu's expression darkened. In that case, let's make a different bet. The wager will be my total number of points. If I win, you have to pay me an amount equal to whatever I have. If I lose, all my points are yours, he asked softly. Do you dare to take that bet, Senior Ling Zhen? Then Mo Yu added, or are you scared? Seeing him act like this, Xia Shui was stunned. Asterisk Lin, the idiot actually said so much at once. It seems the grudge between him and Senior Ling Zhen runs deep. Asterisk. Hearing the challenge, Ling Zhen felt a little unnerved. Asterisk. Why is he so confident? If I don't agree, I'll lose so much face. Asterisk. With that thought, he answered, why wouldn't I dare? I agree. How many points can a freshman possibly have anyway? Asterisk. Besides, I have a trump card. Asterisk. Up above, Bai Yuan looked at Ling Zhen with some disdain. Asterisk. This kind of idiot would die very quickly on a real battlefield. Asterisk. Meng Anwen glanced down and asked curiously, that Lin kid has run so many people through dungeons. He must have at least 300,000 points by now, right? Tai ran beside him, huffed, using cheap tricks. Ling Zhen, Bailey Academy, level 21 Warlock. Lin Moyu, national top scorer, level 22 Necromancer. The students below looked at the two and started whispering again. It's him! He's the one who set the new record in the Dungeon Palace. God, Lin. I can't believe he's a freshman. He just carried me through the Desert Tyrant dungeon. Every time God Lin carries someone, he can earn nearly 40,000 points. He must have a ton of points by now. If he wins, this is going to be a great show. On the stage, Ling Zhen taunted. So what if you're the national top scorer? In front of me, you're just trash. Mo Yu calmly replied, your level is lower than mine. Ling Zhen angrily summoned his weapon. I've been a top talent since I was a child, specially cultivated by the academy. A genius like me is not someone a commoner like you can compare to. Mo Yu's expression didn't change as he repeated, your level is lower than mine. Finally, Ling Zhen couldn't hold back his rage and roared, so what if you have a strong class? That's just dumb luck. On the battlefield, awareness is what matters. Mo Yu repeated the same line again. Your level is lower than mine. Ling Zhen swung his weapon furiously and cursed, damn it. Didn't your parents teach you how to talk? At these words, the image of his family flashed through Lin Moyu's mind, and his gaze darkened. Seeing his expression, Ling Zhen flinched in fear. Asterisk. It's that look again. Just like in the Dungeon Palace last time. He actually wants to kill me. Asterisk. A second later, he recovered and forced himself to say, don't you just rely on two skills, summoning and corpse explosion? Without corpses, you can't summon anything. You're nothing but a sitting duck. At that moment, Mo Yu flicked his wrist, summoning a green flame as a skeleton warrior appeared beside him. Asterisk. If we weren't in the academy, you'd be dead already. Asterisk. The skeleton warrior quickly swung its blade towards Ling Zhen. He took out a sealing talisman and then crushed it. The sealing talisman took effect, and in an instant, the skeleton warrior crumbled to dust. Seeing this, Mo Yu frowned slightly. It seemed his own skills had been sealed, and he could no longer summon his skeleton warrior. Seeing his surprise, Ling Zhen laughed loudly. See that? This is a summoning seal talisman, made specifically to deal with summoners like you. With that, Ling Zhen raised the weapon in his hand. Now that you can't use your summoning skills, and there are no corpses here, you're nothing. He used sky-covering fire dance and roared, tremble in fear. Even if I can't kill you today, I'll make you feel the pain of being burned alive. Ling Zhen looked at Mo Yu before him and sneered. Stop putting on an act, Lin Moyu. Let's see how long you can last. Above, the seniors commented, this Ling Zhen guy doesn't play fair, using a summoning seal talisman. That thing is specifically designed to target summoners. Meng Anwen looked down and wondered, a summoning seal talisman is an intermediate grade item. How did he get one? Looks like someone behind him wants to deal with Lin Moyu, Yi Yuan replied calmly. Just wait and see. He's going to pay dearly for this. In the arena, Mo Yu quickly used bone armor to shield his body from the attack. Unharmed, Mo Yu stood in the middle of the flames and said calmly, luckily, you're over level 20. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to use my level 20 skill. On the other side, Ling Zhen, still oblivious to the situation, continued his attack, saying arrogantly, my skill, sky-covering fire dance, is powerful, isn't it? How does that burning sensation feel? Pretty comfortable, right? But he wasn't allowed to be smug for much longer. A second later, Mo Yu walked out of the flames completely unscathed. Seeing that he was unharmed, Ling Zhen was horrified. How is this possible? No way! Why did my skill have no effect on him? He frantically continued his assault. Impossible. Die. However, all of his attacks were neutralized by Mo Yu. At this point, Mo Yu asked, are you done yet? Your skills are seriously weak. Then, he raised his hand and used another skill, Soul Flame. The attack instantly made Ling Zhen scream in agony. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth as he collapsed. The person maintaining the formation outside was terrified. If it weren't for the protective formation on the dueling stage, he probably wouldn't have survived until I arrived. The students below also turned pale as they looked at the stage. It's over just like that. He didn't even stand a chance. I only heard that he took down a senior student instantly. But wasn't that too fast? That Ling Zhen couldn't even leave a scratch on Lin Moyu. On the stage, Mo Yu walked towards Ling Zhen. Seeing him approach, he was terrified. Don't come over here, Mo Yu said nonchalantly. You've lost. Ling Zhen replied, I'll transfer the points to you, all right? He thought to himself. As long as I'm not dead, these few points are nothing. The referee raised his hand and declared, the match is over. Student Lin Moyu is the winner. He announced, according to the agreement between both parties, Ling Zhen must pay 358,000 points to Lin Moyu. Hearing the number of points he had to pay, Ling Zhen froze, then stammered. What? How many? Ling Zhen screamed in protest. Impossible. He's only been at the academy for a few days. How could he have so many accumulated points? This must be a mistake. A mistake! Hearing him, the teacher's voice became threatening. Ling Zhen, are you implying that I'm lying? He quickly bowed his head and stammered, no, that's not it. I didn't mean that. The teacher continued coldly. Student Ling Zhen, please transfer the points immediately. Ling Zhen stammered, I don't have that many points. The teacher then announced, you have a total of 128,000 points. This amount will be transferred to Lin Moyu first. For the remaining 230,000 points, you can either borrow them or sell your assets. It must be paid in full within half a year. If you fail to pay it all, the academy will expel you. I know your family background. The academy will find them and demand that your family pays the rest. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, Mo Yu's point total immediately increased by 120,000. Xia Shui saw him come down and walked over to ask, how did you get so strong so quickly? Take me with you to run some dungeons next time, okay? Mo Yu nodded. All right. Just then, Mo Yu's watch displayed a notification. It was a call from Bai Yi Yuan. Get ready. We leave in 1 hour. Mo Yu thought, Bai Yi Yuan said he would take me to the primordial battlefield after the opening ceremony. We're leaving so soon. After the call, he quickly turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Xiaoxue worried. He said Bai Yi Yuan wants to take him to the primordial battlefield. He really doesn't hesitate for a second. Feng Xiu nodded. The primordial battlefield. I heard it's a real battlefield, the front line of the human race. The human race and the abyss have been fighting there for thousands of years. Zuo Mei added, it's very dangerous there, but there are also many dungeons, secret realms, and fortuitous encounters. At the item shop, Mo Yu took out a few items from his inventory and placed them on the counter. Sell these. After that, he calculated that selling his gold-grade equipment could fetch him over 2 million gold coins. Right now, I have 140 skeleton warriors and 70 skeleton mages. Other equipment isn't very useful to me. A short while later, Mo Yu arrived at Bai Yi Yuan's location. He said to Meng Anwen, Old Meng, take us to the primordial battlefield. In the next second, the two were teleported to the gate of the primordial battlefield. Mo Yu was astonished by the surrounding scenery. Standing next to the divine Xia Tower, Bai Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, don't be in a rush. I know you have 2 chances to enter the tower, but you should wait until after your second job advancement. That way, you'll be able to gain more benefits. Then he used teleportation again. Let's go. We're heading to the city before the entrance to the primordial battlefield. Arriving at the new location, Mo Yu was once again surprised and asked, this is the primordial battlefield? He pondered for a moment. A familiar aura, but much thicker. A moment later, Bai Yi Yuan led the way, reminding him that in the sky is the demon eye. It's used to monitor the abyss and prevent surprise attacks from the abyssals. The guards outside glanced at their military crests, then saluted in unison. Seeing this, Mo Yu felt a little admiration in his heart. This is the influence of Bai Yi Yuan. Seeing his expression, Bai Yi Yuan smiled and pointed at the crest. You little brat, I know what you're thinking. They don't recognize the person, just this insignia. I'll get one made for you later. At the military rank certification office, Bai Yi Yuan walked up to the desk and ordered, make a military rank certification for a soldier for the kid next to me. The man working there heard this and grumbled, are you blind? Stop bothering me. But as soon as he looked at the rank insignia on Bai Yi Yuan's chest, he froze. The man shot up from his seat, bowed, and saluted. Greetings, General. Bai Yi Yuan didn't mind his attitude, only urging, hurry up, we're in a rush. The man took Mo Yu's papers and said obsequiously, yes, sir, I'll do it right away. He looked at Mo Yu and thought, is that the 5-star divine general, Bai Yi Yuan? What's this young man's background? To be personally brought by Bai Yi Yuan to get his military rank certified. A few minutes later, Bai Yi Yuan handed the newly made rank insignia to Mo Yu, instructing, this is your military rank. Wear it on you. Don't put it in your storage space. This way, when you kill abyssal creatures, it will automatically record the merit points for you. He explained further, white is the lowest rank, private, then black for sergeant, silver for officer, gold for commander, and purple for general. Bai Yi Yuan explained, the number of stars on the rank insignia represents the amount of military merit you've earned at that rank. The more merit, the more stars. The mechanism is that you need 10 stars to advance in rank. Once you exceed 10 stars, you can be promoted one level. For example, my rank is a 5-star Divine General. In the entire Divine Xia Empire, the number of people with the rank of 5-star Divine General does not exceed 10. After speaking, he continued to lead the way. Follow me, we're going to another place. At the Hall of Heroic Spirits, Bai Yiyuan had brought Moyu to this location. This is the place where all the past sages and heroes are enshrined. It is called the Hall of Heroic Spirits, he said solemnly. They died on the battlefield, heroes for a lifetime. Even in death, they did not return to their homeland, using their souls to continue guarding our divine Xia Empire. Bai Yiyuan gently clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Even in death, they did not return to their homeland, using their souls to continue guarding our divine Xia Empire. Divine Xia's Jr., Bai Yiyuan, implores the sages of the Empire to bless my junior. Divine Xia's Jr., Bai Yiyuan, implores the sages of the Empire to bless my junior. A moment later, Bai Yiyuan led Moyu to the demon-slaying tower, one of the 3 great towers of Divine Xia. The space here trembled slightly as Bai Yiyuan's voice echoed. The demon-slaying tower has memorized your spiritual imprint. On his rank insignia, a star suddenly vanished. From now on, even if you die on the primordial battlefield, we have a way to resurrect you. Consider it a lifeline. Hearing this, Mo Yu was stunned back to life. Bai Yiyuan had spent a star of merit to leave him a lifeline. Was this the meaning of a blessing for the younger generation? After thinking it over, he said seriously, "Thank you." Bai Yiyuan patted him on the shoulder and smiled kindly. "You're a grown man now. What's with the thank you? Just head to the Origin battlefield and kill a few more enemies. Now, I'll officially tell you a few things about the Origin battlefield." He pointed down to where Mo Yu was standing and said, "The Shengxia Empire's war fortress city is called the Eternal Great Wall. It has a total of 9 fortresses, arranged in a straight line, each over 1,000 kilometers apart, forming an eternal great wall that is longer than 10,000 li." Bai Yiyuan explained, "The place we're standing now is Fortress Number 1, which is also the very front line. Unlike other nations that constantly ask for reinforcements, our Shengxia Empire, ever since building the Eternal Great Wall, has never had its front line breached by abyssal demon beasts." He added, "The Origin battlefield has many dungeons, but demon beasts will try to stop humans from entering them or will attack at the dungeon entrances. The battles in front of the dungeons are the fiercest and most dangerous. You need to be very careful. That's why you should buy a lot of teleportation stones to get back to the city." After that, Bai Yiyuan quickly teleported back. He didn't forget to add, "I've told you everything I should. The rest is up to you." A moment later, Mo Yu walked to the city gate. The knights guarding the gate saw that he was new and offered some advice. "Level 22, kiddo. Did you come here with your elders? The weakest monsters outside are at least level 30, and abyssal demon beasts appear too. It's very dangerous." Mo Yu nodded. "Thanks. I'm just going to take a look." As soon as he entered the field, he could feel the heavy atmosphere around him. The abyssal aura was thick, and visibility wasn't good. Suddenly, a shockwave attacked him from behind. Mo Yu quickly turned around, activating his dual bone armor. He said, startled, "An attack?" Mo Yu looked around suspiciously but saw nothing. Could it be an invisible monster? A skeleton warrior quickly charged forward. A level 30 battlefield wraith then revealed itself. Mo Yu was surprised it was actually a wraith. He ordered the skeleton warrior to attack again, then concluded, "So, it's immune to physical attacks." Mo Yu frowned, planning to use another skill. "If it's immune to physical attacks, then let's try elemental damage." A second later, a group of fire-type skeleton mages rushed into battle. The battlefield wraith was immediately incinerated. The system's voice announced, "Level 30 battlefield wraith eliminated. Experience plus 300,000. Soul's Breath obtained." Soul's Breath contains the will of those who died on the battlefield and can be used to enhance weapons and equipment. Mo Yu put the new skill away. Soul's Breath, he thought. Even a common monster on the Origin battlefield can drop this. He looked at the surrounding space and grew even more pensive. If there were monsters immune to physical attacks, there were likely monsters immune to elemental attacks, and maybe even monsters immune to both. When that happens, both the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages will become useless. I need to be more careful. Over 2 hours later, Mo Yu was still fighting his way through monsters. He stood in a corner, waiting for his skeleton soldiers and mages to finish them off, sighing to himself. After walking for 2 hours straight, I should be close to the dungeon entrance, right? Suddenly, a group of people ran towards him in a panic from the distance. The person in the lead screamed at Mo Yu in terror. "Run! There's an abyssal demon beast behind us!" Mo Yu was puzzled. An abyssal demon beast? Before he could finish his thought, a pack of level 31 abyssal hounds rushed over. The group that had been fleeing turned back. Noticing Mo Yu was still standing there, they shouted a warning. They've changed targets! Those are demon hounds! That young man is so dead. On Mo Yu's side, he watched the approaching demon beasts, his brow slightly furrowed. They eat people? His face darkened with anger. You bastards! A second later, Mo Yu summoned his weapon and several skeleton soldiers and mages. He growled, You deserve to die. 2 silver-rank skeleton warriors advanced to create an opening and lure the beasts. Seeing this, the pack of abyssal hounds leaped forward to attack. The skeleton mages below quickly used ice and fire spells to support the assault. Seeing the demon hounds temporarily controlled, the skeleton soldiers immediately rushed in to deliver the finishing blows. The system's voice announced, Abyssal Demon Hound eliminated. Experience plus 310,000. Military merit plus 1. Demon Hound Fang obtained. At the same time, the scythe of Donatus in Mo Yu's hand also leveled up. He rejoiced silently. This weapon finally has a chance to level up. Looks like killing about 30 demon beasts will get it to level 2. With that thought, Mo Yu raised his hand for a skill. In that case, you'll all become my military merit. Corpse explosion. He glanced down at the military emblem on his chest and smiled faintly. My merit is increasing, and the scythe is leveling up. It would be great if more demon beasts like these hounds showed up. I didn't expect leveling up. The scythe would also give me extra stats. A notification popped up. Scythe of Donatus, level 2. Spirit power plus 100. The group that had fled earlier had now stopped, watching Mo Yu's monster-slaying display with awe. My god, what kind of skill is that? Is he a high-level professional? I've never seen any class that can summon undead creatures before. We're saved. In a corner of the Origin battlefield, the Blazing Demon King sensed that his demon beasts had been killed. Why did a bunch of my puppies suddenly die? Did they run into a high-level professional? Oh well, I'll just let a few more puppies out to play. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of pairs of ferocious, glowing red eyes appeared. At the Dragon Clan's frontline outpost for the level 26 dungeon, the group that had fled earlier had gathered to rest. They watched Mo Yu, whispering among themselves, He looks so young, probably not even 20, right? White rank, not a single star, just a private. The 5-pointed star emblem. He's one of us. From Shengzhe. One person walked up to strike a conversation with him. Hey brother, are you alone? What level are you? Want to party up with us? We're all people of Shenzhia. We can carry you through the dungeon. Mo Yu politely declined. No need, thank you. Mo Yu looked at the teleportation portal. He calculated, Hell difficulty. I've only ever done nightmare difficulty before. Let's try this one. Seeing him about to enter the dungeon, a man hurriedly approached. Brother, our team has 1 spot left. It doesn't matter what level you are. We'll carry you through. Xing'an was worried. After all, this was a future talent of Shengxia. He couldn't let him die here. Before the man could finish, Mo Yu was gone. He went in. He really went in. Xing, and worried. Going into a dungeon alone. Isn't that just asking for death? A man from the small Yi kingdom standing nearby sneered. Ch. Let me just check and I'll know right away. You Shengxia people always love to show off. He threw out a dungeon scouting talisman. The people around were surprised to see what he had thrown. That's a dungeon scouting talisman. It can check the situation inside a dungeon. The man from the Yi kingdom nodded. That's right. This scouting talisman can tell us the dungeon's difficulty, how many teams are inside, and if there are any casualties. A screen appeared as the talisman burned away. Normal difficulty. 1 team, 4 surviving members. Nightmare difficulty. 2 teams, 12 surviving members. Hell difficulty. 1 team, 1 surviving member. Looking at the line for Hell difficulty, the people around were shocked and exclaimed loudly, Hell difficulty. 1 team, 1 surviving member. Am I seeing things? There's only 1 person surviving in Hell difficulty. Are you kidding me? He went into Hell difficulty alone? Is he trying to get himself killed? The man from the Yi kingdom shrugged contemptuously. The young people of Shenzhia are truly bold and stupid. This is quite an eye-opener. He asked with a sneer, How long do you guys think he'll last in there? Hearing him, the people of Shengxia immediately got angry. Someone even drew their blade as a warning. Shut your mouth! You want to fight? The man from the Yi kingdom raised his hands in surrender and backed away. Hey, just kidding, he thought to himself. The people of Shenzhia are so concerned with face. Xing'an stood next to this guy and subtly threatened him. Watch your mouth. Your tiny Yi kingdom dares to provoke our Shenzhia? Are you tired of living? He felt a bit of regret for Mo Yu and mumbled, To be able to come here alone, he must have extraordinary talent, and so young too. He's the future of Shengxia. What a pity. Inside the Dragonkind's frontline outpost instance, Mo Nugu appeared. He looked around, assessing the scene, and quietly noted that it was completely different from the nightmare difficulty instance. It felt like something was being restricted. He tried using his skills, then paused in thought. He couldn't access his item space, which meant no reinforcements, and he couldn't use a teleport stone to escape. This was a hell difficulty instance. Before Mongu could finish his thought, a group of demonic beasts appeared in the distance. The spawn rate and level of the monsters would likely be terrifying. As if sensing him, the pack of monsters quickly turned toward him. A second later, the level 30 elite monsters, Dragonkin, Spearmen, all charged forward. Monegu didn't waste any time, quickly summoning his weapon and his skeletons for support. This is hell difficulty. A single Spearman already has stats far superior to my skeleton warriors. They're even stronger than the elite monsters in large-scale instances, not much weaker than a boss on Nightmare difficulty. The Dragonkin Spearmen and Monegu's silver-rank skeleton warriors quickly clashed. One elite monster lunged forward, using its sweeping spear skill to attack the skeleton soldiers. Instantly, all the newly summoned skeleton soldiers were hit. Seeing this, Monegu quickly thought it through. The monster's skill has a stun effect. If they're stunned, I can't recall them to the summoning space. Before he could figure out a solution, 3 of his skeleton warriors were destroyed by the Dragonkin Spearmen. Seeing this, Mongu frowned slightly and issued a command. The warriors surrounded the spearmen, the mages bombarded them, and he released even more skeleton soldiers, sending them charging into battle. Mongu observed the situation, judging that no matter how high their stats were, they were meaningless against overwhelming numbers. Just a few seconds later, an explosion went off, wiping out several of the Dragonkin spearmen. Mongu's experience points shot up, and he even obtained a level 1 dragon scale. Monegu equipped the armored skeleton skill, constantly calculating. If they get hit by that stun skill, the skeleton warriors will be defenseless. I have to be more careful. A stunned skeleton warrior can't be recalled to my space, and I can't let the Dragonkin monsters surround it. After a moment's thought, a smirk played on his lips. This was getting interesting. The instances I've run before were a total cakewalk. I've finally found an instance that forces me to be careful. At that moment, the remaining Dragonkin spearmen, seeing the situation was not in their favor, all retreated. Seeing their caution made Mongu even more interested. So, you're that sharp, huh? In that case, I'll just use a few skeleton warriors as bait to pull the monsters into a group and then slaughter them. He continued to have his skeleton warriors pursue the Dragonkin spearmen. About half an hour later, a strong wind suddenly kicked up. When Mongu went to check on his skeletons, he saw they were tightly bound. He was surprised. Mongu took a closer look, assessing the chains of wind. This is a mage's skill. He looked at the monster casting the spell further inside, a little shocked. I can't believe the monsters here even know how to use simple tactics. It seems they have some intelligence. By now, 2 of his skeleton warriors had already been destroyed. Mongu carefully considered his options. If I could only summon a few skeleton warriors, this would be a tough fight. Immediately after, he summoned over a dozen more skeleton warriors. Too bad for you. I've got skeletons for days. The battle between the 2 sides raged on, and another 5 skeleton warriors were destroyed. At the same time, Mongu had defeated 4 Dragonkin spearmen. Just then, a level 31 Dragonkin mage quickly moved in to provide support. Seeing this, Mongu's face scrunched up. He quickly used the Soul Flame skill. So they really are intelligent, knowing to attack the skeleton mages first. But it's too late. The monster hit by Monu's attack was instantly annihilated. Monu attacked relentlessly when his expression suddenly changed. He'd obtained a dragon horn. This was one of the 4 materials Bai Yi-Wan wanted, to kill so many monsters and only get one. It seems the drop rate for this item is extremely low. After finishing up, he recalled the heavily damaged skeleton warriors into his summoning space and continued deeper into the instance. Looks like I'll have to run this instance a few times to gather enough materials. Mongu walked a bit further and encountered another group of Dragonkin spearmen. He muttered to himself, calculating, I'll just use the same method to pull the monsters, but this time I'll use corpse explosion. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have enough skeleton warriors. This is the first time I've ever run into a situation where I might not have enough skeletons, as expected of hell difficulty. A moment later, in the middle of the battle, Mo-Nu acquired a new skill. Perfect timing. Primal word. Slow. He quickly bound all the Dragonkin spearmen, after which Mo-Nagu gave the order, It's time for a counterattack, my skeleton mages. At Meng Anwen's place, Bai Yi-Yuan had returned from the origin battlefield. Meng Anwen poured him a cup of tea and asked, Delivered? Bai Yuan nodded. Yeah, it's delivered. Meng Anwen glanced at Bai Yuan's star crest, which had lost a star. He frowned slightly and asked, Looks like you're serious about training him. You even registered his mark in the Hall of Heroes. A 5-star god general becomes a 4-star. Huh? Bai Yi-Yuan waved his hand as if it was nothing. It's just a few merit points. That kid has a very promising future. We can't let anything unexpected happen. Too many of our human race's geniuses have already died. The fewer we lose, the better, he continued. However, I did give him a quest to get some materials from the Dragonkin. Even if he doesn't want to go to the Dragonkin outpost, he'll have to. Consider it part of his training. And Van took a sip of tea and said, even on nightmare difficulty, the drop rates for those materials you want are extremely low. Bai Yuan smiled faintly in reply. That's exactly the effect I want. I gave him a cooldown reduction scroll, so running the instance 7 or 8 times should be enough. Suddenly remembering something, Meng Anwen broke out in a slight sweat. The Dragonkin's frontline outpost instance has a hell difficulty. At that moment, Bai Yuan also remembered. He wouldn't choose hell difficulty, would he? He laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. I forgot about that. I should have reminded him that hell difficulty is completely different from nightmare. Meng Anwen reassured him, don't worry. If he could lead 39 people through the Desert Tyrant instance, what can't he do? Besides, you've already registered his mark, so he can't die. At worst, he'll just suffer a little. Suddenly, Bai Yuan asked seriously, hey old man, do you think that kid could actually clear the hell difficulty instance? Meng Anwen laughed in response. If he really clears it, wouldn't that be fantastic? Back in the instance, Mo Negu had wiped out the last group of monsters. He sat down to rest and calculate his plan. I killed over 20 Dragonkin mages just to get 2 horns. My skeleton warriors are seriously damaged, and I'm only about 1/3 of the way through. He let out a small, amused laugh. This is the first time I've had to struggle this much in an instance. High-intensity monster spawns, and they even know how to coordinate with each other. Hell difficulty really lives up to its name. Looking at the castle in the distance, Mo Negu's voice grew even more excited. I want to see just how strong the boss of a hell difficulty instance really is. A while later, he arrived at the castle gate and continued to clear out a few more monsters guarding it. Mo No then encountered a new type of monster, a level 31 Dragonkin archer. He was a bit surprised. An archer that has crowd control skills? The mages only drop dragon horns. It seems the other materials have to be harvested from different monsters. With that thought, he pointed and ordered his skeleton warriors to attack. My warriors, advance! Before he could take another step, a skeleton warrior was defeated. Mo Ngu was momentarily stunned. What? My skeleton warrior was taken down in an instant. Before it could even react, he summoned his weapon and gripped it tightly, warily scanning his surroundings for an unseen enemy. That attack power and speed are insane. What the hell is it? Another skeleton warrior was destroyed. Mo Nu watched in shock. Again, the attacks are all coming from behind. Whatever it is, I have to find it. I can't lose to them. He used another skill. Icy Storm from Violent Cyclone. Another monster that can turn invisible? In that case, I'll just use a wide area attack. Let's do this. At his command, sharp ice crystals shot forward. After the attack, a shadowy figure of a monster was revealed. In an instant, a kick landed squarely on it. A skeleton soldier had attacked, forcing back the level 32 Dragonkin assassin, the invisible monster that had been ambushing Mo Ngu. He looked at the monster, sizing it up. As expected, its stats were really high, a stealth skill combined with a critical hit. No wonder it could take down a skeleton warrior in an instant. Mo Yu immediately ordered his skeleton soldiers to attack. Once it gets hit, its stealth skill will be instantly cancelled. Once you're exposed, you've got no advantage left. A few minutes later, he had killed several level 32 Dragonkin assassins and picked up a dragon heart, so dragon hearts come from the Dragonkin assassins. Now I just need to figure out where the blood essence and the core are. Suddenly, a rain of arrows and binding shots fired out from the fortress. Mo Yu used bone armor to block the incoming arrows, getting into a fighting stance. Right on time, he swiftly tossed out a few corpses and used a skill, Corpse Explosion. The thrown corpses immediately detonated, creating a shockwave. The fortress in front of Mo Yu was blown apart, simultaneously killing the level 31 Dragonkin archers. Plus 620,000 experience. Obtained 1 Dragon Blood Essence. Killed level 31 Dragonkin archer. Plus 620,000 experience. Mo Yu took this chance to enter the fortress. He figured, the blood essence has appeared, dropped by the archers. So now, only the core is left. Inside the fortress, Mo Yu continued using his skeleton mages and soldiers, killing 5 level 32 Dragonkin assassins. He looked up at a dragon statue in the fortress and wondered if it was the boss. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the statue's face cracked, and then the entire thing crumbled to pieces. The Outpost Guardian. A hell-level boss appeared from the shattered statue. Seeing the hell-level boss, Mo Yu's face paled slightly. Level 33, 11 levels higher than his skeleton warriors. Its stats are terrifying, way stronger than the tyrant from the large-scale dungeon. And on top of that, it has 2 crowd control skills. He bent his knees and launched himself away. The Outpost Guardian let out a roar, and a shockwave quickly swept across the area. Mo Yu used Curse of Slowing. With agility stats that high, I can't let it move freely. The outpost guardian was quickly bound by the curse, chains wrapped around its neck, making it roar in pain. Seizing this opportunity, the skeleton soldiers and mages rushed forward to attack. Looking at the situation, Moyu worried if they could even injure it. From within the cloud of dust, the outpost guardian's eyes flashed. A second later, it used an enhancement skill to resist and break free from the chains of the slowing curse. Moyu was alarmed. Not good. The effect of the slowing curse has been weakened. The outpost guardian used a group knockback skill, and 4 skeleton warriors were destroyed. It pulled out another weapon. The outpost guardian slammed the weapon into the ground, causing a group stun effect. Instantly, 12 skeleton warriors were destroyed. Moyu frowned, annoyed. Even though I can resummon skeletons after they're destroyed, my spirit power is still limited. This stun skill is too hard to deal with. I can't just let the boss keep wiping them out like this. Appear, Heroic Spirit General. The moment the Heroic Spirit General appeared, it used Army's presence. A wave of power quickly enveloped all the skeleton soldiers and mages on the field. Moyu was a bit surprised. He thought to himself, can the Heroic Spirit General's army's presence remove the stun effect? No, that's not it. It just increases the speed at which the skeleton warriors recover from the stun, but the result is pretty much the same. After thinking it over, Moyu let out a small smile. As long as your stun skill is useless, my side has nothing to fear. Then he once again commanded his skeleton soldiers and mages to attack. Under the assault, the outpost guardian's health gradually dropped to 8,547, down from a total of 15,000. It immediately used its group stun again, but the heroic spirit general wasn't about to lose and quickly countered with army's presence. Watching the battle, Moyu smirked. It's useless. Now that your crowd control has been countered, it's our turn to attack. His eyes widened in surprise. The outpost guardian had spotted him. It charged forward to attack Moyu. He quickly got into a defensive stance and used Soul Flame, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Moyu launched his attack at the outpost guardian. He realized his bone armor had blocked the shockwave, which is why he wasn't stunned. He poured more power into his Soul Flame. Die. Surrounded by the Soul Flame, the outpost guardian screamed in pain. Then, it was swarmed by the skeleton mages and soldiers. Just a few seconds later, the system announcement rang out. Outpost guardian defeated. Experience plus 3.3 million. Golden weapon obtained. Hell Outpost Dagger. 1 piece of the Outpost set. Golden weapon obtained. Hell Outpost Shield. 1 piece of the Outpost set. Golden weapon obtained. Hell Outpost Bracelet. 1 piece of the Outpost set. Obtained 2 Dragon Cores. Obtained Job Change Certificate. Obtained Unique Title. Dragonkin Battle King. Dragonkin Battle King. All stats plus 500. 50% cost reduction for all skills. A title for the one who single-handedly cleared the Hell difficulty Dragonkin Frontline Outpost dungeon. Moyu stared at the Dragonkin Battle King title above his head and the loot that dropped, stunned. I was right. The cores dropped from the boss. But to get the item for the second job changed this early, and this unique title, aren't these stats way too overpowered? Moyu had leveled up by now. He said happily to himself, I'm level 23 already, so the cores really do come from the boss. I've already finished more than 1/3 of the quest Bai Yuan gave me. He quickly checked his info. I just leveled up. Gotta check my current stats first. Class: Unique Necromancer. Level: 23. Title: Dragonkin Battle King. All stats plus 500. 50% cost reduction for all skills. Strength: 390 plus 500. Agility: 390 plus 500. Spirit: 390 plus 500. Constitution: 1,900 plus 600. Equipment: Thanatos Scythe Level 2. Spirit Power plus 100. Summoning Space 21 out of 230. Skeleton Warriors 140. Skeleton Mages 70. Talent Tenfold Amplification. Passive Skill Damage Transfer. Active Skills: Soul Flame Level 23. Summon Skeleton Warrior Level 23. Corpse Explosion Level 3. Curse of Slowing Level 23. Bone Armor Level 23. Summon Skeleton Mage Level 23. Summoning Space 27 out of 230. Moyu then said, I wonder how the stats of my skeletons have changed. He checked his silver-grade skeleton soldiers and silver-grade skeleton mages. Both had risen to level 23, and their stats had increased as well. After checking everything, Moyu retrieved his scythe and said to himself, Hell, difficulty is tough to beat, but the experience is great. The gear you get is better too. I'll wait for the skeletons to recover, then use a cooldown reduction talisman to run it again. A while later, outside the gate of the Dragonkin Frontline Outpost dungeon, Moyu had just stepped out when he was hit by the smell of blood filling the air. Corpses littered the path. He grimaced in disgust. The stench of blood is so strong. Moyu summoned his bone armor and looked around warily. What happened here? From behind him, a pack of hellhounds rushed forward. Their attacks were all blocked by the bone armor. Moyu looked at the massive horde of demonic beasts behind him, a bit stunned. They're all abyssal hellhounds. He quickly used the skill Berserk Strike. Moyu's expression turned serious, his hand gripping the scythe. Asterisk, tisk, asterisk. An abyssal hellhound lunged to attack, and he was knocked down. A second later, several more attacks flew in, blasting away the demonic beasts around Moyu. The person who attacked shouted, "Hey you, get over here!" Hung and quickly explained the situation. "Get over here. This whole area is surrounded by abyssal hellhounds." Then the group rushed forward to shield Moyu. A girl asked him worriedly, "Are you hurt? We'll help you hold off the hellhounds. You should use a teleport stone to get back to the city, quickly." From behind them, a confused Moyu asked, "What's going on?" Hung An replied, "The demonic beasts from the abyss have released a massive number of hellhounds to surround us." Hearing that, Moyu thought for a moment. With their strength, these people probably could have escaped. But they stayed here to wait for people who were just coming out of the dungeon. People like me, who don't know the situation outside. Are they afraid we'd get attacked by the hellhounds the moment we stepped out? Over there, someone is already being attacked by the beasts. Hung An explained, "That's Country Ye's team. I'm afraid they won't be able to escape. A lot of our people have also died horribly to the hellhounds." The girl in the group quickly took out a dungeon inspection scroll to check. Normal difficulty, no teams. Nightmare difficulty, no teams. Hell difficulty, no teams. After checking, she announced loudly, "There's no one left in the dungeon." Hung An then gave the order, "All right, let's prepare to break through the encirclement." Suddenly, they realized Monugu was still here and turned around in surprise. "Why haven't you returned to the city yet?" Monugu gave a faint smile. He steadied his skeleton, soldiers, and mages, then took out his scythe. "I still want to run a dungeon." All the lightning, fire, ice, and wind skeleton mages immediately summoned their power. Just a few seconds later, the abyssal hound was sent flying. The skeleton soldiers quickly moved in to attack the remaining hounds. The other party members stared at the scene, all of them stunned. What the hell? What just happened? Where did all these skeletons come from? On the battlefield, Mo Nu's skeleton soldiers and mages were still fighting, not at a disadvantage in the slightest. The more they watched this battle, the more the other party members looked at Mo Nu with reverence. Those powerful skeletons were his summons. The abyssal hounds couldn't even withstand a single blow from them. "Who is this guy?" Just then, Mongu signaled to the group, "Everyone, get behind me." The group quickly obeyed and ran behind him. But they were still curious, asking why. A thought crossed their minds. Why are we listening to him? Mo Nu waved his hand, channeling his power, and calmly explained, "I'm about to use an area of effect skill. I'm afraid you'll get caught in the crossfire." He then thrust his hand forward and activated the skill. Corpse explosion. Instantly, the ground where the hound stood erupted. The group behind him watched the explosion, once again stunned. What kind of skill is that? It's terrifying. At the same time, after the explosion, another star appeared on Mo Nu's military rank. Military merit reached 100, adding 1 star, and he gained 1,000 accumulation points. 5 contribution points, a rank up for my military insignia, and I even got accumulation and contribution points. No wonder Bakthan said that if you want to farm contribution points, you have to come to the Origin battlefield. He happily held the level 31 Scythe of Donatus, which gave plus 300 spirit power. The weapon leveled up too. I didn't expect something this good to happen. In that case, I can't let you guys off the hook. But then again, I wasn't planning on sparing you in the first place. Watching another explosion send the hounds flying, the party members started chattering amongst themselves. "Is he the top prodigy from one of the academies?" the group asked each other excitedly. That's when Hung An finally recognized Moengu and quickly asked, "Wait a minute, if I remember correctly, isn't he the one who went into the Hell difficulty dungeon? He's still alive?" Hearing that, the rest of the group was shocked. "Holy shit, don't tell me he solo cleared the Dragon Clan's Sentry Post dungeon on Hell difficulty? The monsters in there have chain control skills. How did he break through that?" Ignoring their chatter, back with Moengu, his military rank increased by another star. Military merit reached 200. Increasing to 2 stars, and he gained another 1,000 accumulation points and 5 contribution points. Scythe of Donatus, level 4, plus 600 spirit power. Moengu gripped the scythe and smiled faintly. After leveling up, the spirit attribute bonus from the Scythe of Donatus is getting higher and higher. I always felt this weapon was special. If I keep upgrading it, I wonder if it will unlock a new skill. Seeing that there were no abyssal hounds left on the battlefield, Moengu said with a bit of gloom, "It's a shame I only got to kill over 200 abyssal hounds this time. It would have been better if there were more monsters." After all the hounds were wiped out, the other party members collapsed to the ground, sighing in relief. "That's great. I guess we're saved." Why did so many hounds suddenly appear? Is the Abyss planning a large-scale attack? The Origin battlefield really is too dangerous. Hung An then walked up to shake Mo Nu's hand and introduced himself. Young man, let me introduce myself. I am Thosh Hung An, a level 31 Holy Knight from Ha Kin Academy. He shook his hand and introduced himself as Lam Mo Nugu, a level 23 Necromancer, also from Ha Kin Academy. Hung An smiled happily and asked, "So, you're a junior. I wonder what year you're in." Mo Nu thought for a moment. In the Origin battlefield, you can't tell if it's day or night, but it should be dawn by now. A moment later, he replied, "I just arrived at the academy. I attended the opening ceremony yesterday." The shield in Hung An's hand suddenly clattered to the ground. He exclaimed in shock, "What?" The person next to Hung An rushed over and said, "Then that means you're a new student." Mo Nagu nodded. "Yes, in fact, I really am a freshman." The two people behind Hung An looked at each other in shock. Are all the newbies this monstrous nowadays? They thought to themselves, shouldn't the new students be around level 15 or 16, training hard back at the academy? Over with Hung An, as soon as he heard the answer, he happily clapped Mo Nagu on the back and started chatting. For a junior who just enrolled to have this kind of power, no wonder you could come to the battlefield alone and survive for so long on hell difficulty. I am truly impressed. Mo Nagu replied softly that he was too kind. He then asked Hung An, looking a little curious, "I see your team's strength isn't weak, so why didn't you go in and play?" A member of the team stepped forward and answered, "Isn't it because he couldn't handle the mobs? We went into nightmare difficulty and the whole party almost got wiped out." Hung An quickly defended himself. "How can you blame me for that? I was only level 29 at the time, and I wasn't fully prepared." He added, "Right now, I'm just missing a sentry shield. Unfortunately, they don't sell it at the exchange. Once I finish my equipment set, I'll go conquer nightmare difficulty." A male member of the team said worriedly, "If you don't get that shield soon, we're about to hit level 32, and we'll be past the level restriction for the instance." Hung An replied firmly, "Don't worry, I'll definitely get it. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just go buy a separate gold tier shield to use for now." The male member then asked Mo Nu, "Oh right, Junior Lamb, do you need any equipment? If we get anything, we'll sell it to you cheap." Hearing this, Hung An immediately stepped forward to promote it. The sentry equipment is very strong. It belongs to the gold tier equipment of its level. Although you're only level 23 right now, Junior, you can still prepare your gold tier equipment early and use it once you hit level 30. Mo Nu took out the to-do ring. He pulled out a shield, held it up, and asked, "Is the sentry shield you need this one?" Seeing the item, Hung An and his teammate beside him shouted in shock. This thing in Mongu's hand is the Hell Sentry Shield, one of the sentry equipment pieces. A gold tier defensive tool. All attributes plus 300. Block rate of control skills increased by 50%. Time controlled reduced to 50%. Usable at level 30 and above. Both Hung An and his teammate shouted at the same time, "The Hell Sentry Shield." Hung An rushed over to Mo Nu and stammered, Junior Lamb, where did you get this shield?" Mo Ngu replied softly, "Not long ago, the Sentry Guardian dropped it." Hearing that, Hung An yelled in astonishment, "Junior Lamb, you're saying the Hell difficulty boss dropped it?" Mo Ngu nodded. "Yes." Really cleared it alone? How is that possible? But the Hell Sentry shield right in front of them wasn't fake. At that moment, Mo Negu handed the shield to Hung An. "Senior, try it and see if you can complete the set." As soon as Hung An took the shield, it immediately began to glow. This was the set synchronization special effect. The light from the sentry shield shot straight up into the sky, attracting the attention of many people. They saw it and began to gossip. "My God, it's the sentry equipment set. Someone has already collected the full sentry set. Who is it? That sentry set is even better than some platinum gear. And someone actually has the full set already." After trying out the shield, Hung An quickly asked Mo Nu, "Junior Lamb, can you sell this shield to me? I'll give you 10 million gold coins. What do you think?" Hung An pleaded. "Junior Lamb, that's all the gold coins I have." Mo Nagu thought for a moment, then said, "This is just gold tier equipment. It's not worth that much. Just give me 5 million. Hearing that, Hung An grabbed Mo Nagu's hands and said joyfully, "Thank you so much, Junior Lamb." His teammates behind him also celebrated. "It's all thanks to Junior Lamb. Old Thoch finally got his wish. Now we can run the Sentry Post dungeon on nightmare difficulty." They thanked him profusely and turned to head back together. "Thank you so much, Junior Lamb. Let's teleport back to the blockhouse first." The commotion from completing the set was a bit big. Mo No thought for a moment and decided to go with them. "If that's the case, I'll go back and restore my spirit power too." He crushed a teleportation stone to begin moving. Somewhere far off in the Origin battlefield, the Flame Demon King slowly materialized. He was furious. A lot of my damn pawns have died. Go see what's going on. A monstrous figure appeared and answered, "As you command." Back with Mo Nugu, Hung-in was still chatting with him. "Thanks, Junior Lamb. I've finally gathered enough equipment. We're getting ready to go into the dungeon right now. I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Suddenly, a group of people nearby exclaimed, "A halo! That's a holy light knight!" Following the crowd's chatter, Mo Yu also looked over. "Oh my god, that's a legendary class. A holy light knight? Seems like he's from the Divine Altar Academy. One of the top-tier academies. Legendary classes are so strong, I'm so jealous." Mo Yu saw Yi Yi and called out to her. What a coincidence. She turned around, saw him, and ran over happily. "Mo Yu, what are you doing here?" Mo Yu nodded and replied, "I'm here to complete a quest." Yi Yi said excitedly, "What a coincidence. I'm here to complete a quest too." Yue Sheng, seeing Yi Yi run off, looked towards Mo Yu with annoyance. Yi Yi didn't notice him and kept probing. "Let me guess, your quest requires some Dragon Clan materials, like their horns or something." Then she shook her head. "No, that's not right. That quest is too simple for you." Finally, Yi Yi said, "I bet your quest is for a Dragon Clan core, the kind that only drops from a boss, right?" Mo Yu nodded. "You guessed it." He thought to himself, "Actually, the Whitebone God only needs the core." Yi Yi waved her hands happily. "Me too. I also need to collect a Dragon Clan core." Yue Sheng, who was behind them, finally walked over and asked, "Yi Yi, who is he?" This person was a level 30 Holy Light Knight. Yi Yi gestured to introduce Mo Yu. "He's my friend." Yue Sheng introduced himself with a hint of annoyance. "Zhu Yue Sheng, level 30, Holy Light Knight." Mo Yu replied in kind. "Lin Moyu, level 23, Necromancer." After hearing Mo Yu, Yi Yi asked in surprise, "You're level 23 already? So fast. I'm only level 21. Mo Yu calmly replied as usual, "Let me carry you through the dungeon." Yi Yi smiled happily and quickly agreed. "Really? Really?" Yue Sheng spoke up to stop them. "Wait a minute," he questioned. "Yi Yi, didn't we agree I was going to take you?" Yi Yi shook her head and refused. "I'm sorry. I don't need you to take me anymore. Besides, my friend is going to take me, so I don't need to bother you." Hearing this, Yue Sheng said disdainfully, "With just him? He's only level 23. He probably needs someone to carry him, so how could he possibly carry you?" Yi Yi frowned, annoyed, and retorted, "You don't need to worry about it. Thank you for being willing to take me, but I don't need it." Seeing Yi Yi's expression, Yue Sheng didn't argue further. "All right then, just be careful. If he can't handle it, you can always find me." He thought to himself, "This pretentious guy is only level 23, and he dares to look down on me." Yi Yi, afraid that Mo Yu would overthink it, quickly patted his back to comfort him. "Don't worry, he can definitely do it." Then, she asked curiously, "By the way, Mo Yu, what difficulty are you planning to carry me through? Normal or nightmare?" Mo Yu answered nonchalantly, "Hell difficulty." Yi Yi covered her mouth in shock and asked again, "Hell difficulty? Did I hear that right?" She thought to herself. Even Zhu Yue Sheng only said he'd take me through nightmare difficulty. Mo Yu nodded. "That's right." Seeing his expression, Yi Yi immediately screamed with joy. "Awesome! So awesome! I've wanted to check out Hell difficulty for so long." Seeing Mo Yu and Yi Yi standing together, Yue Sheng was filled with jealousy. A level 23 trying to carry a girl through a dungeon. He scoffed. "I bet Yi Yi will come running back tomorrow, begging me to take her." A moment later, Mo Yu and Yi Yi arrived in front of the teleportation gate. Beside him, Yi Yi was still chattering excitedly, finally getting to enter Hell difficulty. The two quickly entered the portal. The people outside who heard Yi Yi's words were all stunned. "Wait a minute, aren't those two planning to enter Hell difficulty? Aren't they just looking to get killed?" The last team to clear the Hell dungeon was from the Songthun Academy of the Hakin Institute. I remember that. At that time, I think there was a really powerful female profession user called a blade dancer, I think. Whatever, let them be. They're probably just going in to sightsee. Inside the dungeon, as soon as they arrived, Mo Yu cast bone armor on Yi Yi. She was surprised. "Is this a defensive skill you're casting on me?" Mo Yu nodded. "It's safer this way." Yi Yi looked at him with a bit of emotion. "It's that same feeling of safety as always." Mo Yu quickly summoned the skeleton soldiers. He thought, as long as I don't get hit by their control skills, this dungeon should be much simpler. Right after entering the dungeon, the skeleton soldiers eliminated a few Dragon Clan spearmen. Yi Yi praised him as she watched him fight. "It's clearly Hell difficulty, but you make it look so easy." Mo Yu replied, "It's really not that hard." Hearing him say that, Yi Yi stuck out her tongue enviously and said, "You're the only one who would say it's not hard. Other people are screaming about how hard nightmare difficulty is. It's not as easy as you make it look." Over on the battlefield, the skeleton soldiers and mages were quickly defeating the surrounding monsters. Seeing this, Yi Yi was inwardly impressed. He's gotten so much stronger, he can even summon skeleton mages now. After clearing the mobs on the way, Moyu and Yi Yi proceeded to the Dragon Clan's castle. Moyu asked gently, Yi Yi, for your quest, besides the Dragon Core, do you need anything else? Yi Yi smiled brightly, holding up a large ring. This lady is pretty amazing too, you know. I already completed the first part of my quest and got the reward. The second part is to get 1 Dragon Core and get promoted to level 25 Private Second Class. Moyu didn't recognize the Goblin King's ring with its +1 to all skills and asked with confusion. This is… Yi Yi raised the ring to her eye level and said, Isn't it beautiful? Not bad. This ring was made from the Goblin King core you gave me last time. I was only able to make it after finishing the first part of my quest. I almost died doing it. Before she could finish, Moyu quickly pulled her aside to dodge an attack. Watch out! A second later, the skeleton soldiers immediately rushed forward to fight. Yi Yi looked towards where the attack came from and asked worriedly, A monster that can turn invisible? Moyu nodded. Yeah, it has a stealth skill. Yi Yi jumped away from Moyu and said with admiration, As expected of hell difficulty, but luckily, my assassin class has a skill that can see through stealth. I'll help you out in a bit. Yi Yi moved her hand over her eyes to activate her stealth detection skill, her eyes glowing faintly red. Yi Yi quickly spotted the monsters and pointed them out to Moyu. There's 1 over there, and 2 over there. In the direction she pointed, a second later, the Dragon Clan assassin was killed. Plus 320,000 experience. Obtained 1 dragon heart. Defeated Dragon Clan assassin, plus 320,000 experience. Moyu happily thanked her. With your help, I don't have to worry about these stealthy monsters anymore. Yi Yi replied smugly. I told you this lady was amazing. Suddenly, when she saw the military rank insignia on Moyu's clothes, she screamed in surprise. You already have 2 stars, Moyu replied calmly. I got them from killing a bunch of abyss hounds. Hearing that, Yi Yi pouted a little, hitting his arm and saying, You've left me so far behind. You have to take me with you from now on. Moyu gave a slight nod. Okay. A while later, the 2 of them entered the Dragon Clan's castle. Moyu quickly cast bone armor and reminded Yi Yi. Yi Yi, stand a bit further away, don't get too close to me. Yi Yi nodded. Okay, she wondered slightly. But why does he want me to move away? With Lin Moyu's fighting style, what's the danger of standing near a summoner? Over where Moyu was, he casually said to the cracking statue, Time for some exercise, my fake friend. Yi Yi, sitting on a nearby tree branch, sighed. Her spatial storage was disabled, and she only had 1 sweet potato left. Seeing the outpost guardian appear, she was shocked. That's the boss. Down below, Moyu used his old tactic, using a slow curse to bind the outpost guardian. The outpost guardian empowered itself again to resist and break free from the chains. He used a group knockback, shaking the surrounding space. Yi Yi, not holding on tightly to the branch, fell backwards. She cried out regretfully for the sweet potato in her hand. My sweet potato! Moyu gave that to me. At Moyu's position, he used Soul Flame to attack the outpost guardian. He summoned the Spirit General, using the army's might skill. The outpost guardian continued to charge in and attack. Moyu raised his hand and recalled all his skeletons. Watching the battle, Yi Yi on the other side said in amazement, He can even fight a boss like it's a game. Recalling all the skeletons to the summon space to dodge the boss's explosion skill, she thought resentfully, I can't believe he can actually solo a hell difficulty boss. Even if I told Grandpa, I'm afraid he wouldn't believe it either. After the outpost guardian's effect wore off, Moyu summoned his skeleton soldiers to advance and attack. Just a few minutes later, the system announced the defeat of the outpost guardian, experience plus 1,500,000. Obtained golden weapon, Hell's Sentry magic sword, Hell's Sentry magic cloak, Hell's Sentry ring. Obtained 2 dragon cores. Yi Yi obtained a class advancement proof. Hearing that, she was stunned. I leveled up. Wait, a crystal core and a class promotion proof. I got a class promotion proof? She exclaimed, excitedly rushing over to hug Moyu. A class promotion proof? Moyu. I got the class promotion proof. Moyu looked at her confused. Isn't that guaranteed when you clear a hell-level dungeon? Hearing this, she pulled back. She answered shyly. But this is a hell-level dungeon. Only 1 drops per run. You're probably the only person who doesn't care about a class promotion proof. Moyu suddenly remembered something and said, Oh, right. Yi, once we get outside, there's something I want to give you. Yi held the Hell's Sentry dagger, part of the Sentry set. It was a gold-grade weapon, all stats plus 500, with a 50% boost to assassin-type skills, usable from level 30 and above. A dragon core, an extremely rare material used to craft all sorts of items. She asked in shock, Are you really giving this to me? Moyu nodded. Yeah, You should get some rest. We'll fight again in a bit. Yi agreed. Outside the portal, Hung An and his teammates were struggling to hold off a high-level monster. Lucky we have the sentry set, or we would have been in real trouble. A female member of the group asked quietly, there's another demon in the sky. What should we do now? Hung An tried to stay calm and replied, hang in there. Just hold on until Junior Lin gets here. As long as he arrives, these demons are nothing. The Abyss Hellhound appeared. She growled. The scent of my children isn't on this group. Then she commanded the Abyss Hellhounds to attack. In that case, devour them all. On her command, the demonic beasts immediately charged forward to rip them apart. Nakthan, who had just exited the dungeon, looked around blankly. When he saw several hellhounds running towards him, he screamed, what the hell is going on? Nakthan quickly used aura transformation, resistance aura, to defend against the beasts. A shield quickly enveloped him and the people around him. Nakthan's face was pale. He looked ahead in terror. Why are there so many Abyss Hellhounds? While he was stunned, Hung An stepped in front of him with a warning. Be careful, there's a demon in the sky. Hearing that, Nakthan looked up. The Abyss Hellhound swung its arm, about to strike him down. Nakthan scoffed and muttered, useless. You can't break through my defensive aura. I'm a holy light knight. He never expected the Abyss Hellhound to shatter his defense. She roared, die. Nakthan struggled to block the attack, resistance aura. Ineffective. In just a few seconds, he was sent flying. My aura. It's been nullified? As he was thrown back, Nakthan still couldn't believe it. He slammed into the ground, coughing up blood. That hit almost killed him. Watching him get sent flying, Hung An covered his face in disappointment. He talked such a big game, but in the end, he's just a total weakling. A male member of his group also sighed. And here I thought a legendary class was supposed to be strong. Before they could say more, the Abyss Hellhound approached them. Seeing this, Hung An's face turned pale. A level 36 Abyss demon. This is bad, a team member hurriedly asked. What do we do now? Hung An tried to remain calm and replied, we can't win. At this point, I just hope Junior Lin doesn't come out of the dungeon. Over by the Abyss Hellhound, she was laughing gleefully. A legendary Holy Light Knight. Killing a Holy Light Knight makes this trip worthwhile. Seizing the chance while the Abyss Hellhound wasn't attacking, Nakthan quickly sent out a distress signal. We've sent a distress signal. Someone will definitely come to save us, he thought to himself. I can't beat it. I don't want to die yet. The Abyss Hellhound suddenly flew into a rage and quickly attacked again. I can't wait any longer. At that moment, Yi and Moyu also came out of the dungeon. The aura on Moyu immediately caught the Abyss Hellhound's attention. It's you! She roared, about to attack him in a frenzy. You're the one who killed my children. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Moyu had now noticed her as well. He looked up at the sky. An Abyss demon. Hung An quickly called out to him, Junior Lin, be careful. In an instant, the Abyss Hellhound unleashed a powerful, fatal blow right where Moyu was standing. Fortunately, he managed to use bone armor in time. Moyu glanced at her provocatively. What's wrong? Didn't you have breakfast? Seeing that he was unharmed, the Abyss Hellhound went into another frenzy and attacked again. She roared, Why? Why can't I crush you? Moyu calmly raised his hand and used soul fire. The Abyss Hellhound was hit and immediately clutched her burning face in agony. She turned as if to flee. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Moyu raised his hand again, about to use another skill. Trying to run? A second later, Moyu's curse of slowing skill was cast, quickly ensnaring the Abyss Hellhound and the pack of Hellhounds. Hung An shouted with joy, It's Junior Lin's skill. The Hellhound's speed has become incredibly slow. A skill that can cover such a large area? Suspended in the air, the Abyss Hellhound muttered, A curse. Seeing her like that, Yi let out a small laugh. Moyu continued the fight. He summoned his skeleton soldiers and mages. Time to clean up. Go, my warriors. At his command, the skeleton soldiers leaped forward, quickly surrounding and attacking the Abyss Hellhound. Seeing this, she let out an angry hiss. Damn you! Over with Hung An, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Junior Lin finally summoned those skeletons. A moment later, Moyu added another attack, corpse explosion. The Abyss Hellhound immediately collapsed to the ground. Moyu was a little surprised, thinking to himself, an Abyss demon? That's all it took? He then quickly stepped back to let his skeleton warriors finish the job. A system notification rang out. Eliminated level 36 Abyss demon. Experience plus 360,000. Military merit plus 50. Obtained Demon Blood Essence. Demon Blood Essence contains the energy of the Abyss. Alchemists and blacksmiths can use this energy to craft equipment. Your military merit has reached 500. Promoting you to Private 5 stars. You have obtained 1,000 points and 5 contribution points. Moyu walked back to Yi, who happily told him, I got a share of the military merit too. At the same time, Moyu's Donatus' scythe also leveled up. Level 7, Spirit plus 2,100. Moyu asked softly. Is the mission complete? Yi smiled brightly and replied, thanks to you. It was finished so quickly. Everyone around was now surrounding Moyu. This scene made the miserably defeated Nakthan burn with jealousy. The one standing high above, enjoying everyone's adoring gaze and shining with boundless glory. That was supposed to be me. He gritted his teeth, staring at Moyu with resentment. I'm a level 30 Holy Light Knight, and I was saved by a level 23 rookie. How can I ever live down a stain like this? Nakthan watched Moyu and Yi standing together and thought, you will definitely be on your knees before me one day, begging me for forgiveness. And you, sooner or later, you will be mine. I'll let you know who the real powerhouse is. Moyu turned and asked Hung An, is everyone okay? He held up the shield in his hand and replied cheerfully, we're fine. Thanks to the shield you gave me, I was able to complete my set. From a distance, the thundering sound of footsteps suddenly approached. Hung An turned to see it was the guard squad from the Great Wall of Eternity, probably having received the signal and rushing to provide aid. Several members of the helmeted guard squad ran over. They surveyed the surrounding situation and said in surprise, there are at least 100 corpses here. The captain spoke up. Who just sent the distress signal? Nakthan, supported by his teammate, stood up and replied, it was me. The captain asked, what happened here? Nakthan recounted the events. It was like this. We were attacked by demons from the abyss. After hearing the whole story, the captain turned to look at Moyu. According to this Holy Light Knight's testimony, you're the one who eliminated this pack of hellhounds? He looked down at the hellhound corpses to assess them. These are indeed hellhound bodies. But he's just a level 23 class holder. How could he possibly eliminate so many? The guard captain then looked at the military emblem on Moyu's chest. Private 5 stars, he thought. The military rank emblem wouldn't lie. He must have killed a significant number of hellhounds. With that thought, the guard captain praised him. Not bad, kid, he thought to himself. A private 5 stars at level 23? Many class holders don't even reach private 3 stars by level 30. This kid is a promising talent. Moyu replied calmly, killing abyss monsters is our duty. Hearing him say that, the guard captain laughed heartily. Well said, that's right. Just then, another group of people on horseback arrived. The leader, riding a white horse, was Mo Wan, a divine summoner. Hung An saw this person and said loudly, that's the princess of the Mo family from Hakin City, Mo Wan. She has a legendary class, divine summoner. Riding on horseback, Mo Wan looked down and asked, I saw a distress signal. What happened? The captain of the guard stepped forward to answer. It's nothing. It's already over. Seeing her, the surrounding soldiers all blushed shyly. Seeing that these men were fine and were even admiring her, Mo Wan decided to leave. All right, then we won't stay any longer. She glanced over at Mongu. Mo Wan felt that the aura around him was a bit unsettling. That person. She frowned and said to herself, he has an aura that I find repulsive. After she was out of sight, Hung An started to gossip. A 4-star lieutenant. Seems like she's looking for something. She usually appears deep within the prime battlefield. I can't believe she showed up here today. Yi added, I know what it is. She's looking for a Nirvana crystal. Hearing this, Hung An was startled. Looking for a Nirvana crystal? No wonder she came here. That's an extremely rare material that can increase the probability of a class ascension. He explained further that during the second class change, class holders will further confirm their class direction, and at the same time, have a small chance for a class ascension. For example, my class was originally the rare Holy Knight, but it has the potential to ascend into a legendary class, becoming a Holy Light Knight. But the probability is too low, it's almost impossible. However, the Nirvana crystal can greatly increase the chances of a class ascending. Hung and added, deep within the prime battlefield, there's a monster called the Battlefield Wraith, around level 40. Killing it gives a very small chance of getting the crystal. Yi also laughed and replied, I also know about the Battlefield Demon King. Killing it gives you a 100% chance of getting the crystal. Hung An let out a frustrated sigh. The Battlefield Demon King rarely appears, and besides, it's a world boss. It's incredibly hard to beat. I'll have to wait until I'm level 40. Before the second class change, I'll probably have to look for a Nirvana crystal too. Hearing him, Yi nodded. Yeah, I admit it's very hard to beat. Listening to the two of them talk, Mongu was also lost in thought. She's already a legendary class holder, and she still needs to ascend her class. You get a chance to ascend your class at the second class change at level 40 and the third at level 70. Could there be a tier even higher than legendary? Yi said to Mongu, I have a rare class, Shadow Assassin. I'll probably have to look for a Nirvana crystal when the time comes too. He nodded and said, okay, we'll go look for the crystal together then. At the Blazing Flame Demon King's location, he was roaring in anger. The demon hounds were dead again, and what's more, they were taken down in an instant. A murderous glint flashed in the blazing flame Demon King's eyes. Even the ghost hound I sent with them is dead. After saying that, he calmed down a bit to think. Damned humans. This is a bit strange. Let's try again. On the prime battlefield, the earth and rocks suddenly swirled into a vortex. The guards at the city gate panicked when they saw this. Was that the blazing flame Demon King? Is it angry? What happened? The blazing flame Demon King mumbled, I've already reported the incident. The higher-ups will send someone to handle it. We don't need to worry about it. Back at Meng Anwen's place, YVN asked impatiently, So, how did it go? Meng Anwen pointed to the teacup and said softly, Have some tea. YVN was getting impatient and urged him on. Just tell me already. What happened? Meng Anwen looked through the latest event reports from the prime battlefield and replied, I contacted brother Lin Dian and Thap Diet. He received news about Lin Moyu. The kid is not only fine, but he also killed quite a few demon hounds. He's already a 5-star private now. Hearing this, YVN was shocked. That fast? It's only been 2 days, and he's already a 5-star private. Meng Anwen sipped his tea and replied calmly. The blazing flame Demon King that guards the entrance to the abyss sent out a lot of demon hounds to harass the prime battlefield, and they just happened to run into young Lin. He added that the kid also killed an abyssal ghost hound. YVN jumped to his feet in excitement. He even killed a ghost hound? Meng Anwen smiled and said, Looks like the upcoming class holder tournament is going to be exceptionally brilliant. YVN also nodded. With that kid around, this tournament is bound to be very interesting. A scene of Yi standing next to Mo Nagu flashed through his mind. Meng Anwen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect them to be together. YVN asked curiously, What did you see now? Meng Anwen chuckled. I saw something interesting about Old Ning's nemesis. I bet Old Ning will be furious this time. Hearing that, YVN laughed out loud. I really didn't see that coming. I never expected this. I would really love to see Old Ning fuming and glaring, completely unable to do a thing about it. In the dungeon, Mo Nagu once again defeated the outpost guard. A system notification rang out, Experience plus 150,000. Obtained Hell's Outpost Sentry Sword, Hell's Outpost Sentry Armor, Hell's Outpost Sentry Ring. Obtained 2 Dragon Cores. Yi looked at Mo Nu happily and said, You leveled up again, she thought to herself. By teaming up with him, I'm about to complete the Sentry set. His leveling speed is way too fast. It hasn't even been a month since his class change, and he's already level 24. Mongu covered Yi with the bone armor again, she said with some curiosity, so cautious. Are you afraid we'll get attacked again when we go out? Mongu gave a slight nod. It's happened twice in a row. It's best to be more careful, Yi said with a bright smile. Who gets ambushed that often? But it doesn't hurt to be careful. This lady accepts your kind gesture. As he teleported them out of the dungeon, Mo Nugu added, Let's run it a few more times. If you're lucky, we can complete the sentry set for you. After leaving the dungeon, Yi teased Mo Nugu. See? No ambush this time. On the other side, a group of people were pointing and chattering as they looked ahead. A shikigami. It's a shikigami. In the distance, a large ox appeared, pulling a caravan. As the people got out of the carriage, the crowd gasped in awe. A team of 11 people. Are they trying to clear it on hell difficulty? Is that a Shikigami summoner from Y country? They must be heading for the hell difficulty dungeon. I heard that clearing the hell difficulty dungeon can get you a very powerful title. Hearing this, Yi asked curiously, Is there really a title like that? She thought to herself. If there was, Mongu would have definitely gotten it when he went in alone before. Monigu nodded and replied, There is. It's called Dragon Clan War King. All stats plus 500 and a 50% reduction in skill cost. Waikoku saw the two of them and spoke up. Those two look familiar. Seeing Monigu, he said loudly, Well, if it isn't him, enemies really are bound to cross paths. Then he quickly stepped forward and introduced himself. Waikoku, on Myoji, level 30. Monigu replied, Shenxia Empire, Necromancer, level 24, Lin Moyu. Hearing this, Waikoku's underlings behind him burst out laughing. Level 24? What a noob. Coming to the prime battlefield at this level, are you here to die? Unlike his subordinates, Waikoku's expression was one of complete surprise. It's only been a few days, and he's gone from level 17 to level 24? I never expected his leveling speed to be this fast. He quietly observed that his skeleton warrior had also grown much stronger. If I don't deal with him for good this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle him next time. One of his underlings saw the killing intent on Waikoku's face and stepped forward to advise him, We can't make a move. This place is full of people from the Shengxia Empire. Waikoku glanced at the crowd behind him and said, I know. Thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said to Monig, At the class holder tournament, we will settle the score once and for all. Then, he and his subordinates quickly walked into the teleportation gate to the dungeon. I hope you don't disappoint me then. Seeing him leave, Yi reminded Mongu, he didn't dare to make a move. Probably because there are too many people here. Mongu replied coldly. It's fine. Even if I were alone, I wouldn't be afraid of him. However, the mention of the class holder tournament made him a little thoughtful. In the world of class holders, there is a worldwide tournament held once every 5 years. Each class type combat, support, and lifestyle has its own separate competition. Of course, the most spectacular is definitely the combat class competition. This time, the class holder tournament is being held in the Shengxia Empire on an unprecedented scale. Countless class holders from all over the world are coming to the Shengxia Empire to compete. Seeing him lost in thought, Yi said cheerfully from the side. The way I see it, Monu, you'll definitely have to participate. Let's sign up together when the time comes. She explained, the team competition requires a team of 5 people, so we can find more teammates then. There's also an individual competition. You definitely have to sign up for that. The champion's prize is huge, you know. Monu mused to himself. So, there's an individual competition. I wonder what the champion's prize is. Suddenly, the military emblems on Yi and Moyu's chests began to glow. It wasn't just theirs. Everyone's emblems were shining brightly. They quickly broke into a clamor of discussion. It's a divine mandate! What's happening? Could the Abyss demons be launching an attack? An announcement immediately boomed from the sky. All soldiers of the divine mandate, return to the city and assemble. All soldiers of the divine mandate, return to the city and assemble. Just seconds later, all the divine mandate soldiers were teleported back to the stronghold. The people from the other nations watched in astonishment. This is the divine mandate, teleporting everyone away at once. Is this the unifying power of the divine mandate's people? That's terrifying. Something like this would never happen in our country. A few seconds later, everyone had been teleported to the stronghold. Xing An quickly approached Mo Yu and the others. Junior Lin, Junior Ning, Mo Yu asked him in confusion. Senior, do you know what's going on? Xing An pointed to the demon eye in the sky and explained. The two of them looked at it. That's the direction of the abyss. The enemy is attacking from there. It means a massive number of demons are on their way. Otherwise, the emblem wouldn't have recalled us. He gave a small, reassuring smile. Surprising, isn't it? I was just as shocked the first time I was recalled, Mo Yu replied in awe. The demon eye is way more powerful than we thought. I heard it commands every large-scale battle, Xing An added. Even many of the strongest fighters have to follow its coordination. Mo Yu looked at the demon eye with a newfound admiration, thinking, I thought it was just a surveillance tool for monitoring the demon's movements. Looks like I really underestimated it. The announcement sounded again, and everyone was teleported once more. All class holders level 30 and below, to the city walls. The commands continued. Begin forming squads at will. From this moment on, class holders level 30 and below are forbidden from leaving the city. Yi glanced back and thought to herself, with Mo Yu here, we probably don't need to look for any other teammates. Just then, on the city walls, Ni Xiong, the level 60 Legion Overlord, appeared. Seeing him, the crowd erupted. It's the class overlord of the Ni family from the southwest! That's a real class Legion, the Ni family's own top-tier class bloodline. He's the most important figure in the Legion, a godlike presence. With him here, victory is certain. Ni Xiong stood atop the high wall, looked down, and gave the signal. By my command, form a Legion, he then declared loudly. The Legion is now formed. I am the Legion commander. All military merits will be pooled together. Rewards will be distributed based on contribution after the battle. The Legion is formed. You are all now comrades. You will not be harmed by each other's skills, so you can fight with your full power. The Legion is formed! Anyone who retreats in fear will face certain punishment after the battle is over. With that, Ni Xiong plunged his sword into the ground, and a wave of power immediately radiated outwards. He activated a buff for everyone on the wall. All stats plus 50%. A powered-up soldier on the wall exclaimed, I feel like my combat power has increased by at least 4 or 5 times. Elemental resistance. Elemental damage resistance plus 50%. Mana enhancement. Magic damage plus 30%. Lifesteal. Physical attacks can absorb the enemy's life force to heal your own wounds. Mo Yu was also enveloped by Ni Xiong's skill. He felt a bit regretful, thinking, too bad. All these buffs are overridden by my own amplification talent. The skeletons can't benefit from these buffs. If only the skeletons could get this buff. Just then, Yi, who was beside him, quickly grabbed him. Mo Yu, look! In the sky, Mo Wan had appeared, riding a white horse. She quickly advanced to the front lines before the city gate. Below, the soldiers' morale surged as they roared. The rider has appeared. Her skill removes fear and boosts fighting spirit. For 10 minutes, defense and attack are increased by 30%. On the battlefield, Mo Wan directed her steed to charge forward. A massive wave of power shot down, obliterating several monsters. An Abyss Hellhound saw Mo Wan and laughed manically. What an impressive little girl. It lunged toward Mowan. Die! Mowan maneuvered her steed, making it kick the abyss hellhound away. At that exact moment, tens of thousands of arrows were fired from the city walls, aimed at the horde of demons. From atop the walls, Moyu also summoned his skeleton soldiers and mages to quickly descend and provide support. The soldiers on the wall were a bit startled when they saw them. What the hell is that? You scared the life out of me. Where did all these skeletons come from? Seeing the skeleton soldiers and mages swiftly and powerfully join the fight, the men on the wall were stunned. Damn, which master summoned these things? There are so many of them. These skeleton mages have taken a huge amount of pressure off us. These skeleton mages are insane. The crowd continued to marvel. Since when did we have such a badass master on our side? What class is that? I think we've actually got a handle on this battle now. Meanwhile, an abyss hellhound grabbed a soldier by the neck. Seeing its hellhounds being defeated, it growled in fury. You damned humans! The hellhound roared, then immediately threw the soldier down. A healer looked on in panic. No, the distance is too great. He's out of my healing range. What do we do? He's going to be torn apart by the hellhounds. From the wall, Moyu looked down, calculating. The Vanguard is a level 39 class holder. That means besides Nisheng, there's probably not a single other class holder here above level 40. At this rate, the casualties will be immense. Just then, Yi turned to look at him. Moyu quickly approached Nisheng. I request permission to leave the city and join the battle. The old man looked at him, then gave a curt nod of approval. Yi hovered above, calling out worriedly to her boyfriend. Moyu, you have to be careful. He summoned his weapon, his voice brimming with confidence as he replied, with so much military merit and experience up for grabs, there's no way I'm letting it go to waste. Xing An, who was busy fighting a hellhound, shouted when he saw Moyu. Junior Lin, why did you come down here? Standing amidst a horde of skeletons with his weapon slung over his shoulder, Moyu answered defiantly, I'm here to clean up. The hellhounds reacted violently the moment they saw Moyu. It's him. He's the one who killed our young. He dares to leave the city? Kill him. They charged toward him like hungry tigers, roaring. Kill him! Kill him! Watching from above, Mo Wan was momentarily bewildered. What is going on? The image of Mo Yu calmly facing the frenzied pack of hellhounds head-on burned into her sight. It's him. He raised his hand toward the hellhounds and cast a skill. He yelled, Deceleration, curse. Hundreds of chains shot out with force, quickly binding the bodies of the hellhounds and demon dogs, immobilizing them completely. Xing'an's face showed his surprise. Thank God for Junior Lin. The others turned to each other asking, what kind of skill is that? A curse-type skill? I can't believe it has such a huge range. Mo Yu gave a faint smirk. On a battlefield littered with corpses, his corpse explosion could be used to its maximum potential. A red orb, swirling with green energy, formed in his hand. He unleashed corpse explosion. The bodies of the hellhounds and demon dogs began to detonate. This is bad, they screamed. An earth-shaking blast erupted, followed by piercing shrieks. The Abyss Demon King's voice rang out. Just what is this human? Mo Yu taunted. Where do you think you can run? A terrifying flash of light erupted, causing the Abyss Demon King's eyes to fly wide open in shock. The entire battlefield exploded like New Year's Eve fireworks. The system continuously announced, defeated level 31 Abyss Hellhound, defeated level 36 Abyss Demon. Mo Wan froze, wondering to herself, is this his skill? The other students participating in the battle were all like deer in headlights, unconsciously lowering their weapons. What kind of skill was that? That was terrifying. Holy hell, is he a class holder who's had his second advancement? Even if he has, there's no way he could wipe them all out alone, right? They stammered in fear. It's like, they don't even need us anymore. What kind of necromancer class is that powerful? Xing, and smiled happily. Thank goodness Junior Lin is a student at Xiajing Academy. Mo Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he growled, when I say I'm cleaning up, I don't leave a single one behind. After watching the battle, Mo Wan was a little surprised. So that unpleasant aura I felt last time came from his undead summons. I never thought he'd be this strong. A skeleton warrior suddenly appeared and attacked the last hellhound, catching it completely off guard. This should be the last one, right? Mo Yu suddenly let out a, huh? He narrowed his eyes. I've lost my connection to one of the skeleton warriors. The Abyss Demon King, its eyes burning like crimson flames, spoke. So, it was you. So you're the one who killed my puppies, not once, but twice. I will remember you, Lin Moyu, of the Shengxia Empire. I will remember you. I am going to kill you. I swear it. Mo Yu didn't try to stop it, just taunted its pointless theatrics. A male student from Shenxia broke out in a cold sweat, completely bewildered. What is he planning to do? That's a teleportation circle created by a demon king. He's not thinking of attacking it, is he? That's on a completely different level than what we can handle. another person shouted. Everyone, look at the skeletons! The horde of skeletons, as if injected with stimulants, charged at the hellhounds in a frenzy. They grabbed the hellhounds by their tails and hurled them away. Moyu then cast Corpse Explosion, causing the hellhounds to detonate one after another. After witnessing that scene, the Abyss Demon King was so enraged, it wanted to personally send him to his grave. Are you looking for death? I want to kill you! I must kill you! With an ice-cold expression, Moyu noted to himself, so, my attacks can't reach him. He came to a conclusion. He couldn't even blow up the teleportation circle. It seems I still have a long way to go. Suddenly, Moyu's eyes flew wide open, as if he had just seen something utterly mind-blowing. The crimson eyes of the Abyss Demon shone down, piercing through the body of a skeleton. Looking up from below, it resembled the midday sun. Moyu shielded his face with both hands as a barrier materialized to protect him from the attack, but it quickly exploded. Moyu braced himself. The armored skeleton could only block it for 2 seconds. The Abyss Demon King's attack beam shot straight at him, sending him flying. He quickly activated damage transfer. 124 skeleton warriors were destroyed, leaving the entire area littered with nothing but bone fragments. The Abyss Demon King was still rampaging, destroying everything in sight, when a glowing, coin-shaped object flew up. It shot a beam of light directly at the Abyss Demon King. It let out a scream, then threatened, Lin Moyu! Lin Moyu! I won't let you get away with this! She rushed over to help Moyu up and asked, Moyu, are you okay? He replied, I'm fine. He glared ahead, thinking to himself, I can't believe that Demon King can still attack through the teleportation circle. The armored skeleton only held for 2 seconds. Luckily, I had damage transfer. Otherwise, I might have really screwed up this time. Moyu snorted inwardly with contempt. I was too reckless this time. I almost paid a heavy price. Abyss Demon King, just you wait. Someone shouted excitedly, the battle is won. Time to distribute the merit points. Nishong stood above and announced the summary with a solemn expression. In this battle, we eliminated a total of 10,000 Hellhounds and 100 Demon Hounds. Total merit points for kills, 20,000. Merit points for defending the city, 3,000. For not retreating in fear, 2,000. The grand total is 25,000. Our corps consists of 1,025 class holders. Excluding Lin Moyu and Mo-wan, each person will receive 20 merit points. Mo-wan will receive 500 merit points. Moyu listened to the announcement seriously. Lin Moyu receives 3,500 merit points. The students present began to murmur. As expected, a god-tier player like him deserves that much. Mo-wan glanced at him and smiled to herself. 3,500 merit points. I have to admit, he's impressive. The other students nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's right. He killed 80% of the Hellhounds himself. Without him, it's hard to say if we could have survived this demonic beast assault. Yue Sheng's face darkened, and he stood there stunned. I only got 20 points. On what grounds does that guy get 3,500? I didn't even get as much as his rounding error. I'm a Holy Light Knight, a legendary class, for crying out loud. What a humiliation. Moyu silently gazed at his weapon. Donatus's scythe must have absorbed a lot of Abyss souls this time. I can feel it transforming. Suddenly, the emblems on the students' chests began to glow. They shouted in amazement, My rank went up to Private Second Class. Startled, Moyu also looked down at his emblem. 10 stars on it were shining, emitting streams of energy. They gradually began to fade. The students next to him all turned around and exclaimed loudly, A silver second lieutenant rank? It's a second lieutenant rank! The girl suddenly bowed at a 45-degree angle and saluted respectfully. Greetings, sir. She then grabbed his hand and grinned brightly. You're a second lieutenant of Shengzhou now, and the youngest one? At that, Moyu silently agreed. That's right. I just finished my college entrance exams not long ago. Someone calmly walked towards them and announced, Lin Moyu, at 18 years old, has become the youngest second lieutenant in Shengxia's history. By special approval, he is awarded the title Star of Shengxia. After being awarded the Star of Shengxia title, the emblem on Moyu's chest glowed. A system notification appeared. Title acquired, Star of Shengxia. Star of Shengxia. All stats plus 300. Skill consumption reduced by 20%. Damage reduction 10%. Moyu was surprised. A title? Ni Zhang was astonished. You have a title? Moyu replied, Yes, I already have one. The old man's eyes widened. Dragon Tribe War King. Where did you get a title like that? The Dragon Tribe's frontline outpost dungeon. Hell difficulty. The students there went from one shock to another, exclaiming, So, the legends were true. The Hell difficulty outpost dungeon really does give a title. I can't believe he soloed it. My god. To be able to solo a Hell difficulty dungeon and kill nearly 10,000 Hellhounds on his own. Is he the only one who could possibly do that? Mo Wan was completely thunderstruck. Her jaw dropped. I tried to solo that dungeon too. I nearly died in there. I can't believe he actually… Ni Zhang lowered his voice. Could you tell us a bit about the title's effects and how you obtained it so we can record it in the Empire's database? Moyu didn't hesitate and answered immediately. Solo the Dragon Tribe's frontline outpost dungeon. The effect is all stats plus 500 and a 50% reduction in consumption for all skills. The old man excitedly slapped him on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Not bad at all. With this title, our Shengxia has gained another genius. Kid, your strength is impressive. As a trade-off, I'll give you special authorization to use the military equipment within the city. Ni Zhang didn't forget to add, you can use the equipment freely, but it will still cost merit points. So, save up, he thought to himself. To use military equipment, one usually needs to be at least a first lieutenant. Mo Yu politely chirped his thanks. Thank you, senior. Nie Zhang stood above, raised his hand and boomed. The battle is over. Corps, dismissed. Mo Yu gripped his weapon tightly, speculating to himself, looks like Donatus's scythe is about to finish its transformation. A system window appeared. Equipment. Donatus's scythe, level 25, spirit power plus 3000 has reached its maximum limit. It will be unlocked after collecting the full set, Mo Yu thought with a sigh. The growth attribute has already reached its maximum limit. I need to collect the full set to unlock more attributes, he thought to himself. When I get the chance, I need to find information about the set pieces. The system continued to announce. New skill acquired. Soul Summon. Soul Summon. Donatus's scythe records the souls of defeated bosses. Consume 1000 spirit power to summon that soul to fight for you. Skill duration, 3 minutes. He was stunned. I can't believe it awakened a new skill. He calculated inwardly. I can summon bosses I've killed to help me fight. Looks like I'll have to run that outpost dungeon again. The Shengxia students gathered and started talking amongst themselves. This time, our Citadel number 1 and Citadels number 7 and 8 were attacked simultaneously. All the high-level class holders went to those two cities as reinforcements. I heard the fighting was incredibly fierce. It wasn't just our Shenzhou. The Y Nation, H Nation, and M Nation were all attacked by demonic beasts too. Xing, and analyzed seriously. Our Citadel number 1 is the farthest from the Abyss, and it's also shielded by 9 other cities that block the Abyss's power, so we were affected the least. Furthermore, the Empire's top-tier experts have set up powerful defenses. The Abyss can't teleport overly strong demons here, but there are always exceptions. They might not be able to teleport, but some demons are skilled in stealth and assassination. She warned Mo Yu with concern. Mo Yu, that Demon King has a grudge against you now. If you continue to operate on this battlefield, you absolutely must be careful. You quickly reassured her, I'll be careful. Anne agreed with that, and he wasn't wrong. Suddenly, Yai's bracelet let out a beep. She cried out in alarm, Grandpa! Tai Nian's voice came from the other end, asking his granddaughter, why? Where are you? Wai replied, I'm in city number 1 of the primeval battlefield. She asked fearfully, what do I do now? My grandpa wants to come here. He's probably just worried about you. Mac No guessed. They didn't know that he was already stomping his way toward them. Mac No was stunned, as if a lump was caught in his throat. That's him, he muttered to himself. The Southern God General. A big shot like Bai Shen. I can't believe he's Yai's grandfather. Wai forced a smile and waved to her grandfather. After seeing his precious granddaughter was all right, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're okay. Tai Nian let out a strange hump when he saw Macnu standing next to his granddaughter. He reacted violently, growling out his name. Lam Macnu. Ye fumed. Grandpa, what are you doing? Meanwhile, Macnu, looking like a deer in the headlights, asked for confirmation. You know me, sir? On the surface, Tai Nian was cheerful and friendly. He laughed and said it was nothing. Grandpa was just testing this kid's guts. But inside, a storm was brewing. Why's this brat with Y? He's just as annoying as that old man Bai. Y cheerfully introduced them to each other. This is my grandpa. I'm sure you've already guessed his name, so I won't reintroduce him. Grandpa, this is Mac No. You already know his name. Mac No bowed respectfully and greeted him politely. Greetings, Senior Nin, he said, guessing internally. I'm afraid this man is the headmaster of Hakin Academy. Tai Nian shook his head repeatedly and clapped him on the shoulder. All right, no need to be so formal. Why, that old man Bai is truly a fool, letting you come to the primeval battlefield for a mission. She replied petulantly, but Mr. Bai said you were the one who assigned this mission. He roared with anger. Bullshit! He acted on his own. He didn't discuss it with me at all. I've been busy for a few days, and he took advantage of my absence. Tai Nian's attitude changed in a flash as he humbled himself and pleaded. My dear Y, come home with Grandpa. The academy has plenty of missions for you to choose from, but she refused flatly. You taught me that a job must be seen through to the end. Since I've accepted the mission, I must complete it. Tai Nian switched his focus. You brat lamb! Yi yelled. Grandpa, don't you dare threaten Mac Nu. I want to level up here on the primeval battlefield. He replied, then I'll send a few people to guide you to. But Y was adamant. I don't need them. Mac Nagu can carry me through dungeons solo, Tai Nian yelled. What did you say? Do you two have a death wish? YY quickly took out her weapon to prove her point. It's true. Look, what's this? That's the Hell's Sentry Dagger, Tai Nian confirmed. You two really cleared a Hell difficulty dungeon? Y explained, actually, Mac Nagu carried me. I didn't have to do anything. Mac No promised, don't worry, Senior Nin. I'll take good care of Y. Tai Nian was still skeptical, thinking to himself, the Dragon Clan War King title. Is it for real? I knew this kid could solo large-scale dungeons at the academy, but I never thought he could actually solo a Hell difficulty dungeon on the primeval battlefield. No, this kid is too abnormal. I have to go ask that old man Bai about this. Y smiled brightly and shooed her grandfather away. All right, Grandpa, you should head back now. The professionals tournament starts in a few days. We'll be back by then. Tai Nian turned away, thinking, with this lamb kid around, I probably don't need to worry, but this boy is just too abnormal. I must ask those two old geezers about him when I get back. Mac Nagu smiled mysteriously. Who would have thought the bane of the Ha-Kin Academy's headmaster was Y? He was suddenly transported to the Soldiers' Rest Center, which could increase recovery speed and eliminate fatigue. The training center could increase the recovery rate of spirit, power, and cultivation speed. The teleportation array could transport you to certain designated locations. The military merit exchange point could be used to purchase corresponding items with military merit. Mac Nagu marveled. So, this is the army's infrastructure. Without hesitation, he tapped the screen to see what he could buy. The space around him suddenly changed dizzyingly. Information about the products appeared. Curse Resistance Potion. Increases curse resistance for 30 minutes. 50 military merit points per bottle. Dungeon Escape Talisman. Allows instant escape from any dungeon. Please carry one with you when entering a Hell difficulty dungeon. 100 military merit points per talisman. Basic Recovery Potion. Heals wounds and restores 500 spirit points after use. 1 minute cooldown. 100 military merit points per bottle. Mac Nagu was startled. A dungeon escape talisman? This is pretty good. I'll buy 2 just in case. After some thought, he concluded, it seems military merit works just like academy points at Ha-Kin, but using too much will lower my military rank, so it's better to be a bit frugal. Y took the dungeon escape talisman in both hands and thanked Mac Nagu softly. Thanks. Suddenly, someone called her name loudly. Y. It was Mac Van, walking towards them. Mac Van spoke up. Y, what is he to you? Y blushed slightly and replied, Sister Van Nee, if you have something to say, just say it. Mac Van didn't answer, instead coldly tossing her a stone. Y caught it with one hand and asked, Sister Van Nee, what is this? Mac Van explained, it's a teleportation stone to a specific location. Its function is to teleport the user to a designated spot. Mac Van glared at Mac Nu and implied, I've been searching for the Demon King on the primeval battlefield recently. If I find it, you two come help me fight it, he guessed internally. The battlefield Demon King that drops the Nirvana crystal? Mac Van turned and called back as she walked away. The battlefield Demon King is guaranteed to drop a crystal. At least one, but as many as 5 or 6. I only need 1. Any extra will go to you two. They'll be useful to you both. Y readily agreed. No problem, Sister Van Nee. After Mac Van was out of sight, Y turned to Mac Nagu and said, I'm not strong enough to fight the battlefield Demon King on my own, so I guess Sister Van Nee was actually asking for your help. He looked hesitant. That's a level 38 world boss. I'm only level 24. I can't guarantee a win. Y quickly encouraged him. If you can solo the Hell's Sentry dungeon, this should be no problem. I'm sure Sister Van Nee knows that too. Besides, we might even gain a few more levels before then. After checking, Mac Nu and Y reported to each other. I have 8 uses left on my cooldown reduction talisman. YY replied, I have 9 left. Mac Nu said caringly, then let's rest for a day and start the dungeon again tomorrow. YY agreed. Okay. Her sunny smile could make any man swoon. One person praised her admiringly. That girl is so beautiful. The others immediately warned him. Shut up, you idiot. The guy next to her is a god of slaughter. Y covered her mouth and whispered, they're all looking at you. It seems your performance on the battlefield yesterday has earned everyone's approval. Mac Nagu replied coldly, let them. Let's run the dungeon, she replied. Okay. His face was grim. The number and stats of the skeleton warriors have increased. My efficiency in clearing the dungeon is also faster than before. The system displayed his name, Lam Mac Nu, class. Necromancer, level 25. Strength, Constitution, and Agility were all 450 plus 500. Spirit, 23,300. Macno muttered to himself. This time, it took less than 4 hours to reach the boss. The system continued to display his stats. Equipment, Scythe of Danatus, level 25. Title, Dragon Clan War King. All stats plus 500. Skill consumption reduced by 50%. Summoning space, 240 out of 250. Skeleton warriors, 150. Skeleton mages, 90. As he cast his skill, he spoke his thoughts aloud. Sorry, but I have to use you to test my new ability. Then he cast Soul Summon. After observing everything, he guessed, it must have been a success. Holding the Hell's Sentry Dagger, Y pleaded. Can I have this one too? She explained, I have a use for it. He agreed without a second thought. Sure. Your stealth-breaking skill has also helped me a lot. YY was overjoyed. Thank you. The two of them then continued their journey through the instance. Y said cheerfully, Let's keep going, keep going. Roger's subordinate suddenly appeared and blocked their path. Move! Mac and Goo wondered. What's going on now? Roger's subordinate charged forward to attack, yelling, Get out of the way! Don't block the path! The man broke into a nervous sweat and wondered to himself, Why can't I push him? Roger's subordinate quickly switched hands and roared smugly, All of you, get the hell out of my way! You're staining His Highness's red carpet! His arm felt like stone as Mo Nu swung down. Roger's subordinate fell flat on his ass, his jaw dropping as he screamed his lungs out. Before him stood a skeleton with two glowing eyes, radiating a powerful aura. She cautiously warned, Be careful, they're probably from the Gula Church. Mo Ngu replied instantly, I know. And he thought, Asterisk, is that the church with power comparable to our nation? Asterisk. The person inside the carriage yelled out, Everyone, stand down. The space trembled violently as a squad of warhorses appeared. Someone stepped majestically onto a red carpet. So it was Rogers. The people there started murmuring, That's not ordinary gold-tier equipment. It's all master-forged gold gear, and the accessories are from an alchemist. That person's outfit must be custom-made. Maybe not as good as the gear from the Hellish Outpost, but definitely much stronger than nightmare-grade gear. She glanced at Rogers. He froze for 2 seconds, then loudly scolded his subordinate, How dare you be so disrespectful! Step back. The subordinate hurriedly bowed and replied, Yes, Your Highness. Rogers suddenly put on a charming, roguish expression and said, It was my subordinate who was rude first. I apologize to you both on his behalf. Then he introduced himself, I am Rogers, from the Gula Church, level 31 Sunfire Gladiator. Upon hearing this, some of the people there seemed to lose their footing, their knees buckling slightly. He's a Sunfire Gladiator? I heard the Gula Church worships gods, so they naturally inherit their immense power. This Sunfire Gladiator is the successor to the Sunfire God's power. Sounds incredible, others said contemptuously. Sunfire Gladiator, my ass. It's just a legendary tier class. He's just a class user who was lucky enough to get a fire affinity talent. Yeah, that master who wiped out tens of thousands of abyssal demons is the one who's truly powerful. Rogers, mesmerized by her beauty, extended his hand and made an offer. Beautiful lady, I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting you to run a dungeon with me? Mo Ngu angrily stepped in front of her and refused on her behalf with a scornful tone. No need. You're not worthy. Rogers' eyebrows furrowed. You're only level 25. I'm pretty sure I'm more qualified than you are, he said it judgmentally. So clueless. Mo Ngu said nothing, just glared at Rogers. He taunted. With a level as low as yours, it's normal to be so short-sighted. Do you even know what dungeon this prince wishes to conquer? He then growled. This prince intends to solo the Hellish Outpost dungeon and claim the legendary title. Beautiful lady, after I finish my solo run and get the title, I'll come back to invite you. Hearing this, she snorted with laughter. A giant question mark appeared over Rogers' head. Confused by the onlooker's laughter, he asked, What's going on? His subordinate, dripping with sweat, ran up to him, calling out, Your Highness. The man whispered in Rogers' ear, The title for the Hellish Outpost dungeon has already been taken. He continued, It was taken by the person right in front of you. The words struck Rogers like a bolt of lightning. He turned his head and shouted an order. All of you, over here! He gathered with his subordinates to scheme. The subordinate asked worriedly, Your Highness, are we really doing this? This is Shenxia's territory. Most of the class users around here are from Shenxia. What if something happens? Rogers calmed him down. We just need to be a little discreet, and it'll be fine. He continued in a firm tone. Even if they both die, everyone will just assume they died inside the dungeon. Mo Nagu cut in. Just ignore them. Let's keep running the dungeon. She smiled and agreed immediately. Yeah. The two of them then stepped through the portal to continue what they were doing. Rogers's eyes were filled with cunning and calculation. He used a dungeon tracking scroll, which allows one to enter a dungeon after someone else. The people there, after witnessing Rogers and his troops chase after the two, wondered, didn't he say he was going to solo it? Why is he leading a whole team in now? Did he just use a scroll? Scene changed to inside the Dragon Clan's frontline outpost dungeon. Rogers and his men had entered. He said smugly, "Didn't expect me to follow you, did you?" He provoked, "I heard you soloed the dungeon and got the title. Well, that can't be helped. I'll just have to kill you. Otherwise, I can't get that title." Then he immediately used an item, a teleport seal scroll. She panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat. "It's a teleport seal scroll. Our dungeon escape talismans are useless now." Rogers spread his arms wide and asked arrogantly, "Feeling hopeless? Panicking yet? Scared yet? This is the price for pissing off our Gula church." He flashed a twisted smile. "Don't worry, my pretty little thing. I won't kill you. I think you'll make a very fine toy." Moan-gu let out a faint smirk. Rogers gritted his teeth in anger. "What are you smirking at?" Moan-gu summoned his weapon and challenged him defiantly. "You used a teleport seal scroll, so we can't leave. But I bet you can't either, right?" Rogers and his men were frozen in place as a horde of skeletons attacked. They yelled out, "What is this?" Moan-gu said sarcastically, "Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will not be imperiled in 100 battles. You ran straight to your death without even knowing my class or skills." Rogers was openly contemptuous. "You think you can kill me with a few pathetic piles of bones? My class is the legendary Sunfire Gladiator." After that, he transformed into his Sunfire God form and ordered his men to attack. He proudly boasted, "This is my skill, Sunfire God form. In this state, all my stats are tripled, and the attack power of my skills is tripled. It also reduces damage taken by 300% and grants immunity to all crowd control skills." "What can these skeletons possibly do against me?" his subordinates shouted sycophantically. "His Highness is invincible! His Highness is victorious!" Rogers laughed gleefully. "Now I am truly invincible." Moan-gu thought to himself, asterisk. As expected of a legendary class, the skill effects are insane. Asterisk. He then said nonchalantly, "But your teammates don't have a skill like that, do they?" He quickly cast a spell, Slowing Curse. Instantly, chains bound Rogers' men tightly, making them unable to move. They started screaming, "Where's the support curse breaker? Dispel this curse, quickly. They're coming." Rogers slashed wildly and cursed in frustration. "Damn it," he thought in disbelief. Asterisk. How is this possible? Why are these skeletons so strong? Asterisk. One of his subordinates blocked a slash from the skeletons with his shield. The shield shattered in two, sending the man flying. He screamed with his jaw agape, "What? What kind of power is this?" The men from the Gula church were freaking out. "It's over. Are we going to die here?" Rogers' face contorted as hundreds of lightning bolts struck down, making his subordinates scream in pain. Your Highness, save me!" Monu smirked faintly. "Only this idiot is left. That makes things easier." Rogers roared maniacally, "I'm going to kill you! I am definitely going to kill you!" Moan-gu nonchalantly took out his weapon and said, "Perfect. I was worried I wouldn't get a chance to test my new skill, and you just served yourself up on a platter." He cast Soul Summon, and his weapon emitted powerful streams of energy. The frontline sentry suddenly appeared, freezing Rogers in place. Monu spoke up, "Didn't you want a solo hell difficulty? Try fighting the boss." Rogers' face went blank as he blurted out, "Is that the Dragon Clan protector? How can he summon the hell difficulty dungeon boss?" The frontline sentry was charging at him at the speed of sound. Rogers hastily raised his sword to block. A shocking explosion rang out, followed by the sound of coughing. Rogers was beaten black and blue, groaning in pain, his face unrecognizable. "A single hit shattered my Sunfire God form. So this is a hell difficulty boss?" He collapsed on the ground before the sentry's massive figure. Rogers, even now, was still trying to act tough and threaten him. "You can't kill me! I am a son of God from the Gula Church's Sunfire Temple. Kill me, and you'll die! You can't kill me!" Hearing his words, Moan-gu's face darkened, and he glared at him with the ferocious expression of a demon god. The frontline sentry paid his words no mind. It threw a punch at Rogers, making him explode like New Year's Eve fireworks. She stood amidst the smoky battlefield, one hand holding Rogers' armor, the other bracing against the cold, and remarked, "People like him who have no regard for the lives of others. I never thought they'd beg to be spared before they die." She turned to Mo-nu and said, "He was from the Gula Church, you know. Are you scared?" He answered without hesitation, "Not afraid." She looked at him with a flirtatious gaze and smiled softly. "No matter what happens, I'll be with you." She then asked what they should do with this fire god equipment set. "Screw that. Let's just grind some levels first," he instructed. She agreed. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Gula Order. Someone screamed in terror. "That's Rogers. He's dead. Quick, go find His Holiness the Pontiff." The scene changes to Shengxia Academy. Yi Yuan was enjoying some tea when he saw Tai Nian walk in wearing pitch-black glasses. The moment he saw him, he started teasing. Well, if it isn't Old Man Ning. What a rare sight. Why the long face the second you get here? Who pissed you off? Tai Nian was fuming. He slammed his hand on the table and demanded, Old Man Bai, why the hell did you send my granddaughter on a mission to that battlefield? Tell me the truth. Did you instruct that little brat lamb to seduce her? Yi Yuan shot back, not missing a beat. What the hell? A kid as outstanding as Maknagu needs to seduce anyone? Tai Nian lifted his teacup and took a sip to cool down, then snorted, Well, that kid said he could take her to grind a hell difficulty raid dungeon. Who knows if that's true or not? Yi Wen scoffed. We'll know when he gets back, won't we? Just then, in the dungeon, Mak and Gu and she teleported back. The system displayed Lam Mak Nu, level 26 Necromancer. As for Ninwai, she had leveled up to a level 23 Assassin. She smiled brightly. My high-grade talisman needs to be recharged. I'm planning to head back to the academy to turn in the quest. What about you? Mak Nagu replied with a stoic expression. The professional tournament is about to start. I'm planning to head back too, and sell some gear while I'm at it. The scene shifts to the exchange in the Shengxia Capital Academy. A specialist at the counter asked enthusiastically, a total of 20 million gold coins. Is that acceptable, sir? After Maknu agreed to the number and turned to leave, the man screamed internally, Oh my god, this is gear from Hell's Guardian. Which god-tier player is this? Yi Yuan asked through the device on Maknu's wrist. So soon? You're already back, he shared. My mission is complete. Turning in the quest? Yi Yuan was stunned. The mission is complete, so hurry over here. As he walked, Maknu was lost in thought. Already level 26. How was it so fast? Yi Yuan was surprised. How are you already level 26, kid? How did you level up so fast? Maknu explained, I've been grinding dungeons constantly. I've barely stopped. Yi Yuan was skeptical, but even if you were constantly grinding nightmare-level dungeons, you couldn't level up this fast. Maknagu replied, I was grinding on hell difficulty, but I brought someone else with me. Meng Enwen quickly figured it out and burst out laughing. I knew it. How could this kid possibly solo a hell dungeon? The person he brought with him must be Old Man Ning's precious granddaughter. Maknu scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Yi Yuan growled, That title? Was that you? What he was referring to was Maknu's title, Dragon Clan Battle King, which gave plus 500 to all stats and reduced skill consumption by half. With an innocent look on his face, he replied, I got it. Yi Yuan beamed and showered him with praise. Excellent, you did great this time, kid. You used up all the charges on the Lone Blade Talisman, right? After laying his spoils out on the table, Makno spoke up with a request. Lord Bai Shen, I can't find an alchemist. I'll have to trouble you again. Yi Yuan smirked. You're pretty direct. Recharging this Lone Blade Talisman isn't easy, he quickly agreed. Your performance this time was excellent. I'll do it for you. I'll let you know when it's done. Mak Nu bowed politely and said, Thank you very much, Lord Bai Shen. Yi Yuan asked curiously. I assume you've heard about the professional tournament? Mak Nu replied, I've heard. Yi Yuan explained, the professional tournament is held once every 5 years. This year, it will be hosted by our Shengxia Empire. It's in 10 days. His expression suddenly turned serious as he said, I don't just want you to participate, I want you and your team to win the championship. Maknu agreed instantly. Okay. As he tidied up his spoils, he added, Lord Bai Shen, I'll have to trouble you to handle these as well. He was stunned. The golden fire god gear from the fire god temple of the Gula Order. How did you get your hands on this? Meng Anwen deduced, I heard the Gula Order had a warrior last year who was given the golden fire god gear. That couldn't have been you. Maknu explained, when we were in the dungeon, they tried to kill me first. Meng Anwen reacted intensely and stressed. The Gula Order? The space shook violently, sending rubble flying everywhere. Meng Anwen continued, how interesting. They dare to kill our students on our own Shengxia territory. I heard they used some kind of idol resurrection trick. That kid probably isn't even dead yet. Yi Yuan stopped him, not forgetting to poke fun. Stop, old man. You're not a husky. Don't tear the house down. He then turned to Maknu and said, All right, you can go back first. Leave this to me. It's been so many years since I've made a move. It seems some people have forgotten my other name. Maknu thought to himself, Bai Shen's other name. Shen Qia's god of slaughter. He froze for a moment. He had heard the stories of how Bai Shen single-handedly charged into the He Nation, killed 2 of their 3 top-tier powerhouses, and nearly accomplished the great feat of wiping out an entire country by himself. Maknagu thought, I can't just do this alone. I have to drag Old Man Ning into this. After some thought, Maknagu politely bowed to the 2 of them. Yi Yuan spoke up, Old man, I'll trouble you with recharging the Lone Blade Talisman and the Tyrant's Ring. Meng Anwen replied decisively, No problem. For that guy from the Gula Order to dare treat old man Ning's granddaughter like that, they're about to pay the price. At that moment, at the Gula Order, a massive magic circle appeared in the sky. A man stood frozen on the spot, staring up with a look of someone questioning his own existence. His eyes were wide with a mix of shock and confusion. The people of the Gula Order screamed, "Heavens! What is that? It's terrifying! Is this the magic of a god-level mage? Is that the fire god descending? Look! There are people in that sphere! There are enemies! Elites have appeared! It's 3 high-class professionals! Quick! Call His Holiness the Pontiff!" It turned out the 3 people they were talking about were Tai Nian, Meng Anwen, and Yi Yuan. They acted without a shred of fear, shouting repeatedly, "Guras, get your ass out here for me! Guras, get your ass out here for me! Guras, get your ass out here for me!" Tai Nian stood still with his arms crossed, ignoring the screams of the people engulfed in the sea of flames below. "It's over. Our Gula Order is done for. Where is His Holiness the Pontiff?" Just before the flames descended, the people's voices rang out in a massive shout. "The Pontiff is here. The elders are here too. We should be okay, right?" The Pontiff of the Gula Order, Guras, his face filled with rage, yelled with all his might, "Who is it that seeks me? You dare attack the Gula Order? Do you have a death wish?" Suddenly, he looked up and saw Tai Nian's face looking down, and he thought with a jolt, Nin Tai Nian, the god-level professional from the Shengxia Empire." Guras's gaze flicked over and saw Yi Yuan standing beside him. He broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide as he thought, "Shenzhe's god of slaughter? Why is he here too? If both of them are here, do they intend to destroy our Gula Order?" His face immediately broke into a smile. He raised his hands in a welcoming gesture and said in a soft tone, "To what do we owe the honor of your presence? We can talk things over slowly. If we have offended you in any way, I, on behalf of the Gula Order, apologize to you both." The followers of the Gula Order below saw this and cried out in disbelief, "Why is His Holiness the Pontiff? Could it be that the end of our Gula Order has truly come?" Tai Nian, his face filled with rage, questioned in a low voice, "Your order has someone named Rogers, correct? Bring him out here." Guraz immediately turned and ordered his followers, "Go and bring Rogers here." The men quickly responded, "Yes, sir." He forced a friendly smile and asked nervously, "May I ask, what did Rogers do to offend you two gentlemen?" In his heart, Guras was secretly thinking, "Rogers is a divine son of the fire god temple. If I can, I must do everything in my power to protect his life." Tai Nian replied with a blank expression, "He did not offend me." Yi Yuan, who was nearby, also spoke up, "He didn't offend me either." His eyes blazed as a powerful aura emanated from his body, and he roared, "He offended my precious granddaughter." Yi Yuan also calmly stated, "He offended my beloved disciple." Guras recoiled in shock, thinking in horror, "It's over. This is even more terrifying than offending the two of them. That damned Rogers, what on earth did he do?" Below, a weakened Rogers was being helped out by a disciple. His head was covered in sweat as he tilted his head back to look at the sky above, crying out in terror, "Is that the fire god's descent?" Immediately, a stream of light appeared before the astonished eyes of everyone around. Rogers floated high into the air. Guras reached out to support him and began to introduce him. "My two lords, this is Rogers. He carelessly died 2 days ago and has just been revived." Tai Nian's entire body glowed with a purple light as he used psychic pressure to shout, "You're the one who used the tracking scroll to hunt down student Lin Moyu from our Xiajing Academy. You said you wanted to make my granddaughter your plaything?" That purple light instantly struck Rogers, causing his face to rapidly wither, his eyes to bulge, and his jaw to drop. After Rogers regained his senses, he immediately pointed at the two and roared, "He dared to kill me. That little punk dared to kill me. Sooner or later, I'll kill him too. The title he has is mine. That woman is mine too. I want to turn that bitch into my plaything. I want to make her life a living hell." Guras's face turned to horror, his jaw hanging open after hearing his words. He thought to himself, "We're dead." He looked towards Yi Vian and tentatively called out, "My lord." Tai Nian looked at him and said, "He can be resurrected even after death. He has a spiritual imprint left on the divine statue in the cathedral, right? Well, let's see if he can still be resurrected without a divine statue." Immediately after, he pointed his hand, and a blaze of fire shot down towards the cathedral below at Tai Nian's command. Guras immediately turned his head towards his subordinate Lao. "Quick, save them!" He turned his head back to the sea of fire behind him and screamed, "Everyone, run!" Rogers looked up at the approaching sea of fire and laughed maniacally. "You can't kill me. I can be resurrected." He stood still as the sea of flames engulfed him, managing only to utter one last phrase, "I want." The fireball shot down from above, heading towards the cathedral below. The crowd immediately panicked and fled, letting out loud cries. "Run!" The flames quickly touched the roof, then rapidly spread. Gura stood still, hearing a voice echo in his ear. If there is a next time, I will wipe out the entire Gula Cathedral. He let out a long sigh of relief and said, It's good that we're still alive. With the personalities of those two, not killing all of us was already merciful. The other elders cried out, Your Holiness. Guras could only offer words of comfort, recalling how many people had died in that nation all those years ago. The crowd stood there, looking at the ruins of the cathedral, cursing loudly. Damn that Rogers! If it weren't for him, our cathedral wouldn't have met with this disaster. The divine statue is destroyed. Our Gula Cathedral has suffered a heavy blow. I'm afraid we'll have to lie low for a while. To have survived is a blessing in this misfortune. The figures of Tai, Nien, and Yi Vian appeared in a small corridor. Yi Vian sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, turning his head to ask him, Old Nin, when did you become so good-natured? Aren't you spoiling your granddaughter a bit too much? Tai Nien retorted unhappily, Aren't you the same? If this were the past, no one in the Gula Cathedral would have survived. Yi Vian raised his teacup, closed his eyes, and replied, I'm old now. I need to accumulate good karma. Do less killing. Taking out the ringleader is enough. Killing the rest of them doesn't make a difference. Meng Anwen heard this, took a sip of tea from his cup, and said, Didn't you leave them alive so they could kill more demonic beasts for you? Having said that, he tossed a small item towards him and said, It's been replenished. Yi Vian caught it and asked in surprise, So fast? Tai Nian held an item in his hand and called out, Old Meng, replenish this for me too. Meng Anwen asked, annoyed, Can't you two just give them to me at the same time? Hearing this, he immediately burst into laughter and replied, I forgot. The next day, hot air balloons trailing banners for the 100th Adventurer competition appeared in the city sky. Moyu adjusted the watch on his wrist, his expression thoughtful as he thought to himself. Registration for the Adventurer competition is open. The different competition formats appeared in his mind as he frowned and thought. This year's competition is divided into 3 categories: team battles, solo duels, and a challenge mode. Every 10 levels is a separate bracket. I fall into the level 20 to 29 bracket. The rewards for the champion are very generous. He began to calculate in his head. For team competitions below level 40, the champions of each team can get 1 primary skill scroll, 1 primary miracle potion, and 50 million gold coins. The champion's prizes appeared in Moyu's mind. Primary skill scroll. After using it, you are 100% guaranteed to obtain a skill you don't already have. He remembered the reward for the solo duel champion. The solo duel champion can obtain 1 primary miracle potion. The system window appeared. Primary miracle potion. After use, all base stats are permanently increased by 200 points. Moyu stroked his chin, thinking to himself, The rules and rewards for the challenge mode haven't been announced yet. I wonder what kind of good stuff there will be. But for it to be so mysterious, the rewards definitely won't be bad. He frowned, looking at his own attribute panel and his weapons. Name, Lin Moyu. Class, Necromancer. Unique. Level, 26. Title, Dragon Clan War King. Strength 480 plus 500. Constitution 480 plus 500. Agility 480 plus 500. Spirit 2,500 plus 3,000. Equipment, Scythe of Donatus, level 26. Spirit power plus 3,000 has reached the upper limit. Unlocks after collecting the full set. Necrolog Soul Summoning Skill. Summoning Space, 250 out of 260. Skeleton Warriors, 150. Skeleton Mages, 100. Talent, 10 times comprehensive buff. Passive skill, damage. Transfer. Active skills, Soul Flame level 26. Summon Skeleton Warrior level 26. Corpse Explosion level 3. Deceleration Curse level 26. Bone Armor level 26. Summon Skeleton Mage, level 26. In his mind, his 2 strongest sets of skeletons appeared. Silver Tier Skeleton Warrior, level 26. Strength, 7,000. Agility, 7,000. Spirit, 7,000. Constitution, 7,000. Skill, Frenzied Strike. Lin Moyu looked at the second system panel. Silver Tier Skeleton Mage, level 26. Strength, 2,600. Agility, 2,600. Spirit, 10,400. Constitution, 2,600. Feng Tu saw him and immediately called out, Moyu. Moyu touched his chin and replied, Yeah. Xiaoshui raised her hand to greet him and asked, Are you also here to register for the Adventurer competition? Moyu asked with curiosity. Are you 3 planning to form a team? Hearing that, she smiled and replied, That's right. We originally wanted to ask you to join us, but you were already level 22 at the start of the semester, so we can't be in the same bracket. Zuo Mei heard this and asked with a smile, Oh right, Moyu. What level are you now? Lin Moyu said coldly. 26. When she heard that, she was instantly petrified. The other two looked as if they had taken a heavy blow. Feng Tu's eyes were glazed over as he cried out, Level 26! Xia Shui covered her mouth in shock and exclaimed, That fast? Zhuo Mei, beside her, crossed her arms and told the man, A man can't be too fast. Feng Tu turned to look at her and said, You're so inappropriate. Zhuo Mei turned to look at him and said, The fact that you understood means you're the same type of person as me. Hearing that, Feng Tu fell silent, not daring to say anything more. Suddenly, Yi walked up from behind, raised her hand, and shouted, causing everyone to look over. Mo Yu? Xia Shui turned her head and asked, puzzled, And you are? She blushed, smiled, and introduced herself. I'm a friend of Mo Yu. My name is Ning Yi, a level 25 shadow assassin. Xia Shui was startled and exclaimed excitedly, You're already level 25? She thought to herself. So there's someone else who levels up as fast as Mo Yu. Yi touched her head and replied with an embarrassed smile. It's all thanks to Mo Yu power leveling me, Xia Shui replied softly. Oh, I see, then let out a forced laugh, thinking, no wonder she leveled up so fast. She immediately puffed out her chest and introduced herself. I'm Xia Shui, Mo Yu's high school classmate, a level 17 elementalist. Zhuo Mei also raised her hand in greeting. She smiled and shouted, Zhuo Mei, level 17 Pathfinder. Feng Tu beside her continued, Feng Tu, level 17 Holy Swordsman. Zhuo Mei, from behind, saw the two girls talking and laughing and said, Looks like being too outstanding has its own troubles. Feng Tu quickly replied, Agreed. Xia Shui raised her hand and shouted to the group, We're going to find teammates now. See you later. Lin Moyu, with his hands in his pockets, called out, If you guys want to fight the desert tyrant, you can give me a call. Yi, beside him, looked at him and thought to herself, A high school classmate? She smiled brightly and asked probingly, Your relationship with Xia Shui seems pretty good, huh? Mo Yu looked at her coldly and replied, Just high school classmates. Yi put her hands behind her back, walked forward, and called out, You're such a blockhead. If I had a beautiful female classmate like that, I would definitely pursue her. He was stunned, silently watching her back as she walked away, not replying. Suddenly, a voice called out to them, Yi, Mo Yu. Yi turned her head to see Jiang Tao Tao, a level 24 elf knight, Duan Gao, a level 21 prophet, and Miao Yu, a level 21 elder, and shouted, Sis Tao Zi, you guys came to register too? Tao Tao turned to her, smiled, and replied, It's the annual adventurer competition. Of course we can't miss it. Hearing that, Yi immediately asked, Did you guys find a team leader? She quickly replied, Not yet. Miu no Gak, who was next to her, added, They all look down on us for being low level, so no one wants to team up with us. Doan Sao scratched his head and added with an embarrassed laugh, Actually, we don't want to compete for the rankings. We just want to join in for the experience. Suddenly, Mo Nu's voice rang out. Then why don't you guys team up with us? The group turned to look at him, but he was thinking to himself, Asterisk, this could save us some time looking for teammates. Asterisk. Dao Dao lowered her head, thinking silently. I've heard that he led 39 people through the Desert Tyrant dungeon all by himself. If we can really team up with him. She looked at Mo Nu's cold face and thought, Asterisk, we might even have a solid chance at first place. Asterisk. Dao Dao immediately raised her hand, her expression serious as she requested. All right, but on one condition. Yi excitedly grabbed her hand and shouted, Whatever condition you have, Dao Zi, just say it. Dao Dao calmly stated her condition. If we win the championship, the Academy will give out contribution points as a reward. That's the best reward for us. Miu Nok immediately raised both hands from behind and added, That's right, we don't need much, just some contribution points will be enough. With his hands in his pockets, Mo Nugu called out coolly, Deal. Seeing this, Dao Dao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that if he hadn't agreed, they probably wouldn't have joined the team. Under a clear, cloudy sky, Mo Ngu's group quickly arrived at the registration point for the professional competition and got in line to wait. Walking beside him, Yi called out, Mo Ngu, thank you. Mo Ngu looked at her and replied, It's nothing. With his hands in his pockets, he laughed and declared loudly, I will definitely win the championship prize in this professional competition. The lackey next to him immediately laughed in praise. With the boss's strength and finding a few more reliable teammates, the championship is definitely in the bag. That lackey went ahead, forcefully shoving other people aside and yelling, Get out of the way! The crowd gasped. That's Bai Li Sheng. He's the nephew of the director of Bai Li Academy. Don't mess with him. Suddenly, Li Sheng's gaze swept over, and he saw Yi and Mo Nagu standing at the front, thinking with suspicion. Asterisk Yi. Asterisk. His eyes widened as he thought in confusion. Asterisk. The person next to her is... Asterisk. After seeing his face, Li Sheng thought furiously. Asterisk Lin Moyu. It's this son of a bitch again. Asterisk. Seeing the two of them about to leave, Li Sheng immediately raised his hand to stop them. When Yi saw it was him again, she frowned and thought, asterisk by Li Sheng. That hateful guy showed up again. Asterisk Li Sheng clenched his fist and questioned her. Ning Yi, why are you with this guy? Suddenly, his eyes noticed Yi's arm linked with Mongu's, and his face instantly darkened. Yi frowned in annoyance and shouted, who I'm with? Since when is that your business? Hearing this, Li Sheng roared in fury. Not my business? You say it's not my business? Everyone knows you're my Bai Li Sheng's fiancé. She pointed a finger at him and screamed furiously. Shut your damn mouth! Is there something wrong with your head? You came to my house to propose, I rejected you, and then you just go around spreading rumors that I'm your fiancé. The only reason I haven't made a big deal out of this is because our families have known each other for a long time. Yi angrily pointed to her own head and yelled, have you told the lie so many times you've started to believe it's true? Do you need me to find a healer to check your head for you? Don't stand here throwing a fit. If you dare spout any more nonsense, I'll tell my grandfather and have him deal with you. Mo Nagu looked at her furious face and thought, asterisk, this is the first time I've ever seen Yi this angry. Asterisk, Yi glanced over at him, and seeing Mo Nagu's calm expression, she thought with annoyance, asterisk, what am I even worried about? Asterisk. Asterisk Mo Nu wouldn't pay any attention to this kind of person. Asterisk Li Sheng's face immediately twisted with rage. He gritted his teeth and shouted, fine, 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 Ning Yi, very well. This isn't over. You're Bai Li Sheng's woman. No one can take you away. He clenched his fists and roared at Mo Nu. You again! Lin Moyu. You've crossed me time and time again, and now you want to steal my woman? Veins popped on Li Sheng's contorted face as he yelled, I'm not done settling the score with you from last time. Mongu said coldly, what a clown. His face was so twisted with rage he was barely recognizable as he screamed, you bastard, you're dead. Sooner or later I'm going to kill you. Yi immediately drew her weapon and stood in front of him, shouting at Li Sheng, if you want to die, just say so. A blue light began to glow from Mo Nu's hand as he frowned. Asterisk, if I don't kill this guy, I'm afraid he'll just come back to harass Yi later. Asterisk. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing a terrified Li Sheng to look up. Who did you say you were going to kill? His face filled with fear, Li Sheng looked up at Bai Yi Yuan, who was radiating killing intent as he stared down at him. With his arms crossed, he looked down from above and asked, you want to kill him? Li Sheng looked up and cried out in terror. Bai Yi Yuan. Bai Yi Yuan's face was dark as he roared. Bai Li Sheng. I'm asking you, who do you want to kill? He collapsed onto the ground in a panic and screamed, Lord Bai Yi Yuan, I didn't say anything. Bai Yi Yuan raised his hand and yelled, get lost. If there's a next time, I'll personally take your head and deliver it to Bai Li Hao. Hearing this, Li Sheng and his lackeys scrambled and fled. Seeing Bai Yi Yuan jump down and land in front of her, Yi cried out happily, Mr. Bai! Mo Nu, beside her, also called out, Lord Bai Yi Yuan. He turned his head to look at him and asked, Mongu, if I hadn't shown up, what were you planning to do? Mo Engu replied matter-of-factly, his face devoid of emotion. He wanted to kill me. I could only kill him first. Hearing that, Bai Yi Yuan asked in surprise, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the power behind him? His grandfather is Bai Li Hao, the director of Bai Li Academy, a level 81 peak professional. He lowered his head, his expression darkening as he replied, I've thought about it. The worst that can happen is I return to the original battlefield. I'm confident I can survive there. Hearing that, Bai Yi Yuan grinned and clapped him hard on the shoulder, shouting, good. You've got guts, kid. You've got the same style I had back in the day. You can't be too worried about the consequences when you do things. Just like when you killed that cardinal from the Gula church. You killed him, and that was that. Old Ning flattened their entire church for that, and now they don't dare to act out of line. He raised his fist, smiled brightly, and said, remember this, a strong fist is the only principle. Fairness and the respect of others are things you create with your own strength. Bai Yi Yuan took Mo Nuk's hand and instructed, I've already sent you the upgrade method. Gather all the materials, and I'll find someone to help you. Hearing that, he replied with a single word, yes. He then reminded him, the new quest has also been issued to you, so get it done as soon as you can. Bai Yi Yuan turned to look at the three girls behind them and praised, you three aren't so bad yourselves. After he left, she walked over, held out her hand, and said, looks like you two are about to get busy again. This competition is being held in South Red City. Let's meet up there then. Yi immediately smiled brightly and replied, all right, Dao Zi. She moved closer to look at Mo Nu's screen, asking curiously, what quest did Mr. Bai give you? He looked at the screen and answered lightly. He told me to go to Fortress number 3 to kill the Abyss Demon and raise my military rank to Second Lieutenant, 2 stars. Yi crossed her arms, asking in surprise, "Is it that simple?" Mo Nu closed his watch face and replied, "Not just that. An elemental secret realm has appeared at Fortress number 3. Lord Bai Yi Yuan told me to collect the elemental crystals inside the secret realm." Hearing that, she crossed her arms, thought of Fortress number 3, and exclaimed, "If I remember correctly, the original battlefield outside Fortress number 3 is also called the Elemental Plains." The memory of a massive explosion from years ago appeared in Yi's mind, and a voice began to narrate, "A large-scale battle once erupted there," she said calmly. Nearly 103rd job class changed elemental mages unleashed over 1,000 forbidden-level magic attacks. Yi thought of that place and said, "That land became elementalized, and afterwards, it gave birth to many elemental creatures." She frowned in confusion and exclaimed, "Elemental creatures? I've never seen one. I wonder what they look like." Mongju glanced at her and replied, "We'll know as soon as we get there and see for ourselves." The two of them stepped onto the Academy's teleportation platform, which quickly activated. In just an instant, they appeared on the teleportation platform of Fortress number 3. Mo Negu reached out to support Lin Yi, who was holding her head, and shouted, "We're here!" She cried out weakly. "I'm still not used to this long-distance teleportation." The system panel immediately displayed a notification. Primary Fire Elemental Core, 100,000. Gold coins per piece, an enchanting material. When used on a weapon, it can increase fire elemental damage. When used on defensive equipment, it can increase fire elemental resistance. Primary Wind Elemental Core, 100,000. 1,000 gold coins for one, a primary water elemental core for 100,000 gold coins apiece. Moyu's voice asked. Elemental cores must be what drops after defeating elemental monsters. Looks like a specialty of Fortress number 3. Too bad I don't need it, he thought, leading the way forward. All right, let's go check out the elemental monsters here. Outside the large gate, soldiers stood guard on both sides with serious expressions. A fully armored soldier saw Mo Yu approaching and immediately shooed them away. "Hey kids, you'll die if you go out there like that. You two can't go out, it's too dangerous. On the plains, the weakest monster is level 33, and the highest of you two is only level 26. Don't go looking to get yourselves killed." The captain of the guard heard the commotion and quickly came over to ask, "What's going on?" The guard replied, "Captain, these two want to go outside." He turned to look at the level 26 and level 25 kids. "Looking to get yourselves killed? Where are your families? What is this? Why did they let you two come here?" Just then, from afar, a figure of flames rushed towards them, a level 33 fire elemental soul, its entire body radiating a sky-high blaze, charged forward. The guard captain froze on the spot in shock. He turned his head to see Mo Yu raise his hand, summoning skeletons to surround himself. The guard captain watched those skeletons dash forward so fast they became mere afterimages. Asterisk. So fast, asterisk, he thought in amazement. Asterisk. With that kind of speed, their attribute points must be incredibly high. Asterisk. The skeleton warrior charged, raised its weapon, and unleashed a furious strike on the fire elemental soul. The moment it was destroyed, a notification sound immediately rang in his ear. Defeated level 33 fire elemental soul. Experience plus 165,000. The guard captain cried out in shock. An instant kill, he thought, stunned. A level 26 skeleton warrior just one-shotted a level 33 fire elemental soul. He turned to look at Mo Yu and shouted in amazement, "The rank of second lieutenant!" He glanced at the medal pinned to the boy's chest and thought, asterisk, so young and already a second lieutenant. I was already level 38 when I became one. Asterisk. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, looked up at the captain, and asked, "Can we go out now?" The captain nodded and replied, "Go ahead." As the two of them left the city, she immediately remarked, "They're being overly cautious, but it's because of responsible people like them that Shenxia can be as peaceful as it is now." Mo Yu heard this and replied, "Yeah, I get that." Suddenly, Ningyi's hair stood on end as if electrocuted, making her jump and shout, "What the hell is this place?" When she saw Mo Yu laughing, she furiously yelled, "You're still laughing? What's so funny?" In the sky, a blue vortex appeared nearby, and a powerful explosion quickly erupted right where the two had just been standing. Mo Yu and she activated their bone armors and simultaneously looked up at it. A wind elemental soul appeared in the sky. The display panel showed a notification. Wind elemental soul, level 34. Strength, 4,000. Agility, 4,000. Spirit, 7,000. Constitution, 5,500. Skills, Wind Ball, Whirlwind, Wind Blade. Trait, immune to wind element. It immediately started throwing wind blades at the two of them. A green light emanated from Moyu's palm. He glanced at the wind elemental soul as skeletons appeared one by one. Standing straight among them, he asked, "Picking on us because my mages can't fly, huh?" The wind elemental soul hurled wind blades towards the skeletons below, but the various streams of elemental power they launched back at it were ineffective. The flames the skeletons shot into the sky didn't harm it in the slightest. Seeing this, Moyu realized in surprise, asterisk, elemental beings don't have corpses. If that's the case, I can't use corpse explosion on them, asterisk. The ground suddenly began to shake violently. She immediately asked, "Moyu, do you feel that?" He turned to look behind them and replied, "The ground is shaking, and the elements are in chaos." In the distance, Moyu saw flashes of light and a group of people running desperately towards them. He immediately shouted, "There are people!" Further away, a brown-haired soldier glanced behind him and urged, "Run, run faster. Don't space out, or you'll die." Behind the group of running people, hundreds of different types of elemental souls were in pursuit. Seeing this, she cried out in alarm, "Did they poke an elemental soul's nest?" Moyu gave a slight smile and said, "An elemental secret realm has appeared randomly. When it does, it causes the elements to go wild and spawns a lot of elemental souls." What a coincidence. I was just worried I wouldn't find this secret realm. The brown-haired soldier ran up, saw him and her just standing there, and immediately screamed, "What are you two just standing there for? Waiting to die? Can't you see all those elemental souls behind us?" Another voice urged, "Just leave those two. Let's hurry up and run." Moyu raised his hand and began to summon skeletons. The moment he finished speaking, dozens of skeletons appeared around him. "Appear." Moyu stretched his hand, which was gathering green light, forward and commanded, "Kill." Immediately, the skeletons charged towards the approaching elemental souls. The two sides quickly clashed and began to slaughter one another. A massive explosion erupted, and notification sounds rang out continuously. Defeated level 33, Fire Elemental Soul. Experience plus 165,000. Defeated level 34, Fire Elemental Soul. Experience plus 165,000. Defeated level 34, Fire Elemental Soul. Experience plus 165,000. Suddenly, a sound rang out, making her clutch her head and scream, "What was that?" "I'm so dizzy." Moyu looked up at the rainbow-colored figure before him and thought, asterisk, my spirit attribute is quite high, so I'm not affected. This sound must have come from the ruler of the elemental secret realm, the elemental queen. Asterisk. He immediately raised his hand and used the slowing curse, creating streams of chains. He shouted, "Slowing curse!" A stream of green light shot from Moyu towards the elemental souls. Seeing this, the soldiers let out a sigh of relief. "We're finally saved. I really thought we were going to die. We're saved. Why aren't the elemental souls chasing us anymore?" From the back, a soldier pointed forward and shouted, "Everyone, look over there!" His face was covered in sweat, his mouth agape as he stared at the huge explosion. He yelled in shock, "Who are they? How are they so strong? Are those skeletons summons? So strong. What class is that? To think it can summon something so terrifying. How ridiculous. And just now I called them crazy." On the other side, she clutched her head, her face pale and weak, and said, "Thank goodness. It stopped screaming. My head felt like it was about to explode." Moyu looked up at the colorful streams of light high above and shouted, "Elemental crystals only drop from the queen in the elemental secret realm. Let's go," she exclaimed in amazement. "This view is so beautiful." He frowned as he looked ahead and said, "Not exactly. I think there's something inside." In front of them, an entrance emitting a purple light appeared. Moyu exclaimed, "So this is the entrance to the secret realm." The girl beside him urged, "Let's go in." They quickly stepped through the portal. The two of them appeared in a vast field of ice. In front of them was a huge ice castle. His voice rang out with a reminder. A secret realm is different from a dungeon. A secret realm is an independent space, so we might run into other people. Be careful. She looked around and exclaimed, "This is an ice palace." Moyu raised his hand, summoned his skeletons, and commanded, "Go scout the path." She smiled brightly at him and asked, "Your skeletons can scout too?" "That's so convenient," Moyu replied coolly. "We'll go once they've found the right path." He turned his head in one direction and said, "Let's go. They've found the way out," she exclaimed happily. "That was so fast! The skeletons are so useful." The two arrived at a spot and saw the water elemental general standing guard motionlessly. Immediately, a notification appeared on the screen. Water elemental general, secret realm boss, level 37. Strength, 13,000. Agility, 0. Spirit, 13,000. Constitution, 16,000. Skills, Ice Pillar, Deep Strike, Ice Vortex, World Flooding Deluge. Traits, reduces physical damage by half. Immune to water elemental magic. She jumped to dodge the creature's attack and shouted in surprise, "Its agility is 0? Moyu also dodged quickly and exclaimed, I get it now. It's fused with this ice palace, so it can't move. A stream of green energy appeared on his hand, blocking the attack. He watched a skeleton stab its sword deep into the water elemental general's neck and thought, asterisk, reduces physical damage by half. Asterisk. The damage my skeleton warriors can deal is pretty nerfed, but good thing I have plenty of them. Right after that, the guy used an ice vortex to create streams of ice arrows that shot down toward the skeleton warriors. He stood still, surrounded by a constant barrage of arrows firing out. Mongu hid behind a large rock, immediately gathered magic in his palm, and gave the command to return them all to the summoning space. Instantly, a volley of ice arrows shot toward the spot where the two of them were hiding. When Monyu saw the ice arrows stop, he immediately peeked out to check. His eyes widened as he cried out in shock, "What is this?" Seeing the water element general's body rapidly regenerating, Monu suddenly realized, so that's how it is. No wonder it's not that agile. It trades speed for powerful regeneration. A black scythe quickly appeared in his hand as he calmly said, "But I just need to deal damage faster than you can regenerate, right?" Mo Nagu raised the scythe high, shouting, "Appear!" The moment he finished speaking, the giant outpost guardian materialized behind him. As soon as it appeared, its attribute panel popped up. Outpost Guardian, Undead, level 33. Strength, 15,000. Agility, 13,000. Spirit, 10,000. Constitution, 15,000. Mongu lowered his head and thought to himself, as expected of a hell difficulty dungeon boss. It's only level 33, but its stats are way higher than the level 37 water element general. He raised his scythe high and yelled, "Warriors, let's give them a hand!" A dark blue light appeared behind the outpost guardian. It advanced, step by step. The water element general immediately used its ice vortex, firing hundreds, even thousands, of ice arrows at the approaching guardian. Its wings immediately shot upwards. The outpost guardian flew high into the air, closing in on the water element general, ignoring the ice arrows that struck it. Monu tilted his head, laughed coldly, and yelled, "Using the same old trick? That won't work on the outpost guardian." The outpost guardian led the other skeletons, charging straight at the stationary enemy. Wave after wave of power generated by the skeletons continuously slammed into the water element general. Unable to take it anymore, it immediately used a sky-flooding deluge, creating a massive sea of water that submerged all the skeletons inside. Mongu's eyes widened in disbelief, watching the flood of water surge toward where he was standing. Mongu and Yi quickly climbed to higher ground to look down. He glanced at the water below and said, "A skill with such a huge area of effect. It completely counters the skeleton's movements. This is really annoying." Within the water element general's eyes glowed with a blue light. The outpost guardian stood tall, ignoring the water rushing toward it. Instantly, dozens of skeletons launched from its body, speeding toward the water element general. The outpost guardian's eyes flashed with a bright red light. A powerful crimson force tore through the water, heading straight for the water element general. The outpost guardian was engulfed by the water, and just then, the notification sound chimed. Defeated level 37 water element general, experience plus 180,000. Obtained water element core times 10. Monegu waited for the water to recede, then immediately raised his scythe high and quickly recalled the guardian. He pointed his scythe towards the water element general and yelled, "Soul summon." Monegu lowered his scythe and muttered, "Just as I thought. Pure elemental beings have no corpse and no soul. Looks like I can't use soul summon on them." He bent down to pick up the water element stones from the ground, thinking to himself, to sum up, using the soul summon skill to call a monster only lasts for 3 minutes, but that's enough for me to kill a regular boss. Yi stood with one hand on her hip, looking around. "It feels like the elemental chaos has died down a bit," she said. Mongu looked around and replied, "It's a lot more comfortable than before. Yeah, let's keep going." The two of them walked out of the ice mountain, heading towards the volcano in the distance. Mongu immediately activated bone armor. The two of them stepped into the volcanic area, surrounded by flames. Seeing this, Yi couldn't help but remark, "Good thing you have bone armor. If any other class came in here, their HP would probably just keep dropping." She glanced around, calculating in her mind, a river of ice, a sea of fire. Does that mean a world of wind and lightning is next? Monu looked at the huge volcano in the distance, thinking that the closer they got to the flame mountain. Yi suddenly shouted, "That's not a mountain, it's a giant bonfire." Not far in front of them, a dormant volcano was gradually awakening. As soon as it woke up, its attribute panel appeared. Fire Element General, Dungeon Boss, level 37. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Spirit, 20,000. Constitution, 16,000. Skills, Flame Eruption, Sea of Fire Explosion. Trait, 50% reduction to physical damage. Fire element immunity. Scorching flames. Mongu was startled when he saw this and thought, another stationary monster, and it's resistant to physical attacks too. He looked at the fire element general and exclaimed, but I've got experience with this now. Suddenly, it unleashed powerful streams of fire that slammed down hard. A massive explosion erupted where the fire landed. The fire element general used flame eruption, releasing hundreds of flames in a continuous, unrelenting barrage. Mongu saw this and thought, as expected, another wide area attack. It used scorching flames to incinerate the charging skeleton warriors, one by one. He waved his hand, summoning even more skeletons. He waved his hand again, using frigid dance to counterattack. Streams of ice shards flew toward the fire element general. It immediately stood up, sending sparks flying everywhere. Instantly, the ground began to crack open and shake violently. The fire element general used Sea of Fire explosion, causing magma from the cracks to shoot high into the air. Mongu grabbed Yi's arm, jumped to dodge the magma, and yelled, "It's running on fumes. Looks like we can just leave the rest to the skeletons." On the other side, the fire element general was being hit by streams of ice shards. Suddenly, Mongu looked ahead and told Yi he had a gift for her. Geysers of magma shot up, shattering the ground. A brilliant firework exploded before their eyes. He turned to look at her and exclaimed, "Fireworks!" The notification sound also chimed in. Defeated level 37 fire element general. Experience plus 180,000. Obtained fire element core times 10. Yi looked at Mo Nugu, who was sitting in front of her, and teased, "I didn't know you had a romantic side." He lowered his head in embarrassment, not answering. After a long moment, his urging voice was heard. "Let's go." Meanwhile, outside the gate, a squad of players from the Han Nation was gathered. Xiao Fa turned to his captain and exclaimed, "Boss, I can't believe we actually found it." A masked man immediately spoke up, "The elemental dungeon. We've been searching for days. We finally found it." A tall guy noticed the empty space ahead and asked in confusion, "Weird. Weren't there supposed to be a lot of elemental spirits outside the dungeon? Why don't I see any now?" The captain heard this and replied, "Someone must have already gone in." A team member with long hair saw this and urged, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry in, or we'll be too late." The tall guy grumbled in annoyance, "I can't believe someone beat us to it." The captain pulled down his collar, flashed a sinister smile, and shouted, "No need to rush. I can sense the residual elemental aura. They couldn't have gone in long ago. Someone else cleared the way for us, saving us a lot of effort." There's a proverb in the Shengxia Empire, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Today will be that oriole. The captain of the Han Nation players and the rest of his team walked through the teleportation gate, each one excited and full of confidence. The boss is right. We don't need to rush. As long as we're the ones who kill the final boss, that's all that matters. If anyone dares to stand in our way, we'll just take care of them and the boss at the same time. Xiaofa and the others couldn't wait either and rushed in. "That's not a bad idea. Let's go, let's go." After stepping through the teleportation gate, a man on the team crouched down, looking at the fresh, glowing footprints on the ground. He turned back to inform the others behind him. "Found them. Follow me." Back with Mo Nugu and Yi, the two of them were heading deeper into the war hall. Suddenly, something crashed down in front of them. Dust and sand flew up from the ground, obscuring their vision. Yi quickly jumped back to dodge the attack. She covered her mouth with her hand, staring at the thing on the ground. Model? This thing from underground looks like a cutting whirlwind, with bolts of lightning wrapped around its body. Wind Lightning Elemental. Dungeon Boss. Level 38. Strength, 0. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 25,000. Constitution, 20,000. Skills, Frenzied Lightning, Wind Lightning Bombardment. Trait, reduces physical damage by 50%, immune to wind and lightning elements. Mak Ngur covered his mouth and stepped back. It's a combination of two elements, wind and lightning. The Wind Lightning Elemental unleashed a bolt of heavenly lightning straight down at Mak Ngur. Luckily, thanks to his bone armor, the attack didn't faze him in the slightest. His eyes changed. Thunder rune, deceleration. Then a series of red chains erupted from the ground, shooting straight toward the Wind Lightning Elemental. The red chains wrapped tightly around the monster's entire body. It struggled, but it was useless. Realizing it couldn't hurt Makengu, it unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts down on the skeleton warriors below. The other skeleton mages didn't hesitate, immediately casting their spells at the Wind Lightning Elemental. Waves of explosive flames and frantic ice dance rained down. Under the relentless assault, the monster couldn't fight back. It struggled, trying to break free from the chains. The skeleton warriors seized the opportunity to charge forward and attack. It tried to counter, but it was pointless. Makengu tightened the chains, trying to restrict its speed. Flying monsters like this are the absolute worst. After a struggle, the wind lightning elemental was slammed to the ground. The skeleton warriors immediately leaped on top of it, intending to finish the monster off. Finally, under Mockinger's relentless assault, the wind lightning elemental died. A system notification popped up. Defeated wind lightning elemental, level 38. Experience plus 120,000. Obtained wind elemental core times 10. Obtained lightning elemental core times 10. The magic seal in the air quickly absorbed what was left of the wind lightning elemental. Mockingu moved forward. Let's go. Only the elemental queen is left. Mockingu advanced, saying, as long as the elemental planes exist, these bosses will just respawn again soon. Mockingu led Y forward. The sky had changed. Streaks of aurora stretched out before them as if they had no end. The two of them walked for a long time, finally arriving at a castle floating on a cliff. This was the elemental queen's lair. She sat imposingly on her throne, surrounded by stones that symbolized the elements, all ready for battle. She calmly glanced at Mockingu's group as her status panel appeared. Elemental Queen, Dungeon Boss, Level 39, Strength, 20,000, Agility, 5,000, Spirit, 20,000, Constitution, 20,000, Skills, Elemental Bombardment, Elemental Burst. Trait, reduces physical and elemental damage by 50%. The skeleton warriors leaped at her. Mockingur observed the situation, thinking to himself, to think it reduces both physical and elemental damage by a whole 50%. The elemental queen didn't seem to care in the slightest. The elemental orbs surrounding her began to glow. Elemental Burst. The skill knocked back the approaching skeleton warriors. Their entire bodies were crushed by that light. Bone fragments scattered all over the ground. 3 skeleton warriors had been destroyed. Mockingur frowned slightly. After so many battles, the skeleton warriors were already covered in wounds. Growing impatient, she clasped her hands together as streams of elemental light flashed out. Then, she released 3 beams of light straight towards Mockingur. Elemental Bombardment. Each beam of light pierced through the bodies of the skeleton warriors, and their bodies immediately shattered into 100 pieces, scattering across the ground. 5 skeleton warriors were destroyed. Only now did Mockingu realize she was no easy opponent. He thought to himself, damn, her skills are insane. What else would you expect from the queen of the elemental dungeon? The elemental stones shattered one by one, and the spiritual energy within them was quickly absorbed by the elemental queen. Her hands were enveloped by elemental rings. Elemental Burst! She just had to wave her hand, the one containing the fire element, and a fierce flame would instantly incinerate a skeleton warrior. She raised her hand containing the water element, and a whirlpool immediately appeared. It swept away all the nearby skeleton warriors. Just like that, 11 skeleton warriors were destroyed. Mockingu looked at the bad situation before him and sighed. Man, this is tough. Why did Bai Shen even give me this mission? He recalled his experiences since entering this battlefield. Elemental creatures have no souls and no corpses. That means my ultimate moves, Soul Flame and Corpse Explosion, are both useless. I haven't even had a chance to use those 2 skills since I got here. Even Thunder Rune, Deceleration has no effect. If this really doesn't work, I'll just have to use Necro Tongue to summon the Ghost General and the Outpost Guardian. Thinking this, he smirked and ran a hand back through his hair. It seems the Elemental Queen is the type of boss that requires a specific mechanic to kill. I was a bit reckless, rushing in for a head-on fight without gathering enough intel. Meanwhile, the group of players was now approaching the Elemental Queen's castle. One of them pointed at the giant whirlpool surrounded by lightning and yelled, "Boss! They're already fighting the boss!" Another female member hurriedly asked the team leader, "Should we stop them?" He looked at the situation ahead and calmly told her, "Stop them? Why? Isn't it better to just let them and the Elemental Queen kill each other?" He ordered Xiaofa. Xiaofa, unleash your ultimate. She held her staff and replied swiftly, "Got it." She gripped her staff tightly, chanting an incantation as a magic circle formed at her feet. Golden light rose from the ground and swirled around her. Wai, standing on the perimeter, suddenly noticed something was wrong. Her assassin's intuition told her danger was approaching. Wai immediately turned and yelled to Mockingur, "Mockingur, watch out, it's a sneak attack." As soon as she finished speaking, a strange seal appeared at their feet and meteors began to fall from the sky. Xiaofa laughed triumphantly. Meteor annihilation. Die. In contrast to Wai's worry, Mockingur wasn't concerned at all. He smirked. Perfect timing. After a moment, the flames gradually died down. Thanks to their bone armor, Mockingur and Wai were completely unharmed. They turned to look at the group of enemy players running toward them. The skeleton warriors split into 2 groups. One group continued to fight the Elemental Queen, while the other advanced to engage the players. The team leader watched the skeletons furiously charging toward them, a bit wary. He backed away, his voice laced with concern. What the hell is this? Where did so many undead monsters come from? Nobody said the elemental queen had minions. The other team members raised their weapons and began to fight. He reassured them, "Don't panic." Suddenly, red chains erupted from the ground, wrapping around them and locking them in place. Xiaofa's group was restrained by the red iron chains. They panicked. "What's happening? It's a curse." From a distance, Mach Inger raised his hand, controlling the chains. Players are different from monsters. That support probably has a curse removal skill. Take out the healer first. The mages following Mach Inger couldn't just sit back either. They started charging forward, casting spells to confront the player's team. Locked tightly by Mach Inger's chains, the other group couldn't move. They could only stand there and watch helplessly as sharp shards of ice, heavenly lightning, and firestorms thundered towards them. One by one, they were hit, their bodies immediately scorched to a crisp. The team leader watched his teammates being tortured in the flames, unable to hide his worry. He swore, "Damn it." The guy who had just been burned was now lying on the ground, barely breathing. His whole body trembled. Patches of his flesh roasted black. Unwilling to give up, the team leader struggled with all his might to break free from the chains. Mass taunt. Waves of lightning erupted from his body. The skill was chain wrap. Chains wrapped around the skeletons. The player team's leader pulled out a potion. He popped the cap and yelled to the others behind him, "Stop saving them. Drink the curse removal potions now." They quickly took out similar potions and downed them in one gulp. Mechinger's chains that were wrapped around them gradually disappeared. After drinking the potion, their bodies were enveloped in a green light, a healing spell. Having just escaped the brink of death, the guy muttered in relief, "Monster, I almost died." Mockinger's mages continued their attack on them. Another wave of thunderbolts and ice shards rushed forward, and the team of professional players reacted quickly, joining forces to erect a large shield that enveloped them, providing wide area protection. Under the shield's cover, the group of pros were no longer getting seriously injured like before, but beneath the fierce storm of fire and relentless attacks, their initial confidence was gone, replaced by fear and anxiety. Why frown at them? They were all level 40. The wide area protection, the knight's binding chains, and the annihilation flame the mage used in that sneak attack earlier were all level 40 skills obtained after the second-class advancement. Moyu silently observed the professional player's actions, thinking to himself, "They even have curse resistance potions. Is this a perk you get after the second-class advancement?" If they could use items, then level 40 professionals were indeed very difficult to deal with. But he wasn't worried at all. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smirk. So what? They had ambushed him just now. If it weren't for the armored skeletons, he and Y would have been in deep trouble. You can't go easy on your enemies. Moyu waved his hand forward, ordering the skeleton warriors to charge and kill. The others tried to keep their distance from the skeletons, struggling to maintain the shield on one hand while attacking the other monsters on the other. Despite the professional players' attacks, the skeleton warriors weren't even scratched. They just kept charging toward the group. Seeing their seemingly invulnerable bodies, some members of the team began to panic. "What's with those summoned creatures? Why won't they die? Boss, what do we do?" The team leader had thought he'd easily be the fisherman who reaps the rewards, but he never expected to get caught in such a miserable situation. Moyu's power was completely beyond his calculations. He gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain the shield. "Damn it, I never thought that guy would be so strong. He's fighting the elemental queen and still has the energy to deal with us." Seeing the shield about to break, the team leader yelled to his teammates nearby, "Looks like we have no choice but to retreat." Retreat. Of course, Moyu wasn't going to let them retreat that easily. He and Y moved closer to them. He raised his hand and recited an incantation. A stream of blue spiritual energy shot from his hand. Soul Flame. One of the professional players took the full blast of Moyu's spiritual energy and screamed in agony. The team leader shouted in panic, "Run!" But it was too late. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the team leader directly. The shield he had created absorbed part of the damage, so his life was spared. He gasped for breath. The team leader looked up. His other members had all been defeated by the skeleton warriors, falling one by one. The team leader pulled out the same vial from before and drank its contents in one gulp. His body began to recover. A skeleton warrior leaped up from behind to ambush him, but was blocked by his protective shield. He seized the opportunity the shield gave him and quickly turned to flee. Y looked at the fleeing man and asked Moyu, "Moyu, should we give chase?" He replied softly, "No. A knight with their ultimate defense activated is a pain to deal with." After eliminating the rest of the professional players, the skeleton warriors regrouped to continue facing the boss on the battlefield. Moyu looked towards the elemental queen. "Besides, we have more important things to do." The skeleton warriors continued their charge forward. The elemental queen raised her hands again to form a seal, unleashing a light that could pierce through anything. Elemental barrage. Suddenly, a corpse from the group of professionals flew in front of her. Moyu immediately activated corpse explosion, and the body instantly blew up, dealing damage to the elemental queen. Then another one flew, and another. One by one, the corpses flew towards her and exploded. Her entire body was now heavily wounded, and the light from her elemental veins grew dim. Watching her struggle, Moyu thought to himself, as expected from the corpse of a level 40 professional player, the damage isn't half bad. He raised his hand, unleashing his blue spiritual energy. He commanded the skeleton warriors, "She's weak! Take her life! All of you! Charge! Even if it kills you!" Receiving the order from Moyu, the skeleton warriors swarmed forward. The elemental queen was not about to give up. She continued to fire beams of light, but due to her severe injuries, their power was greatly diminished. The skeleton warriors easily blocked them with their swords. Seeing that her elemental barrage was no longer usable, she changed her form. The elemental lights in her hands turned black. She used her hands to rip the heads off the charging skeleton warriors. But with her power diminished, she was finally impaled by the skeleton warriors' blades, her body left in pieces. Her entire body slowly crumbled and vanished into thin air. The system panel appeared. Elemental Queen defeated. Experience plus 2,400,000. You have obtained Elemental Crystal times 5. Elemental crystals can be used to craft top-tier platinum equipment or to enchant equipment, and are also a material for crafting cooldown reduction talismans. Y watched the battlefield slowly dissipate and felt a sense of relief. It's finally over. Moyu walked to where the Elemental Queen had been. Holding a magic seal in his hand, he said to Y, "Got the Elemental Crystal." The last remnants of the battlefield had almost completely vanished. The ground where Moyu and Y stood also turned into a barren wasteland. Although they had defeated the battlefield's boss, Moyu felt a little worried. Most of the skeletons were seriously injured and needed to return to the summoning space to recuperate, but he didn't dwell on it for long. Moyu and Y left the battlefield. He said, "This place is near battlefield number 3. We still haven't done the military rank promotion quest. Let's go check out the battlefield." At battlefield number 3, the swirling dust and sand made Y frown in discomfort. A few bloodthirsty monsters, smelling living humans, immediately ran over. The system panel appeared. Man-eating monster, level 35. Strength, 6,000. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 3,000. Constitution, 6,000. Skill, Shriek. Y looked at them and asked quietly, "Abyss fiends?" One of them suddenly lunged forward, opening its huge mouth wide to take a bite out of Moyu and Y. But before it could even get close, the monster was sliced in two by a skeleton warrior. The system panel appeared. Defeated level 35 man-eating monster. Experience plus 175,000. Military merit plus 1. Obtained monster claw. Moyu looked at the panel, a bit dissatisfied. "These fiends give way too little military merit. We need to find some abyss demons." Y had also drawn the two small daggers at her side to fight, but these monsters were cunning. They hid well, appearing and disappearing, which annoyed her. Demons have high intelligence. They're better at hiding than rats. We'll run into them eventually. Suddenly, a loud explosion in the sky caught their attention. Y quickly recognized it as a signal flare. She looked towards the direction of the flare and said urgently, "A distress signal. Something's happening up ahead." Moyu and she ran at top speed toward the area where the signal was fired. "It's not far. Let's go." When the two arrived, the place was strangely deserted. Not even a single low-level monster could be seen. Y observed their surroundings. Something's not right. There are no fiends around here. A hoarse, somewhat savage laugh echoed from nearby. Y cried out in surprise, "That's the voice of a demon." It seems all those man-eating monsters were summoned away by it. Not realizing how dangerous things could be, the two of them anxiously ran toward the source of the laughter, fearing that the professional players who had sent the distress signal were surrounded. Inside battlefield number 3, in a certain part of the combat zone, a group of people was surrounded by a massive horde of monsters. Countless greedy eyes stared at them, as if wanting to rush in and tear their prey to shreds. They couldn't just stand there and die. They decided to charge out of the encirclement. "With me, break through!" But just as they took a few steps, something fell from the sky, blocking their path. The thing that had just appeared was a high-level monster. System panel, Abyss Demon Wolf, Common Demon, level 38. Strength, 12,000. Agility, 10. Spirit, 3,000. Constitution, 9,000. Skills, Piercing, Shriek, Rend. The squad leader looked at the Abyss Demon Wolf and realized he had fallen into its trap. "Damn it, it was toying with us. It wanted us to send a distress signal to lure more people here." Just then, Moyu and Y arrived. They looked at the chaotic scene before them and frowned slightly. "Another flying monster. We have to find a way to trick it into coming down." At that moment, the abyssal demon wolf sensed Moyu's presence. It turned its head and grinned with excitement. Someone had arrived. It looked at Moyu, confused. Why was it just a level 26 kid? Then it looked down at her, a level 25 girl. Her skin was so soft and smooth, she looked like she'd taste incredible. Probably delicious. When the squad leader heard the Abyssal Demon Wolf say the newcomer was only level 26, he grew even more worried. How could a level 126 get here? How could there be a class user who's only level 20-something on battlefield number 3? We're done for this time. The Abyssal Demon Wolf temporarily ignored the others, locking its eyes on her and lunging forward. I'll eat you first. Moyu stepped forward, holding out a hand to shield her. The Abyssal Demon Wolf grew even more excited, looking at them with contempt. It's useless to run. Your fate is already sealed. I'm going to devour you piece by piece, starting with your arm, then your leg. I won't let you die until I'm finished. Then it charged, opening its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth as it lunged for her. A person's terrified screams are the best seasoning. It swung its claws, attacking Moyu, who was blocking the way. Die, you little brat! Don't get in the way of my meal! Its attack was blocked by a wall of ice. Red chains shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around its body. It panicked. What's happening? Feeling its body start to reject something, it panicked. Oh no, it's a curse. The Abyssal Demon Wolf was completely bound by the chains, unable to move. Moyu's skeleton warriors appeared and immediately charged at the monster. The Abyssal Demon Wolf could only watch helplessly as the army of skeletons closed in. Seeing the other monsters also bound by the red chains, the group of people shouted with joy. Why did they suddenly stop? It's the power of the curse. This is our chance. Break through the encirclement now. They took advantage of the controlled monsters to launch a counterattack, successfully breaking through the monsters' siege. After escaping the danger, they panted heavily, unable to hide the joy on their faces. That was great. We finally. But before they could finish, they were stunned, speechless by the scene unfolding where Moyu was. What in the world? The Abyssal Demon Wolf struggled desperately under Moyu's assault, roaring and screaming. I'll kill you! I want to kill you! The group of people took a fearful step back. Is that the Abyssal Demon Wolf? I think so. What in the world are those undead summons? Why can't the Demon Wolf fight back at all? Finally, the Abyssal Demon Wolf was defeated, killed on the spot by a sword, through the heart. The status panel appeared, defeated level 38 Abyssal Demon Wolf. Experience plus 380,000, merit points plus 50, obtained Demonic Blood Essence. Demonic Blood Essence contains abyssal power. Alchemists and blacksmiths can use the power within it to craft equipment. The group was a bit surprised to see such a high-level demon get defeated so easily. It's dead. Moyu walked over to the Abyssal Demon Wolf's corpse and said to the group, "Step back a bit. I need to clean up the battlefield." They looked at him, confused. Clean up? Clean up what? Isn't he only level 26? How did he kill a demon in just a moment? Standing to the side, she smiled and waved at them. Hurry up, everyone, or you might get caught in the crossfire. They quickly ran over to where she was standing. One of them said to her worriedly, "Those man-eating monsters aren't easy to kill." She just smiled faintly and replied, "Just watch." The other monsters swarmed towards Moyu, lunging to attack him in unison. He stood there calmly, watching them. As I thought, a place full of corpses is my true home turf. With those words, he raised his hand and chanted the incantation, Corpse Explosion. The corpse at his feet instantly detonated. The monsters that had just rushed forward suffered the same fate, their bodies blown to bits. Under Moyu's command, corpse after corpse in the area exploded. The group stared in horror at the scene before them, unable to believe their eyes. Where did this guy come from? No wonder he came to battlefield number 3. Is he really level 26? Killing them was way too easy. His summons are too powerful. What class is he? She looked excitedly at the badge in her hand. Wow, this is fast. I'm already a private, 6 stars. But contrary to her joy, Moyu felt it wasn't enough. He thought grimly, if I want to raise my military rank, I'll probably need higher level and rarer abyssal monsters. The squad leader from before called out, cutting off Moyu's train of thought. Young man. He approached Moyu and said politely, Young man, thank you for this. We only escaped thanks to you. He replied courteously, any soldier who sees a distress signal will come. You don't have to be so formal. The man laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. You had to see our demon-slaying squad in such a sorry state. Who knew a demon would manage to sneak in here? He smiled at Moyu and explained, the abyss is divided into several areas. The upper, middle, and lower strata. Battlefields 1 to 3 only correspond to the surface of the lower stratum. He looked at the treacherous terrain of the battlefield and continued, the underworld's battlefields 1 to 3 correspond to the entrance of the abyss. Powerful experts have set up many barriers, so powerful abyssal demons can't enter battlefields 1 through 3. He shivered a little, recalling the high-level demon from before. Only a few weak demons can sneak in, but even weak demons are not something an ordinary class user can handle. Not only that, but deeper in, there are many more demons as strong as that one. For both abyssal demons and human class users, level 40 is a major threshold. Abyssal demons at level 40 or above are extremely powerful, known as high-rank demons. He then remembered the Forbidden Zone on Battlefield number 3. The deepest part of Battlefield number 3 shares a section with the entrance to the Abyss. You can see the true Abyss there. It's crawling with abyssal fiends, and demons appear frequently. Not only that, there are also some dungeons there. We originally wanted to go deep into the Abyss, but we didn't expect to be stopped on the way. At this point, he looked a little embarrassed. Well, we've learned our lesson now. We won't be going over there to join the chaos anymore. Moyu had been absorbing a lot of information about the battlefields and the demon regions, but what really caught his attention was the deepest part of this battlefield. Lots of demons. Sounds like a good place to farm merit points. He asked the squad leader seriously, "Where is the deepest part of the Abyss on Battlefield number 3? The man looked at Moyu in shock and stammered, "Why, young man? You're not thinking of going there, are you?" Moyu just replied calmly, "I am." The man hesitated for a long time before finally giving Moyu directions. Right. She and Moyu immediately followed his directions. Behind them, the squad members couldn't stop marveling. Now that's a true genius. After walking for a while, the two of them seemed to have reached the deepest part of the Abyss. By now, many other squads had gathered here. She glanced at them. "We're seeing a lot more demon-hunting squads." She sighed. "Looks like we're not far from that place now." Before them was a desolate wasteland with withered, dead trees. Not a single trace of life could be felt, and the atmosphere was gloomy and terrifying. This is the Abyss. A swarm of bright red eyes appeared in the darkness. They stared intently at the two of them. She hid behind Moyu in fear. "This is so scary." Moyu watched them warily. Suddenly, something fell from the sky. Moyu and she sensed it and looked up to see a monster falling from the sky right towards them. She screamed, "It's an abyssal demon!" Moyu and she backed away. The monster's corpse slammed onto the ground in front of them, its flesh splattering everywhere. She stared at it in fear, speechless. Seeing it lying there motionless, she cautiously asked Moyu, "Is it dead?" A phantom-like figure appeared before them. She quickly recognized the item in the person's hand, a platinum-grade weapon. Looking at the man hovering in the air like an afterimage, she said in astonishment, "That's a second advancement assassin, someone who surpassed level 40. Moyu looked at the man seriously. "Looks like we came to the right place," she thought to herself in awe. No wonder he could instantly kill a level 38 abyssal demon. Moyu smiled at her and said excitedly, "Let's go. We can't let them steal all the kills," she replied cheerfully. "Okay." The two of them quickly joined the fight. Moyu unleashed his blue spiritual power, incinerating the monsters that charged at them. She was no less impressive, flipping through the air and slicing a monster into multiple pieces. As the monster's remains rained down, she landed gracefully. She was a bit confused. She'd been killing man-eating monsters for over an hour, but hadn't seen a single demon. Don't tell me those second advancement players already killed them all? A blood-curdling scream rang out, catching both of their attention. She turned her head to look. In the sky, a formless demon was gnawing on something. Blood dripped from it like rain. Suddenly, it let go, and a double-bladed weapon fell to the ground. The blade plunged straight into the spot where Moyu was standing. He immediately recognized it as the weapon of the man from before. It was him, the assassin. The assassin's corpse was now a meal for the gnawing monsters. She watched them nervously. That was a high-level class user. How could he just die like that? Moyu stepped in front of her as a warning. "Careful, those monsters in the sky are abyssal shadow demons. They're high-level demons, level 40, with 1,800 strength, 22,000 agility, 5,000 spirit, and 15,000 constitution. Their skills are shadow entanglement and shadow form, and they have the ability to see through invisibility, with physical damage reduced by half." Moyu frowned, observing the situation. It can see through invisibility. No wonder that assassin was killed by it. Is this a level 40 demon? It's not much weaker than the elemental queen. After a while of gnawing, the demons finally noticed the presence of Moyu in her, and they grew even more excited. A little level 26 runt actually dares to come here? We've got extra food today, a new dish on the menu. It didn't hesitate for a second, charging straight for Moyu. "You don't need to hide. It's useless. Do you really think a level 26 little pipsqueak can protect you? Little chick, I'll take your head. I want your legs." However, just as they got close to Moyu, they were knocked back by the bone armor he wore. It stared at them, bewildered. "What the hell is this?" Moyu didn't have time to waste words with them. He unleashed his blue spiritual power, enveloping his entire body. "You want to gang up on me? I don't think so." He waved his hand, summoning skeleton warriors to meet the challenge. The abyssal shadow demon snarled at him. "You annoying little brat." It then unleashed its shadow form skill in an attempt to escape. Not letting it get its way, Moyu immediately cast a slowing curse. Red chains shot up from the ground, flying towards the abyssal shadow demon. Trying to run, It's not that easy. Its entire body was bound by the chains, unable to move. It watched with wide eyes as the skeleton warriors charged, unable to fight back. What is this? A curse? Restrained by Moyu's chains, the abyssal shadow demon could only helplessly endure the slashes of the skeleton warriors. Only then did it realize it had gravely underestimated its opponent. My shadow form is restricted by this curse. I've walked into a trap. This kid's power is definitely not just level 26. Moyu's skeleton warriors had been upgraded along with his own level. Silver rank skeleton warrior, level 26, 7,000 strength, 7,000 agility, 7,000 spirit, 7,000 constitution. Skill, berserk strike. Moyu's expression didn't change. He frowned, watching it struggle to break free from the chains. Physical damage is reduced by half. The skeleton warriors can't kill it quickly. He raised his hand, summoning magic casters to support the skeleton warriors. As expected of a high-level demon, it's really tough to kill. Elemental magic casters attacked one after another. Moyu gave the abyssal shadow demon a smug look. In that case, I'll just use magic attacks to deal with you. The abyssal shadow demon, with 2 swords at its neck and Moyu's smug expression to top it off, grew even more furious. Damn it. Suddenly, it had an idea. It used its entanglement skill on a skeleton warrior. It laughed maniacally as it invaded the skeleton warrior's body, possessing it. It used the possessed skeleton to block the attacks from the others. It laughed triumphantly. A curse like that has no effect on me. Suddenly, the other skeletons leaped away from where the abyssal shadow demon stood. This action confused it. Only then did it sense that something was wrong. It looked up and saw a massive fireball falling from the sky. With no time to dodge, it took the full force of Moyu's attack. It shrieked in agony. The body of the skeleton warrior it was controlling was charred black after taking that hit. Its body fell apart, collapsing to the ground. The abyssal shadow demon swore. Damn it. It roared in fury. To think you could make me look this pathetic. My children, come help me. Moyu saw its crazed state and sneered. He waved to the skeleton warriors behind him. Are these times what you're looking for? Receiving his command, the skeleton warriors behind him raised their swords in unison, taunting it. On each of their swords was the corpse of one of the monsters that had surrounded the abyssal shadow demon earlier. Count them carefully, see if they're all here. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed softly. These little demons are so damn hard to kill, it's driving me nuts. Seeing its children brutally slaughtered, the abyssal shadow demon instantly exploded with rage. You dare kill them? Moyu casually waved his hand. Then you can have them back. The skeleton warriors immediately threw the corpses on their swords towards the abyssal shadow demon. As the monster corpses flew near, Moyu activated corpse explosion. The bodies immediately detonated, taking the abyssal shadow demon with them in the blast. The smoke and fire slowly dissipated, and the demon's corpses were completely incinerated. A notification panel appeared. Killed level 40 abyssal shadow demon. Experience plus 800,000. Merit points plus 500. Obtained demon core. She looked at the glowing insignia in her hand and shouted with joy. I've been promoted to second lieutenant too. She carefully held the insignia. If the old man knew I got promoted to second lieutenant, he'd probably have a heart attack. Moyu wasn't surprised. He said calmly, from now on, you'll need 10,000 merit points for each star promotion. She turned to look at him as if she understood something. No wonder you haven't been promoted in so long. It's fine. I heard there's a new dungeon nearby. Let's go check it out. Moyu replied softly. Then, the two of them ventured deeper into the abyss. Elsewhere, Bai Yiyuan and Meng Anwen were sitting and drinking tea. Meng Anwen suddenly shouted, Are you out of your mind? Why would you send the Lin kid to the elemental mystic realm? Seeing his worried expression, Bai Yiyuan couldn't care less. He calmly picked up his teacup. What's crazy about it? I want to see where that kid's limit is. He recalled the surprises Moyu had brought in past battles and continued, even a dungeon like the Desert Tyrant couldn't give him any trouble. Instead, it let him farm a huge amount of points, and the Hell difficulty raid dungeon, he single-handedly wiped out over 10,000 hellhounds. Just like that, he brought the cup to his lips and took a slow sip, thinking, this elemental mystic realm probably won't be a problem for him either. Seeing his confident, self-assured look, Meng Anwen also calmed down. How can you even compare them? What level is the elemental mystic realm, and what level were those other dungeons? The elemental queen's attributes are equivalent to a level 40 high-tier demon. You know perfectly well how powerful her skills are. Meng Anwen continued, that Lin kid does have a lot of skeletons, but the elemental queen isn't afraid of group attacks at all. Bai Yiyuan waved his hand and chuckled, as if to say, don't worry, it's fine. If he can't win, can't he just run? Facing some difficulties now and then is a good thing. At least we can find out where the kid's limits are. His expression turned serious. Besides, he has a mark from the Hall of Valiant Souls, so he won't truly die. And it's not just the elemental mystic realm. I also told him to go to the abyssal border of battlefield number 3 to kill demons and raise his military rank. Hearing this, Meng Anwen couldn't stay calm and shot to his feet. He looked at Bai Yiyuan nervously. Have you forgotten something? Seeing his worried face, Bai Yiyuan asked, confused. What is it? Meng Anwen lowered his head, his voice dropping. Old Man Ning's precious granddaughter is with the Lin kid. She doesn't have a mark from the Hall of Valiant Souls. Meng Anwen continued. If that girl dies, Old Man Ning will definitely come after you with his life. Only then did Bai Yiyuan realize the gravity of the situation. He was so worried that he didn't notice a figure approaching from behind. Tai Ran appeared suddenly from behind, clapping Bai Yiyuan on the shoulder. Hey, what are you two talking about? Bai Yiyuan jumped and turned around, stammering, nothing. Nothing at all. Meng Anwen secretly raised a hand to his mouth to hide a smile. Tai Ran looked at Bai Yiyuan with a stern face. Old Bai, where did you send the Lin kid for his mission? He looked at him guiltily. To the battlefield. Don't worry, with the Lin kid there, that precious granddaughter of yours will be fine. Hearing his answer, Tai Ran didn't press him further. He turned and sat down in a nearby chair, not forgetting to add a warning. I've planted a soul protection charm on her, so she should be fine. But if anything unexpected happens to that girl, I'll be coming for you to settle the score. Bai Yiyuan quickly replied, Don't worry. With your soul protection charm on her, nothing will happen. Meng Anwen picked up his teacup, calmly watching Bai Yiyuan's flustered expression, feeling a secret sense of delight. Old Bai, you have your days too. Back on battlefield number 3, Moyu and Yi had reached their destination. They stopped in front of a teleportation gate, seeing the terrifying, glowing red eyes in the darkness staring at them like they were stalking prey. The two of them knew they were in the right place. Is this the abyssal border of battlefield number 3? Are the demons that infiltrated the battlefield coming from here? Suddenly, from the spatial rift, a horde of creatures from the abyss crawled out. They looked at the two pieces of prey before them and let out a bestial laugh. Human world! This demon lord has arrived. The beautiful humans of legend. I'm here to have a taste. Humans, wash your necks and wait for death. But they weren't allowed to be smug for long. Sharp shards of ice shot down from the sky, followed by bolts of heavenly lightning and a raging sea of fire. The demonic creatures roared in pain. Who dares to ambush us? Shameless humans! It hurts like hell! You humans are dead meat! Waves of chains shot up, wrapping tightly around the monsters. They looked at each other in utter confusion. The skeleton warriors under Mo Yu's control charged forward one by one. The monsters, restrained by the chains, couldn't escape and were cut down by the skeleton warriors. Corpses littered the ground as they screamed endlessly. What the hell is this? Where did these undead summons come from? The skeleton warriors didn't stop for a second, rushing to slash one creature after another, sparing none. One by one, the demons of the abyss were cut down, blood splattering everywhere. Even the low-level monsters couldn't escape their fate. The corpses littering the ground were put to good use by Mo Yu. Using those corpses, he raised his hand and cast a spell. Corpse explosion. Those bodies immediately blew up, taking countless other monsters with them in the explosion. The status panel lit up non-stop. Level 37, Abyssal Demon eliminated. Experience plus 370,000. Military merit plus 50. Demon's blood essence acquired. A faint smile appeared on Mo Yu's face as he looked toward the nearby spatial gate. A temporary gate connecting the human world and the abyss? This is truly a great place to farm for military merit. From inside the gate, countless crimson eyes were jostling, trying to get out. Seeing this, Yi shouted a warning to Mo Yu. More demons are about to come out. Unhurriedly, Mo Yu directed his skeleton warriors to throw the corpses of the monsters from before into the connecting gate. Then he immediately cast Corpse Explosion, and the bodies that had just been thrown in instantly detonated. The status panel lit up again. Level 37 Abyssal Demon eliminated. Experience plus 370,000. Military merit plus 50. From within the gate, countless golden lights flew out. All of that light was absorbed by the insignia in Mo Yu's hand. He looked at it with satisfaction. I was just trying it out. I didn't expect it to be this effective. I got about 3,000 military merit this time. Yi stared at the insignia in his hand, his jaw dropping in shock. He earned so much military merit from just one explosion, Mo Yu thought. This means there are even more demons crammed at the gate trying to rush out. The light from the explosion continued to spread. Seeing the insignia in his hand absorb it all, Yi got even more excited. So much military merit. I'm gonna go kill some more of those man-eating monsters. Let's blow them up again. Model.